Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. The sky was an exquisite blue, as clear as a transparent mirror, adorned with thick, fluffy clouds that floated like cotton and surged like waves. The heavens were beautifully decorated, resembling a picturesque painting. At that moment, on what should have been a tranquil and sunny day, an unidentified object streaked across the sky like a shooting star, emitting a sound akin to the tearing of the heavens. In the sacred hall, Qian Renxue turned to Qian Daoliu, her grandfather, and inquired, "Grandfather, what is happening?" "That object resembling a meteor is descending at an alarming speed." She was about to embark on an undercover mission in Heavendo City. Qian Daoliu gazed at the celestial body, gently ruffling Qian Renxue's hair before responding, "Little Shui, I shall investigate. If it were to crash to the ground, it could cause significant casualties. Upon my return, I shall bring you your favorite oranges." Hurry, grandfather. I fear that if you delay, innocent civilians might be affected." Qian Daoliu chuckled at her concern, saying, "Protecting the citizens of Daoliu continent is our Angel Clan's mission. It warms my heart to see you so aware at such a young age." "Grandfather, you must go quickly." Embarrassed by the praise, Qian Renxue urged him to intercept the meteor. All right, I shall take my leave at once." With that, Qian Daoliu activated his martial spirit and soared towards the meteor. As a level 99 limit Daoliu, he arrived at the meteor's trajectory in mere moments. Just as he prepared to strike, he suddenly noticed the arm of an infant. Qian Daoliu halted his movement and swiftly flew towards the child, ready to catch him. He managed to securely grasp the infant, but the force of inertia sent him tumbling to the ground. As he cradled the child, he murmured, "How could a baby survive such an impact? Where could he have come from?" However, he did not dwell on it further and returned to the sacred hall. Upon his arrival, Qian Renxue stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Grandfather, were you not going to buy me oranges? Where are they?" She then noticed the baby in Qian Daoliu's arms. "Grandfather, who is this child?" "Little Shui, this child is the meteor you just witnessed. I cannot fathom how he survived that ordeal," he replied. Qian Renxue gazed at the sleeping infant, who was drooling peacefully. "Grandfather, could it be possible that he is a child of the gods? How else could he have survived such a situation and be sleeping so soundly? A child of the gods? It is indeed a possibility. Otherwise, he could not have endured such circumstances." Qian Daoliu pondered, contemplating the events that had transpired. At that moment, Qian Renxue inquired, "Grandfather, what do you plan to do with this child?" "Let us take him to the orphanage in Spirit City." After all, Qian Daoliu hesitated, knowing the child was without parents. But upon seeing his granddaughter, he swallowed his words, for Qian Renxue was not much different from an orphan herself. Understanding her grandfather's unspoken thoughts brought memories of her own mother, Bibi Dong, flooding back, who had abandoned her without a second thought. "Grandfather, may I keep him as my younger brother?" Qian Renxue looked at Qian Daoliu with hopeful, blinking eyes. Recognizing her intentions, Qian Daoliu, who had only been a solitary companion to her all these years, readily agreed. "Very well, we shall do as little Shui wishes." Thus, the child was named by Ying and became Qian Renxue's brother. As Qian Renxue took the child into her arms, she noticed a note on the infant's back as he rolled over. "Grandfather, look quickly. What is it, Shui?" Qian Renxue produced a slip of paper that bore the name Bai Ying. "Bai Ying? Is that the child's name?" "I believe it is," she replied. Meanwhile, in the sacred hall, Bibi Dong observed the return of the grand priest with the infant. "Yu Guan Gui Mei," Bibi Dong called out to the two. Instantly, two figures, one clad in yellow and the other in black, appeared before her. "Present," they responded in unison. Bibi Dong, having seen their arrival, inquired, "I noticed that the grand priest returned with a child. I was preoccupied with affairs. Do either of you know the specifics?" "Reporting to your holiness, a meteor streaked across the sky moments ago. The grand priest ventured out to intercept it, ensuring no innocent lives were lost," Yu Guan explained. "Yes, your holiness. However, we are unaware of the child's situation. He is likely a survivor affected by the meteor's impact," Gui Mei added. "I understand. You may leave now." After hearing their report, Bibi Dong dismissed them, leaving her alone in the vast hall. Intercepting a meteor, a survivor, Bibi Dong murmured to herself. In Qian Renxue's chamber, tranquility enveloped the space like a gentle breeze, bringing an air of serenity and grace. However, the peaceful ambience was abruptly shattered by the wailing of the infant, startling Qian Renxue from a rest. Ugh, ah, Bai Ying stretched lazily, then remarked, "What was I thinking, competing and diving with those old men? I should be in an ambulance or already at the hospital." Although Bai Ying spoke, all that escaped his lips were cries. Qian Renxue approached the infant, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why is he crying? There are no tears, nor does he appear to have been crying at all. Could it be because his eyes are closed? After pondering this, she grew more convinced it was due to his closed eyelids and reached out to help him open his eyes. At that moment, Bai Ying, still with his eyes shut, began singing, "I've truly arrived in Tianjin, yet I've learned nothing. I've only mastered driving a car, killing over 200. The police are after me, scaring me out of my wits. I rolled and crawled into a rat's nest, but the rat's nest. Hey, it's quite nice in here. I look left and right, and it's rather spacious. The rats see me and tremble, standing at attention, kneeling and bowing." As he continued to hum his tune, Bai Ying suddenly felt someone tugging at his eyelids. Startled, he opened his eyes wide, scaring Qian Renxue, who had intended to help him wake. "Who dares to disturb me?" Yet, the words that came out were merely cries of an infant, of which Bai Ying was entirely oblivious. What greeted his eyes was a girl with golden hair and lavender eyes. "Why did you suddenly open your eyes? You startled me." After a moment, Qian Renxue gazed at Bai Ying with curiosity. "But there are still no tears. Did I open them incorrectly? Or perhaps never mind. I shall ask grandfather instead." With that, Qian Renxue set off towards the sacred hall in search of Qian Daoliu, leaving Bai Ying alone in the expansive chamber. Chapter 2. Who am I? Where am I? Bai Ying stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, tilting his head to survey his surroundings, sensing something was amiss. The opulent room exuded an air of elegance and luxury, with the fragrance of flowers lingering in the air. Something is not right. This is exceedingly peculiar. Am I perhaps kidnapped and sold after losing consciousness? He quickly dismissed that thought. Looking at this decor, it seems to belong to a wealthy family. Why would they bother to abduct a mere nobody like me? Are they utterly bored? Am I opening my eyes incorrectly? Or could I still be dreaming? He shut his eyes once more and reopened them, only to find that nothing had changed. Could it be that I am a hidden millionaire? Or perhaps like Wang Duiyu, I have a long-lost relative who left behind an inheritance that I am now destined to claim? At that moment, Bai Ying felt an itch on his back. After several futile attempts to scratch it, he grew perplexed. Wait, why can't I reach it? Raising his hand, he was shocked to discover how small and childlike it appeared. This realization struck him with astonishment. What has happened to my hands? Suddenly, he sensed that something was very wrong. As he attempted to rise and walk, he quickly realized he could not stand at all and could only crawl. Before long, he reached the edge of the bed, extending his little legs in an attempt to touch the ground. Eventually, he found himself in front of a full-length mirror. Gazing into it, he was utterly dumbfounded. Is this me? After uttering those words, he moved his hands and feet, observing his reflection mimic his actions. Bai Ying marveled. Has society advanced so rapidly that it can make one youthful again? No. If such a miracle existed, wouldn't it be my fortune? Could it be that I have been reborn, or perhaps I have transcended to another world? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Just as Bai Ying was lost in thought, Qian Renxue entered the room accompanied by a maid. Seeing him seated in front of the mirror, she expressed her surprise. My goodness, how did you manage to crawl down here? She promptly lifted him and scolded. Did you not realize how dangerous this is? What if you hurt yourself and require treatment? It appears I have truly traversed time and space. But who is this person? They seem to be my elder. What should I do? Perhaps I should nod in acknowledgement? After contemplating, Bai Ying also nodded in response. Upon witnessing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the maid behind her and said, Did you see that? He can actually understand my words. The maid, surprised by Bai Ying's nod, exclaimed, I have never encountered a child at such a tender age who comprehends speech. Just a slight display of my abilities has astonished you. Imagine how you would react when I grow up and reveal my brilliance, Bai Ying remarked. The maid then bowed to Qian Renxue, stating, "Young master, leave this to me. I shall not disappoint you, and will take good care of the young master." Qian Renxue gently placed Bai Ying back onto the bed, then approached the maid, handing her a heavy pouch filled with gold soul coins. "I am truly grateful for your assistance. I must step out and may not return for some time, and my grandfather and the others are not suited to care for a child. I apologize for the trouble." "It is no trouble at all. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens," the maid replied. Seeing the maid prepare to bow again, Qian Renxue quickly stepped forward to interrupt her. "Let us not stand on ceremony. It feels distant between us. You have cared for me well in my childhood, and we need not indulge in such unnecessary formalities." The maid, upon hearing this, took a step back and bent slightly, saying, "Young master, the etiquette between lord and servant is still essential." Bai Ying, observing the interaction between Qian Renxue and the maid, couldn't help but reflect, "It seems this person is quite admirable. At least there should be no trouble in our future interactions." The maid is also commendable, showing great loyalty. She is correct. Even if we share a close bond, the etiquette of lord and servant cannot be overlooked. Yet he soon quipped, "But what kind of bizarre world have I traversed to? They still adhere to the etiquette of lord and servant. Fortunately, you speak Chinese, otherwise I might think I've been reborn into that wretched little world." Qian Renxue then approached Bai Ying, cupping his rosy little face in her hands, and upon gazing into his large, sparkling eyes, she was utterly charmed. So adorable. Mua. She couldn't help but plant a kiss on his cheek. "Little Bai, are you calling me? Are you sure you're not referring to a pet dog or cat?" Bai Ying exclaimed. Qian Renxue then addressed the maid. "I must head to the offering hall now. Afterward, I may need to leave. I appreciate your understanding. You can rest assured I will handle everything," the maid assured her. Bai Ying, having overheard the conversation, immediately grasped the key point. "Offering hall. Young master. That sounds so familiar." Time flew by like an arrow. Seasons changed, and before one could even register it, the day of the soul awakening was fast approaching. "Old man, will Sister Shuer be back today?" Bai Ying inquired of Daoliu, who was kneeling before the statue of the angel. Long before Qian Renxue returned to the Soul Master City for her birthday, she had brought Bai Ying to the offering hall. The moment he stepped inside and beheld the grand and imposing angel statue, he realized he had crossed into the Daoliu continent. "Have you finished your training with your golden crocodile, grandfather?" Daoliu did not directly answer Bai Ying's question, but instead posed one of his own. "Sister Shuer is coming back soon, and I certainly do not wish to greet her looking disheveled," Bai Ying replied, leaning against the wall. "Does that mean you have not accomplished today's goal?" Daoliu rose to face Bai Ying, his gaze conveying a hint of parental authority. For 6 years, he had observed Qian Renxue's treatment of Bai Ying and regarded him as his own grandson. Seeing Daoliu stand, Bai Ying quickly exclaimed, "I did it. I completed it." Hearing this, Daoliu displayed a glimmer of satisfaction and remarked, "You have yet to awaken your martial soul, which makes this the best time for physical training. Once you awaken your martial soul, your training opportunities will be significantly limited." Bai Ying pouted and replied, "Isn't it said that excessive training stunts a child's growth? Moreover, it can be detrimental to one's health." Approaching Bai Ying, Daoliu delivered a light chop to his forehead. "Do you think soul masters are the same as ordinary people?" Bai Ying, clutching his head in feigned grievance, protested, "Why hit me? Sigh. Considering the time, Shuer should be arriving tomorrow. You need not train for these next 2 days, just rest well and prepare for your soul awakening. All 6 of your grandfathers have high hopes for you." Chapter 3. The System. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying made no further delay and walked outside, saying, "Got it. I'm off now." Back in his room, Bai Ying lay on his bed, gazing up at the ceiling, murmuring, "I wonder what kind of martial soul I will awaken in a few days." He then abruptly shifted his tone to one of frustration. "Darn it, where is the system that is supposed to come with being a transmigrator? It's been 6 years already. If it doesn't show up soon, I might as well leave a 1-star review." Despite his words, he secretly hoped for a system. What if he turned out to be one of those unfortunate souls without a martial soul? He wouldn't even be able to leave the Soul Master City. System. After calling out twice and receiving no response, he felt utterly despondent. "Oh heavens, Buddha, God, please bless me with a good martial soul. Am I perhaps summoning it incorrectly? I have tried countless times over the years to call forth the system, yet nothing has happened. Now, there seems to be but one option left. With that, he stood by the window, gazing out at the white light, and shouted, "System activation." As Bai Ying's voice echoed, his eyes were suddenly enveloped in a brilliant white light. Within that light, two black characters appeared, which swiftly transformed into English. As the English faded, Bai Ying regained his vision, and a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Verifying command. Verification successful. Please choose between daily check-in system or goddess capture system. Ah, is this real? The system has finally arrived? Bai Ying was visibly incredulous, for he had long awaited the system's arrival, and it had activated simply by him saying, "System activation." I choose for my child now, In the past I had no choice, but now I desire it all. Ding. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Welcome to the daily check-in system for capturing goddesses. Would you like to proceed with your daily check-in? Check-in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in. You are awarded a space ring, and as this is your first time using the system, you receive an additional beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim your rewards? Claim. As Bai Ying's voice faded, a ring appeared in my hand. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? Open. Ding. Opening in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the dragon-slaying martial soul of both light and dark attributes. What exactly is a dragon-slaying martial soul? I understand the literal meaning, but what does it entail? Bai Ying inquired curiously about the system regarding the specifics of the dragon-slaying martial soul. The dragon-slaying martial soul is specifically designed for hunting dragons. Possessing immense lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters with dragon-type martial souls. It enables combat against soul masters and soul beasts of higher levels than oneself. Moreover, it sharpens the host's 5 senses significantly. Note, soul masters with a dragon-slaying martial soul cannot absorb soul bones, yet they can grow stronger by hunting dragon-type soul beasts. Only after bathing in dragon blood can one truly be deemed a dragon slayer. I understand, but what do the light and dark attributes signify? Is it a dual martial soul? To the host, indeed, it is a dual martial soul. Light and dark can be considered two distinct elements. For instance, your light attribute martial soul can only utilize light attribute soul skills, while the dark attribute martial soul can only employ dark attribute soul skills. Additionally, it is immune to soul skills that match its own attribute and can absorb soul skills of corresponding elements to replenish its soul power. Furthermore, it can consume both black and white soul skills, as well as objects and food. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying could not help but exclaim in frustration, "What on earth? If I were to fill my spatial ring with black and white items or food, would I not be invincible?" The system responded, "Not quite invincible. You can only engage in significant cross-level battles with dragon-type soul beasts or soul masters, and you may only consume soul skills or items that share your own attribute. Should you face a fire or water attribute soul master of a higher rank, it would be quite challenging for you to emerge victorious given your current circumstances." Understanding this, Bai Ying felt a sense of contentment with the existence of his extraordinary twin martial souls. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the fleeting aura he had just emitted sparked curiosity. How could such a formidable presence manifest? The Azura God, one of the 3 law enforcers of the divine realm and a member of the divine council, had been observing the happenings on the Daoliu continent for an extended period. The moment Bai Ying received the system's reward, he inadvertently caught the attention of the Azura God, of which Bai Ying remained blissfully unaware. The Azura God gazed at the young Bai Ying and murmured, "Fascinating. Such an aura emanates from this child. I shall take the time to observe you more closely." At that instant, Bai Ying felt a sudden chill run down his spine. What is this unexpected shiver on such a sunny day? Surely those old fellows in the worship hall are concocting yet another scheme against me. Those old geezers. The following day unfolded. Bai Ying had risen early to tidy her appearance and was now standing outside the offering hall, awaiting Qian Renxue's return. Before long, a figure approached, none other than Qian Renxue herself. Upon seeing her return, Bai Ying waved her hand, and Qian Renxue felt a genuine sense of joy in her heart at the sight of Bai Ying waiting for her. "You have finally returned. I was beginning to think you would break your promise," Bai Ying remarked, glancing at Qian Renxue, who now stood taller than herself, with a hint of reproach. "It was quite difficult for me to extricate myself," Qian Renxue replied. "Moreover, Xiaobai is about to awaken her martial soul, so I naturally had to return to witness that moment." "I've told you not to call me Xiaobai," Bai Ying retorted. "But if I were to awaken a useless martial soul, wouldn't that be a source of amusement for you? How could I possibly laugh at your misfortune? You are, apart from my grandfather, my only family." Then before Bai Ying could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qian Renxue, who exclaimed, "She is not." Observing this, Bai Ying could not help but feel a sense of helplessness towards the mother and daughter duo. Deep down, they regarded each other as irreplaceable family. Yet neither dared to voice their sentiments. Qian Renxue perfectly inherited this trait from Bibi Dong, both of them stubborn and resolute. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Bibi Dong, having sensed Qian Renxue's return, was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's decisive and unhesitating words, a pang of disappointment welled up within her, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt towards Qian Renxue. Bai Ying promptly replied, I shall venture out to procure some delightful delicacies, so we can indulge in a splendid feast later. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue chuckled softly, saying, It would be best for you to remain here. You have yet to awaken your martial soul. Allow the servants to handle it instead. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Indeed. If I were to purchase it, it would likely be quite troublesome. Qian Renxue gently patted Bai Ying's head and smiled, saying, All right, let us first go inside to find Grandpa. Chapter 4. The Forceful Kiss in the Evening. Bai Ying approached Qian Renxue with a large platter brimming with skewered lamb. You, my friend, are truly a master in the kitchen. Not only do you prepare delectable dishes, but you also appreciate what is known as, the essence of earthly delights. This lamb skewers must be savored outdoors to truly capture the experience. Bai Ying smiled faintly before taking a seat opposite Qian Renxue, responding, To truly relish barbecue, one must enjoy it outdoors. Just imagine, sitting here on the balcony, savoring the barbecue while gazing at the starry sky and the bustling splendor of Wuhuan City. Surely, it surpasses the experience of dining indoors. Indeed, it is far more delightful than eating inside. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. It would be even better with a bit of beer. In response, Qian Renxue delivered a swift chop to Bai Ying's head, admonishing him, At such a young age, you wish to drink? Bai Ying waved his hand in explanation, saying, What nonsense! As the saying goes, barbecued food pairs splendidly with beer, and fried chicken is best enjoyed with cola. This is the quintessential combination. You are merely making excuses. Do you even realize that you are not of drinking age? I know. Qian Renxue revealed a smile of satisfaction. Let us dine now. After we finish, be sure to rest well. Tomorrow marks the day of your soul awakening. We cannot afford to be late due to lingering in bed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying turned to Qian Renxue and lamented, Late? Do you truly believe I would dare to be tardy in these past 2 years? Setting aside the others, that old man Jean would spare no effort in pushing me to my limits. I am merely 6 years old, enduring such inhumane training. I cannot fathom what these individuals are thinking. What if I end up irreparably damaged? Qian Renxue, upon hearing Bai Ying's grievances, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. She had witnessed the rigorous training methods employed by Jean, which were indeed excessively harsh. However, the results were undeniably impressive. Enough. After you awaken your martial soul tomorrow, opportunities to train alongside the offerings will become scarce. The majority of your time will be devoted to cultivation, and you will find it difficult to engage in physical training with them. Not necessarily, Bai Ying countered. If I awaken a worthless martial soul, I may not have the chance to cultivate it all. Qian Renxue teased in response. If you were to awaken a useless martial soul, I would have you slaving away in the kitchen every day. After all, your culinary skills are quite remarkable, and that is a talent in itself. You would be preparing meals for everyone in Wuhuan City. However, she added with a playful smirk, considering your exceptional cooking prowess, could it be that your martial soul will manifest as a spatula or a kitchen knife? Bai Ying, in response to Qian Renxue's words, expressed astonishment. Really? You mustn't be deceiving me. Qian Renxue, amused by the exchange, covered her mouth and chuckled. All right, I was just teasing you. The following day, individuals of suitable age gathered in the square of Wuhuan City, eagerly anticipating their martial soul awakening. Among them were high-ranking officials from the Wuhuan Hall, as well as several instructors and elders observing the proceedings, ready to take on promising disciples. Dinah, wielding the martial soul of a steel sword, possessed a soul power of level 5. David, with the martial soul of an owl, exhibited a commendable soul power of level 6. Xiaosheng, manifesting the martial soul of a frozen fish, also demonstrated a soul power of level 6. Xiao Chong, embodying the martial soul of a grouper, achieved a notable soul power of level 7. Xiao Lan, with the martial soul of an orchid, showcased an impressive innate soul power of level 6 as a support-type soul master. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the scene, observing the throngs of people. Qian Renxue turned to Bai Ying and said, Come, I shall escort you to the offering hall for your martial soul awakening. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying pondered briefly and found the reasoning sound. It might take an eternity here. It would be far more pragmatic to head directly to the sanctuary to awaken his martial soul. Moreover, it would be prudent to inform the elders about the dual martial soul situation, for each elder is unwaveringly loyal to the spirit hall. Should he awaken here and later be discovered to possess dual martial souls, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, the decision was made to proceed to the sanctuary. Before long, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying arrived at the sanctuary. Upon seeing the two, Qian Daoliu inquired, What martial soul have you awakened? Not yet awakened. Bai Ying replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Qian Renxue then interjected, There are too many people over there. I would like my grandfather to help little Littling awaken his martial soul. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu rose and directed his gaze towards Bai Ying, saying, "Stand in the center. I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul." Just as Bai Ying was about to take a step forward, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of Goddess Qian Renxue. The system issues a task. Forcefully kiss Qian Renxue. Reward. Innate level 20 soul power. Task failure penalty. None. Upon hearing the task issued by the system, Bai Ying couldn't help but inwardly curse. What the hell? Yesterday, I spent so long with her, and you didn't utter a word. Now, at the moment of awakening my martial soul, you throw the task of kissing Qian Renxue at me while Qian Daoliu is still present. Do you wish for my swift demise? Would the host like to abandon the task? Abandoning the task incurs no penalties. Damn it, let us do it. After all, with an innate soul power of level 20, Qian Daoliu will likely remain silent. As long as he facilitates my martial soul awakening, this task will sail smoothly. If he refuses, I will simply return to the square. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Xiaoying, what are you pondering? Come here quickly. Qian Renxue urged, observing Bai Ying standing motionless. A voice, delicate yet striking, drifted to Bai Ying's ear, belonging to Qian Renxue, causing her to momentarily freeze. Following that, she awkwardly remarked, "I suppose I was just too anxious about awakening my martial spirit." Qian Renxue, hearing this, replied with a hint of exasperation, "There is nothing to be anxious about. Besides, this isn't the first time you've witnessed a martial spirit awakening. Sister Shuer, could you come here for a moment?" Although Qian Renxue was uncertain of Bai Ying's intentions, she approached and inquired, "What is it?" Just as she finished speaking, Bai Ying leaned in and pressed her lips against Qian Renxue's soft, rosy mouth. Qian Daoliu was also taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Quickly realizing that his precious granddaughter had just been stolen a kiss, Bai Ying also sensed Qian Daoliu's reaction and subsequently released Qian Renxue. What are you doing?" Qian Renxue inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. "Sister Shuer will henceforth belong to me." As the two conversed, Qian Daoliu's voice resonated. "Brat." The instant Qian Daoliu's soul power surged, Qian Renxue positioned herself protectively in front of Bai Ying. Noticing his granddaughter shielding Bai Ying, Qian Daoliu hastily suppressed his soul power. "Shuer, what are you doing?" Qian Renxue stammered. I. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying took a step forward and knelt on one knee, stating, "My purpose in coming here is not only to awaken my martial soul but also to propose to the grand offering." Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ying's words. "A proposal? What qualifications and conditions do you possess to make such a proposal?" "The grand offering made me aware of my own qualifications after awakening my martial soul." Qian Daoliu, upon hearing this, understood Bai Ying's intentions and responded, "Littling. Over the years, I and the other offerings have regarded you as family. You are indeed a person of great potential, and we hold you in high esteem. Yet, you claim that after awakening your martial soul, you will understand what qualifications entail. Does this imply that you possess great confidence in your own talents? Are you aware of Shue's innate gifts?" Chapter 5, The Marriage Proposal. Thus, you are indeed confident in your own abilities? Are you familiar with Shue's gifts? Qian Daoliu spoke with a hint of authority. Bai Ying had anticipated Qian Daoliu's words and, raising her head to meet his gaze, displayed not a trace of trepidation. "I am well aware of Sister Shue's extraordinary talent. She wields a divine martial soul, the six-winged angel, and possesses innate soul power at the remarkable level of 20. However, I do not believe I am lacking in comparison." Upon uttering these words, Bai Ying's spirit surged with vitality. What should I say next? 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. No. That phrase is more suited for occasions of rejection or broken engagements. Qian Daoliu, this old man, has not issued a clear refusal. He is currently in a state of indecision. In other words, he is assessing whether my talent is worthy of Qian Renxue. Judging by his thoughts, he likely believes I cannot possess a divine martial soul, which means his current expectation is that I must at least possess innate full soul power. "System, are you there?" She promptly called upon the system. "Ding. Here I am. How may I assist you? Has my soul power been credited?" "Host. The reward has been automatically granted following your strong kiss. You now possess innate soul power at level 20. Congratulations, host, on triggering the hidden task, proposal success. Reward, divine artifact, Time War Blade." Upon hearing that the reward had been credited, Bai Ying could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The prospect of awakening a divine martial soul without possessing soul power would indeed be quite awkward. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ying noticed the hidden task but merely glanced at the requirement for a successful proposal before choosing not to delve further into it. The matter of rewards could be addressed at a later time. There is no need for excessive discussion. I would prefer to focus directly on the awakening of the martial soul. Observing this, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but internally admire Bai Ying's maturity. At just 6 years of age, though occasionally steady and sometimes unreliable, he had already surpassed his peers by a significant margin. Nevertheless, Qian Daoliu maintained his earlier authority and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Come here." The white shadow approached Qian Daoliu, and as it drew near, a brilliant golden light emerged, lifting the white shadow into the air. However, in an instant, The sky above the Soul Master City was engulfed in darkness. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this scene. After all, the Soul Master City was the ancestral home of the Qian family and the sacred place of the angel god's divine inheritance, now shrouded in shadows. Upon witnessing the encroaching darkness over the entire city, Qian Daoliu realized the nature of the White Shadow's soul. It can invoke celestial phenomena. A divine-level soul. Suddenly, the darkness was dispelled, and just when the onlookers believed the ordeal had concluded, the Soul Master City was enveloped in blinding white light, rendering it difficult to behold. After a moment of radiant flickering, the sky returned to its azure hue, at which point the esteemed members of the Spirit Hall arrived. What transpired, Great Elder? Asked Jinao, the second elder of the hall, whose strength was only surpassed by Qian Daoliu. As the leader among the remaining 6, he remained silent. As did the others, knowing that if he did not speak, they would refrain from saying much. Qian Daoliu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well, and calmly stated, "I am merely awakening this little rascal's soul." "Awakening a soul?" exclaimed the 6 elders in unison, unable to fathom that the overwhelming darkness and the dazzling white light had been caused by the White Shadow, which had lingered by their side for years. Their gazes turned to the White Shadow, now adorned with numerous intricate patterns, its face and hair transformed as a result of the soul awakening. On the left side of Bai Ying's body, numerous black patterns emerged, enveloping his face in a manner reminiscent of dragon scales. In stark contrast, the right side of Bai Ying's body bore patterns that were entirely dissimilar to the black ones, with only the facial markings sharing a slight resemblance to their darker counterparts, albeit in white. Behind Bai Ying loomed 2 fearsome dragons. One, a black dragon, exuded an aura of death, darkness, and malevolence, while the other radiated light, divinity, and purity. "What is this? Twin martial spirits?" Guangling also expressed astonishment. The brothers Qian Jun and Zhang Mo were equally taken aback, realizing that this child possessed twin martial spirits, a rarity in the entirety of the Daoliu continent. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the white dragon, Qian Daoliu fell to his knees, yet he continued to murmur, "This is even more sacred than an angel martial spirit." Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying swiftly retracted his martial soul and hurriedly assisted Qian Daoliu to his feet. Once Qian Daoliu regained his composure, he promptly called for Qian Renxue. "Shuer, come here." Qian Renxue approached her grandfather with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What is it, Grandpa?" After a slight cough, Qian Daoliu advised her, "You should engage more with Xiaoying and refrain from bullying him." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed crimson, and in a bashful manner, she covered her face and stammered, "Gee, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Why say such things?" With a serious tone, Qian Daoliu replied, "Just answer whether you will obey or not. If you disobey, you shall no longer be my granddaughter." Feeling embarrassed, Qian Renxue stamped her foot and exclaimed loudly, "Grandpa." The several attendants behind them couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of joy for Qian Renxue. After all, they had watched these two grow up together. A perfect match of talent and beauty, both possessing extraordinary gifts, an impeccable pair. Bai Ying observed that Qian Renxue's face had reddened to the point of seemingly dripping with water, and promptly intervened to alleviate the awkwardness. Could you please allow me to test my soul power first?" Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu took out the crystal ball used for testing soul power, placed his hand upon it, and then channeled his soul energy. Bai Ying also complied, placing his hand upon the crystal orb and beginning to channel his soul power. Instantly, the orb radiated a brilliant light, a congenital soul power of 27. Although everyone had mentally prepared themselves, the sight still left them astounded. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our spirit hall has produced yet another genius with a divine martial soul and a congenital soul power of 20. Ha 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 ha." Qian Daoliu, witnessing this, momentarily forgot his solemn demeanor as the grand offering. "It seems that in the coming years, our spirit hall shall undoubtedly unify the continent. With two geniuses possessing congenital levels of 20, both endowed with divine martial souls, the future surely belongs to the spirit hall." Bai Ying felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Qian Daoliu and several other offerings, yet he interrupted with a pressing inquiry, "What about my relationship with Sister Shued?" Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu hastily responded, "What do you mean by your affairs? The matters concerning the two of you are but one and the same. My grandson-in-law." "What precisely did you just say?" In response, Qian Renxue's face flushed crimson as she covered her ears, resolutely shutting her eyes to avoid hearing their conversation. Understanding Qian Daoliu's implication, Bai Ying respectfully gestured and said, "It's nothing." Without hesitation, Qian Daoliu directly announced the engagement of Bai Ying and Qian Renxue to the gathered offerings, filling the offering hall with laughter and joy that had long been absent. Yet, amidst the celebration, there were those who felt discontent. At the moment Bai Ying awakened his martial soul, the elders realized the implications of the recent events. How could Bibi Dong, ever vigilant, remain oblivious to such a phenomenon? Having concealed herself nearby after the white light dissipated, Bibi Dong was taken aback by the revelations unfolding within. The emergence of a divine-level martial soul and the engagement to Qian Renxue presented an unforeseen obstacle to her ambitions concerning the angel lineage. Chapter 6. The 10 Core Theories. Qian Daoliu approached Bai Ying, placing a firm hand upon his shoulder. With a solemn expression, he cautioned, "Young Ying, remember this. Until you achieve the status of a titled Daoliu, do not attempt to affix any soul rings to another martial soul. Do you understand? I understand, Bai Ying replied. Seeing the understanding in Bai Ying's eyes, Daoliu nodded with satisfaction before posing a question. Do you not wish to inquire why I discourage you from attaching soul rings to your second martial soul? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chose not to feign ignorance and spoke candidly. Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare throughout the continent. There was once a soul master with a twin martial soul. But tragically, he perished when attempting to affix a soul ring to his second martial soul. This is a significant drawback of possessing twin martial souls. If one does not meticulously consider the age of the soul rings or the rejection of the martial souls during absorption, blind attempts will only subject the body to unbearable pressure from the soul rings. Daoliu and the other elders nodded in agreement, encouraging Bai Ying to continue. The reason you do not wish for me to affix a soul ring to the second martial soul is that you aspire for the rings to be of a superior grade, all exceeding 10,000 years. Upon noticing Bai Ying's understanding of twin martial souls, Daoliu readily offered his praise. Indeed, you are correct. It seems your frequent visits to the library have borne fruit. To possess such knowledge at your age marks you as a true genius among geniuses. Upon hearing Daoliu's words, Bai Ying clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. To be deemed a genius is a fair assessment. But to claim the title of genius among geniuses would be an overstatement. After all, there are always individuals beyond oneself and realms beyond our own. The other worshippers, witnessing Bai Ying's humble remarks, expressed their admiration and praise. Indeed, he remains unarrogant and composed, not allowing his remarkable divine martial soul and innate spirit power of level 20 to inflate his ego. He understands well the principle that there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Daoliu then inquired of Bai Ying, "Little Ying, have you decided which martial soul you wish to augment with a soul ring first?" Upon hearing Daoliu's words, Bai Ying pondered for a moment. The distinctions between the white dragon and the shadow dragon were subtle. The former leaned towards a combination of powerful offense and control, while the latter emphasized a blend of ferocious assault and agility. In the early stages, it was indeed more prudent to utilize the shadow dragon. Let us first bestow a soul ring upon the shadow dragon, specifically that black dragon we encountered earlier. The gathered deities, along with Qian Renxue and the eavesdropping Bibidong and Bai Ying, remained indifferent regarding which martial spirit to develop first, for the auras emanating from the two dragons, one white and one black, were remarkably similar. Very well, in a few days, I shall take you out to hunt soul beasts and acquire a soul ring. Bai Ying also cupped his hands and said, I appreciate your offerings, esteemed patrons. May I inquire which of you would guide me in the pursuit of soul beasts? It matters not who it may be, for each individual is present in the offering hall. We shall discuss it further when the time comes. Bai Ying nodded slightly, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, we can discuss it further when the time comes. However, what? All the esteemed patrons at Qian Renxue turned their gaze towards Bai Ying. With a gentle sigh, Bai Ying began to narrate to the audience. I ponder the reason behind the presence of inferior books in the library of Spirit City. What inferior books? The inquiry left all present, including the eavesdropping Bibidong, perplexed. For the library of Spirit City is renowned for its extensive collection of esteemed literature from across the continent, even if it were not comprehensive. The notion of possessing inferior works seemed implausible. Upon witnessing the offerings in such a state, Bai Ying inquired, while perusing numerous accounts of the continent and the knowledge of spirit beasts in the library, I inadvertently came across a tome titled The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. What a deplorable book this is. Among the gathered offerings, some were unfamiliar with this work. Yet Daoliu and Genie recognized it. The book was penned by Yu Xiaojiang, the former beloved of Bibidong. Meanwhile, Bibidong, eavesdropping on the conversation, tightly gripped her staff, resolute in her refusal to allow anyone to speak ill of Yu Xiaojiang or to tarnish the reputation of his work. At this moment, Bai Ying continued. I recall the first point. The strength of a martial soul determines the innate spirit power. What nonsense is this? A powerful martial soul naturally possesses either high or low innate spirit power. However, it is predominantly the case that a formidable martial soul is more likely to be strong. If we were to adhere strictly to what is written in this book, would the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School not be teeming with soul saints possessing the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul? Wouldn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan be overflowing with titled Daoliuos, soul Daoliuos, and soul saints? If he were to amend it to powerful martial souls generally exhibit a tendency towards higher innate spirit power, that would be more acceptable, yet it cannot be entirely dismissed. Furthermore, the second assertion, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless spirit masters, is even more absurd. A worthless martial soul is indeed a worthless martial soul. How can one speak of worthless spirit masters? No matter how much one trains a worthless martial soul or how many rare treasures are utilized, it remains a futile endeavor. As far as I know, the author of this book has yet to surpass the 30th level. Truly, he is undermining himself, proclaiming his own incompetence. At this point, Qian Renxue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, a person who cannot even break through to the 30th level dares to assert that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless spirit masters. Haha. Bai Ying cast a glance at Qian Renxue, noting her amusement, and continued. Then there is the third statement. Martial souls are categorized into 2 primary types, beast martial souls and tool martial souls. This is where I must interject. Who is the author of this so-called 10 core competencies? Has he awakened martial souls in numerous individuals, or has he encountered all spirit masters? To my knowledge, there also exist body martial souls, which are parts of the body, such as eyes, mouths, arms, ears, and so forth. Such a definitive claim is rather presumptuous. I have little desire to elaborate further. Some accurate statements are documented in other texts, and this individual has merely plagiarized them. After copying, he has added his erroneous notions and claimed them as his own creation. How shameless. It is perplexing how one can be so concerned with reputation and so enamored with fame, yet remain so hypocritical. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue remarked, "If that is the case, let us cast this book out of the martial soul hall." "No need," Bai Ying replied. "I believe it would be beneficial to present it to the people of the continent as a warning, to provide an explanation to those harmed by this book and to their families. It also serves as a reminder that much of the content is erroneous and should not be practiced lightly." "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Ah, you Xiaojiang, your fortunate days are soon to come to an end." Meanwhile, outside, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong was nearly seething with rage. Bai Ying had repeatedly insulted Yu Xiaojiang's creations, as well as his character. And now all she desired was to eliminate Bai Ying. Upon hearing that the 10 core competencies of Yu Xiaojiang were to be disclosed to the public, a smirk crept upon her lips. "Heh, the Hall of Offerings, you are truly digging your own grave with this move. The entire continent reveres Xiaojiang as a master. Let us see how the populace responds to you then." Chapter 7. Not of this world. As evening fell, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying remained seated on the balcony, gazing at the stars while sharing their meal, feeding each other in a serene and elegant manner, utterly content. However, nearby, Daoliu and Bibi Dong were nostalgically reflecting on their pasts. Observing the affectionate exchange between Qian Renxue and Bai Ying, Daoliu reminisced about his time with Poseidon, wishing he could share such moments with her now. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, recalled her past with Yu Xiaojiang but was soon reminded of Qian Xuanjia, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Daoliu had long sensed Bibi Dong's presence but refrained from intervening. It was only natural for a mother to check on her child. As he felt her murderous intent, he prepared himself to thwart Bibi Dong at any moment. After finishing their meal, Qian Renxue and Bai Ying continued to gaze at the stars in the night sky. Bai Ying jestingly remarked to Qian Renxue, "Sister Shuer, you shall be my betrothed in the future." Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "Oh, go away. I have not consented yet." To which Bai Ying replied, "But your grandfather has given his approval." Qian Renxue confidently asserted, "What my grandfather says does not matter. My future is mine to determine." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chuckled softly, then gazed at the stars in the night sky with a hint of melancholy in his voice. "Shuer, can you comprehend the sorrow of the stars that can never return to the heavens?" Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Bai Ying's meaning. What do you mean by stars that cannot return to the sky?" "Ah, it's nothing." Qian Renxue then embraced Bai Ying, comforting him. "Are you feeling homesick? The spirit hall has always been your home. I still have Grandpa, as well as several other esteemed elders. They are all your family. Always." "Thank you. Do you know, that year, the sky, which was ordinarily tranquil, suddenly witnessed a shooting star. Initially, my grandpa and I thought it was just another meteor. But when we arrived, Grandpa discovered it was a child, and then you came to the spirit hall, becoming a part of my family. I felt incredibly fortunate to experience the warmth of kinship beyond just my grandpa." After a prolonged embrace, they slowly parted, and Bai Ying gently remarked, "So, how was that? My technique for charming girls is not too shabby, is it?" Upon hearing his words, Qian Renxue retorted with playful pride, "Not particularly impressive. At least it doesn't work on me. Then why are you still holding me while saying all that? Shuer, you truly are quite the tsundere. Idiot. I said it doesn't work, so it doesn't." With that, she playfully punched Bai Ying on the head. Qian Renxue understood the intent behind Bai Ying's words. He merely sought to give her an easy way out, unwilling to reveal this fragile side of himself. Such as love, there is no need for excessive words. "I understand it all completely." Bai Ying resumed her seat, her gaze fixed intently upon Qian Renxue, who, noticing the attention directed at her, also took a seat and inquired, "Why do you stare at me? Am I truly that captivating?" "Indeed, you are enchanting. However, there is a matter of significance I must convey to you." As Bai Ying uttered the latter part of her statement, an unusual seriousness adorned her expression, prompting Qian Renxue to ask, "Is it something of great importance?" "Yes. Do you understand why I arrived in this world in the guise of a shooting star?" Qian Renxue shook her head. "I have no idea. All I know is that you are my family, and that is sufficient for me. I am not of this world, and I do not wish to conceal this truth from you. I hail from another realm." Bai Ying harbored no desire to conceal the matter of Qian Renxue, nor did he feel the need to be wary of her. "Are you not of this world?" Qian Renxue inquired with a hint of confusion. Bai Ying elucidated everything to Qian Renxue. "Indeed, I am not a denizen of this world. You may comprehend that I hail from beyond the cosmos, from another dimension, or perhaps from the myriad realms of existence. But how did you arrive here?" Qian Renxue inquired, her curiosity regarding Bai Ying's origins intensifying. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt a pang of embarrassment, thinking to himself, "Surely, I cannot admit that I lost a swimming match against a group of elderly gentlemen, leading me to this place. That would be utterly humiliating. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied, I am uncertain, yet since I am here, I shall make the best of it. But why do you bring this up? I do not intend to conceal this truth. To be precise, I wish to inform you that, besides myself, there exists another individual who does not belong to this world. Qian Renxue was taken aback by this revelation and subsequently inquired, another person besides you? Indeed. That individual is no virtuous soul and will wreak havoc on the Daoliu continent in the future. Furthermore, they will annihilate the Spirit Hall. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong initially believed Bai Ying's words, considering his extraordinary arrival in the Daoliu continent akin to a shooting star. However, when Bai Ying proclaimed that this person would obliterate the Spirit Hall, both Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong expressed their skepticism, scoffing at his assertion and believing he underestimated the Spirit Hall's might. Annihilate the Spirit Hall? How is that even conceivable? Qian Renxue exclaimed, her voice brimming with incredulity. For it was well known that the Spirit Hall possessed more tidal Daoliuos than the combined forces of the two great empires. Bai Ying observed the visibly agitated Qian Renxue, which was entirely within his expectations. He then spoke calmly, I understand you must find this astonishing, but now that I have arrived, such occurrences shall never transpire again. How did you come to know that individual? And how are you aware of all this? Inquired the former. Bai Ying, upon hearing this, spoke with a calm demeanor. To be precise, I am aware of all matters concerning the Daoliu continent, both past and future. I do not believe it. Do you not? Then by all means, inquire tomorrow whether Qian Daoliu ever harbored feelings for Poseidon of Sea God Island. Ask your mother, Bibi Dong, if she truly does not love you. You may also question Qian Daoliu as to why Bibi Dong's attitude towards you is thus. Qian Renxue, observing Bai Ying's serious yet self-assured expression, began to trust that Bai Ying possessed knowledge of all events on the Daoliu continent. However, upon hearing about Bibi Dong's love for herself, she found it hard to accept. Meanwhile, both Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu also came to believe in Bai Ying's awareness of the past and future. Few were privy to the details of Bibi Dong's circumstances, especially those from many years ago, not to mention Qian Daoliu's affairs. What was the name of the other individual from another world? How did the Spirit Hall meet its demise? Qian Renxue inquired. His name is Tang Sect, and the reasons behind the downfall of the Spirit Hall are manifold. There were traitors, and there was also an excessive leniency towards Tang Sect's growth. That old rascal Qian Daoliu languishes daily in the worship hall, even as Tang Hao comes knocking at his door, and he remains silent. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Qian Daoliu was taken aback. It seemed he bore a share of the blame for the collapse of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Qian Daoliu, her eyes brimming with mockery. Traitors? Allowing him to grow? And what of my grandfather? Bai Ying sighed and continued, your grandfather, as a level 99 limit Daoliu, failed to restrain Tang Hao, ultimately allowing him to destroy the celestial stone statue in front of the Hall of the Pope, as well as the plaza itself. However, this incident cannot be attributed to his son, Tang Sect. In truth, the culpability of your grandfather, Qian Daoliu, is minimal. The primary cause lies with the traitors. Who are these traitors? Qian Renxue's expression turned cold. As soon as she discovered their identities, she would immediately seek to eliminate them. Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu listened intently, fearful of missing a name. Your mother, Bibi Dong, as well as Hulaina, and you. What? Me? Qian Renxue pointed to herself, incredulous. I must have misheard. Why am I included? Upon hearing her own name, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she would be labeled a traitor. However, when Hulaina's name was mentioned, she was further astonished. Was she not her disciple? Chapter 8. Individuals worth cultivating. Qian Renxue, still perplexed, asked, why would I be considered a traitor? Surely you jest? She paid little mind to Bai Ying's claims regarding her mother and Hulaina being traitors. But the notion that she herself was a traitor to the Spirit Hall left her bewildered. The Spirit Hall was her legacy, her home. How could she possibly be a traitor? At least I have not been one since my arrival, yet there are still 2 traitors remaining. Hulaina could be swayed back easily, but your mother poses a greater challenge. What is her situation? Qian Renxue inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and remarked, your mother faces numerous challenges. She is a prodigy, an extraordinary genius, possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power. She has resolved the contradictions of dual martial souls. Moreover, she is among the most distinguished figures since the inception of the pontificate. While not the very best, she certainly ranks among the elite. Qian Renxue, slightly displeased by Bai Ying's excessive praise of Bibi Dong, retorted, you only speak flattering words. Upon witnessing the expression on Qian Renxue's face, Bai Ying remarked, do not be hasty. I have yet to finish my thoughts. She harbored grand ambitions, such as unifying the Daoliu continent. However, she found herself ensnared by the whims of love. Her disciple, Hulaina, was similarly affected, also succumbing to the folly of passion. Subsequently, she murmured softly, you too. Upon hearing the words you too, Qian Renxue interrupted Bai Ying's discourse. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, but continued. She still holds on to thoughts of that scoundrel, Yu Shaojiang. How pitiable. Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Bibi Dong mused to herself, am I truly pitiable? Bai Ying persisted. She still clings to that hypocritical wretch, Yu Xiaojing. It is both lamentable and tragic. He professes his love for your mother, yet after parting ways, he immediately pursued her cousin, Lu Erlong, showing no hesitation even towards blood relatives. Such seamless transitions are appalling. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was filled with indignation. Whether it stemmed from the fact that this man had wronged Bibi Dong or that he had no qualms about exploiting his own cousin, it ignited an overwhelming fury within her. She abruptly rose from her seat, slammed her hand on the table, and demanded, where is Yu Xiaojing? How dare he commit such acts? I shall go and slay him. Bai Ying gestured for Qian Renxue to take a seat, and only after she complied did he speak. That scoundrel Yu Xiaojing is merely indulging himself in a life of excess. Truly disappointing. Qian Renxue retorted, his disciple, Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, is our greatest adversary? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue boldly suggested, then why not eliminate him discreetly? With the elders of the worship hall and the numerous titled Daoliuos in the papal hall, how could we fear a mere Tang Hao? Bai Ying replied, I suspect he is not so easily dispatched. After all, he may very well be the favored child of destiny on this continent. I shall first seek an audience with him. If he is indeed shielded by fortune, then I will have to disrupt his fate. Qian Renxue chuckled softly. You? Even if you were aware of his background, you are merely a level 20 soul master now. Do you truly believe you can contend with Tang Hao? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's gaze sharpened, and with an indifferent tone, he stated, therefore, I must first reclaim my weapon. Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue exchanged puzzled glances. When they first discovered Bai Ying, he was not in possession of any weapon. Where, then, did this weapon originate? Bai Ying pondered, well, I can't just outright say it's a gift from the system, can I? Do you know where your weapon is? Qian Renxue inquired. Yes, it's not too far off, came the reply. When do you intend to retrieve your weapon? She asked. In a few days, he responded. Aren't you concerned that someone collecting firewood in the mountains or fishing in the sea might stumble upon it and sell it as scrap metal? Bai Ying then lightly tapped Qian Renxue on the head, whispering, fool, that is my divine artifact. No one besides me can locate it, let alone wield it, much less venture into the mountains to gather firewood or plunge into the waters to catch fish. Both Qian Renxue and the two eavesdroppers were taken aback. They were acutely aware of what a divine artifact entailed, the angelic holy sword of the angel god and the demonic scythe of the Rakshasa god. Each divine artifact is accompanied by a deity. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong both harbored suspicions that Bai Ying might be a reincarnation of a divine being, for it was inconceivable that someone could so effortlessly claim ownership of such an artifact. However, Qian Renxue did not share their multitude of doubts. She promptly inquired, what does your divine artifact look like? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying glanced at the description provided by the system. After reading it, he replied, it is a blade, broad-edged, with a wide spine and guard. The hilt and guard are adorned in a golden hue. Qian Renxue, upon hearing this, expressed her disappointment. I had hoped it would be a sword, yet your divine artifact turns out to be a knife. Bai Ying inquired, how much longer can you remain? Qian Renxue, slightly displeased and with a hint of melancholy, responded, why? Do you wish for me to leave so soon? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying swiftly waved his hand in explanation. Not at all. My intention is merely to spend quality time with you. I have no desire for you to return to that decayed empire. Once you acquire your soul ring, you will be heading to the Wuhuan Hall Academy for further studies. I truly look forward to witnessing your remarkable performances in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament in the future. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying expressed a certain disdain towards the notion of attending the Wuhuan Temple Academy, remarking, I have little interest in the academy, however. The prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition does pique my interest. Yet, one cannot participate in the Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition without being a member of the academy. Is it not sufficient to merely hold a nominal position? He retorted. But teamwork among team members is paramount. If you only hold a nominal position, how can you possibly coordinate with your fellow teammates? Bai Ying was thoroughly prepared for this situation. He then addressed Qian Renxue, saying, I have devised a two-pronged strategy. First, I will attempt to win Hulaina back. If I succeed, we shall participate in the prestigious Soul Master Academy competition. If not, then we shall seek 7 representatives from the Hall of Offerings to compete. Representatives from the Hall of Offerings? There are hardly any of suitable age. Will we not have to draw from the Wuhuan Hall Academy instead? Bai Ying smiled faintly and addressed Qian Renxue, stating, I shall venture forth to gather a few individuals and forge an invincible team, aptly named, the 7 Envoys of Purgatory. As Shuer had already departed, Qian Daoliu inquired of Bai Ying, are you intending to acquire a soul ring next? Kneeling before the angelic god statue, Bai Ying replied with his customary demeanor, leaning against the wall, I am aware that she has left. My presence here is not without purpose. What is it? Qian Daoliu asked, maintaining his calm tone, which left Bai Ying perplexed. How could one remain so detached from the worldly entanglements amidst such an environment? I require the company of Grandfather Jin Ao and Grandfather Qing Wan for my journey, and I would also like to request your assistance in opening a back door. Qian Daoliu, somewhat puzzled by this request, thought he could comprehend the need for Jin Ao and Qing Wan to accompany him. After all, he had overheard Bai Ying's conversation with Qian Renxue a few days prior. It seemed they were to retrieve his weapons. However, the notion of opening a back door puzzled him further. Jin Ao and Qing Wan will accompany you shortly. But you must clarify what you mean by opening a back door. The pale shadow softly remarked. I intend to bring that individual into the sanctuary of offerings. Whom do you refer to? Qian Daoliu inquired, perplexed. A person worthy of the sanctuary's attention, he replied. Chapter 9. The weapons. Intrigued by the statement, Qian Daoliu pressed further. Who is this individual deserving of the sanctuary's allure? Dugabo? Though his temperament is rather eccentric, I possess a method to win him over. However, due to his status, he cannot gain entry into the sanctuary, which is why I request your assistance in granting him access. Uncertain of White Shadow's fixation on Dugabo, Qian Daoliu questioned. What makes Dugabo so significant that you are so eager to recruit him? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying smiled faintly, refraining from immediately responding to Qian Daoliu's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question. Surely, the Grand Offering must have overheard my conversation with Sister Shuer that night? Qian Daoliu, taken aback by this statement, found himself bewildered. He could not fathom how someone who had only just awakened their martial soul could have detected his presence. He pondered, how did he notice me? At that time, I was exceedingly discreet, concealing my soul power. I should not have been discovered. Bai Ying gazed at Qian Daoliu and chuckled. Are you perplexed as to how I discerned your presence in the corner? Do share. How did you come to uncover my whereabouts? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying promptly explained to Qian Daoliu. That night, while conversing with Sister Shuer, I suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent that enveloped me in danger. It was my martial soul that conveyed this to me. My martial soul is the dragon-slaying martial soul, inherently possessing formidable lethality against dragon-type soul beasts and soul masters. Following the awakening of my martial soul, my senses have become significantly sharper than those of an ordinary soul master. I could perceive that the murderous intent was directed towards me. Upon reflecting on the words I spoke, I realized they were insufficient to provoke such hostility from you, indicating the presence of a fourth individual. Qian Daoliu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct. There was indeed a fourth person present at that time. May I venture a guess that it was the one from the Hall of Pope? Qian Daoliu nodded again and inquired. How did you come to know it was her? I am not of this world, yet I am acutely aware of the events transpiring here. You must have heard everything, right? That night, I mentioned you Xiaojing. Given her character, had you not been present, I would most likely not be standing here now. Qian Daoliu also nodded. You are not mistaken. She indeed overheard your conversation with Shuer. Therefore, you must exercise caution in the future, ensuring she does not seize any leverage against you. Nor should you provide her with any opportunities. I am fully aware of that. Therefore, you must also be informed about Tang San, right? Dugabo represents a crucial step in Tang San's ascent. Should we fail to win him over, the consequences are dire. However, I am certain he will ultimately ally with us. Understood. Jin Ao. Qing Wan. After voicing this, Qian Daoliu summoned Jin Ao and Qing Wan to his presence. The two hastened to arrive and, after bowing respectfully, inquired in unison, Great Offering, what tasks do you require of us? You two shall accompany Xiaoying to attend to certain matters and procure soul rings. Following that, assist her in persuading Dugabo to join our offering hall. Should he agree, he will be directly bestowed the title of the 8th offering. Remember, it is imperative to ensure Xiaoying's safety. Jin Ao and Qing Wan exchanged glances, perplexed, for they were aware of Dugubo's reputation. It seemed preposterous that he could be so easily courted to join the offering hall and receive such high honor. Do either of you have any objections? None. None at all. Very well, then depart with Xiaoying. As the trio exited the martial soul city, Qing Wan summoned her martial soul to lead the way. Along the journey, Jin Ao and Qing Wan remained bewildered by Qian Daoliu's decision. Brother, why do you think the Great Offering seeks to win over Dugabo? Although he is a title de law, it seems he has no hope of advancing further in his lifetime, and his strength appears rather mediocre, Qing Wan queried. I too am uncertain why the Great Offering has made such a choice, allowing Dugabo to join the offering hall. In terms of one-on-one combat, he would not triumph over any title de law. However, in group battles, he could indeed be a formidable weapon. At that moment, Bai Ying interjected. It was I who requested the Great Offering to proceed in this manner. Although Dugabo may not surpass any title de law, he can certainly diminish the opposition to mere title de law. Jin Ao de law and Qing Wan de law looked towards Bai Ying, bewildered by her rationale for such a course of action. The White Shadow, under the scrutiny of the two, waved his hand and remarked, Do not gaze at me so intently. My intentions are for the betterment of the Spirit Hall. A confrontation between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires is inevitable. Just imagine the formidable prowess of Dugabo when that time arrives. Jin E and Qing Wan, contemplating the prospect of Dugabo unleashed upon the battlefield, felt a chill of trepidation. By then, only the title de law would remain alive. They were uncertain whether Dugabo might be swayed to their side. Indeed, it seems he is reluctant to align with any faction. Qing Wan concurred. Rest assured, esteemed elders, Dugu Bo will undoubtedly join us. He certainly will. Xiaoying, are you so certain that Dugu Bo will be persuaded? You may be unaware of the relationship between the Spirit Hall and Dugu Bo, Jin Yi observed, casting a glance at the White Shadow. However, the White Shadow dismissed the concern with a scoff. Humph. Dugu Bo's ties with the Pope are rather tenuous. What concern is it of ours in the worship hall? The two were momentarily at a loss for words, for they could not counter this assertion. After all, the current Pope was Bibi Dong, and the worship hall and elder hall had evolved into two major factions within the Spirit Hall. Now, let us pause here, Grandfather Qing Wan. The White Shadow said, gazing at the entrance of the cavern below. Huh, why stop here? There are no soul beasts nor Dugu Bo present, Qing Wan Daoliu replied, somewhat perplexed. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying inquired, did the grand offering not speak to you? About what? The response echoed, I ventured out primarily to retrieve my weapon. The matter of Dugu Bo and the soul ring is not pressing. A weapon? The two expressed their confusion. Xiaoying, you have grown up in the martial soul city since childhood and under our watchful eyes. From where could you possibly have acquired a weapon? Indeed, even if you possessed one, it would be improbable to find it in such a desolate wilderness. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was momentarily at a loss for words, and then proceeded to explain. It is simply that when I was born, my weapon accompanied me into this world. It was only after my martial soul awakened that I became aware of its presence here. The three then descended to the location, and Bai Ying gestured towards a nearby cave, saying, it is right there. Hearing this, the Golden Crocodile Daoliu and the Qing Wan Daoliu led Bai Ying to the entrance of the cave. Both of them utilized their soul power to sense the situation within. Yet they found no trace of a weapon inside. As Bai Ying prepared to enter, both Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Azure Luan Daoliu were ready to follow suit. You two elders should wait here for me. I shall emerge once I have retrieved my weapons. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously replied, we must ensure your safety. What if an unforeseen event occurs? Do not worry, my weapon shall not harm me. Your presence at the cave's entrance serves to safeguard my well-being. Moreover, should my weapons detect any intruders, they may inadvertently pose a threat to you both. After another shared glance, Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Azure Luan Daoliu chuckled, Little Ing, are you aware of your grandfather's strength? Do you comprehend the prowess of your Azure Luan grandfather? I am well aware of your strengths. Yet I fear injuries may still occur, she replied. Golden Crocodile and Azure Luan were amused by her response, and said, then go retrieve your weapons. We shall see what kind of weapon could possibly harm us. Their laughter echoed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying noticed that the two individuals ceased their advance into the cave, prompting Bai Ying to proceed deeper into the cavern. Chapter 10. The Enigma of Ning Fengji. Upon entering the cave, Bai Ying surveyed the surroundings, noting that this desolate cavern had evidently once served as a refuge for weary travelers or a sanctuary from the rain. Now ensconced in cobwebs. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Ying glanced back, apprehensive that the two guardians might follow him inside. Satisfied that they remained outside, he quietly summoned his reward. System, extract the reward. Ding. Extraction successful. Rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received the Time War Blade artifact. As the system's voice faded, Bai Ying retrieved the weapon from his storage soul guide. Upon noticing a right arm guard and a right shoulder guard beside the weapon, he inquired, System, what is the purpose of these arm and shoulder guards? Replying to the host, these are complementary items to your reward. Once you don these arm and shoulder guards, you shall experience unexpected effects. Seriously, could you not provide a complete set? Why only the right arm guard and shoulder guard? Replying to the host, this constitutes a complete set of equipment. Alright, my apologies. No worries, I forgive you. Bai Ying gazed contemplatively at the shoulder and arm guards. The sword was manageable, but were the shoulder and arm guards not a bit too large for the present moment? System, the sword is fine, whether slung across my back or at my waist, but these shoulder and arm guards seem somewhat oversized. Since you claim this weapon is of divine quality, I presume the shoulder and arm guards are as well? Is there any possibility of them being reduced in size? In response, the system stated that the shoulder and arm guards were indeed of divine quality, but they could not be diminished in size. They would only expand as the body grew. Very well, very well. With that, he grasped the temporal battle blade. The instant Bai Ying took hold of it, he felt as though his body were on the verge of merging with this divine weapon, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Yet, shortly thereafter, the temporal battle blade integrated seamlessly into Bai Ying's being, allowing him to summon the weapon with mere thought. Since it is a divine weapon, it must possess certain skills. Right? After all, even the Trident of the Sea God has its abilities. Indeed, it possesses skills. Current weapon skills, Dread, Time Stasis, and Temporal Affliction. Dread instills fear in all opponents, creating an illusion that they are confronting a deity of the highest caliber, resulting in a 30% reduction in all attributes. Time Stasis halts time, allowing only the host to move freely during this suspended temporal state. The host may also grant others the ability to act freely. Temporal Affliction inflicts upon the target all past pains simultaneously, subjecting them to torment. Goodness, this is extraordinary. What more could I desire in a spirit weapon? With these skills, I am the strongest in the world. am I not? Bai Ying exclaimed in astonishment upon reading the description. By channeling soul power, the host may activate these abilities. However, since the host is not wearing the shoulder and arm guards, only these 3 skills are currently available. This is already quite remarkable. At that moment, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu, having heard Bai Ying's exclamation, hurried into the cave, fearing that he might be in some peril. Upon entering, they found Bai Ying with a large sword slung across his back, preparing to depart. The 2 immediately inquired, "What has transpired?" "Yes, littling. We thought you were in danger." Bai Ying also bowed slightly and said, "I apologize for causing concern to both esteemed elders. It is a relief to see you unharmed. It appears you have acquired your weapon. Is that imposing blade upon your back your armament?" Qingwan inquired, gesturing towards the large sword on Bai Ying's back. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is my weapon." The golden crocodile Daoliu chuckled. "So, the weapon you claimed could injure us is this? Ha! Do you truly believe that, old man?" Bai Ying was eager to test these abilities. Having remained in the Hall of Offerings for so many years, you must be familiar with the angelic sacred sword, right? Let me tell you, aside from, in an instant, both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a formidable soul force enveloped everything around them. The golden crocodile was momentarily rendered speechless by this immense force. After witnessing the culmination of the deterrent skill, Bai Ying invoked the time seal, instantly suspending the entire world in a moment of stillness. Within this frozen span, only Bai Ying moved freely. The effect was remarkable. This was a realm belonging solely to him. Bai Ying mused as he observed the scene. Subsequently, he approached the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu from behind and released the time seal. As the seal and the deterrent dissipated, the overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant, and the figure of Bai Ying, who had been right before them, was nowhere to be seen. "Where is Xiaoying?" they exclaimed. "Indeed, he was just here. Even a spatial soul skill cannot vanish before our very eyes." At that moment, Bai Ying's voice floated from behind the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu. "I am here." Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, the 2 turned around in shock. Bai Ying had seamlessly transitioned from in front of them to behind, without either of them sensing a thing. Xiaoying, how did you accomplish that?" Qingwan inquired. The white shadow also elucidated, "Grandfather Golden Crocodile is aware of the angelic holy sword and must also comprehend everything that has just transpired, correct?" Upon hearing this, Grandfather Golden Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you suggesting?" Bai Ying nodded slightly. "What are you talking about? Stop with the riddles, you two." Qingwan hurriedly inquired. Jin Yi then explained to Qingwan, "The angelic holy sword is a divine artifact, and the sword behind Xiaoying is also a divine artifact." "What? Divine? A divine artifact?" Qingwan, the Daoliu, was astonished to the point of being speechless. She then turned to Bai Ying and asked, "How did you instantaneously appear behind us from your previous position?" Bai Ying was reluctant to divulge the abilities associated with the divine artifact, for the fewer who knew, the better. With a smile, he remarked, "Everyone harbors their own little secrets, do they not?" Upon hearing this, Qingwan scratched his head and laughed. "Indeed. Haha. With your extraordinary talent and the divine artifact in your possession, what cause for concern could there be regarding the ambitions of the Spirit Hall? Let us embark on our quest to find Dagobah. Once we have secured his allegiance, we shall seek out the soul rings." "Agreed," they chorused. The trio set off, with the title Daoliu Qingwan invoking his martial soul and soul skills, significantly increasing their speed compared to when they had just departed from the martial soul city. Along the way, many below, including numerous soul masters, gazed up at the colossal Qingwan that obscured the sun. Nearby, Ning Fengji and the sword Daoliu Qian Xin also took note of this phenomenon. "Master Jian, what do you think is happening?" Ning Fengji inquired of the sword Daoliu. Ascending into the sky, the sword Daoliu utilized his mental prowess to sense Bai Ying's direction. After Bai Ying and his companions had moved further away, Qian Xin returned to the ground and reported, "I just employed my mental energy to investigate. There are 2 titled Daoliu and a rather young child. Likely not much older than Rong. What is their strength?" Ning Fengji pressed. "One of them is the Qingwan titled Daoliu of the Spirit Hall, quite formidable. The other managed to disperse my mental energy, demonstrating considerable power. I caught a glimpse of that child just before my energy was scattered." Ning Fengji murmured. "Two powerful titled Daoliu, indeed." He then asked, "Master Jian, is the child male or female?" "It is a boy. Is there something amiss, Sect Master?" Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Nothing of consequence. Do you recall the news we received from our scouts not long ago? Are you suggesting that he is one of those 3 children?" Ning Fengji nodded. "It is highly probable. Furthermore, one of the girls has been taken as a disciple by the Pope. This child should also be among the trio." Chapter 11. The setting sun forest the following day. Bai Ying, along with Golden Crocodile Daoliu and Qingwan Daoliu, arrived at the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest harbored no formidable soul beasts, and it remained largely undisturbed. Given Dagobah's strength and temperament, it was indeed a wise choice for him to seek refuge in this secluded area. Qingwan Daoliu glanced down and inquired, "Xiaoying, are you certain that Dagobah is hidden here?" Bai Ying nodded slightly, indicating that Dagobah must reside in the Sunset Forest. He then turned to the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu, inquiring, "Do you gentlemen happen to know of the ice and fire yin yaga within the sunset forest?" The Qingwan Daoliu and the golden crocodile Daoliu exchanged glances and shook their heads, subsequently asking in unison, "The ice and fire yin yaga? What is that?" "Well, you may understand it as a hot spring or a spring, either will suffice." The golden crocodile Daoliu soon grasped the concept and then asked, "Are you suggesting that Dugubo is located near a spring within the sunset forest?" Bai nodded and said, "He must be in such a place. But I am uncertain if he is there at this moment." Upon hearing this, Qingwan inquired, "Xiaoying, how do you know that Dugubo is at the spring?" Bai Dugubo possesses a reclusive disposition. It is unlikely that he would reside amidst the bustling streets of the city. Yet, as all individuals must attend to their basic needs, given Dugubo's solitary nature, it stands to reason that he would not frequently inhabit urban areas, like the cunning hare that has several burrows. Should the elders of the papal court ever pursue Dugubo, he would assuredly have contingency plans in place. The sunset forest presents an impeccable refuge. Devoid of formidable soul beasts, he could easily surround himself with poisonous miasma, ensuring that no soul beast would disturb him. Moreover, dwelling near a hot spring would be an exquisite choice, offering a natural source of relaxation that he would undoubtedly claim as a sanctuary. Both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu nodded in agreement with Bai Ying's assertions, acknowledging the validity of his insights while also sensing the nuances that remained unchallenged. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief, for the lengthy discourse was intended to deftly avoid the crux of the matter. The two venerable elders should first employ their mental faculties to survey the surroundings. After all, the sunset forest is expansive. I believe they will swiftly locate the whereabouts of Dugubo. The golden crocodile, upon receiving this suggestion, promptly unleashed his mental energy to probe the vicinity, while the Qingwan Daoliu, needing to sustain the state of his martial spirit, was unable to focus on the detection. Before long, the golden crocodile spoke. "There is a location over there that is nearly devoid of soul beasts. It is likely that Dugubo is concealed in that area." Upon hearing this, the Qingwan Daoliu immediately surged forward in the direction indicated by the golden crocodile, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of the toxic miasma. "This is the place," Bai Ying remarked, gazing at the scene below. The Qingwan Daoliu, upon hearing this, released his martial spirit's attachment and gently caught Bai Ying as they descended to the ground. "Xiaoying, are you certain this is the spot? Why do we not see Dugubo?" inquired the golden crocodile Daoliu. Bai Ying surveyed his surroundings and confidently stated, "I am certain this is the place. He must have merely stepped out. Let us wait for him here in peace. Shall we remain here until he returns? Or would you prefer I escort you to hunt for soul beasts to obtain soul rings? Let us wait here. Acquiring soul rings is not urgent." The golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu intended to voice their thoughts, yet upon witnessing Bai Ying's resolute demeanor, they chose to refrain from further comment. Meanwhile, Bai Ying contemplated absorbing the celestial grade herbs before pursuing higher age soul rings. "System, can this soul guide device store living creatures?" Bai Ying inquired with curiosity. "Certainly. Not only can it accommodate living beings, but it also allows them to continue growing." "I understand now." With that, Bai Ying began to gather the celestial grade herbs around him and place them into the soul guide device, leaving the azure phoenix Daoliu and the golden crocodile Daoliu bewildered. Although they recognized these as herbs, they were unaware of their legendary status as celestial grade herbs. "Xiaoying, by doing this, you are ruining Dugubo's medicinal field. It will be even more challenging to win him over." "Indeed," the azure phoenix Daoliu concurred. However, upon hearing this, Bai Ying became even more vigorous, his speed in gathering herbs increasing exponentially. This scene left the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu flabbergasted. Was it not agreed that they would come to win him over? Why then was he engaged in destruction? After Bai Ying had harvested all the herbs from the medicinal field, he uprooted their roots and cast them into the eye of ice and fire, finally ceasing his actions. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu, saying, "These two herbs will require your esteemed efforts." It was then that the two Daoliuos noticed the last two herbs by the hot spring and glanced at the disarray of the battlefield surrounding them. With a resigned gesture to his forehead, one remarked, "Are you intending to strip him of his entire fortune? What other choice is there? If he still possesses any resources, how could he possibly accompany us?" Both the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu were momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this reasoning held weight. If he still had resources, it would be even more challenging for him to join the spirit hall, thus shattering his hopes would at least provide a sense of relief. The two then approached Bai Ying, inquiring, "What shall we do? Once you have uprooted them, simply hand them over to me." As the two were about to draw near the octagonal ice grass and the blazing fire apricot, they were met with a profound sensation of both heat and cold. Yet their formidable strength left no room for deception. "You must be cautious, esteemed sirs." Soon, the two herbs were presented before Bai Ying, and before the golden crocodile Daoliu and azure phoenix Daoliu could inquire about the reasoning behind this, Bai Ying consumed them. This action nearly startled the two venerable ones to the brink of losing their souls, prompting them to step forward with concern. "Xiaoying, are you all right? Xiaoying, how do you fare?" Meanwhile, Bai Ying was pondering, How should I consume these two divine herbs? I recall it is best to eat them together. After consuming the substance, Bai Ying felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. He then remarked, I'm fine, but I need to absorb some energy first. Subsequently, he inquired within his mind. System, may I directly enter the Eye of Ice and Fire now? The system reassured him, rest assured, with me by your side, you shall encounter not the slightest mishap. Then I shall place my trust in you. With that, Bai Ying leaped directly into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon entering, he experienced alternating sensations of intense heat and chilling cold. However, shortly thereafter, his two martial souls manifested, instantly subduing the energies of the Eye of Ice and Fire, as well as the eight-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. The white shadow sensed the vanishing discomfort and subsequently inquired, System, has the absorption been completed? How could it be so swift? The response to the host elucidated that the Eye of Ice and Fire is, in essence, the very site of the fallen Ice and Fire Dragon King. Through the passage of time, the vicissitudes of nature sculpted the Eye of Ice and Fire. Your martial soul is the Dragon Slayer martial soul, which inherently possesses a suppressive power over dragon-type soul beasts, particularly against the specters of two long-deceased souls. Is that so? Chapter 12. The 9 Trials of Shura. Did my martial soul suppress the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit? Indeed, this ancient and enigmatic martial soul, which transforms one's physique into that of a dragon, is capable of shattering dragon scales, damaging dragon organs, and ultimately hunting the souls of dragons, thus embodying the essence of the Dragon Slayer martial soul. The white shadow emerged directly from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and upon its emergence, 2 peculiar markings appeared on its arms. A blue marking, symbolizing the ice attribute, adorned the left arm, while a red marking, representing the fire attribute, graced the right arm. System, what are these markings on my arms? The host's martial soul has undergone a mutation. The host is now not only immune to both light and dark attributes but also to ice and fire attributes. Furthermore, the host can absorb ice and fire attributes to restore their soul power, thereby enhancing their strength. However, as ice and fire attributes are auxiliary, the soul abilities of the host's martial soul will not manifest these attributes. Is that so? Does that mean I can now resist attacks from 4 different attributes? Yes. Indeed. Just as the golden crocodile Daoliu and the azure phoenix Daoliu were about to inquire about the situation with the white shadow, a crimson beam descended from the heavens, striking the white shadow's body. Meanwhile, the Shura god in the divine realm was overwhelmed with joy, breaking into a dance within the grand hall. Incredible! This is extraordinary. A dual martial soul with an inherent suppression over dragon species, not to mention the innate talent of a level 20 soul power. Now, having directly hunted the souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, this will undoubtedly qualify for divine examination. Should I perhaps ease the process and expedite the transmission of my divine status? He then grew serious, adding, Ahem, it is not merely about transmitting my divine status. Rather, my divine realm requires a deity specifically targeting the Soul Beast clan. Currently, ascension to divinity through conventional means is nearly impossible. I must reluctantly relinquish my divine status. He chuckled to himself, how clever of me. I must hasten the divine examination to prevent others from seizing this opportunity. If I delay further, the other 4 may notice, and it would be too late. A voice resonated within the mind of the white shadow. Young descendant, I am the Shura god. Among the divine realm, the highest positions of power are held by the 3 great enforcers and one of the 5 divine kings. Following them are the 1st and 2nd tier deities, while I, the Shura god, am a divine king. I shall directly bestow upon you the Shura inheritance. Once you assume the position of the Shura god, you will inherit my divine authority and status within the celestial realm. I hold you in high regard. Upon hearing this, the white shadow remarked, Enough, enough. Stop pretending. Is it not true that you are eager to find a suitable heir to pass on the divine position? You speak of admiration, but it seems your primary intent is to swiftly transfer the throne, with finding a fitting successor being a secondary concern and my worthiness being the last consideration. This statement left the Shura god somewhat perplexed. How do you know this? He inquired. Your martial soul possesses an immense suppressive power over soul beasts, particularly exhibiting a distinct dominance over dragon-type soul beasts. During the war in the divine realm, you stood in opposition to the beast god. And after the fall of the dragon god, the golden dragon king was subdued by the divine realm while the silver dragon king fled. Your abilities indeed earn my admiration. With you in the divine realm, the silver dragon king shall find it difficult to rise again. Ah, I understand. The Shura god was utterly astonished. You know? How could that be possible? There is nothing impossible. Is it not your desire to detach from the divine throne and explore the vast universe and myriad worlds beyond? I hail from one of those many realms. Indeed, beyond the cosmos lies a vast expanse of worlds. The white shadow then gazed at the Shura god and said, I promise to inherit your divine position, but do not be miserly. What does that mean? The Shura god inquired, puzzled. Bai Ying, noticing that the Shura god was perplexed, proceeded to clarify. You must be aware of many matters concerning the Daoliu continent, correct? The Shura god nodded in affirmation, indicating his familiarity with the subject. Then, Are you aware that our spirit hall's pontiff is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god? Upon hearing this, the Shura god responded, I am acquainted with the spirit hall. It is the legacy left by the first angel god. Are you suggesting that the pontiff you speak of is the successor of the Rakshasa god? Baying nodded and remarked, indeed, she is the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Just observe how she exerts herself relentlessly after undergoing the trials of the Rakshasa god. Yet the rewards bestowed upon her are either non-existent or pitifully meager. What do you imply? Do not emulate the Rakshasa god, who is notoriously miserly. The tasks are already arduous enough. Rest assured, I shall not resemble that wretched Rakshasa god. Subsequently, Baying continued, my fiancé hails from the Qian family, possessing innate soul power at the level of 20, and is destined to ascend as an angelic deity. The matters of the first-generation angelic deity. What has transpired in the past is bygone, I understand. The Azura god also comprehended the meaning behind Bai Ying's words. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief and subsequently remarked, I am still quite young, and I cannot venture into the realm of the god of death for the first examination. I understand that the divine trial is determined by me, and I shall not permit you to journey to the city of carnage just yet. The White Shadow then inquired, very well, what is the first trial of the Azura? The first trial of the Azura inheritance. Hunt 30 soul beasts possessing dragon blood. Requirements. No less than 100 years old. No reliance on others. A time limit of 6 months. Reward. 2 divine soul rings. Little one, how do you find this task and its reward? Does it meet your expectations? The Azura god proclaimed with great satisfaction. Indeed, only those who have bathed in dragon's blood can truly become dragon slayers. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. With that, the Azura god vanished, and the White Shadow's consciousness returned to reality, a blood-red mark appearing upon his forehead. Second brother, what is the meaning of this? The Qinghuan Daoliu asked the golden crocodile Daoliu. As the crimson light surrounding the White Shadow dissipated, the golden crocodile also noticed the mark on the White Shadow's forehead. Unlike the less pronounced patterns on his arm, the imprint on his forehead was strikingly evident, immediately capturing the attention of the golden crocodile Daoliu. Divine trial? Are you suggesting? The Qinghuan Daoliu turned to the White Shadow, observing the blood-red mark upon his brow. The deity, inheritance. Subsequently, the golden crocodile Daoliu and the Qinghuan Daoliu approached the White Shadow, inquiring, Little Shadow, have you obtained the inheritance of the deity? Baying nodded slightly, and then gestured for silence. Both golden crocodile Daoliu and Qinghuan Daoliu understood the implication. The fewer people who knew about this matter, the better, and it was best to keep it discreet. Subsequently, golden crocodile Daoliu quietly inquired, what level is it? Of course, it's the 9th level. Upon hearing this, golden crocodile nearly fainted, stammering, in 9th level. Fortunately, Qinghuan Daoliu was quick-witted and managed to support golden crocodile, preventing him from collapsing onto the ground. Qinghuan Daoliu pressed for clarification. What do you mean by 9th level? Golden crocodile whispered into Qinghuan's ear. The 9th level means one will become a deity in the future. What? Qinghuan exclaimed, collapsing alongside golden crocodile onto the ground. Meanwhile, the appearance of the red light caught the attention of Diggybo, who was making his way back. He, along with Dugwian, hurriedly raced towards his medicinal field, for he believed that within those herbs lay the potential cure for his granddaughter's poison. Chapter 13. Joining the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying gazed at the eye of ice and fire, and a peculiar thought began to take shape in his mind. Now that I am immune to both ice and fire, I could also absorb the attributes of ice and fire. What would happen if I were to drain the energy from the spring of dominance? The golden crocodile Daoliu observed Bai Ying's intense fixation on the spring, and a troubling notion stirred within him. He swiftly inquired, Xiaoying, what are you planning to do? The White Shadow seemed oblivious to the inquiries, and then leapt down once more. Upon re-entering the spring, the White Shadow opened its eyes wide, its mouth agape as it voraciously absorbed the energy from the spring. The once distinctly red and blue hues of the ice and fire yin-yang swiftly morphed into a swirling vortex, with water levels plummeting at an alarming rate. All the energy within the spring was consumed by the White Shadow, being drawn into its very being. In a short while, the entire ice and fire yin-yang lay utterly desiccated, resembling a parched well. At this moment, it felt as if an inexhaustible reservoir of soul power coursed through its body. Witnessing the desiccation of the spring, golden crocodile Daoliu and Qinghuan Daoliu looked down and inquired, Little Shadow, what have you done? Why has the entire spring run dry? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying also shouted loudly upwards, It's nothing. I merely absorbed all the energy from this spring. Furthermore, could you please help me up? I cannot ascend. Subsequently, Qinghuan Daoliu used his soul power to draw Bai Ying upwards. Xiaoying, you claim to have absorbed the energy, yet why is the spring completely dried up? Inquired Jin Ao Daoliu. Bai Ying shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. After absorbing the energy from the spring, the water within has simply vanished. Qinghuan Daoliu then inquired, Xiaoying, you haven't consumed all that water, have you? It should not be the case. I merely absorbed the energy. The spring's water relies on this energy for sustenance, and upon my absorption, the spring has consequently run dry. Jin Ao nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity in Bai Ying's reasoning. As Bai Ying, Jin Ao Daoluo, and Qing Wan Daoluo engaged in casual conversation, Bo arrived with his granddaughter. How audacious! Who dares trespass in my medicinal field? Do they seek to forfeit their lives? Without yet seeing anyone, Bo's voice resonated from a distance, questioning the intruders. Jin Ao Daoluo and Qing Wan Daoluo dismissed Bo's words with disdain. One was the second priest of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Grand Priest Qian Daoliu, while the other held the rank of third priest, currently third in the hierarchy of the Spirit Hall. Bai Ying, possessing a divine artifact and having undergone the divine trial, was destined to ascend to godhood. How dare you, Bo? Upon Bo's arrival with Yen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The ice and fire yin yang had dried up, and the precious medicinal herbs had been uprooted. Did you do this? I shall slay you. Bo's fury ignited upon witnessing the devastation, and without regard for the identities of the individuals present, he launched an attack. As he approached the group, he immediately recognized Jin Ao Daoluo, who had presided over his ascension to title Daoluo. Turning his gaze to another individual, he felt an overwhelming pressure, realizing that this person was undoubtedly one of the priests from the Spirit Hall. Lastly, he noted the young boy beside them, clearly a key figure being nurtured by the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bo felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had just threatened to kill them. Yet upon seeing the two Spirit Hall priests, he pondered who would actually strike first. Realizing escape was futile, he acknowledged that with Jin Ao Daoluo's formidable level of 98, even if he risked everything, he could not hope to challenge him. Even at the cost of his life, he could only eliminate a child, and his granddaughter would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Thus, Bo used his soul power to convey a plea to the three. Please, do not let my granddaughter witness your actions. I implore you. Grant her a path to safety. I wish for her to grow up in peace and happiness, to live a stable life. I beg of you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying stepped forward with a smile and remarked, I believe the esteemed elder may have misunderstood the situation. We harbor no ulterior motives. After listening to Bai Ying's words, Bo turned his gaze towards the golden crocodile Daolua and the azure phoenix Daolua. Noticing their lack of response, he began to grasp the circumstances, realizing that the child before him possessed the true authority in this matter. It was indeed our fault for inadvertently damaging Elder Dugu's medicinal field, and I offer my sincerest apologies, he continued. Bo, recognizing that the child was providing him with an opportunity to save face, especially with Yin watching from behind, quickly waved his hand dismissively and said, Oh, it's nothing. It is merely a medicinal field. Bai Ying observed that Bo had descended the steps and directly stated, As a junior, I prefer to be straightforward. We have come here to request your esteemed presence in the Hall of Offerings. Upon hearing this, Bo was momentarily struck with difficulty. Should he join the Spirit Hall, his life would be irrevocably constrained. Conversely, if he chose not to join, both he and Yin would likely meet their demise here today. Upon witnessing the hesitation of the esteemed Bo, Bai Ying softly suggested, Perhaps you might consider the rewards that the Hall of Offerings has for you? Rewards? Bo inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is this truly the manner of the Spirit Hall? The reward from the Hall of Offerings is the elimination of the poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter. Surely, this is a proposition that would captivate your interest? At these words, Bo's eyes momentarily sparkled with hope, only to then dim with sorrow as he murmured, If only it were so simple to cure the poison. You seem to harbor doubts, esteemed predecessor. I can comprehend your skepticism, especially considering the actions of those from the Papal Hall, which would incite anger in anyone. Hence, we wish for you to join the Hall of Offerings. It was then that Bo realized that Bai Ying had never mentioned the Spirit Hall or the Papal Hall. The focus had consistently been on the Hall of Offerings. The White Shadow nodded and said, Indeed, as long as you are willing to join the Spirit Hall, you shall become the 8th esteemed member of the Hall of Offerings. This is a decision I reached in consultation with the Grand Offerer. If you agree, you will be granted immediate entry into the Hall of Offerings as the 8th esteemed member. Furthermore, both you and your grandson will receive an antidote. He then added, You shall not be bound to obey the commands of any elder or esteemed member. You need not heed the orders of the Pope or the Grand Offerer. In other words, your title will be merely nominal, allowing you the freedom to live as you wish, like a carefree wanderer, enjoying a joyful existence. Upon hearing this, Bo contemplated for a moment. Not only could he directly join the Hall of Offerings, but he would also receive the antidote and would not have to follow anyone's commands. However, he still felt a tinge of unease and promptly inquired, To whom shall I be subordinate? Bai Ying had long anticipated that Bo would pose such a question, and thus he replied, I shall heed the counsel of no one but myself. In comparison to the hierarchical relationship of superiors and subordinates, I find camaraderie far more appealing. Wouldn't you agree? Such an enticing proposition it is. I aspire to forge an invincible team, and your granddaughter appears to be an excellent choice. Thus, you need not worry about her well-being. For she shall receive the highest privileges within the Spirit Hall. The finest resources await her. Upon receiving this response, Bo promptly declared, Very well. I shall join. However, let it be clearly understood that none of the conditions previously stated may be omitted. Bai Ying chuckled upon hearing this. No problem. I can arrange for you to face off against Daoliu once more as a welcoming ceremony for your recent induction into the offering hall. Yu Guan retorted. You are indeed remarkable. You hold yourself in such high regard. Bai Ying, Elder Jiu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 14, The Resolution at this moment. Dugabo found himself in a quandary. He helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, I am currently a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. It is of no consequence. You may continue to serve as a guest elder at the Tiando royal family for a few more years to repay their kindness. Once your debt of gratitude is settled, you may depart, for no one in the Tiando royal family can retain you against your will. Nor would they dare to compel you to stay. Having spoken, Bai Ying turned his gaze towards Du Guyan, who appeared to be of a similar age, and inquired, Where is your granddaughter currently studying? Upon hearing this, Dugabo replied, She is at the Tiando Royal Academy. I see. Bai Ying responded before approaching Du Guyan to introduce himself. Greetings, I am Bai Ying. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Du Guyan, she replied. Du Guyan, a lovely name. Are you currently a student at the Tiando Royal Academy? Du Guyan nodded and said, Indeed, I am a student at the Tiando Royal Academy. Bai Ying inquired, Is there a girl named Yu Lingling at your school? Yes, there is, but she is rather introverted and doesn't speak much to others. Aside from me. She has very few friends, came the reply from Du Guyan. Upon receiving this response, Bai Ying softly said, I understand now. Thank you. The White Shadow then approached the three titled Daoliuos and inquired, Does anyone know the whereabouts of the 9-Heart Sea Star Soul Master? It seems to be located near Heaven Do City. Shall we proceed there? Qingwan asked. Bai Ying nodded, Of course. This perfectly aligns with our plan to draw the 9-Heart Sea Tang Spirit Master into the Spirit Hall, just as Qingwan intended to summon her martial spirit. Bai Ying interrupted her. It would be prudent to avoid being so conspicuous. I sensed someone watching us upon our arrival. The golden crocodile Daoliu scoffed. Merely the sword paths Chen Xian. It is better to keep a low profile. The three titled Daoliu, along with Bai Ying and Du Guyan, maintained a subtle demeanor as they soon reached their destination. Is this the residence of the 9-Heart Sea Tang Spirit Master? Dugabo surveyed the surroundings. The golden crocodile Daoliu expressed his astonishment. I never imagined the 9-Heart Sea Tang would fall into such disrepair. A sense of loss washed over Qingwan as she observed the scene. While the three lamented, a child's figure peered through the door's crack, then hurried off to fetch an adult. Moments later, an elderly lady and a middle-aged woman emerged, accompanied by Yi Lingling. Lingling, Yanzi, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling embraced upon their reunion. The golden crocodile Daoliu inquired, Where is your family head? The woman, sensing the formidable presence of the three before her, replied, You must have traveled far. Come inside and we shall converse further. Inside the house, the woman declared, I am the family head. The golden crocodile was taken aback, then asked, What have you jumping? My father has passed away for quite some time. A hint of sorrow flickered in the middle-aged woman's eyes. The golden crocodile, filled with regret, remarked, I cannot believe Yu Jumping has departed so soon. Alas. He then inquired, You are his daughter. What is your name? I am Yu Xiuejing. Who might you be in relation to my father? Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile waved his hand dismissively. I was once injured, and your father treated me. I intended to repay this kindness during my visit, but sadly, he is no longer with us. Who are you? Yu Xiuejing asked. I am the second elder of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile. To be frank, I have come to invite you to join the Spirit Hall and repay the debt from years past, though I did not expect your father to be absent. The second elder of the Spirit Hall. My father never mentioned you. I was unaware of your sudden visit, and we have not prepared anything. The golden crocodile gestured for Yi Xiuejing to cease her apologies. It is of no matter. At this moment, Bai Ying interjected. Allow me to repay the second elder's kindness on your behalf. How does that sound? Understanding Bai Ying's intentions to both repay the debt and propose an alliance, the golden crocodile agreed. Very well, let it be handled by you, Xiaoying. Who is this? Yu Xiuejing inquired. He is the saint son of our Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was somewhat taken aback. Huh? Me? When did I become the holy son of the Spirit Hall? I was completely unaware. Who conferred this title upon me? However, Bai Ying refrained from voicing these thoughts. It turns out that I am indeed the holy son of the Spirit Hall. How foolish of me to have overlooked such a significant detail. Bai Ying remarked, No matter, let us discuss the matter at hand. I shall assist you in resolving the issue of your 9-Heart Sea Tang's martial soul being limited to only 2 at a time. Consider it a repayment of the favor owed to me by the golden crocodile Daoliu, as well as a condition for courting your family's alliance. What say you? Upon hearing this, Yu Jingxue felt a surge of astonishment and inquired, Can you truly rectify the deficiencies in our martial souls? Indeed, but not at this very moment. You must first contemplate whether to join the Spirit Hall. Should you choose not to align with them, I will restore your family's former glory. However, if you decide to join, the issues regarding your martial souls will naturally resolve themselves. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingxue sprang to her feet and declared, I undoubtedly choose to join the Spirit Hall. For years, the oppression from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has gone unnoticed by the Tiando royal family. What of their so-called imperial strategies? That old fool Xueye is utterly consumed by the harem. It is said that the Crown Prince manages everything. Were it not for the suppression by the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, How could our 9 heart Si Tang have fallen into such dire straits? Upon hearing this, Buying remarked, kings compel the masses to kneel through inherited authority, hollow titles, in the so-called bloodlines. The spirit hall strives to empower everyone to rise, to grant all a chance for rebirth. Buying then produced the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju and the ethereal Yuxiang Qi Luo celestial item, along with the 9th grade Ziji, and began to absorb them directly. After half an hour, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability of toxin immunity. Is it due to the Yuxiang Qi Luo celestial item? Indeed, with the assistance of this system, the host has attained the power of toxin immunity. System. You have yet to provide the rewards for my sign-ins over the past few days. The rewards are automatically deposited into the host ring. Congratulations, host. You have received Detox Pill X2, Crimson Ghost Mask X1, and 10 bottles of cola. Detox Pill eliminates all toxins from the body. Crimson Ghost Mask conceals one's aura and strength. Soul Ring. Cola, a beverage that brings joy to the drinker. Thank you. This truly alleviates my immediate concerns. Without the detox pill, I might have ended up detoxifying like Tang Sect. By the way, can you allow Du Yin to absorb the blood-colored swan kiss? Certainly. As long as the host assists from the side, it can be done. Buying subsequently presented the herbs he had gathered from Dugubo's medicinal field to Du Yin and Yi Lingling. These herbs from the esteemed Dugu's medicinal garden, once absorbed, will significantly enhance your innate talents, and your soul power will surge remarkably. They will resolve the issues concerning your martial souls, and may even induce a beneficial mutation in them. This Qilua tulip is particularly suited to Yi Lingling's martial soul. Absorbing it will lift the curse afflicting your family. This specimen here is the Blood Red Swan's Kiss, a unique celestial herb known for its exceptional ability to amplify toxins 1,000-fold. However, it is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to absorb, even your grandfather. Thus, I can only assist you from the sidelines during the absorption process. Chapter 15. Evolution of the Martial Soul. 2 hours later, Yi Lingling completed the absorption of the Qilua tulip and promptly opened her eyes. Mother, I have ascended to the rank of Great Soul Master. Moreover, I sense a transformation in my martial soul. Upon speaking, Yi Lingling summoned her martial soul to showcase it to everyone. This is the 10-heart begonia. Yi Lingling's mother, Yi Jingxue, exclaimed in astonishment. The golden crocodile Daoliu, the azure phoenix Daoliu, and the poison Daoliu turned to gaze in awe. Indeed, it was the legendary 10-heart begonia. Meanwhile, under Bai Ying's guidance, Du Yin was nearing the completion of her absorption as well. After a moment, she joyfully approached Dugubo, exclaiming, Grandfather, my soul power has surged tremendously, and it seems my martial soul has undergone a change. Upon witnessing Du Gubo's desire to ascertain the condition of his granddaughter's health, Bai Ying reassured him, stating, these are indeed celestial grade herbs, which pose no threat to one's physique. You need not worry about your granddaughter's unstable foundation. Upon hearing these words, Du Gubo's anxiety abated. Just as he was about to respond, Bai Ying produced 2 detoxification pills and tossed them towards Du Gubo. These pills, designed to eliminate the side effects inflicted upon the body by your martial spirits, will not deplete your abilities and provide a permanent remedy. Du Gubo, holding the 2 detoxification pills in his hands, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Ying observed that Du Gubo remained silent for quite some time, and then chuckled. It seems that you, old poison master, still harbor doubts about my trustworthiness. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo hastily clarified, it is not a matter of distrust. Rather, it is the perplexing issue that has troubled our family for generations, which is unexpectedly coming to a resolution today. I can't help but wonder if I had joined the spirit hall sooner, would it have alleviated the burdens imposed by the spirit? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chuckled. It's never too late to join now. I believe that Du Guyan's martial soul has undergone quite a transformation. Du Gubo, upon hearing this, gently stroked Du Guyan's head and smiled. Yin Yin, summon your martial soul and let your grandfather take a look. Du Guyan obediently nodded, She then summoned her martial soul. Originally possessing the martial soul of the azure-scaled serpent, at the moment of summoning, it astonishingly transformed into a dragon. This is the azure-scaled poison dragon. Du Gubo gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. The ethereal figure of Bai Ying interrupted the contemplative silence of the gathering. Very well. You should first consume the detoxification elixir. Shortly, we shall embark on our journey to the Stardow Forest to procure soul rings. Observing this, Du Gubo offered one of the pills from his hand to Du Guyan, subsequently swallowing another himself. Both their bodies expelled a multitude of dark substances, the toxins accumulated over the years being entirely eliminated. However, in comparison to Du Guyan harbored significantly fewer toxins, primarily inherited due to her recent awakening of her martial soul. Before long, the duo had digested the elixirs, and upon noticing the remnants of black matter on his body, Du Gubo erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The toxins within my body have been completely eradicated. Remarkably, my soul power has surged directly to level 93. Ha ha. The Qi Tian Daoliu, somewhat disdainful, remarked, you old toxic creature, cease your laughter and take a bath or at least rinse off. You are both filthy and foul-smelling. Du Gubo, however, did not take offense, for the toxins within both him and his granddaughter had been resolved. Nothing could bring him greater joy. Though Tang Sang's method was indeed feasible, It was not a permanent solution. The toxins stored within soul bones would inevitably reach capacity, and given the rarity of soul bones, one could hardly expect an abundance to facilitate such detoxification. The golden crocodile Daoliu remarked in amazement as he observed Dugubo. It is truly remarkable. Even your hair and beard have turned black, and your complexion has greatly improved, appearing considerably more youthful. Qian Daoliu also took note of Dugubo's transformation, and then approached Bai Ying, whispering, "Little Ying, your grandpa Qian has always treated you well. The celestial great herbs are of no use to us now. Do you still possess that detoxification elixir?" At that moment, the golden crocodile joined in with enthusiasm. "Your grandpa golden crocodile only wishes to better train you. If you have any of that detoxification elixir left, do reserve a portion for me. After all, who wouldn't desire to reclaim their youth?" Bai Ying subsequently elucidated. This detoxification pill merely serves to neutralize toxins. It cannot restore youthfulness. Dugubo is simply meant to appear as he does. His aged visage a consequence of the toxins within his body. As you possess no such impurities, consuming it would yield no benefit. At that moment, Dugubo rose to cleanse himself of the impurities expelled from his body, and, having overheard the conversation among Bai Ying and the others, remarked, "You all embody the appearance befitting your age. Why then, must you continue to pursue such fleeting ideals?" Bai Ying also nodded in agreement with Dugubo's assertion. After Dugubo finished cleansing the toxins from his body, Duguyin took a bath at Yi Lingling's residence as well. The group then gathered together, preparing to embark on their quest for soul rings. Along the way, Xiaoying, both you and Duguyin now possess dragon-type martial souls. It is imperative that you obtain soul beasts with dragon bloodlines, preferably of the sub-dragon tier. Have you decided which type of soul beast you wish to pursue? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying waved his hand and said, "I do not require a soul ring. My first challenge is to personally hunt 30 soul beasts possessing dragon bloodlines, each no less than 100 years old. No outside interference is permitted." Dugubo looked at Bai Ying with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend his motives. However, Jin Daoliu noticed the perplexity in Dugubo's eyes and, using his soul power to form a thin thread, whispered into Dugubo's ear, "I shall explain upon your return to the Spirit Hall. This matter must remain unknown to anyone outside the Hall of Offerings." Once they descended upon the ground, preparations commenced to search for suitable soul beasts. Dugubo, seek out a poisonous soul beast, ideally one with dragon blood for your granddaughter. Qingwan, find a soul beast for this esteemed young lady of the Yi family. Note, in this context, even if a martial soul mutates, the soul abilities remain limited to a singular range-wide healing. As the two were about to embark, Bai Ying called out, "Wait, remember, it must be a 1,000-year soul beast." They have both consumed celestial herbs. Their physiques are far beyond the ordinary. The group held a deep trust in Bai Ying and promptly set off to find the soul beasts. Before long, Qian Daoliu returned with a silver-horned evil wolf that had just surpassed 1,000 years, placing the half-dead creature before Yi Lingling and inquiring, "Is this your first or second acquisition of a soul ring?" "Second," replied Yi Lingling, her voice tinged with apprehension. Qian reassured her, "Do not be afraid. This soul beast lacks the strength to resist. You cannot rely on your mother for assistance. Now, grasp the knife in your hand and understand its life. This knowledge will empower you to protect your mother in the future." Just then, Bai Ying leaned close to Jin Daoliu and whispered, "It seems there is something brewing." Jin nodded in agreement, yet this exchange did not escape the notice of Qingwan and Yi Jingxue. Yi Jingxue, shy, dared not speak, while Changwan exclaimed loudly, "Second brother, how can you be so reckless like Xiaoying?" Chapter 16. Return to the Spirit Hall. Enough of this. Do endeavor to find as many dragon bloodline soul beasts as possible, Jin instructed. Qingwan nodded and vanished, setting off to seek soul beasts over 100 years old with dragon bloodlines. By evening, Dugubo returned with a poisonous-scaled giant python exceeding 1,000 years, placing it before Dugubo Yin. With a measure of experience, Dugubo Yin swiftly dispatched the python. Shortly thereafter, Qingwan arrived with nearly 2,000-year dragon bloodline soul beasts, including several subdragons, totaling nearly 23 soul beasts. Xiaoying, what are your plans now? Bai Ying gazed at the soul beast within, a time battle knife manifesting in his hand. He addressed the Qingtuan Daoliu, saying, "Release them simultaneously." Simultaneously release. The others were taken aback, questioning whether they had misheard. Releasing them all at once meant over 20 soul beasts. How could Bai Ying possibly manage that? Xiaoying, have you considered the implications of slaying more than 20 soul beasts over a century old? Among them are several advanced sub-dragon soul beasts. The oldest among them exceeds 900 years. Jin interjected. Indeed, I too wish to hone my skills, Bai Ying replied confidently. Upon witnessing his assurance, Qingtuan released her grip and positioned herself opposite Dugubo, prepared to intercept any escaping soul beasts. Meanwhile, Bai Ying, Yi Lingling, her mother, and Duguyin formed a triangular encirclement around Jin Daoliu. As the soul beasts sensed their newfound freedom, some attempted to flee while others charged toward Bai Ying and the children. Bai Ying raised his knife with a subtle smile, and in that instant, both the onlookers and the multitude of soul beasts were rendered motionless. The ability to suspend time proved to be an exceptional skill. Bai Ying then targeted the vital areas of the soul beasts, striking at their necks and heads with precision. Once he had dispatched them all, he returned to his original position, resuming his previous stance and releasing the flow of time. At that moment, the spectators were still processing the event when Dugabo and Qingtuan Daoliu stepped forward, ready to intercept. Jin Ao Daoliu bellowed in anger, seeking death. What transpired? Before them lay numerous soul beasts, all collapsed in an instant, while Bai Ying remained stationary, mirroring his prior actions, his position unchanged. Jin Ao Daoliu and Qingtuan Daoliu turned their gazes toward Bai Ying. A sensation reminiscent of the time he wielded the divine artifact coursing through them once more. This was undoubtedly the power of the artifact. At that moment, Yijing Xue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. In an instant, all these soul beasts are dead. How did His Highness the Saint manage this? Dugabo, equally astonished, remarked. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. I was utterly oblivious. Your Highness, how did you achieve this? Bai Ying waved his hand and said, There is no need for you two to address me as Your Highness Saint's son. You may refer to me simply as Xiaoying, just as Grandfather Jin Yi and Grandfather Qing Wan do. As for how I accomplished this, that remains a secret. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, just as I have refrained from inquiring about the secrets within your hearts. Dugabo and Yijing Xue nodded in agreement, choosing not to press further. At that moment, Bai Ying turned to Daoliu Chang Wan and inquired, Grandfather Qing Wan, did you happen to injure one of the soul beasts? Qing Wan acknowledged with a nod, replying, At first, I was not careful enough and accidentally harmed one. Alas, we are left with only 22 now. However, there is still ample time to gradually seek the remaining 8. Just then, Daoliu Genie remarked, Let us establish our camp here for the night. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Spirit Hall, where there are captive soul beasts. 8 should not be a challenge to procure. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying promptly inquired, Then why did you still come to the Stardow Forest? Was it not you who mentioned visiting the Stardow Forest? Bai Ying's expression was somewhat awkward as he said, What I mean is, why did Qian Daoliu send me all the way to the Stardow Forest to obtain a spirit ring? Jin Yi, upon hearing this, playfully tapped Bai Ying's head and scolded, You call me grandfather in front of others, but old man behind my back? Have you ever referred to me as such in private? This is quite disrespectful. Following this, the group set up 2 tents to spend the night, preparing to return to the Spirit Hall the next day. Yijing Xue, Yi Lingling, and Dugu Yin had already fallen asleep, while Chang Wan Daoliu rested in another tent. After 2 days of travel and hunting spirit beasts, they needed a night to recover their soul power and mental energy before embarking back to the Spirit Hall. Genie Daoliu and Du Daoliu were leaning by the campfire, resting their eyes, while Bai Ying leaned against a tree, gazing at the night sky. At that moment, Dugabo noticed Bai Ying's mood and approached him with grilled spirit beast meat and 2 bottles of wine. He tossed a bottle of wine to Bai Ying and sat down, placing the grilled meat down before slowly speaking. What's the matter? Grandpa Do, may I call you that? Of course. What should one do about a mother-in-law? Dugabo chuckled at this, replying, How old are you to be worried about a mother-in-law? Besides, as long as you possess strength, whether it's a harem or a disapproving mother-in-law, these are trivial matters in the face of power. The Daoliu continent has always prioritized strength. Indeed, it's too early to ponder such things. However, I must counter one of your statements. Intrigued, Dugabo inquired, Oh, what statement? Not all mothers-in-law value strength. There's a saying, isn't there? Mother-in-law, big bad wolf. Although Genie Daoliu was resting with his eyes closed, he couldn't help but overhear their conversation. In a world where strength was revered, he found no fault in the notion that having multiple wives was a minor issue as long as one had power. However, when he heard Bai Ying's words about the mother-in-law, big bad wolf, a twitch crept across the corner of his mouth. Fully aware that Bai Ying was referring to Bibi Dong, the formidable big bad wolf. The following day, the group boarded Qing Wan Daoliu's spirit and swiftly arrived at Spirit City. Flying was prohibited above Spirit City, so they had no choice but to descend and walk to the worship hall. At that moment, a flamboyant voice rang out, Ah, you old poisoner. How dare you come to Spirit City? Dugabo, upon seeing Ju Daoliu appear in the sky, remained silent, simply watching as the latter flaunted his power. Noticing the lack of response, Ju Daoliu turned his gaze toward Dugabo, who had 2 individuals glaring at him, causing Ju Daoliu to hurriedly land and bow, saying, I pay my respects to the 2nd and 3rd elders. Dugabo then leaned closer to Bai Ying and whispered, You know I have a contentious history with this fellow. Jin Yi Daoliu and Qing Wan Daoliu overheard this, and, before Bai Ying could respond, they immediately interjected, Ju Daoliu, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, has disregarded the no-flying rule in Spirit City and has the audacity to provoke the 8th elder. Elder Dugu, please deal with him. The Spirit Hall will fulfill its promises. Ju Daoliu was taken aback. What? But before he could react, Genie Daoliu and Qing Wan Daoliu swiftly restrained him with their soul power. To preserve the dignity of the Spirit Hall elder, they took Ju Daoliu to a secluded area. After a while, Dugabo emerged, satisfied, while Ju Daoliu soon followed. Appearing relatively unscathed, having endured mostly verbal taunts that left him disoriented, an attack on the mind rather than the body. Chapter 17, the first trial completed after all. He was a level 95 titled Daoliu and an elder of the Spirit Hall, yet he had just been humiliated. What infuriated Ju Daoliu further was that Dugabo had ascended to the rank of 8th elder. He had worked tirelessly for many years without ever qualifying for such a position. In the worship hall, upon seeing Bai Ying return safely, Qian Daoliu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After arranging for Dugu Bo and the others, Jin Yi Daolua and Qing Wan Daolua could hardly contain their excitement in sharing the good news with Qian Daoliu. Shouting, "It seems you are truly well-deserved of your title as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, from now on, both grandfathers will keep a close watch on you. You two are flattering me. I merely had a stroke of luck. Do not be modest. Your attainment of the 9 trials of the Shura God already proves your extraordinary talent in the Stardow Forest. Your ability to swiftly eliminate so many century-old spirit beasts is simply terrifying." Hearing such praise made even Bai Ying feel slightly elated. After meeting with Qian Daoliu, the two relayed everything that had transpired over the past few days, leaving even the unparalleled Daolua Qian Daoliu astonished. Once they had taken their leave, Qian Daoliu looked at Bai Ying and inquired, "Did you truly obtain the divine trial?" Unable to resist, he gazed at the blood-red totem on Bai Ying's body. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Bai Ying expressed his exasperation, asserting that it was indeed true. "Look at this totem. Could it possibly deceive you? Old man you are? After all, a peerless Daolua and the foremost offering of the Spirit Hall. Might you not take a moment to consider your own image? Do you comprehend the immense challenge of obtaining a divine inheritance?" Qian Daoliu could not help but interject, reminding him that his dear friend Tang Sect had vanished in pursuit of the divine legacy, ultimately disappearing without a trace. "Is it not merely a divine trial? Your excitement is quite palpable. It is I who will undertake the trial, not you. How do you find my grandson-in-law? Quite commendable, indeed. Truly remarkable. It seems the heavens have bestowed favor upon us. Henceforth, you shall be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall with the authority to allocate any resources at your disposal." The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? That sounds rather impressive. However, is it not premature to celebrate? What if Dong agrees? Qian Daoliu, brimming with joy, mused about how he would deal with her should she dare dissent. He had never felt such happiness before. And as he gazed at the child he had taken under his wing, a swell of pride filled his heart. "Ding. Please, host. Complete the first trial of the Shura God promptly." Upon hearing the system's voice, Bai Ying sighed. "Did you not notice that I have only just returned? Must I not be allowed to rest? Do you not understand that a lack of rest will adversely affect my health?" "Host, these are ordinary individuals. You are not ordinary. You are a spirit master, and thus it will not impact you. Old man, I must swiftly complete the first trial of the Shura God, relying on my capabilities to hunt 30 soul beasts, with only 8 remaining. If there is nothing amiss, then lead me forth. I have heard from my grandfather that the Spirit Hall has 8 captive soul beasts. Very well, I shall take you there at once." Qian Daoliu transported Bai Ying to the location where the spirit beasts were kept in a mere instant. As the guards beheld Qian Daoliu, they immediately knelt, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed offering. Are all the captive soul beasts here?" "Indeed, they are. You may withdraw now." With that, he swiftly guided Bai Ying to the enclosures. "All right, old man, the rest is up to me." Qian Daoliu nodded and stepped aside, eager to witness just how formidable his grandson could be, chosen by the Shura God as the inheritor. Although the captive soul beasts were significantly easier to confront than their wild counterparts, it remained a considerable challenge for a spirit master devoid of any spirit rings to face them. With a perception several times more acute than that of ordinary individuals, Bai Ying swiftly located the 8 soul beasts. "Are you out of your mind? You intend to confront all 8 soul beasts simultaneously?" Qian Daoliu's sudden exclamation left Bai Ying momentarily speechless. "Rest assured, old man, I shall be fine. Searching for them one by one is far too cumbersome. It would be far more efficient to tackle them all at once. Allow me to demonstrate my true prowess." In an instant, Bai Ying unsheathed the time battle blade, sealing time itself. As he activated this divine artifact's power, the surrounding moment became ensnared, as if the entire world had crystallized in that fleeting second. The 8 soul beasts, previously meandering in leisure, suddenly found themselves rendered immobile, ensnared by an invisible force. Even the air seemed to solidify at that moment, inducing a sense of suffocation. Qian Daoliu stood nearby, witnessing this spectacle, his eyes flickering with astonishment. Despite being a peerless Daolua, he felt insignificant in comparison to the might of the artifact. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming power, yet felt utterly powerless to resist it. At that juncture, Bai Ying sprang into action, grasping the time battle blade. He moved like the wind, swiftly weaving through the 8 soul beasts. With each flash of his blade, a soul beast vanished from existence. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, leaving one awestruck. What just transpired? "Old man, I just unleashed the artifact skill, allowing for a brief suspension of time. The ability to halt time is indeed extraordinary," Qian Daoliu contemplated, before voicing, "Your first test is complete, I presume? It should be considered so." Upon the crown of the white shadow, the crimson totems suddenly unleashed a resplendent glow, reminiscent of flames ablaze or blood boiling. The radiance intensified, saturating the entire space in a sanguine hue. In that moment, Qian Daoliu felt as though a deity of slaughter was descending, the terrifying aura causing even this unparalleled Daolua to feel a pang of trepidation. Shortly thereafter, 2 dazzling orbs of light materialized before white shadow, slowly rotating and emanating an unsettling energy. Each orb seemed to harbor boundless power, rendering one unable to gaze directly upon them. At that moment, a voice, authoritative and imbued with murderous intent, reverberated through the space. The first trial of the Shura God S9 trials is complete. Reward: 2 divine granted soul rings. Just as he had spoken, the divine soul rings appeared. To his astonishment, despite having only acquired 1 divine soul ring upon completing the 8th trial, this young man had been granted 2. The sheer fortune of this lad was nothing short of astounding. Old man, envy me, for these are divine granted soul rings. Given your remarkable talent, I shall refrain from striking you this time. My innate gifts are exceptional. If they were not, how could I possibly become your grandson-in-law? Chapter 18. The second trial of the Shura God. You, old man, have the privilege of considering me. It is a blessing earned over generations, do you not realize? You ought to cherish it. Seems like you haven't been disciplined in a while. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, the Shura God was immensely pleased, never expecting the first trial to be surpassed so swiftly. Evidently, this youth possessed extraordinary talent. Continue to ease the challenges. I must ensure this lad quickly inherits my divine position, allowing me an early retirement. Life in the divine realm is exceedingly tedious. Even the Shura God, a law enforcer, often felt the pangs of loneliness during these monotonous days. At that moment, the Shura God's voice boomed like thunder within White Shadow's mind. As if to shatter his consciousness, White Shadow felt an overwhelming roar within his thoughts, followed by a torrent of immense information flooding into his awareness. The Shura 9 trials. Second trial. Endure under the supreme Daoliu for the duration of 2 incense sticks. A period of 3 years. Each word struck White Shadow's heart like a hammer, and he instantly grasped that this trial would be far more arduous than the first. To think my second trial would be this. You seem unable to evade this beating. Enduring under my hand for the duration of 2 incense sticks. At this moment, Qian Daoliu burst into laughter, his smile sending chills down White Shadow's spine. Old man, you must show mercy. I am your grandson-in-law. You must indeed be lenient. Show mercy? Weren't you just brimming with arrogance? Claiming to be a genius. And now you show such cowardice? I was merely jesting. Consider my words mere nonsense. Rest assured, as the examiner, I shall take good care of you. Finally, Qian Daoliu had a legitimate reason to discipline his grandson-in-law, though this young man was endowed with exceptional talents and grew up under his watchful eye. Having treated Xiao Xue with utmost kindness over the years, this trial would certainly allow him to pass, though he would undoubtedly face hardships. The two returned to the Spirit Hall. Since the second trial of the Shura God requires you to endure under my hand for the duration of 2 incense sticks from this day forth, I will personally train you. This training shall be far more rigorous than before. Old man, surely you are not seeking personal vengeance? This is quite unfair. I am a titled Daoliu level powerhouse. Rest assured, I will only aid you in completing the trial, not take your life. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Why would this accursed Shura God act in such a manner? Host, rest assured, he will not kill you. Furthermore, should he do so, I have the means to resurrect you, so do not worry. It is not that I fear failing the trial, but rather the prospect of enduring severe consequences. Perhaps it is best to consult Xiu Xue quickly, otherwise, this old man may not show me mercy. With that thought, White Shadow felt considerably reassured. Observing the 2 divine granted soul rings materializing before him, he spoke. Old man, I implore you to provide me protection. Qian Daoliu nodded and responded, You, lad, remain as irreverent as ever. Just wait and see how I will handle you during the second trial. Bai Ying revealed an expression of undeniable realization. By absorbing the divine bestowed soul rings, one could acquire the soul skills most suited to oneself, and unlike ordinary soul rings, these could evolve. Provided that one's capacity for endurance was sufficiently robust, it was conceivable that soul rings of 10,000 years or even 100,000 years could manifest. In an instant, 2 divine soul rings entered his body, and a terrifying aura permeated the atmosphere, as if he were enveloped in a crimson haze. The overwhelming energy surged through his meridians. And in the next moment, under the astonished and fearful gaze of Qian Daoliu, the 2 soul rings unfurled gradually, revealing themselves as black 10,000-year soul rings. These were indeed 10,000-year soul rings, and remarkably, both were the first martial soul. Initially, it had been intended for him to cultivate the first martial soul to the rank of titled Daoliu before embarking on the cultivation of the second. This approach would significantly enhance his physical endurance, allowing for the addition of soul rings exceeding 10,000 years to the second martial soul. However, to achieve such a feat during the cultivation of the first martial soul was truly extraordinary. Even Bibi Dong had never accomplished this. True genius is indeed unparalleled. After an indeterminate period, Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, gazing with astonishment at the 2 10,000-year soul rings. What are your first and second soul skills? Please, show me. Certainly. As the shadow beneath Bai Ying's feet stirred, the shadow dragon martial soul materialized before him. My initial soul skill is named Shadow Dragon Roar, a technique of mental domination that allows me to incapacitate any opponent whose soul power level is inferior to mine, or even shatter their very essence. A mental assault skill. Is it? Quite impressive. The second soul skill is Shadow Dragon Claw, where my soul power manifests as draconic talons on my arms, serving as an offensive technique. It seems that my gains from this encounter are quite commendable. You have not disappointed me. Now, let us test the might of these two soul skills. Show me just how formidable they truly are. Very well. The shadow dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, and in that instant, Qian Daoliu experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation in both mind and spirit. Though it lasted but a few seconds, it left him utterly astonished. For he was a titled Daoliu, having already taken a step into the realm of the divine. The shadowy figure nearly arrived before him at the very moment of launching an attack, transforming his arm into a dragon's claw. A resounding thud echoed as Qian Daoliu chuckled. Indeed, indeed. The power you can unleash is remarkable. I can assure you that among your peers, you are already an invincible presence. Invincible? I cannot yet claim such a title, at least not at this moment. I must grow stronger to protect Xiaoxue. I vow that one day, I will defeat you. Excellent. Such confidence is commendable. With that, the two made their way back to the sanctuary. Qian Daoliu remarked, "Go and check on Xiaoxue first. I have a nagging feeling that she has been troubled these past few days. If something were amiss with Qian Renxue, that would be unacceptable. Could it be that Bibi Dong had spoken ill of him again? Or perhaps he had developed some feelings for Bibi Dong?" He paid no heed to the implications of these thoughts and departed hastily, contemplating numerous thoughts and preparing an abundance of words along the way. "Xiaoxue, how have you been?" Though he had yet to see her, he could hear her voice before their meeting. Buying gently pushed open the door to Qian Renxue's chamber, only to be met with a scene that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. He beheld Qian Renxue, her golden hair slightly damp, her fair skin exposed, exuding an indescribable charm. "Xiaoying, what brings you here? Do you not realize I am in the midst of bathing, you rascal?" Chapter 19. The Greed and Obsession of Xiaobai. "Please, turn around." Qian Renxue's petite face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, Buying seemed oblivious, as if deaf to her plea. The system detected the host's heightened emotions and issued a task, affectionately approached Qian Renxue. Upon hearing the system's directive and witnessing such a scene, Buying was at a loss. Buying could not help but swallow hard. "Xiaoying, you must leave at once." "I apologize, Sister Schwer. I have lost my composure. I shall step outside for a moment. You should quickly dress." With a loud thud, the door was slammed shut. Buying found himself momentarily dazed outside, lost in reverie as he recalled the scene from earlier in the room. Qian Renxue's figure was simply breathtaking. He could not fathom why he had once held such admiration for Tang Sect, that pretentious scoundrel. Yet, he felt a sense of relief that she had become his fiancée. Surely, that should pose no issue? However, a nagging doubt lingered. This was a realm of fantasy, where tales of fiancés falling for the male protagonist were all too common. It was prudent to remain vigilant. Wait. It seemed the system had assigned him a task to steal a kiss from Qian Renxue. Would that not be too abrupt? Might it lead her to perceive him as a rogue? The very thought of being loathed by Qian Renxue, relegating him to the ranks of despicable ruffians, filled him with dread. He could envision himself weeping inconsolably in a restroom. However, before he could ponder further, the door to Qian Renxue's room swung open. At that moment, she stood before him, clad only in a delicate nightgown, her exquisite form partially veiled, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Although much of her was enveloped in the garment, her porcelain complexion was unmistakably visible. Bai Ying was instantly captivated. "Xiaoying, is there something you need from me?" "Nothing much, really. It's just that Grandpa mentioned your mood seemed a bit off, so I came to check on you. I missed you." "Oh, is that so? Then come in, and let's talk." Qian Renxue's face had already turned crimson, and upon hearing the words "I missed you," her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Upon entering the room, Qian Renxue immediately delivered a playful chop to Bai Ying's shoulder, scolding, "How dare you? At such a young age, sneak a peek while I was bathing. That's not true. It's not like that. Was it Grandpa who said that? All right. It seems your heart is quite mischievous." "Oh no, is that really the case? Am I starting to dislike you? Will you end up repeating the same fate in the future and fall for Tang Sect?" Bai Ying's reaction completely amused Qian Renxue, and she laughed. All right. I was just teasing you. Why do you act so foolishly? Will I be happy if I marry you in the future? Sister, how could you hit me? Regardless, I am your future husband now. I seriously suspect that you might abuse me in the future. You little rascal, we aren't even adults yet, and you're already thinking nonsense. Remember, even though we've made a betrothal under Grandpa's supervision, as my man, you must become strong. I do not wish to be with the weak, do you understand? And if I truly become weak in the future, will you fall for someone else?" He feigned a pitiful expression, gazing at Qian Renxue with tear-filled eyes. Qian Renxue ruffled his hair and said, "All right, it's fine. I was just joking." Suddenly, Bai Ying pulled her close, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Schwer, I like you. I like you more than anyone else." As he spoke, he leaned in and kissed her, leaving Qian Renxue astonished. She could hardly believe that her younger brother, whom she had raised, would do such a thing. Although he had kissed her once before, this time it was imbued with a sense of dominance and desire. "Xiaoying." Qian Renxue found herself ensnared, finally managing to utter those words. Initially, she intended to push him away, but gazing into his handsome face, she ultimately relented. "Congratulations, host. You have received 5 space transfer talismans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 3-minute god-level experience card. Sister, you shouldn't joke like this. Do you realize you are my everything? What? Are you afraid I might run away? I am afraid you might leave me. Do you remember when I told you I know everything that will happen in Daoliu continent's future? I can tell you now that you will fall for Tang Sect. And time and again, you will let him go. For him, you might even sever ties with your mother, Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's first reaction was disbelief. How could that be? How could I possibly fall for an enemy and repeatedly spare him? That is simply impossible. But Bai Ying spoke so earnestly. It did not seem like he was lying. Qian Renxue patted Bai Ying's back in a comforting manner, saying, I could never fall for an enemy. You needn't worry. I only love you. Her gestures were gentle, as if soothing a pet in a tantrum. Really? Will you always like me? Host. I didn't expect you to be so adept at being coy. That's truly impressive. What can I say? I was once a master in the art of charm. Don't underestimate me. Even if it's just a little Qian Renxue or even Bibi Dong, given time, I could undoubtedly win her over. Besides, if I had no talent, do you really think I would be idle? Bai Ying pressed his entire body closely against Qian Renxue, his arms firmly embracing her delicate figure, savoring the exquisite sensation. As Qian Renxue gazed down at her brother, she let out a resigned sigh, suddenly realizing that he seemed to have transformed into a different person since his return. Tang Sect would inevitably fall for an adversary in the future, but the truth of this was uncertain. She felt compelled to contemplate it early. For the sake of the spirit hall and for Xiaoying, Qian Renxue gently spoke, All right, you may release me now. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying hesitated but ultimately complied. Though uncertain about the veracity of your claims regarding the future, I assure you, Xiaoying, I shall marry you and become your wife. I will not abandon you. You need not worry. Is this truly your promise? Sister, remember what you have said today. Once I complete the second trial of the Azura God, I shall have grandfather arrange our wedding. What do you think? Are you afraid I might flee? Very well. I accept your proposal. What? Do you doubt me? When have I ever deceived you? But what if I truly fall for someone else? Chapter 20. The truth. What must I do for you to believe me? Qian Renxue's tone was teasing. In that moment, Bai Ying felt an overwhelming heat within him. Suddenly, Qian Renxue leaned in and kissed him, leaving him momentarily bewildered by her unexpected action. Can this now be proven? Rest assured, you are the only one for me. There shall be no one else. Feeling the delicate skin against him, Bai Ying's face flushed, and the warmth in his mouth drew him deeper into the moment. Just as he intended to delve further, he sensed a presence silently materializing around them. Bibi Dong stood outside the door. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she was deeply intrigued by the boy's words about the impending downfall of the Spirit Hall. With her formidable strength, she could perceive the events transpiring within the room. What on earth is this little rascal doing? Engaging in such shameful conduct? Although Daoliu had betrothed Qian Renxue to him, this behavior was undeniably inappropriate. This boy is indeed a lecher. All men are the same. Within the room, the two were reluctantly parting. The enigmatic figure of Bai Ying left an impression that lingered. Sister Schwer, you accuse me of being a rogue, yet I perceive you as even more so. Get lost. I am not the person you envision. Nevertheless, my curiosity about Tang Sect, as you speak of him, grows increasingly profound. How is it that I have developed such an affinity for him? Furthermore, how did he bring about the downfall of the Spirit Hall? This is a question of utmost concern to Bibi Dong, who attentively listens to the unfolding dialogue within the room. Let us commence with your motivations. It appears you are currently devising a scheme. One that involves infiltrating the Tiando royal family and patiently waiting for the opportune moment to usurp the entire Tiando empire. A clever ruse, masquerading as the Tiando crown prince. Shui Qinghe, am I correct? Qian Renxue was taken aback by this plan, one so recent that even Bibi Dong was unaware of it. Only she and her grandfather were privy to this strategy, which had only been proposed a few days prior, rendering it impossible for Bai Ying to have prior knowledge. Do not be astonished. I have foretold the events that will transpire in the Daoliu continent. Utilizing internal strategies to reclaim the Tiando Empire is indeed the most advantageous course of action, preserving the strength of the Spirit Empire to the greatest extent. As anticipated, this endeavor has proven successful, and you have gained the trust of the Tiando royal family, being named Crown Prince at this juncture. It was then that Tang Sect appeared, dazzling the continent as the son of Tang Hao from the Qian Sect during the Soul Master competition. This is when you found yourself drawn to him, developing ambiguous feelings, ultimately leading you to contemplate capturing him, even harboring thoughts of marriage. It is precisely this sentiment that has led you to spare him time and again. Despite having numerous opportunities to end his life, you could have ascended to divinity before him, perhaps even being the first in a millennium to achieve such a status on the Daoliu continent. Yet, it was your affection for him that culminated in this tragedy. Little Bai, are you implying that much of this is my fault? While not entirely your doing, it is merely a matter of fate. Rest assured, now that I am here, the future's outcome will undoubtedly change. Outside the door, Bibi Dong felt a profound shock, though uncertain of Bai Ying's veracity. She could distinctly sense the tumultuous emotions of Qian Renxue. The notion of a clever ruse to undermine the Tiando royal family was indeed concerning. Little Bai, please continue. Despite her pallid complexion, Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and remained attentive. Sister Schwer, I understand that you may find it hard to believe, But all I have said is destined to come to pass, so you must prepare yourself. Is it enough for me to simply dislike Tang San? Certainly not. You merely play a facilitating role. The primary issue lies within the spirit hall's disunity. Do you know how your father, the former Pope Qian Renxue, met his demise? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as she spat. It was all that woman's doing. Witnessing her fury, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sorrow. I was never favored by him, regarded as a stain on his life. My grandfather had warned me long ago. He foretold that the position of Pope would one day be mine. Swear, you're mistaken. I have shared part of the truth. But there remains more you do not know. Yet, I assure you, as your mother, I do love you. Love me? You are unworthy of that title. If you truly loved me, you would not have isolated me in my childhood. I loathe you, even wishing to extinguish your life. Her face twisted with hatred. Qian Renxue had long ceased to regard Bibi Dong as her mother, her heart consumed by resentment. Bibi Dong's heart ached at the sight of her daughter's animosity, a pain no mother should endure. If I were to reveal the truth behind your father's death, I believe your feelings towards your mother would change. Sister Swear, please calm yourself. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, steadying her emotions as she continued to listen intently. Bibi Dong felt compelled to disclose the truth to Swear, yet a sense of urgency gripped her. She could not allow Swear to discover the truth now. The ramifications of such knowledge weighed heavily on her mind. Though she had always viewed Qian Renxue as a blemish upon her existence, Bibi Dong could not deny that she held a flicker of affection for her daughter. When Qian Renxue was born, Bibi Dong had considered eliminating her as a future threat. However, as years passed, their mutual hatred concealed a deeper, undeniable bond. She was, after all, her flesh and blood. With this realization, Bibi Dong abruptly flung open the door and declared, "Enough." Chapter 21. The harsh truth of a biological mother. Upon Bibi Dong's unexpected arrival, Qian Renxue stood abruptly, demanding, "What do you want? Leave." Qian Renxue, I am your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother? Qian Renxue scoffed. You dare claim that title? I have long declared that I have no mother, only my father's murderer. You are unworthy of that title, do you understand? State your purpose. Bibi Dong replied, Does a mother require a reason to visit her daughter? Enough of this. Bai Ying interjected, sensing the tension. Xiao Shui, the presence of the Pope is a blessing. It seems she has been eavesdropping for quite some time. Young one, it appears you are already aware of certain matters. Let me remind you, there are secrets you must keep. What truth could possibly evoke such fervent emotions? I am eager to hear. Qian Renxue, intrigued, urged Bai Ying to divulge the truth, assuring her, Do not worry, I will protect you. Is this how you treat your mother, Qian Renxue? Once more, I say, I have no mother, only the one who took my father's life. From the moment you murdered him, you ceased to be my mother and became my enemy. Alas, we are of the same blood. Why must we turn against one another? Bibi Dong sighed. Today, in the presence of the Pope, I shall reveal everything to you. Once, Bibi Dong was indeed your father's most favored disciple. She was the first to possess dual martial souls in the history of Daoliu and was hailed as the next Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed the moment she fell in love with Yu Xiaojiang. She even contemplated leaving the Spirit Hall for him, but your father vehemently opposed. To retain your mother, she resorted to despicable means, forcibly claiming her and ultimately giving birth to you, which led to your mother's disdain for you. Upon hearing these words, both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue's expressions shifted. A fierce killing intent surged within Bibi Dong. As memories of the torment inflicted by Qian Renxue resurfaced, those were her most regrettable days. Xiaoying, is everything you said true? Was it my father who forced my mother to bear me? Qian Renxue could hardly believe it. Observing Bibi Dong's face filled with rage and fear, she felt a pang of sympathy. Did her father truly commit such inhumane acts? Why had she never been told? Qian Renxue's voice trembled as she repeatedly questioned Bibi Dong. At that moment, the Pope's grip on her scepter wavered, and she took a step back, her eyes reflecting deep anguish. What can you change now that you know? Do you feel satisfied? If it weren't for you, I would have long been with Xiaojiang. If it weren't for your grandfather, you would have been dead by my hand. You are but a cursed child. Do you truly despise me so? Of course, Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Seeing you reminds me of that tormentor. Yet, clarity struck her. Since they had destroyed her everything, she would annihilate all that they cherished. One day, I will kill you and obliterate your angel clan. Bibi Dong. I ask you one last question. Have you ever regarded me as your daughter? Was there ever such a moment? Bibi Dong realized then that she was merely a stain on her mother's life. She felt unworthy of any expectation. Qian Renxue appeared fragile before Bibi Dong's indifference. Standing there as her smile faded, replaced by endless sorrow and acceptance, she seemed to grasp her place in this world and the complexities of her mother's feelings towards her. Suddenly, she staggered, as if all her strength had fled in an instant. Closing her eyes, blood trickled from her lips, a manifestation of her inner torment. Her body slowly collapsed, like a wilting petal gently touching the ground. The surrounding air felt frozen, with Bibi Dong standing motionless, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in her gaze. She watched Qian Renxue fall but did not rush to support her. Internally conflicted, pride and anger held her back from taking that step. Schweber, are you all right? Just before hitting the ground, Bai Ying steadied her. How are you? I'll fetch a doctor immediately. You must be fine. I'm fine, don't worry. Qian Renxue replied, her gaze towards Bibi Dong filled with complexity. Bibi Dong, I owe you a life, and I will return it to you one day, rest assured. Bibi Dong silently regarded Qian Renxue, a flicker of complicated emotions crossing her eyes. She bit her lip, struggling to suppress her internal turmoil. Finally, she inhaled deeply and resolutely turned to leave, her silhouette gradually blurring in the light until vanishing around the corner. Qian Renxue stood rooted, gazing vacantly in the direction Bibi Dong had departed. Her heart brimmed with loss and helplessness, as though the entire world had crumbled in that moment. She understood that the rift between her and her mother was irreparable, and their relationship was destined to end. The air around her felt suffocatingly still. Lowering her head slowly, tears welled in her eyes. She clenched her fists, attempting to numb her emotional pain with physical agony. Yet, the sorrow surged like a tide, overwhelming her defenses. Thank you, Xiaoying, for revealing the truth. Sister Shui, please do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. It is your father's doing. There is no connection here. You are innocent. And do not let this affect you, or I will feel guilty, truly. Seeing Bai Ying's concern for Qian Renxue, she smiled softly. Do not worry. I will not be affected. Then all is well. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong returned to the Pope's palace. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she broke into tears. What have I done? Qian Renxue, after all, is my daughter. I am not a worthy mother. After an indeterminate time spent weeping, Bibi Dong regained her composure. Reverting to the cold, resolute Pope. Qian Daoliu, you are clever. You chose my daughter and him to restrain her, yet he is merely a child. I must become powerful. And quickly. Resolving this, she called out to summon Zhu Daolua and Ghost Daolua to the Pope's palace. Chapter 22. Yilingling, your holiness. What is the purpose of our summons? In the Pope's hall, Zhu Daolua and Ghost Daolua bowed respectfully. Recently, I wish to venture into the Star Do forest. My second martial soul requires a 10,000-year soul ring, so you must prepare for our departure tomorrow. Understood, your holiness. Sister Shui, I have a gift for you. A gift? What kind of gift? It is a mystical herb from the Sunset Forest that can enhance your talents and ease your cultivation journey. Behold, this herb is called Heartbreak Red. It possesses the ability to resurrect the dead. Heartbreak Red must be used by those who are in love, and a drop of blood can be placed upon it. If two truly love each other, the stone attached will vanish. In other words, only those who genuinely care can claim Heartbreak Red as their own. All right. I shall give it a try. Qian Renxue pricked her finger, letting her blood fall upon Heartbreak Red. In the next moment, a dazzling red light erupted, shattering the stone that had been affixed to it. It truly worked. Schwerer, consume it quickly. I assure you that your soul power will increase by at least 5 levels. However, Qian Renxue gazed at the Heartbreak Red and chose not to consume it. This flower looks splendid. I feel it would be a pity to eat it. Since this is your decision, I shall respect it. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Please do not go undercover in the Tiando Imperial Palace. It is truly inappropriate. Inappropriate? Why do you say that? Your undercover work at the Tiando Imperial Palace will consume vast amounts of time. With your talent, if you remain at the Spirit Hall with Grandfather's assistance, you might inherit the position of the Angel God within a decade. At that point, once you become a deity in that case, the Spirit Hall will unify the continent. And your role will be even more significant. As the saying goes, in the Daolua continent, strength reigns supreme. I need to ponder this matter further. You need not worry about it. Is there anything else? Of course, there is. I have gained the acknowledgement of the Shura God, who desires me to inherit his divine position as the Shura. The second trial lies in the hands of Qian Daoliu, where I must endure for the duration of 2 instances. In my grandfather's hands, I must also persist for the same duration. I am confident that you will succeed. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Bai Ying sighed and said very well. If you have anything on your mind, you must tell me. Do not bear it alone. Rest assured, I certainly will. After Bai Ying departed from Qian Renxue, he immediately sought out Yilingling. How are you settling in? Bai Ying gazed at Yilingling. Not bad. Thank you, she replied coldly, then continued. What brings you to seek me? Is it not permissible to visit without a particular reason? Bai Ying responded with a smile. By the way, I have noticed a rather serious issue. Have you always been this reticent? It is quite an unfavorable habit, creating an impression that one is to be observed from afar, yet remains unapproachable. I worry about your prospects of being courted in the future. Your Highness, I understand. I shall certainly make an effort to change. Bai Ying rose and spoke. I am not blaming you. Come, let us take a stroll today, for I find myself in good spirits. Bai Ying extended his hand, causing Yilingling's cheeks to flush a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Your Highness, where are we headed? She inquired. Perhaps you are a bit hungry? You haven't eaten yet, have you? I haven't, she replied. Very well then, let us dine together. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills, which are unrivaled in this realm. Being led by a gentleman instilled in her an unprecedented sense of security. The pair arrived at the kitchen, where Yilingling found herself largely uninvolved, captivated by Bai Ying's deft handling of the cooking process as he heated oil in a pan. Moments later, a large platter of skewers emerged, freshly prepared. Stepping outside, he unveiled a can of cola, a reward from the system. Please, enjoy, he urged. Upon hearing this, Yilingling eagerly grabbed a skewer and was about to take a bite when he gently stopped her, saying, Don't be so anxious, it's merely a meal. Rest assured. It is nothing nefarious. The skewers, just cooked, were quite hot. Consuming them immediately would surely scorch her mouth. You should let them cool a bit, he advised. Baying spoke, subsequently picking up a skewer, blowing on it gently before placing it in his mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yilingling mirrored his actions. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire. Why are you so reticent? Has something troubled you? Upon hearing these words, Yilingling seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. However, meeting Bai Ying's inquisitive gaze, she ultimately spoke. My father passed away when I was young. Now, in the Jiuxin Haidang family, only my mother and I remain. We have been bullied since childhood, which is why I am not fond of speaking. You must remember, here, no one will bully you. If anyone dares to do so, you must inform me, and I shall ensure they receive a thorough lesson, leaving them searching for their teeth. Actually, there is another matter for which I sought you today. I intend to assemble the strongest team. Would you be willing to join me? The strongest team? Can I really be a part of it? You ought to have a bit more confidence. Do not forget that your martial spirit is the 10-star Haidang. Even the 7 treasures glazed tile. Renowned as the premier auxiliary martial spirit across the continent, pales in comparison to yours. Very well, as long as the Holy Sun does not disdain me. I am willing to join your team. Upon detecting the host triggering a hidden task, the system remarked, You truly resonate with my heart. What you desire manifests. Of course. This system is naturally attuned to the host's thoughts. Otherwise, how could it possibly be your system? Your Highness, what are you pondering? Yilingling inquired. Feeling genuinely embarrassed at that moment, having never been alone with a male before. I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Come a little closer. My hearing may be somewhat impaired. Yilingling obediently inched closer, then asked, I ask you, Your Highness, what exactly are you thinking? Come a little closer. And you shall find out. Yilingling complied, moving slightly nearer, and at that moment, the distance between the two had diminished significantly. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Ying seized the opportunity and promptly fulfilled the task. Chapter 23, Shyness. As Yilingling drew closer, Bai Ying acted with lightning speed. With a swift peck, Yilingling was taken by surprise and hardly had time to react. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Soul Evolution Pill. Upon consumption, the soul can undergo a significant transformation. This reward is rather commendable, isn't it? After a considerable pause, Yilingling finally reacted and forcefully pushed Bai Ying away. Your Highness. What are you doing? Didn't you just say you knew what I was thinking? I can tell you now, I was thinking of you. Taken aback by the sudden confession, Yilingling found herself at a loss for words, stammering, You were thinking of me? Your Highness, is that true? Of course, it is true. I apologize for my earlier actions. How do you feel about it now? Bai Ying, with an audacious demeanor, spoke up. It feels rather pleasant. Yilingling, seemingly possessed, uttered a remark that left her momentarily taken aback, and as realization dawned upon her, she turned crimson. Perhaps you should give it a try. I have no intention of doing so. What's wrong? Are you blushing now? Upon hearing this, Yilingling suddenly felt the urge to leave. But her hand was firmly grasped by Bai Ying, who pulled her into his embrace with a sudden force. Enveloped in his warm presence, Bai Ying felt as though he was melded to her. Yilingling, you are truly exquisite. You are among the most beautiful girls I have ever encountered. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Caught off guard by a sudden confession, Yilingling gazed at the handsome man before her and replied, You are quite dashing. Yilingling, you possess a discerning eye. How about you become mine? Become yours? But I have heard that you seem to be engaged. Fear not. I shall resolve this matter. Just as Yilingling was about to speak, she felt a shiver run through her as Bai Ying playfully nipped at her ear. In that instant, she pushed him away, her face aflame, and declared, Your Highness, let us discuss this matter another time. I must take my leave. Very well. We shall speak of it later. I assure you, you will one day be mine. By the way, I am free tomorrow. Shall we spend some time together? Upon hearing this, Yilingling's face flushed with embarrassment, and she fled without looking back, her demeanor decidedly flustered. What a timid girl, yet I find it endearing. Yilingling returned home, feeling utterly drained, gasping for breath as her cheeks remained flushed while she replayed the events in her mind, her heart racing. Did he just kiss me? Truly, no man is to be trusted, yet the sensation was undeniably enchanting. Yu Jingshui emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, and inquired, Lingling, where have you been? I didn't see you earlier. Mother, His Highness summoned me to discuss some matters, hence my absence. Oh, that is quite all right. Come. Dinner is ready. I've already eaten and must rest now, she replied, shutting her door. How peculiar. Today feels rather unusual. At the residence of Dugubo. Bai Ying arrived to find Dugubo and Duguyen. How have you been, Senior Dugu? Young lad, I've been quite well. My toxins have subsided. And I sense your progress. It seems you are nearing the threshold of level 94. Congratulations, Senior. No need for such formality. I owe you my gratitude for helping me deal with that insufferable fellow. Had he not relied on his level 95 soul power to bully me, I would not have sought refuge with the Tiando royal family. It was the least I could do. We are all family here. By the way, I am here to form a team. which I shall call the Infernal Seven. You wish to cultivate your own people, do you? Indeed, Senior, you understand me well. I aim to assemble a team that will emerge victorious in the Continental Soul Master competition, and I desire our name to echo throughout the Spirit Hall and beyond. Ambitious lad, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. May I have a moment alone with your granddaughter? Of course, Yin Yin, please converse with him. Dugu Yin nodded. And the two stepped aside. Is there any discomfort in your body? None at all, thank you. I can clearly feel that my abilities have significantly improved. And my training speed has accelerated. This is to be expected. Your martial soul is now the phosphorescent poison dragon, distinctly different from your phosphorescent serpent. With sufficient effort, becoming a tidal Daoliu, or even a peerless Daoliu, is well within your reach. May I ask your opinion on the Spirit Hall versus the Tiando Royal Academy? I prefer the Spirit Hall. At least here, there are no arrogant noble science. Although most are commoners, the atmosphere feels more congenial. As Dugu Yin spoke, she sensed Bai Ying's gaze fixed upon her, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy, and her voice dwindled. Your Highness, why do you gaze at me? It's nothing. I merely find you captivating and can't help but be enchanted. Am I truly that beautiful? Dugu Yin asked, a hint of insecurity in her tone. Though she considered herself slightly more attractive than the average person, she did not believe she was stunning. Indeed, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. By the way, while in the Spirit Hall, please refrain from calling me your Highness. Simply refer to me as Bai Ying or Xiao Bai. It feels too formal otherwise. I am but an ordinary person, and there are no rigid protocols here. Understood, Bai Ying. Having said all that needed to be said, she continued. I have a small request. Tomorrow, shall we go out together? Shopping? Certainly, I will be there. Dugu Bo overheard their conversation and noted the slight affection Dugu Yin harbored for Bai Ying. After Bai Ying departed, he turned to his granddaughter. What do you think of Bai Ying? He is splendid and quite handsome, Dugu Yin replied, her cheeks flushing. I have heard from Elder Genie that this young man has passed the trial of the gods and may very well ascend in the future. Though I cannot ascertain the truth, his potential is undeniably formidable. Perhaps you should consider pursuing him? Grandfather, what are you suggesting? He may not even look my way. Fear not. The fortunes of the young will unfold as they should. I shall retire now. The following morning, a notification appeared. Host rewards have been signed in. Would you like to retrieve them? Yes. Congratulations. You have acquired the Qian Divine Ring, which contains limitless space, surpassing the previous soul guide provided by this system. Time within it flows significantly faster than in the outside world, equating to 10 years for every day outside. Additionally, your cultivation speed will accelerate within it, and most importantly, it can conceal your aura. With the Qian Divine Ring, even divine beings cannot detect your presence, and it can even alter your appearance. A ring materialized in Bai Ying's hand. After securing it, he headed to the offering hall. Old man, how will you train me? Qian Daoliu knelt before the statue of the angel, his gaze unwavering. The best training is through actual combat. You mean for me to spar with you? I am merely a level 20 soul master, while you are a level 99 peerless Daoliu. That hardly seems fair. Furthermore, the second trial bestowed upon me by the Azura god affords ample time. What is the need for such haste? Qian Daoliu's gaze shifted towards the silver direction, carrying a hint of gravity as he spoke. I wish for you to mature swiftly. Did you not claim that a person named Tang San would bring about the ruin of the Spirit Hall? Therefore, in order to prevent the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, I must prepare accordingly. Bai Ying sighed and said, very well, but I must inform you, old man, to show some mercy, please do not kill me. Qian Daoliu remained silent, yet suddenly emanated a terrifying aura, an invisible pressure immediately spreading throughout the surroundings. At this moment, Bai Ying disregarded everything and unleashed his supreme artifact. The Time War Blade. The first soul skill, Hidden Dragon's Roar. The Time War Blade, the first divine skill of intimidation. A resounding dragon's roar echoed into Qian Daoliu's ears, momentarily igniting a flicker of surprise in his gaze, yet it was swiftly suppressed, leaving no trace of influence. He maintained his original stance, as if the dragon's roar were merely a faint whisper in the wind, utterly inconsequential. Upon witnessing this, the white shadow smiled faintly, secretly marveling at the scene before him. He understood that the might of this dragon's roar was profoundly terrifying. Yet, before Qian Daoliu, it fell into silence, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. This exemplified the unfathomable power of a peerless Daoliu. Drawing in a deep breath, his aura surged dramatically, emanating a divine presence as if he were the sovereign of the world, with all things within his dominion. Qian Daoliu sensed a suppression of his soul power, and his expression shifted abruptly. Time Battle Blade, Seal of Time. As the words fell, the very fabric of time around them froze entirely. Just as the white shadow began to bask in his own satisfaction, Qian Daoliu spoke, conceding, I must admit, you are indeed impressive. If your soul power were to reach the level of a soul sage, combined with this divine artifact, I might truly find myself at a disadvantage. However, at this moment, you remain too weak to unleash the true potential of the artifact. Second soul skill, Radiance of the Holy Light. With that, a golden radiance unique to the angel god erupted from Qian Daoliu's entire being. The instant this golden light made contact with the white shadow, he felt an impending doom. His soul power was suppressed, and he found himself bereft of even the slightest resistance. First soul skill, Sword of Judgment. The golden brilliance coalesced into the shape of a sword, swiftly cleaving towards him. With a resounding crash, the white shadow was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The white shadow, struggling to rise from the ground, spoke with a mixture of indignation and pain. Old man, are you intent on pushing me to my limits? You wield your strength against the weak, showing no respect for your elders. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true meaning of disrespect for age. The sounds of agony echoed through the consecrated hall, but how long had it been? The white shadow, battered and bruised, eventually arrived at the dwelling of Qian Renxue. Great uproar. Is this not a tad too hasty? Inquired the golden crocodile Daoliu within the hall. After all, little shadow is still but a child. Even though he has attained the 9 trials of the Azure God, as he mentioned, he has ample time. He sighed, this endeavor is not solely for his benefit. It is also largely for the good of little Snow. I sense that Bibi Dong has already acquired divine inheritance. While I am unaware of which deity she received it from, it is undoubtedly formidable. He must mature swiftly to safeguard the lineage of angels. I comprehend. Great uproar. Upon witnessing the battered state of the white shadow, Qian Renxue's heart ached with concern. Who did this to you? She asked. It's nothing at all. My grandfather did this. He was merely assisting me in completing the Azure Goddess trials. He has already shown mercy, otherwise I wouldn't have stood a chance against him. All right, remember we discussed going shopping yesterday? Have you forgotten? Can you still go shopping in this state? It's all right. It merely looks worse than it is. These are just superficial wounds. Despite her heartache, Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, and after reuniting with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, they set off together. Throughout the day, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling cast glances toward the white shadow, while Qian Renxue remained sullen, as if burdened by some unspoken concern. As evening fell, Dugu Yin and her companion departed, leaving Qian Renxue and the white shadow to return to her residence. Little shadow, I have made a significant decision, she declared. What decision? I intend to go to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Have you lost your mind? Sister Shui, I have told you before that you will surely fail. It would be better to remain within the spirit hall, cultivating with grandfather's guidance. You would undoubtedly be the first to ascend to godhood. Little Bai, I have contemplated this decision for quite some time, and grandfather has given his consent. What? The old man agreed? That damned old man, I will confront him. Do you have any idea how perilous it is to lurk in the shadows? Did we not agree that we would only be together after I passed the 2nd trial of the Azure God? Consider it my plea, Sister Shui, please do not go. My mind is made up. I must go. Upon witnessing Qian Renxue's resolute demeanor, Bai Ying let out a deep sigh and remarked. It seems that nothing can truly be altered, can it? Very well, since this is your choice, I wish you the best of luck. I shall take my leave now. Is it truly fate that cannot be defied, or merely destiny that is preordained? As Bai Ying walked, a multitude of soul saints appeared before him, marching in an orderly fashion towards a singular direction. What could be their intent? A sense of foreboding washed over him. At that moment, he spotted the figures of Ju Daoliu, Ghost Daoliu, and Bibi Dong emerging simultaneously from the spirit hall. What were their intentions? Chapter 25, The Rescue of Xiaowu indeed. It was time to consult Qian Daoliu. He must possess the answers to these unfolding events. In the Hall of Offerings, Bai Ying raised his voice. Old man, come forth. Why did you send Shui to the Heavendo Imperial Palace? From a distance, Qian Daoliu heard the commotion and recognized the inquiry was aimed at him. With hands clasped behind his back, he replied, it was Shui's own decision. I have no authority to interfere. Are you not concerned that your granddaughter might encounter unforeseen dangers? She's your own flesh and blood. If anything were to happen to her, what would I do? I have conveyed to her, and to you, that this infiltration plan is fraught with peril. Her presence by your side is invaluable. If she remains with you, her innate talent will surely lead her to inherit the angel god's legacy sooner rather than later. I reiterate, this is Shui's own choice. Moreover, this endeavor serves as a form of training for her. Do you have any further inquiries? If you wish for me to persuade Shui to abandon this plan, then I suggest you return. Very well, old man. Since this is Shui's own resolution and you will not dissuade her, I shall not squander my time here. I wish to inquire about the Spirit Hall's purpose in mobilizing such a large contingent. What is their objective? Bibi Dong appeared intent on procuring a 100,000, your soul ring from the Star Do Great Forest. The mention of a 100,000, your soul ring, and the Star Do Great Forest struck a familiar chord within Bai Ying. Yet he could not quite recall the significance. Congratulations, host. You have received a special mission. Rescue Xiaowu. Mission reward. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Xiaowu's affection level at 100. How had he overlooked this? Given the current trajectory of events, it seemed Bibi Dong was indeed plotting against Xiaowu and her mother. Old man, I ask of you one favor. If I can pass the 2nd assessment of the Azure God, I wish to traverse the Daoliu continent. Agreed. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Ying chose to refrain from further discussion and directly returned to his chamber. Having observed the formidable presence of Bibi Dong, it was evident that there were numerous soul saints and 2 titled Daoliuos present, making a total of 3 powerful entities, including himself. It seemed that this was the only course of action. System, I wish to activate the 3-minute Divine Experience card. Congratulations, host, on successful activation. A surge of terrifying power instantaneously erupted from within him. The white shadow donned the ring of the universe, subsequently engaging in a series of disguises before donning a cloak of night. Ultimately, through sheer strength, it forcefully tore through the fabric of space. In the starry forest, the white shadow arrived. Immediately, it unleashed its spiritual power to seek the whereabouts of Xiaowu and her companions. Xiaowu, hurry. Mother will hold them off for you. Just run. Aru's voice was hoarse and strained. At that moment, facing numerous soul saints and 3 titled Daoliuos, he was clearly at the brink of exhaustion. You shall not lay claim to my soul rings and soul bones. Aru understood that death was inevitable today. Yet he was resolute in not allowing them to have an easy victory, just as he was about to self-destruct to obliterate his own soul bones. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at him and said, thinking of suicide? Unfortunately, you cannot. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall claim your soul rings and soul bones. And I will ensure your daughter joins you soon. With a fierce strike from the abyssal slash, a terrifying surge of soul power cleaved through the void, hurtling directly towards Aru. Invincible golden body. Aru's face reflected a moment of despair, but in an instant, his entire being was enveloped in a golden light, barely fending off the attack. At that moment, the 2 titled Daoliuos, Ju Dolua and Ghost Dolua, also made their move. 9th soul skill, Withered Chrysanthemum, Flowers Fall, Hearts Broken. 9th soul skill, Hell Specters. A deluge of chrysanthemums transformed into sharp blades, akin to a harbinger of death, ruthlessly speeding towards Aru. Simultaneously, countless ghostly hands erupted from below, reminiscent of the spirits of the underworld, intent on dragging her into an endless abyss. Confronted with the onslaught of lethal attacks from all directions, a flicker of despair crossed Aru's eyes, yet she did not relinquish her resistance. A powerful wave of soul energy surged forth once more. Amidst this barrage, Bibi Dong's figure appeared as if a demon had descended, her 6 spider spears radiating an eerie glow, imbued with apocalyptic force, charging towards Aru with ferocity. These 6 spider spears seemed capable of penetrating all defenses. Even with Aru exerting her utmost strength, she found it exceedingly difficult to withstand this fatal strike. At that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the area, and astonishingly, the trio's attacks began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. Aru vanished into thin air. Who goes there? Bibi Dong scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Just then, a white shadow clad in obscuring black garments appeared before her. Who are you? This is the spirit hall. But stand aside, or your only fate shall be death. The silhouette of the white shadow gradually became discernible in the air, his visage obscured by a dark cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes as profound as the stars. He cradled Aru in his arms, his nonchalant demeanor suggesting he was safeguarding his most treasured possession. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he gestured towards the trio of Bibi Dong, Ju Dolua, and Gue Dolua below, and an invisible pressure swiftly enveloped the Stardow forest, plunging it into an eerie silence. You 3, depart, intoned the white shadow, his voice calm yet authoritative, as if it descended from the heavens, imbued with an irresistible force. Bibi Dong, Ju Dolua, and Gue Dolua exchanged glances, having never encountered such a formidable adversary. The oppressive aura rendered them nearly breathless. They could distinctly sense their soul power seemingly shackled by some mysterious force, making even the most fundamental operations extraordinarily arduous. Is this power divine? Impossible, it cannot be. How could a deity exist in the Stardow forest? Time trace. No sooner had the words left his lips than the trio found themselves enveloped in a radiant glow, accompanied by an excruciating pain that pierced their very souls. This agony was inescapable, and they immediately cried out in torment. 9th soul skill, Undying Body. How can this be? I activated the Undying Body, yet I still feel pain? This technique seemingly disregarded both physical and spiritual defenses. What manner of sorcery was this? This is a divine skill. Be beyond, do you see? The chasm between mortals and deities is immense. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to ensure you remain here forever. Depart swiftly. A palpable sense of dread permeated the air. Meanwhile, far in the divine realm, the Shura god suddenly sensed something amiss. His blood-red eyes snapping open as he observed the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Why does he exude the aura of a god? Could it be that another deity has intervened? Such audacity. Let me discover who it is. Otherwise, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Chapter 26. Aru's sacrifice. This cannot be. I must not allow my chosen successor to be snatched away by others. With this thought, the Shura god sent forth a divine thought, causing the Shura mark on the white shadow's forehead to flicker suddenly. Shura god's second trial, completed. Reward, soul power increased by 5 levels. Only then did the Shura god in the divine realm exhale in relief, saying, do not let me discover which scoundrel seeks to steal my successor, for I shall undoubtedly eradicate them. What is happening? Why did my Shura goddess' second trial pass so inexplicably? Young man, have you received the inheritance of another god aside from me? Tell me, who is the scoundrel? The Shura goddess' voice dripped with malice. Yet the white shadow felt somewhat bewildered by the accusation of receiving another divine inheritance. Now I understand. No wonder the Shura god facilitated my second trial so effortlessly. It was due to his fear of losing his successor that he allowed me to pass. What are you implying? I have not received the inheritance of any other god. Best that you haven't, or else I shall ensure your demise should I discover it. Following the Shura goddess words, the white shadow could distinctly sense a tinge of jealousy and fear. Mother, how are you? In the distance, Xiaowu sprinted towards Eru, who lay grievously injured, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Bai Ying gently lifted Eru, channeling his soul power into her body as softly as possible. Alas, had he arrived too late? Please, save my mother, Xiaowu implored, her tearful eyes fixed on the unconscious figure, clinging to hope as if grasping the last thread of salvation. Aren't you afraid I might be a villain too? Bai Ying questioned. Without hesitation, Xiaowu shook her head, asserting, I know you must be a good person. Only a good soul would help us. Please, I beg you to save my mother. Good person? I would wish to save her, but she attempted to self-destruct her soul rings and bones in her final moments. That was forcibly interrupted, and her body has sustained irreparable damage. I am powerless. How can this be? How can you say you cannot save her? My mother, I beseech you. At that moment, the figure began to stir, realizing her time was short. She turned to Bai Ying and spoke, Thank you for your aid. I'm afraid I cannot help. Your injuries are too grave. I understand. Those who sought my soul rings and bones will undoubtedly return. Xiaowu, you must flee. Mother, I will not leave. From a distance, Bai Ying watched the scene unfold, his heart heavy with sorrow. Great Shura God, are you still there? What is it? Shura God, I seek your assistance. You surely possess the means to revive the soul beast. Why would I assist you? It is merely a soul beast. Moreover, gods cannot interfere in mortal affairs. And I can tell you this unequivocally. Shura God, as a divine enforcer, who can question you if you break the rules. Furthermore, rules are for the dead, while the living may find exceptions. For my sake, please grant her salvation. The Shura God furrowed his brow, pondering the difficulty of finding a successor. What if he failed to meet the request? His own retirement would be indefinitely postponed, and finding another successor could take an eternity. Yet, he truly wished to refrain from meddling in mortal matters. There is a method, and considering you are my successor, I shall share it with you. However, it may prove challenging. I understand. What is this method? No sooner had he spoken than the blood-red phantom of the Shura God suddenly materialized in the Stardow forest. 10,000-year soft bone rabbit, I am the Shura God. I offer you an opportunity, a chance to ascend to divinity. Will you accept? Both Xiaowu and Eru were startled, but soon their realization dawned upon them. The Shura God was indeed a true deity. Eru, as a 10,000-year soul beast, possessed a certain understanding of divinity. Moreover, the power of the phantom before them was overwhelming. Annihilating them would be but a fleeting thought for him. Xiaowu, gazing at the blood-red apparition, immediately knelt, her eyes brimming with tears, pleading, I implore you, save my mother. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying immediately assisted her to her feet and spoke, The Lord of Shura is incredibly powerful. He will surely be able to save your mother. Do not worry. Is that true? The Lord of Shura, a deity, a true god? Indeed, it is wonderful news. At this moment, Eru felt immense joy. She had no desire to part with Xiaowu. After all, which mother would not wish to gaze upon her children just a moment longer? Senior, may I inquire about the method? The cold voice of the Shura God resounded. This method is both simple and complex. The ultimate decision lies with you. You must gather your soul and offer it, along with your soul rings, as a sacrifice to my inheritor. When he ascends to my divine position, you shall be resurrected. Sacrifice, Eru hesitated momentarily, fully aware that willingly offering her soul rings and soul bones, even merging her very essence into them, would enable complete absorption by even the weakest individual. Seeing Xiaowu's tear-filled eyes, she, as a mother, understood that she had no options left. Rather than squander her soul rings and soul bones, she would take the gamble. I understand now, Senior. I know what I must do. Bai Ying and Xiaowu both heard of this method. At this moment, Xiaowu felt utterly powerless, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. The White Shadow never anticipated that the god of Azura would resort to such a method. With his capabilities, he certainly possessed alternative means, and his actions were undoubtedly self-serving, aimed at facilitating the smooth succession of his divine position. Benefactor, may I request a favor from you? Bai Ying took a deep breath and respectfully stated. So you are in agreement. Eru nodded and replied, rather than waste it, I would prefer to give it to you. I can see that you are a kind-hearted person. May I ask of you one simple favor? After my passing, I hope you will not harm my daughter. This is my only request. Eru's greatest concern was for her daughter, Xiaowu. You need not worry about that. I am not the sort who would commit such an act. I can swear an oath that I would never lay a hand on your daughter. Thank you. Eru's body began to tremble as her life rapidly ebbed away. She understood that these were her final moments. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, her body ignited in flames, the fire taking on a blood-red hue, resembling the magnificent, yet sorrowful glow of the sunset scorched by the blazing sun. This was no ordinary flame. It was a special fire that only manifested during the sacrifice of a soul beast, symbolizing Eru's resolve and sacrifice. The flame spread swiftly, engulfing her entirely, her figure becoming indistinct within the blaze. As Eru's form gradually dissipated into the flames, she transformed into a dazzling beam of light, shooting into the heavens. Within this radiant light, A soul ring of 100,000 years materialized instantaneously, as if it had absorbed all of Aru's essence and vitality, radiating a brilliant glow. This soul ring was unique. It was not merely a symbol of Aru's power, but also a testament to her boundless maternal love for Xiao Wu. The soul ring ascended slowly, akin to a mysterious vortex, rotating gently in the air. Bai Ying felt a powerful gravitational pull, his body involuntarily lifting off the ground. Drawn toward the soul ring, the 100,000-year soul ring willingly merged with Bai Ying's own. Once the sacrifice concluded, Xiao Wu appeared utterly despondent. Staring blankly at her mother's disappearance. Mom, I'm sorry. If only I could have been quicker, you would not have had to die. Hearing this, Xiao Wu wiped her tears and said, It's not your fault. It was them. They killed my mother. I am Bai Ying. And you, little sister? What is your name? Xiao Wu. That is a lovely name. Your mother truly loved you. Rest assured, your mother will surely be resurrected. Once I ascend to divinity, I will bring her back to your side. All right, I believe you. Congratulations, host, on completing your task. Your soul power has increased by 10 levels. Congratulations, host. Xiao Wu's affinity has reached 100. Our meeting is fate. Why not consider me your brother? Being my brother would not be a disadvantage. Your mother may be gone, but with the soul ring I have obtained from her, I feel obligated to care for you. Will you accept me as your brother? Brother. Chapter 27. Will you be my sister? Are you truly willing to be my brother? Xiao Wu asked earnestly. Of course, I never speak falsely. As long as you are willing, I shall be your brother. All right, from now on, I shall be your sister. Upon hearing this response, Bai Ying displayed immense satisfaction. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. Tang Sect, the young lad, could hardly fathom that his future wife had already confirmed her affection, referring to him as brother. Here, take this ring, he said. It possesses a hidden space. Once you enter it for cultivation, a single day within equates to 3 years outside. Furthermore, this ring can conceal the aura of your soul beast. Thank you, brother. This is too precious. I cannot accept it, she replied. It is not given without conditions. In our human realm, bestowing a ring upon a girl signifies an intention to marry her. Henceforth, by accepting this ring, you acknowledge that I shall marry you. Marry me? Brother. Will you truly marry me? Xiao Wu's thoughts were inherently pure, having spent her years in the Stardow Forest, making her susceptible to Bai Ying's sweet words. Of course. But remember this. I give you this ring solely. Wearing it signifies that you are my woman. Xiao Wu gazed at the ring with immense affection, treasuring it as she slipped it onto her finger. Very well, I willingly accept to marry you, brother. Are you sincere in your words? This is no game. It is a matter of real responsibility. With my mother gone, apart from Deming and Heir Ming, you are all I have left. I trust that you would never deceive me. Rest assured, I shall protect Xiao Wu diligently and ensure no harm comes to her. Should anyone dare to inflict injury upon you, they must first tread over my corpse. My mother once said that when I find a man willing to comb my hair, I should give him this comb. Brother, you have given me a ring, but I have nothing to offer in return. As she spoke, Xiao Wu retrieved a wooden comb from her little rabbit backpack. Here, take this. Upon seeing the comb, Bai Ying immediately accepted it, assuring her, do not worry. I will safeguard this comb with utmost care. After Bai Ying carefully stored away the comb, she retrieved a celestial herb from her spatial storage device. To her astonishment, her esteemed host displayed an audacious disregard for propriety. What need is there for decorum? Have you not heard the saying? A tree that does not shed its bark is doomed to perish, while a person without shame is invincible. What is reputation compared to the attainment of one's goals? It matters not the means employed to achieve the end. Brother, I am about to depart, but I assure you, I will return for you. If you venture into the human world, you must come to Notting Academy. I shall await you there. Do you understand? Brother, are you leaving too? I do not wish for you to go. I want to leave Stardow Forest with you to seek revenge on those who have wronged us. Please take me with you. Your strength is insufficient. Those adversaries are formidable, all being titled Daoliuos. If you desire vengeance, you must first grow stronger. Do you comprehend? Until you have gained strength, do not seek them out, for I do not wish for you to suffer my fate. If you do not heed this, your mother's sacrifice will be in vain, and I shall worry for you. Do you understand? I understand, Xiao Wu replied obediently. Here, take this. It is called the Bodhi Transformation Essence. It is a divine herb that will enhance your physique and grant you greater talent. Absorb it, and when the moment is right, depart from Stardow Forest to find me at Notting Academy. Do you understand? I understand. Thank you, brother. After absorbing the Bodhi Transformation Essence, Xiao Wu seemed to grow slightly taller. Bai Ying gently tousled her hair and said, You must wait for me. Do you understand? Never reveal your spirit beast identity in the human realm. Be cautious and do not remove the ring I have given you. With that, she cast a final glance at Xiao Wu and activated the teleportation symbol. Fortunately, the system's task had been accomplished. She had severely injured Bibi Dong, causing significant loss to both the titled Daoliuos, Ju Dolua and Gue Dolua. However, as the saying goes, a loss may be a blessing. Suddenly, the voice of the Shura god echoed within Bai Ying's mind. Shura's 9th trial, the 3rd challenge. Within 10 years, slay a titled Dolua level powerhouse. Titled Dolua? This challenge appears rather straightforward. Arriving at the offering hall, Bai Ying announced, Old man, I have splendid news. I have passed the second trial of the Shura God. Qian Daoliu was momentarily speechless, pondering whether the child had lost his senses. Xiaoying, I know you are concerned about Xiao Shui, but you cannot speak lies. Do you understand? Old man, do you truly think I would deceive you? Feel the vitality emanating from me. I have indeed broken through to level 30. Not only that, but I have also obtained a 100,000, your soul ring. As she released the 100,000, your soul ring, Qian Daoliu stood in stunned silence. When had the divine trials become so effortless? He recalled how arduous his own trials had been, some nearly costing him his life. Was the Shura God's trial truly simpler? Or were the angel God's trials excessively stringent? Qian Daoliu pondered silently, then turned to Baiying. How did you manage to pass the trial? You wouldn't understand. The Shura God, seeing my hard work, allowed me to pass the second trial directly. To be honest, I am as perplexed as you. What do you mean perplexed? Are you attempting to deceive me? By the way, the Shura God has informed me of the third trial. I must slay a title Daoliu level powerhouse within 10 years. What do you think? Quite simple, is it not? Upon hearing the word simple, Qian Daoliu could not help but curse. You little rascal. Do you even comprehend what a title Daoliu is? Slaying a title Daoliu level powerhouse is an exceedingly difficult task. What's so difficult? It is merely about slaying a title Daoliu level powerhouse. For me, it poses no issue. Qian Daoliu sighed. Well, since you have passed the second trial in a few days, the plan to replace Xiao Shui will commence. You should go and see her off. I understand. After a night of contemplation, Baiying realized many things. Only by strengthening oneself could one protect those around them. She vowed to become stronger, powerful enough to surpass all obstacles, ensuring that Xiao Shui would not suffer. Qian Daoliu spoke. Ultimately, this is all my fault. Enough, old man. Cease your self-reproach. I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? I wish to travel the continent, but most importantly, I want to teach at Nodding Academy in the Heavendo Empire. Though it is merely a beginner's soul master academy, I have reliable information that Tang Sect is studying there. This matter is non-negotiable. You intend to take action against Tang Sect? Of course not. I aim to seize his most treasured possession. This matter is settled then. Old man, I shall take my leave. Farewell. By the way, you must have a way to conceal my identity, correct? I implore you, grandfather. The White Shadow understood that certain matters were immutable. I must prepare for everything. It appears that the time has come to depart. Early the next day, the Snake Spear Daoliu and the Qingwan Daoliu team, acting on credible intelligence, learned that the second prince of the Heavendo Empire, Shui Qinghe, would be venturing out of the palace. The roads alongside had long been secured, with numerous soul masters from the Spirit Hall, including 2 titled Daoliu, stationed at strategic points. This plan was indeed flawless. A lavish carriage, adorned with gold trimmings, appeared in the distance, shimmering in the sunlight, exuding the supreme majesty of royalty. The surrounding populace spontaneously knelt, their heads bowed in reverence for the Heavendo Empire's imperial family. As the carriage approached, the window was partially opened, releasing a fragrant bouquet that wafted through the air. The ambushers from the Spirit Hall were on high alert, holding their breath, fearful that even the slightest sound might disrupt this sacred moment. Their eyes blazed with intensity, fixated on the carriage, their weapons trembling slightly, betraying their inner excitement and tension. Inside the carriage, Prince Shui Qinghe sat regally, his handsome visage illuminated by a glimmer in his eyes. Dressed in opulent princely garments, he radiated an extraordinary aura. A subtle smile graced his lips, his voice laced with pride. At last, I have become a soul master. Surely, my father will value me even more now. As the carriage reached a secluded corner, a sudden attack erupted. Quick, protect the second prince. The guards surrounding the carriage were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of soul masters from the Spirit Hall. In the next instant, the Qingwan Daoliu struck, eliminating the Soul King within the carriage before he could even react. This scene sent a chill down Shui Qinghe's spine. As a prince, he had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. You dare not know his identity. He is the second prince of the Heavendo Empire. If you harm him, the Empire will not spare you, shouted one of the Soul Saints, believing few would dare challenge the prince's status, suspecting these assailants were merely brigands. Yet, before he could finish, a serpent spear lunged forth with a swift strike. The sound of a gruesome separation echoed, leaving the Soul Saint horrified. Trembling, Shui Qinghe inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Shui Qinghe," came a voice from Qian Renxue, who approached with a palpable aura of murderous intent. "Do not come any closer. I am the second prince of the Heavendo Empire." "The second prince? We are here to eliminate the second prince. Help! Someone save me." But his cries fell on deaf ears as his guards had already been dispatched by the numerous ambushers from the Spirit Hall. With a swift strike, Qian Renxue dispatched Shui Qinghe and commanded, "Dispose of the body." "Understood," a soul master replied. The plan was executed flawlessly. "You two go and inform grandfather," Qian Renxue stated. Having assumed Shui Qinghe's form through his soul bone ability, his gaze drifting towards the window as if awaiting someone, seemingly sensing Qian Renxue's concern and guilt. The Snake Spear Daoliu spoke. The high priest forbade him from coming, fearing his emotions might jeopardize the infiltration plan. "I understand. Let us return to the Heavendo Palace." "Wait." At this moment, Baiying was panting heavily. Snake Spear Daoliu inquired. Xiaoying, what brings you here? You should return quickly. How did you know we were departing today? Asked Qian Renxue. However, Bai Ying offered no reply and instead moved towards the carriage. I will only bid farewell to Sister Shuer. It won't take much time, so you need not worry. I am well aware of what should be done and what should not. I understand the boundaries. The two did not obstruct her as she entered the carriage. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue fell into a profound silence, as if a myriad of words lingered on the tip of their tongues, yet nothing could be uttered. Shuer, take care, dear sister, Bai Ying said. Qian Renxue nodded and inquired, do you have any further matters to discuss? Observing the successful completion of their plans, Bai Ying felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty about what to say next. However, she insisted, please remember, everyone has their own path to tread. Since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Rest assured, I will soon grow stronger, and when that time comes, I will protect you well, she concluded. With that, Qian Renxue looked at Bai Ying and asked, you don't harbor any resentment towards me, do you? I am sorry. Yet, Bai Ying remained silent. Her gaze shifting to the Snake Spear Daoliu and the Qing Wan Daoliu, whose expressions returned to normal as they respectfully addressed her grandfathers. Please return and inform the grand offering that I wish to journey across the Daoliu continent. There is no need for him to worry about me. I will naturally return when the elite soul master competition commences. I must become stronger. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue wept inconsolably within the carriage, while the two Daoliuos, Snake Spear and Qing Wan, nodded silently. The carriage resumed its journey towards the Tiando Imperial Palace. Congratulations, host. The main quest has been activated. Please proceed to Nodding Academy to assume the role of a teacher. Host, I sense a shift in your emotions. After coexisting for so long, the sudden departure is bound to evoke a sense of melancholy. What is today's sign-in reward? Congratulations, host. You have received a bronze mask. Once worn, it can alter one's appearance and conceal one's presence, far surpassing the efficacy of the Qianquan Divine Ring. It appears to be an excellent item. Thank you, system. In the Hall of Offerings, after the success of the plan involving Qian Daoliu and Qian Renxue, an indescribable sorrow enveloped Qian Daoliu's heart. The Snake Spear Daoliu bowed and inquired, Grand Offering, do you truly harbor no concerns about Xiaoying's decision to leave the Wuhuan Hall to explore the continent? Qian Daoliu sighed, turning his back as he replied, one must grow in life. Remaining in a comfortable environment forever stifles growth. She is a strong individual and must understand this truth. Since her arrival here, Xiaoying has always been accompanied by various anomalies. I believe she will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Chapter 29. Becoming a Teacher. Nodding Academy, the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City. After numerous trials and endeavors, Bai Ying finally arrived at this place. From a distance, he discerned a grand archway leading to the academy. Although its expanse may not rival that of other junior colleges, it stands as a commendable establishment in this dilapidated little town. Bai Ying immediately approached. But as he reached the doorway, he was halted by a young man standing there. What business do you have here? This is not a place for country bumpkins like you, the young man scoffed. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying replied, I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. Here are my credentials. The young man merely cast a cursory glance at the documents and, with a mocking tone, retorted, you, a mere child, claim to be an intern teacher from the Spirit Hall? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? You, who look down upon others, step aside, or I shall make you regret it. You dare insult me? The young man exclaimed in disbelief. A mere child like you thinks he can challenge me? You have no idea of my prowess. Clenching his fists, the young man launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Bai Ying's face. The pale figure spoke softly, expressing that he had no intention of causing trouble, but if pressed, he could not be held accountable for his actions. With a swift motion, he firmly grasped the young man's fist, an overwhelming force that compelled the youth to stagger backward. No matter how much the young man struggled, he could not reclaim his fist, and with a fierce tone, he warned, let go of me quickly, or you shall regret it. Very well, I shall release you now. With a resounding slap, the youth was struck forcefully, causing him to fall to the ground. He clutched his now swollen face, clearly flustered and agitated. You dared to hit me. I had warned you. You could have simply allowed me entry, yet you chose to provoke me. Thus, I am left with no choice but to retaliate. At that moment, the president of the Nodding Academy suddenly appeared. Upon seeing the president, the young gatekeeper regained his confidence and boisterously declared, President, trouble is afoot. Someone has intruded upon the academy. The president disregarded his words and instead focused on the individual before him, who was elegantly dressed and clearly of affluent background. May I inquire, young one, why you felt the need to strike him? He asked, attempting to adopt a gentle tone, recognizing that outward appearances were the best indicators in the absence of further context. Greetings, I am an intern teacher dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Here is my identification. He produced a document. The president of Nodding Academy, taken aback by the sight of the young boy, responded, this is no jest. Although the Spirit Hall has indeed sent soul masters to assist with the faculty at Nodding Academy recently, I never anticipated it would be a child. Gazing at the document in hand, the president, despite his reluctance, forced a smile, realizing Ah, so you are a teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. It is indeed my oversight for not extending a warm welcome sooner. He sighed, recognizing that even if the individual before him was inexperienced, he had to accord him the respect due to a representative of the Spirit Hall. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had sent numerous instructors, most of whom were only marginally competent. While a few were genuinely powerful soul masters, they typically returned to the Spirit Hall after a brief tenure at the academy. Is everything in order? As the president prepared to admit the young intern, he scrutinized the identification. Though you were sent by the Spirit Hall, our academy requires a minimum of a 3-ring soul master. Should your abilities fall short, it is clear that while Nodding Academy may not be widely renowned, our standards are unmistakably high. Merely 3 rings, you say? Watch closely. The silhouette of the white shadow suddenly transformed into a striking figure, an indescribable aura emanating from him, as if intent on enveloping the entirety of Nodding Academy. This presence was so potent, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a tempest, that it compelled onlookers to hold their breath. At that moment, a phantom dragon materialized behind the white shadow, appearing ethereal as though it had traversed from another dimension. It opened its colossal maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere to quiver. The students of Nodding Academy poked their heads out from their classrooms, astonished by the spectacle before them. 3 soul rings slowly ascended beneath the white shadow, each radiating a brilliant light. Concealed by the bronze mask, the rings displayed a mesmerizing alternation of yellow and purple, reminiscent of a resplendent rainbow. The director, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in astonishment, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. May I enter now? He inquired. The director's demeanor underwent an abrupt transformation, shifting a full 180 degrees as he eagerly replied, Of course. Allow me to escort you to your faculty dormitory. A prodigy of such tender years was undeniably a focal point of the Spirit Hall's nurturing. Establishing even the slightest connection with this individual would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for him. I apologize for the inconvenience. There is no inconvenience at all. It is our duty. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the accommodations were quite modest, yet equipped with all necessary furnishings such as tables, chairs, and beds. The director cautiously inquired, Is there anything else you require? Should you need anything, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall attend to it immediately. The pale shadow glanced around and softly remarked, It is like this. I wish to add another bed. The director, somewhat perplexed, responded, But there is already 1 bed here. What purpose do you have for 2 beds? The pale shadow smiled faintly and cryptically remarked, There is no need for your inquiry. Simply follow my instructions. Although the director was perplexed, he dared not probe further and could only nod in agreement. He hastily departed from the dormitory and soon returned with several workers and a brand new bed. Congratulations, host. The reward has been dispensed, 6 bottles of foundation building elixir. Upon hearing the system's notification, he chose to disregard it. Bai Ying gazed at the newly made bed, nodding in satisfaction. He sat upon it, gently caressing the bronze mask, seemingly lost in contemplation. According to the original text, the gentle-boned rabbit, Xiaowu, should be arriving in a few days. The first encounter between Tang Sect and Xiaowu occurred within the dormitory. And now I am curious to see how this version of Xiaowu will present herself to Tang Sect. It is time to pay a visit to the so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon arriving at the teacher's dining hall, all the students' attention was captivated by the figure before them. Bai Ying, adorned with the bronze mask, obscured his visage, yet his aura exuded an extraordinary, mysterious elegance. This is the teacher's dining hall, not the students'. One of the instructors remarked, I am indeed a teacher here, albeit a newcomer. It is only natural that you do not recognize me. The new instructor appeared to be of similar age to the students, raising eyebrows among them. Teacher Bai, you are here for a meal as well, the dean exclaimed, rushing over with a demeanor that was exceedingly humble. Did the dean know this teacher Bai? Confusion rippled through the crowd, but at that moment, the dean clarified. This is a new intern teacher dispatched by the Spirit Hall. Do not be misled by his youth. He has already achieved the status of a 3-ring spirit master, with a future that is boundless. A 3-ring spirit master. This was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing the dean's words, it became clear that this individual was undoubtedly a key figure being nurtured by the Spirit Hall, possessing exceptional talent. After finishing his meal, Bai Ying was about to depart when a voice called out from behind him, Teacher Bai, please hold on. The speaker was a middle-aged man, exuding a calm demeanor, with a hint of stubble gracing his face. Bai Ying gazed at the individual before him and suddenly recalled something. Turning his head, he inquired, Hello. Is there something I can assist you with? It appeared that this was indeed Master Yu Xiaojiang, though he was uncertain about the purpose of the man's visit. Greetings. Teacher Bai, may we have a conversation? Certainly, Bai Ying replied, embodying the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. The two proceeded to Yu Xiaojiang's residence, which was predominantly filled with books. May I ask, esteemed teacher, what brings you to seek me out? Yu Xiaojiang, however, did not respond immediately. His gaze was intense and penetrating, contemplating that this individual possessed remarkable talent. If he could take him under his wing as a disciple, it would undoubtedly bring him great renown. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from hasty replies, exuding an air of enigmatic wisdom. Bai Ying, that is your name. And your martial spirit is the Shadow Dragon. I see from your credentials that you possess innate full soul power, correct? Yes. Is there an issue with that? There is no issue per se, but there is one detail that the credentials fail to mention. You should indeed be classified as possessing twin martial spirits. And your innate soul power has reached level 20, would it not? The White Shadow spoke, inquiring, how did you come to know this? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering how to cleverly navigate the conversation. Surely, he couldn't confess that it was the Spirit Hall who had informed him. He then responded, isn't this quite simple? I am a master, not merely a teacher. Although I am not an instructor at this academy, merely an ordinary guest. I wish to take you as my disciple. I have conducted extensive investigations on many individuals with martial souls. Yet I have never encountered anyone possessing a talent as extraordinary as yours. Thus, I can ascertain that you must possess another martial soul. Am I not impressive? Would you consider kneeling to me as your master? The White Shadow comprehended his intentions. He merely sought an apprentice. Yet, he maintained an air of courtesy, replying, I already have a teacher, thus I cannot accept you as my master. I hope you can understand. Yu Xiaojiang's face betrayed disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, how could a soul master with twin martial souls from the Martial Soul Hall not be nurtured with utmost dedication? Perhaps I have overthought this. So, who is your teacher? Bibi Dong. Upon hearing that name, Yu Xiaojiang's face illuminated with hope as he exclaimed, you are actually her disciple. I did not expect this. No wonder you possess twin martial souls. Very well, I am Yu Xiaojiang. Should you encounter any issues at the academy, feel free to seek me out. You claim to be Yu Xiaojiang, the very one who devised the 10 core theories? Yu Xiaojiang replied with pride, indeed, I am the creator of those theories. You may address me as master. Master? The 10 core theories were conceived by you? No wonder you are nothing but a failure. My teacher once mentioned a failure who pursued her, parading around with the 10 core theories. It turns out to be you. How can you speak so? I speak as I wish. I had presumed you were a figure of great stature, only to discover you are that failure. The first principle of the 10 core theories is already erroneous. Martial souls are solely beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Furthermore, the second principle states there are no useless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. Are you not a failure yourself? How could you think I would accept you as my master? You are unworthy. These words left Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. He yearned to defend himself, but found no words to articulate his thoughts. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, a manifestation of his inner fury. He had initially thought the individual sought him for some significant matter, only to realize he genuinely wished for him to accept him as a disciple. Let me tell you, even if I did not have a teacher, I would never accept a fraud like you as my master. You only mislead the youth and possess no understanding of martial souls. The notion that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is nothing more than childish nonsense. Upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang, Bai Ying felt a surge of anger and resolved to stoke the flames further. My esteemed mentor, Bibi Dong, once recounted the tale of a worthless suitor who pursued her for many years. He nearly succumbed to her charms, but fortunately, her teacher, Qian Renxue, ultimately claimed her heart. Had it not been for that, with his meager talent, he would surely have been squandered by such a fool. To my astonishment, it is you. Enough. Bibi Dong truly uttered those words. Otherwise, why would I deceive you? Now that the master is unharmed, I shall take my leave. By the way, allow me to offer a word of caution to the master. It would be wise to examine your book, The 10 Core Theories, as the Spirit Hall has deemed it a fabrication meant to deceive the young. It must not be taken at face value. Lastly, I wish to remind you, without sufficient strength, refrain from pinning excessive theories. Genuine theory is born from a foundation of strength. Merely compiling the achievements of predecessors into one's own theory is nothing short of plagiarism. True theoretical knowledge must be rooted in reality and grounded in practice. Bai Ying departed abruptly, leaving Yu Xiaojiang infuriated. They overturned the books on the desk to mask their simmering rage. That detestable Bibi Dong. One day, I shall demonstrate my worth and make you regret your actions. Yu Xiaojiang, deemed a worthless soul master, fancied himself a master of unparalleled theory. In the original narrative, he brazenly paraded under the guise of a master, deceiving others by claiming to have taken under his wing the extraordinarily gifted Tang Sect, all while asserting his theoretical invincibility. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Bai Lao Shi, what brings you here? The dean greeted him with a cheerful smile. Indeed, Bai Ying pondered, who exactly is Yu Xiaojiang? Oh, that fellow? He is merely a tenant. He is my friend, what of it? He has proclaimed his desire to take me as his disciple. I advise you to steer clear of such individuals. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. His ability to produce such drivel and theory is a testament to his own inadequacy. I do not wish for such an occurrence to happen again. The dean, taken aback, ultimately sighed and replied, I understand. Rest assured, such an incident will not repeat itself. Chapter 31. The appearance of Xiao Wu very well. I believe the dean is a wise man. The dean promptly declared, I shall go and expel him at once. The White Shadow shook his head with a smile and spoke, this so-called Master Yu Xiaojiang, is he not reputed to be invincible in theory? What I mean is, there is no need for you to drive him away. I desire to see him utterly disgraced. Do you perhaps share some grievance with him? Well, in a sense, yes. His connection with my spirit hall is rather complicated. I merely need you to provide him with subtle hints to deter him from such actions. After all, the relationship between Spirit Hall and him is well established. To put it another way, I came here because of him. Even the dean, who has forged a friendship with him, remains unaware of this connection. I understand. One must treat the ancestors with utmost respect. Very well, Dean. I have no further matters to discuss. I shall take my leave. By the way, merely a reminder will suffice. As for how to convey it, you are an intelligent individual and should require no further guidance from me. I understand. Rest assured. He then returned to the faculty dormitory. In the depths of Bai Ying's heart, a quiet sigh escaped as memories of Xiao Wu and Tang San's first encounter surfaced. It transpired within the confines of the 7th dormitory of Notting Academy, where they had both arrived as work-study students. In this esteemed institution, the majority of the students were categorized into ordinary students, noble scholars, and work-study participants. The latter held the lowest status, often stemming from impoverished backgrounds, rendering them frequent targets of bullying. As time progressed, it became evident that Xiao Wu would soon arrive as well. Days later, Notting Academy officially commenced its academic year. Old Jack, accompanied by Tang San, finally made their way to Notting Academy. In recent days, Bai Ying has been lingering at the school gate, observing the ebb and flow of students. Due to his status as a teacher, the students tend to lower their heads and refrain from speaking, though they have privately discussed Bai Ying, unaware of his true abilities. Nonetheless, no one dares to provoke this individual from the Spirit Hall. Old Jack escorted Tang San to the entrance of the school. Upon seeing the two, the guard became notably more courteous. Realizing that another visitor from the Spirit Hall could be beyond the capabilities of a mere sentinel like himself. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly appeared, his demeanor suggesting he had just received a stern lecture from the dean. His expression, upon seeing Bai Ying, resembled that of someone who had just tasted something vile. Teacher Bai, he taunted, as an educator, it seems rather inappropriate to be idling about all day. The white figure spoke without a hint of mercy, questioning, which of your eyes perceives me as idle? Furthermore, do I require your permission to enjoy myself? Besides, you are hardly free from idleness yourself. Yet you dare to scrutinize my 3 years of complimentary residence? Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted once more, his hands clenched tightly. Yet he refrained from making a move, fully aware that he was no match for the individual before him. At that moment, he noticed some commotion at the entrance and approached. Might I request to see the certification from the Spirit Hall, esteemed sir? Old Jack understood immediately that the person before him likely held a significant position within the academy and hastily presented the proof. The certification was indeed authentic, innate full spirit power with blue silvergrass. Perhaps he could become my disciple. After reprimanding the guards, Tang San felt a growing admiration towards the master. Thank you, esteemed teacher. I am not a teacher here. The gap between the master and myself is vast. Then you must hold a leadership position, or at least have considerable influence. I am merely one who has benefited from free meals and lodging. By the way, would you be willing to take me as your master? To become your disciple? Tang San, being exceptionally astute, would never easily acquiesce before discerning the true nature of the other party, as this would neither offend the master nor compel the other to disclose the reasons for such an offer. Yu Xiaojiang, a cunning old fox of a millennium, understood this as well. He then stated, it is because you are the 4th individual to possess dual spirit souls. Tang San was utterly taken aback, asking in astonishment, how did you know? Seeing this reaction, Yu Xiaojiang realized that some trust had begun to form between them, further bolstered by previous goodwill. Seizing the moment, he replied, it is based on this certification. He then proceeded to elaborate on his research theories to Tang San, who was on the verge of accepting the apprenticeship. Little brother, I advise you not to be swayed by such individuals, for the future could hold endless troubles. The sudden appearance of the white shadow intensified Yu Xiaojiang's fury. At that moment, Tang San, with a face full of confusion, gazed at the individual before him and inquired, who are you? I am an intern teacher sent by the Spirit Hall. This master is nothing but a charlatan. It would be wise for you to steer clear of him. Otherwise, you will inevitably come to regret it, came the reply. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang was about to retort when he suddenly realized that if he displayed too much anger, it would contradict his intentions and inadvertently validate the other's claims. He was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. The more incompetent a person is, the more they tend to argue loudly. Meanwhile, Tang San was unable to absorb this information. As someone capable of discerning his dual spirit lineage from merely a document was undoubtedly a person of profound depth. Thank you for your warning, Tang San said without hesitation. Immediately kneeling and bowing his head in a gesture of apprenticeship, seemingly leaping into the fire pit himself. The white shadow appeared rather amusing. It was akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, oblivious to the good intentions of others. You two, master and disciple, shall serve as my trove of experience. Upon witnessing Tang San bowing to him as his master, Yu Xiaojiang hastily took him away, fearing that someone might snatch away his apprentice. Bai Ying waited until afternoon when, at last, a girl with a ponytail, adorned with a small rabbit backpack and possessing a charming appearance, appeared. It was Xiao Wu. How splendid. I must hasten to take her away. She must not encounter Tang San. Approaching the entrance, Xiao Wu inquired, is this Notting Academy? Upon receiving no response, she was about to ask again when a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Xiaowu, long time no see. Xiaowu sharply turned around, and a tumult of painful yet joyful memories surged through her mind, causing her eyes to glisten with tears. She gazed at the masked figure before her and cautiously asked, "Brother, is that you?" "Of course, it is me. I never expected you to truly come. It seems I did not misjudge you." Hearing this voice, Xiaowu tightened her grip on her rabbit backpack, still unable to believe it. "Is this real? Am I not dreaming? You silly sister, I am indeed real." As he spoke, he removed his mask, revealing a face that was both familiar and handsome. "This is truly real? How wonderful. I have finally found you, brother." Chapter 32. The leader of the 7th dormitory. Of course it is real. Come, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, paid no heed to the peculiarity of his words. Instead, she responded joyfully, "Brother, have you been waiting for me all this time?" "Certainly. Now, let us proceed. We must enter the academy." Bai Ying retrieved the bag from his waist and led her into the academy. "You entered in the capacity of a work-study student. Is something wrong, brother?" asked Xiaowu. "No, it's just that I have a room within the academy and there happens to be an extra bed. The room is quite spacious. Why not stay with me?" "Sounds good, let's go." A radiant smile illuminated Xiaowu's face, her eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars, a manifestation of pure joy and tranquility emanating from her heart. Gazing at Bai Ying, she silently thought, "I have finally found my brother." The feeling of rediscovery brightened her entire world. They arrived at the faculty dormitory, where Bai Ying meticulously organized Xiaowu's belongings, placing each item delicately in its most suitable spot. Her clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe, her books categorized on the shelves, and her daily necessities conveniently arranged for easy access. Everything exuded warmth, creating an inviting sense of home. Meanwhile, Tang Sect had vanished, under Xiaowu's influence. He swiftly ascended to the position of leader of the 7th dormitory. At that moment, a teacher entered, addressing Bai Ying. "I heard you have taken a work-study student with you. Is there an issue?" Bai Ying replied, "Is there a problem?" The teacher continued, "The academy stipulates that faculty dormitories are exclusively for teachers. Students are not permitted to reside with them. This is a regulation, and I hope you can understand." The teacher appeared exceedingly respectful, clearly recognizing Bai Ying's esteemed status within the spirit hall, perhaps having been informed by the principal. Moreover, regarding the work-study student, "This young lady will need to fulfill her duties, and it may be somewhat inconvenient for you both to share the faculty accommodation." The White Shadow inquired which regulation specifically prohibits students from residing with their instructors. "Moreover, is it necessary for me, as the dean, to engage in a discussion?" "Very well. I shall not impose upon you. First, I will take my sister to inspect the environment of the work-study student dormitory. If the conditions are satisfactory, I shall facilitate her relocation. However, if they are not to my liking, then it simply shall not be so. Should it come to that, I will personally cover her tuition fees." "All right, understood." After bidding farewell to the teacher, I suggested to my brother, "Perhaps I should move out. I will first take you to examine the work-study dormitory. If it proves inadequate, I will seek a solution from the dean." Upon arriving at the work-study dormitory, we found Tang Sect seated cross-legged on his bed. At that moment, the other residents of the 7th dormitory, puzzled by the arrival of 2 new individuals, inquired curiously. Tang Sect opened his eyes to the familiar voice and promptly leaped from his bed, respectfully greeting, "Hello, teacher." Bai Ying nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be that he is a teacher? It seems improbable, given that he appears to be of a similar age to us. Is this truly the dormitory for work-study students? It seems quite lively here. Brother, I really like this place. Hello everyone, my name is Xiaowu, the Dancewu, and I am also a work-study student. Are work-study students like them? Tang Sect lightly cleared his throat and stated, "Indeed. Every individual entering this dormitory must engage in a friendly spar. Teacher, would you permit this? Whoever emerges victorious will become the leader of this dormitory." The prospect of sparring appeared to be quite exhilarating. "Brother, may I participate?" All eyes turned towards him, and Bai Ying nodded in agreement, not refusing. "I, too, wish to witness the extent of your abilities." "All right." Before Tang Sect could react, Xiaowu lunged forward, her right foot aimed at him in an attack. True to his reputation, Tang Sect swiftly shifted his body to the right, evading the kick aimed at him, and seized her ankle, hurling her forward with considerable force. If it were an ordinary person, this maneuver would likely have sent them flying. However, Xiaowu possessed remarkable flexibility, quickly regaining her balance and employing her agility. With both hands, she swiftly locked onto Tang Sect's neck, leveraging her own suppleness to toss him aside. Bai Ying could clearly discern that Tang Sect had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, it was likely that Xiaowu would not have lasted even a single round. "According to the rules of our dormitory, you are now the leader of our 7th residence." "Leader, this seems quite intriguing. Am I impressive?" "Indeed, exceedingly so." At that moment, the principal, who had hurriedly arrived upon receiving news, entered the room, and upon seeing Bai Ying, he promptly addressed him, "Teacher Bai, what brings you to the student dormitory?" "Nothing of great importance. Merely some playful antics among the children. By the way, my sister and I would like to reside in the faculty dormitory, if that is permissible." The principal glanced at Xiaowu and remarked, What a thing to say. Of course, it is no problem at all. Is there anything else you require? Very well. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave, as I have matters to attend to. Who exactly is this teacher by, that warrants such deference from the principal? After the principal's departure, the students gathered excitedly around, exclaiming, "Leader, your brother is truly remarkable." Even the principal shows him utmost respect. Xiao Wu, equally proud, chimed in. Of course, he is my brother and an exceptionally formidable person. He has already surpassed the third ring. The third ring Soul Master. All eyes turned to Bai Ying, who merely smiled and said, "This is merely a stroke of luck." Well then, since Xiao Wu has become the leader of this dormitory, should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out in the faculty dormitory. If anyone bullies you, you may also come to me, and I shall stand up for you. Is this true? How wonderful. With Teacher Bai here, those noble offspring will no longer look down upon us. At that moment, Tang San felt an unfamiliar sensation within. He could vaguely sense how significant Xiao Wu was to him. Why do I have such feelings? Why do I feel this way towards a young girl? What is happening? Xiao Wu desperately wished to remain here, but how could Bai Ying possibly agree? He did not want to foster such sentiments between Tang San and Xiao Wu, for that would render all his efforts in vain. Brother, why can't I? I want to live with my classmates. Why is that unacceptable? Bai Ying remarked, in any case. This is simply unacceptable. What does it mean for a girl like you to stay in a boys' dormitory? Furthermore, should anything happen to you, how would I explain it to your mother? Chapter 33. Let me witness your strength. He continued, besides, I am your brother. How could I possibly wish you harm? Moreover, Tang San is not a person of good repute, so you must be cautious and avoid any association with him. However, Shrek gazed at Bai Ying, a flicker of hesitation and confusion dancing in her eyes. His words instilled a sense of unease within her, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. After all, in her heart, Bai Ying had always been the caring brother who cherished and looked after her. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's expression and sighed softly within. He understood that his words might be somewhat difficult for her to accept. Xiao Wu, you must trust me, Bai Ying's tone softened. I mean you no harm. I merely wish for you to steer clear of those who would bring you harm. Tang San is not someone you can easily contend with. All right, I understand. Let us go. We shall dine first. Bai Ying's words were like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the shadows clouding Xiao Wu's heart. Upon hearing the mention of a meal, her eyes sparkled with delight, as if all her worries were swept away by the allure of culinary delights. She joyfully leaped up, her face adorned with a childlike, innocent smile. Yes, yes, there will be delicious food. Xiao Wu's voice resonated with anticipation and excitement. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's figure, feeling a flicker of warmth within his heart. He extended his hand and gently tousled her hair, after which the two of them proceeded together towards the dining hall. The cafeteria at Notting Academy was indeed a bustling hub of activity. They navigated through the throngs of people and ascended to the second floor. In stark contrast to the cacophony of the first level, the second floor exuded an air of tranquility, adorned with more exquisite decor. Only a handful of students occupied the space, clearly indicating that the expenses here were not within the reach of the average individual. Bai Ying expertly selected several signature dishes, each a delightful feast for the senses, enticing all who beheld them. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled like twinkling stars, and she eagerly grasped her chopsticks, relishing these rare culinary delights. Delicious, truly delicious, she exclaimed, savoring each bite and completely forgetting her earlier troubles. Observing her satisfaction, Bai Ying felt a profound sense of contentment. As they departed, Xiao Wu glanced at Wang Sheng and his companions dining on the first floor, noting that most of their dishes appeared rather unappetizing. Bai Ying naturally comprehended the thoughts swirling in Xiao Wu's mind, and thus invited the entire class to a meal. However, as Bai Ying surveyed the cafeteria, he failed to notice Tang San's absence. Where could that enigmatic Tang San be? Upon exiting the cafeteria, he spotted Yu Xiaojiang in the company of Tang San. Arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Bai Ying formally commenced his guidance of Xiao Wu's cultivation. Over the years in the library of the Spirit Hall, he had not idly passed the time. His understanding of soul theory far surpassed that of the average individual, bolstered by the knowledge imparted to him by the unparalleled Daoliuos of the Offering Hall. Their experiences were incomparable to those of Yu Xiaojiang. From this day forth, I shall guide you in your cultivation. You must heed my instructions, do you understand? Brother, will you truly guide my cultivation? Of course. I am far superior to any master you could name. Now, before we proceed, absorb this soul bone. What Bai Ying produced was indeed the soul bone that Xiao Wu's mother had sacrificed for him. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he was unable to absorb the soul bone. Thus he had kept it within a storage-type soul-guiding device. Now, it was perfectly suited for Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this soul bone, Xiao Wu's eyes flickered, and tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. Through its aura, she realized that this was the soul bone left by her mother as a sacrifice to Bai Ying. This soul bone belongs to your mother. Using it on you would be a return to its rightful owner. Brother, but this is something mother left for you. I cannot accept it. Bai Ying sighed softly and gently tapped Xiao Wu on the head. What are you doing, brother? She asked. You are truly a foolish little sister. My martial spirit is rather unique. It cannot absorb any soul bones. Thus, this soul bone is of no use to me. Moreover, I am already immensely grateful to your mother for bestowing upon me a 100,000-year soul ring. I intended to reserve this 100,000-year soul bone for you. I understand now, brother. The soul bone emanated a faint pink glow, seemingly imbued with boundless warmth and affection. As Xiao Wu pressed the soul bone firmly against her forehead, the radiance softened instantly. Reminiscent of a mother's gentle caress, warm and nurturing. Xiao Wu closed her eyes, wholeheartedly immersing herself in the process of absorbing the soul bone. Her body gradually radiated a delicate pink aura, harmonizing with the glow of the soul bone. In no time, she had fully absorbed it. Brother, I did it. Xiao Wu exclaimed with great excitement. Bai Ying replied calmly, shall we have a match? Remember to unleash your full strength. Do not hold back. I wish to see how far you have come. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and curiosity. She longed to discover the true power of her mother's soul bone after her absorption, the 100,000-year soul bone skill, teleportation. In an instant, Xiao Wu appeared before Bai Ying, swiftly employing her agility as her jade foot launched toward him with lightning speed. Second soul skill, Dragon Claw. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. The white shadow was enveloped in a golden glow, yet its right arm transformed into a terrifying form shrouded in tendrils of black mist. Xiao Wu's attacks proved utterly ineffective. Upon realizing that her soul skills had no impact on the white shadow, she swiftly seized its neck with both feet, intending to execute a throw using her own grappling techniques. In the next moment, the white shadow reacted with remarkable speed, launching itself into the air, causing her grappling to momentarily falter. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, it yanked her down with great force. Is this truly your full strength? If so, you are no match for me, she mused inwardly, acknowledging the impressive agility of her opponent. Indeed, Xiao Wu's flexibility, akin to that of her beloved soft bone rabbit, was incomparable to the models from her past life. Such slender legs, this sensation is exhilarating, she thought, a smile spreading across her face as she teased, brother, you are far too small, just watch me. In an instant, one foot was placed on the white shadow's neck, while the other mirrored the action, effectively constraining its neck before executing the 8-Duan throw. Once the first strike was executed, resistance would be futile. Perhaps this time victory was within her grasp. However, the white shadow wore a sinister grin, its lips curling as it declared, is that all you've got? First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air, rendering Xiao Wu's mind blank and causing her to involuntarily plummet downward. Be careful. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Bai Ying was on the verge of falling, but he swiftly embraced her in midair and altered their trajectory. Chapter 34, Taking Advantage. With a resounding thud, they remained unscathed, thanks to the invincible golden body that shielded them. Upon seeing that Xiao Wu was unharmed, Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief. Gazing at the unconscious Xiao Wu in his arms, he urged, wake up, Xiao Wu, please wake up. As she remained unresponsive, a wave of panic surged within him. What if her soul had suffered irreparable damage? Should he perform artificial respiration? The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. Xiao Wu, if you awaken, you mustn't blame your brother. It was an act of necessity. He found himself wondering what her lips tasted like. The more he pondered, the less he could restrain the beast within him, which stirred restlessly. Suddenly, he lunged forward and pressed his lips against hers. Then, he placed his hands over her heart. Employing these methods, though uncertain of their efficacy, surely, a rabbit's heart must resemble that of a human's, he mused. In her haze, Xiao Wu sensed something in her mouth and instinctively began to suck. This action jolted Bai Ying, nearly unleashing the beast that lay dormant within him. What is this? So sweet. As Xiao Wu gradually opened her eyes, she found Bai Ying sprawled atop her, their position remarkably intimate. Brother, what has happened to me? Just as she attempted to voice her confusion, the realization struck her. She recalled the earlier moments vividly and instinctively pushed Bai Ying away. Although she had only recently entered the human realm, she understood what had transpired. It was an act characteristic of animals during reproduction. At this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. Are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? I'm fine, brother. What we just did was. Bai Ying feigned an air of virtue, explaining that his earlier actions were merely a consequence of her unconscious state, assuring her that there was no ulterior motive. However, there was an unmistakable hint of guilt etched upon his countenance, as anyone would feel when caught in such a compromising situation. At his words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a fiery sunset. Her heart raced with the fervor of a drumbeat, and her bashfulness was palpable. With her gaze cast downward and hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, she seemed to seek a semblance of solace. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she replied, I understand, brother. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's bashful demeanor, and an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within him. He endeavored to suppress his feelings, gently caressing Xiao Wu's head, and spoke softly, Xiao Wu, it is truly a relief to see you well. Now, shall we continue our previous discussion? I am aware of your physical condition. You have absorbed the spirit bone of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, which has significantly enhanced your physical capabilities beyond that of an ordinary person. When a 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms into a human, it relinquishes all its power. This is precisely why such ancient soul beasts seldom choose this path. Human greed poses an insurmountable danger. However, there are two advantages to this transformation. Generally, soul beasts that take on human form can produce their own spirit rings, thereby acquiring skills that best suit them. According to my research, the limit for absorbing spirit rings varies from person to person, contingent upon their physical condition. For instance, I possess twin martial souls, which is why both my first and second spirit rings are of the 10,000-year grade. My physique has reached an extraordinary level beyond that of an average individual. Now that you have inherited your mother's 100,000-year spirit bone, coupled with the dual enhancement of the Bodhi transformation and the essence of the dew, your physical condition will certainly surpass that of an ordinary transformed soul beast, enabling you to produce spirit rings of even greater antiquity. Therefore, when you reach the threshold of level 20, you must strive to generate at least 1,000-year spirit ring. I understand, brother. It is good that you comprehend. Remember, apart from me, do not disclose your identity as a soul beast to anyone, and avoid appearing before the title Daoliu. Title Daoliu? Are there truly that many? Within this academy, it seems there are no individuals stronger than a title Daoliu. Besides, with the ring you gifted me, as long as I remain silent, no one will know. Nevertheless, one can never be too cautious. Should someone discover your identity, I may not be able to protect you. My reluctance for you to interact with Tang Sect stems not only from questions of character, but also due to the fact that his father is a title Daoliu level powerhouse. Xiao Wu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Brother, you cannot be serious. Tang Sect's father is a title Daoliu level powerhouse. How is that possible? There is no mistake. His father is the renowned Haotian Daoliu, Tang Hao, who dominates the entire continent. Thus, you must never appear before him as a title Daoliu. Tang Sect's father undoubtedly possesses extraordinary discernment. Avoid any contact with Tang Sect and maintain as much distance as possible. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt genuine fear. For should her identity be unveiled, not only would she be in peril, but those she cherished would be at risk as well. Observing Xiao Wu's despondent demeanor, Bai Ying felt a pang of sympathy. With a gentle sigh, he extended his hand and tenderly ruffled her small rabbit ears. This gesture took Xiao Wu by surprise. She lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's eyes, filled with concern, and her inner turmoil and anxiety seemed to find a measure of solace. The pale shadow smiled faintly, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Xiao Wu, do not worry excessively. As long as we exercise caution, your identity will remain concealed. Moreover, I shall always be here to safeguard you. The sight of Xiao Wu's rabbit ears reminded Bai Ying of the alluring attire worn by bunny girls in his previous life, prompting him to gaze at her with curiosity. He couldn't help but wonder how enchanting Xiao Wu would look in such a costume, a thought that excited him immensely. However, he admonished himself to remain calm. The moment was not yet ripe. As Bai Ying continued to apply pressure, the sensations transmitted from Xiao Wu's rabbit ears intensified, causing her expression to morph into one of discomfort. Brother, please stop rubbing my ears. It's becoming unbearable, she pleaded. Realizing the sensitivity of rabbit ears, Bai Ying felt a twinge of guilt for having pressed so hard. That night, due to her fear of the dark, Xiao Wu and Bai Ying shared a bed. Mom, I found my brother. If only you were still here. Xiao Wu truly misses you, she thought. Rest assured, I will ensure that your murderer pays for their sins. Chapter 35. A lesson learned the following day. Bai Ying rose early and ventured outside. What is today's sign-in reward? He wondered. Congratulations, host. You have signed in for the heavenly alchemy technique. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's previously indifferent demeanor shifted dramatically. The notion of a transcendent alchemy skill was exhilarating, reminiscent of the many organizations in fantasy novels where alchemists often garnered favor by aiding beautiful characters with antidotes. He proceeded to the cafeteria, packed a meal, and returned to the dormitory where he found Xiao was still fast asleep. Gently, he caressed her rabbit ears, saying, "Little rabbit, it's time to wake up. Have you forgotten that you need to clean the back garden of the playground? Rise and shine." Xiao Wu slowly opened her drowsy eyes and, upon seeing the sumptuous breakfast before her, her earlier annoyance dissipated as she eagerly dug in. Brother, this is delicious. Since you find it so delightful, do indulge a bit more. Remember, you are a work-study student and must not forget your cleaning duties, Bai Ying reminded her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of dread. Brother, I must be going, she exclaimed, rushing out. Meanwhile, on the playground, Tang Sect was laboriously cleaning, panting from the exertion. His circumstances contrasted sharply with Xiao Wu's. He had little to no money, as most of it had been squandered by Tang Hao on alcohol, forcing him to work at the blacksmith shop. Observing from a distance, Bai Ying felt an inexplicable thrill. My apologies for being late, Xiao-san, Bai Ying said. Xiao Wu appeared genuinely remorseful. It's all right, Tang Sect replied, waving his hand dismissively. Since you've helped me for so long, take this. He produced a gold soul coin from his rabbit backpack. Is this really a gold soul coin? Xiao Wu exclaimed, surprised. This was given to me by my brother, who taught me the importance of sharing benefits received. Tang Sect felt a pang of disappointment as he looked at the coin in Xiao Wu's hand. Take it. I have plenty more. Considering we are of the same age, it would be fitting for you to receive such an advantage. After all, I have never been bestowed such generosity from my master, Yu Xiaojiang, who only offers theoretical guidance. For someone like me, money is of utmost necessity. Everything else pales in comparison. Thank you, Tang Sect said, astonished. I never imagined you would be so wealthy. I promise to repay you. You fool. I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. It is my duty to care for my junior brothers. If you encounter any issues you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Even if I cannot help, my brother surely will. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Sect proposed. I need to venture into the soul-hunting forest to acquire a soul ring in the coming days. Would you assist me with the cleaning? In exchange, I will take care of a week's worth of sanitation upon my return. How about a month of cleaning instead? Xiao Wu agreed, and time swiftly passed. Brother, what will you teach me today? Buying pondered for a moment before inquiring, what level has your soul power reached? Close to level 20, came the reply. I am confident that I can break through to level 20 within the next few days. Very well. Then focus on adjusting your mindset and diligently cultivate your skills in preparation for this breakthrough. However, I must remind you once more, do not engage in any excessive intimacy with Tang Sect. Do you understand? Brother, why do you harbor such animosity towards Tang Sect? Because his father is my enemy. But never mind, you wouldn't comprehend these matters. I mention it only to spare you unnecessary worries. Regardless, you must avoid any close contact with him. If I catch you, I will break your legs. Seeing Bai Ying's stern demeanor, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then retorted, all right. You've repeated that enough times, you sound like a nagging mother. That evening, as Xiao Wu and Tang Sect gazed at the stars, she suddenly proposed a sparring match. Tang Sect readily agreed, sensing that Xiao Wu genuinely held significance in his life. Without warning, Xiao Wu charged, her braided hair whipping through the air like a long whip aimed at Tang Sect. In response, Tang Sect swiftly retreated, entangling himself with her using the Xian Gong. The two engaged in an intense battle, oblivious to Bai Ying's fiery, jealous glare. As their match escalated, a voice interrupted, what are you two doing? Sparring, is it? Xiao Wu, how are you? Instead of studying, you choose to practice fighting? The sudden remark sent a chill down Xiao Wu's spine, prompting her to whip around, her forehead glistening with perspiration. Brother, we're merely practicing, Xiao Wu replied, her voice firm despite the oppressive feeling of facing Bai Ying. Akin to a sheep entering a lioness den. Is it really just practice? Because from where I stand, your movements appear rather intimate. Tang Sect quickly interjected, teacher. We are genuinely just sparring. There are no ulterior motives. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. However, it is quite late, and Xiao Wu should be heading home. Come now. You little rascal. Teacher Bai, what are you doing here? Another teacher approached, having witnessed the scene. Just as he intended to intervene, Bai Ying preempted him. Nothing much. Just two little friends sparring. Is it truly just sparring? Their movements seem rather suggestive. I advise you, Teacher Bai, to educate your sister. Do not let her stray down the wrong path. Thank you for the reminder, dear teacher. My sister has been a bit mischievous, and as her brother, it is my responsibility. Rest assured, such incidents will not occur again. Are you not heading home? Why are you still standing here? Oh, all right, brother. Xiao Wu, like a frightened quail, shrank her neck and dared not resist, trailing behind him as they returned to their quarters. Upon arriving at the teacher's dormitory, Xiao Wu felt too intimidated to meet Bai Ying's gaze. What did I tell you? You were not allowed to get too close to Tang Sect. How did you behave? If others had seen you, well, what would they think? A child of your age engaging in such antics. Thinking it is practice. Do you understand what it means to know someone's face but not their heart? Brother, I truly erred this time. Please forgive me, my dear brother. As the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a teacher is not strict, it is their laziness. You take advantage of my affection. Misbehaving at Nodding Academy. While I might overlook it, why must you insist on getting close to Tang Sect? I've warned you numerous times. Chapter 36. A spanking staying up late instead of resting, and resorting to fighting. Do you realize how embarrassing it is to be seen by a teacher? Bai Ying exuded an overwhelming presence, merely uttering the simplest yet most direct words. As the saying goes, one must face consequences for their mistakes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was struck by a foreboding sensation, prompting her to flee like a startled duck. However, before she could even take a step, Bai Ying appeared before her in an instant. Her heart raced thunderously, and she swiftly resolved to employ her remarkable agility, leaping forward in a desperate attempt to escape Bai Ying's grasp. Within the confines of the room, her figure resembled that of a nimble rabbit, tracing an elegant arc through the air. Yet, at that very moment, a hand, akin to an iron claw, firmly seized her mid-air. Xiao Wu lost control of her body, crashing heavily into Bai Ying's embrace. His breath brushed softly against her ear, imbued with an undeniable seriousness and depth. Her heart raced even faster as she lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's profound eyes. Struggling against his hold, she endeavored to break free from his embrace. But his iron grip ensnared her tightly, rendering her immobile. She felt a warmth creeping upon her cheeks, her heartbeat echoing in her ears as if it might burst forth. Let me go, brother. I truly am sorry. Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly as she bit her lip, striving to rein in her emotions. Bai Ying gazed at her, a flicker of intricate emotion shimmering in his eyes. He slightly lowered his head, drawing closer to Xiao Wu's ear, his deep voice imbued with an almost magical allure, rendering her body involuntarily rigid. Do you truly understand your mistake? Xiao Wu suddenly smiled, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. In an instant, she adjusted her stance and launched another attack. However, This time, Bai Ying's response was swifter than hers. A faint smile graced his lips as he deftly pressed his finger upon her acupoint. Who would have thought you'd dare to resist? It seems you recognize your error yet refuse to amend it. Initially, I had no intention of striking you. I merely wished to startle you. Yet now, your obstinacy has ignited my ire. You commit wrongs without acknowledgement and still wish to retaliate. It appears I must teach you a lesson. Rest assured, I have merely targeted your acupoint. This will render your body immobile. In an instant, Xiao Wu's form became rigid, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Bai Ying. The numbness swiftly spread from the acupoint throughout her entire body, making even the slightest movement exceedingly arduous. Although she was under his control, her expression radiated an audacious defiance, as if to say, "Come, strike me if you dare." Xiao Wu was utterly convinced that her brother would never truly harm her. At most, he would only seek to intimidate her. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu's expression, a flicker of triumph glimmering in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." He then approached the bed, slowly placing her across his lap. Mother always said that naughty children deserve a spanking. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's countenance fell, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. As the leader of the Nodding Academy, her authority was absolute. If others discovered that her own brother had spanked her, how could she ever maintain her standing in the academy? Wouldn't her image and position be utterly obliterated? At that moment, Bai Ying's fingers lightly tapped her posterior. Though the strike was not forceful, it rendered Xiao Wu rigid, as if struck by lightning. A fiery pain radiated from her behind. Truly, it was the posterior of a heroine. The sensation was exquisite, akin to striking a sponge, so remarkably soft. Xiao Wu's backside was the first to feel his touch. "Please. No more. I truly regret my actions." Her pleas evoked no sympathy from Bai Ying, whose voice resonated above her like that of a devil. "Did you consider the consequences of your actions? Knowing you would be punished, why did you not heed my words? I assure you, this punishment is unavoidable." The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly, and Xiao Wu burst into tears. "Now you realize the pain. Where was your awareness earlier? Did you truly believe I wouldn't strike you? Did you think I was overly indulgent?" Time slipped away before Bai Ying seized his hand and released the pressure points on Xiao Wu's body. She sprang to her feet. Yet the fiery sensation radiating from her behind made her wince in agony. "Brother, you are truly a pervert. Can't you strike a little gentler? Besides, it wasn't intentional." "Enough. If you wish to avoid further punishment, keep quiet. Your injuries require tending. I will fetch some medicine. You must lie still and not wander about. As for your and Tang Sect's work-study arrangements, I will relay them to the school. From this year onward, I shall take care of all your needs, food, clothing, and shelter. Is that satisfactory?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt somewhat appeased, though her sore backside ached fiercely. That insufferable brother knew nothing of cherishing delicate feelings. Nor did he show any concern for his sister's well-being. "What are you pondering? Hurry and lie down. I shall apply the medicine now." Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu's internal complaints about Bai Ying ceased. As she reclined, a flush crept across her cheeks while the cool ointment was applied to her rear. An unusual sensation enveloped her, involuntarily eliciting soft moans from her lips. The white shadow was momentarily stunned, as the beast within him was on the verge of breaking free, exacerbated by the current sounds that nearly pushed him over the edge. With his eyes covered, he summoned every ounce of restraint within him to barely maintain control. After applying the ointment, he set the tube aside and earnestly admonished Xiao Wu, "If you dare to engage in excessive intimacy with Tang Sect again, the consequences will be far more dire than this. Do you believe me?" This time, Xiao Wu was utterly convinced. She had no desire to endure the sting of punishment once more. She nodded fervently, vowing that even if she saw him with Tang Sect in the future, the shadow of that day would remain vividly etched in her memory. The pain from her earlier punishment quickly dissipated under the effects of the ointment. "All right. It should be fine now. It's quite late. Let us get some sleep." After Bai Ying finished speaking, he reclined beside Xiao Wu, one arm embracing her waist. Xiao Wu's entire body shuddered momentarily, but that was all. Gazing at her brother, she could not help but exclaim that he was truly a naughty rascal. Had she known earlier, she would not have acknowledged him as her brother. "What did you say?" "I said nothing." At that moment, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of unease, secretly pondering why he had not yet fallen asleep. The slender hand of the white shadow gently trailed down her waist, and a deep, magnetic voice slowly emerged. "I heard you. It seems you intend to deny me as your brother, correct? Let me assure you, that is impossible. Our bond has already been established, has it not? You once promised to marry me. Have you forgotten?" Feeling his touch, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and spoke. "Of course I haven't forgotten. It was merely a jest. However, I dislike such words being uttered again in the future. Do you understand? Brother, will you truly marry me one day?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Wu felt herself ensnared. As she slowly opened her eyes, she beheld the white shadow's gaze, which resembled the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a soft yet unwavering light. Within those eyes lay a multitude of unspoken words, profound tenderness, deep affection, and an endless promise to her. At that moment, Xiao Wu's heart was utterly captivated, as if drawn into the enchanting world within those eyes, unable to escape. "I have declared my intentions. I will undoubtedly marry you. Do not forget, you have seen my wedding ring." In our human realm, a wedding ring symbolizes our commitment. I understand now, brother. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt a warm, moist sensation as her lips seemed to brush against something. Bai Ying pressed closely against Xiao Wu, passionately drawing her in, an experience from which he found himself unable to extricate. Xiao Wu's heart raced with excitement, yet she relished the sensation. And the two continued to kiss. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Promise me you will never leave me, he implored. Rest assured, brother. I will never abandon you, she replied. That is all I need to hear. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in acquiring your second soul ring. Just leave everything to me. You need not worry. The next day, within the confines of the room, Xiao Wu sat cross-legged, her entire being enveloped in a state of profound relaxation. Suddenly, a layer of pink light emerged around her, the shimmering specks gradually coalescing into a purple Millennium Soul Ring. In Bai Ying's heart, the sight of the purple Millennium Soul Ring filled him with a sense of pride. Indeed, his speculation was correct. The moment Xiao Wu absorbed the 10,000-year soul bone left by her mother, her physical limits had already surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even now, Tang Sect could only possess a century-old yellow soul ring as his second. Brother, I have succeeded. You were right, each individual's physique varies. And thus the soul rings they can absorb differ as well. It's a pity that my second soul ring is merely a millennium ring. What is there to regret? Relax. Your second soul ring is a purple millennium one, which already surpasses most of your peers. As long as you put in the effort, you will undoubtedly become a formidable title Daoliu. Please don't ridicule me, brother. Your first and second soul rings are both of 10,000-year caliber. And even your third is of 100,000-year level. Although my mother sacrificed for you, you truly are remarkable. You truly live up to being my brother. It's nothing to be concerned about. You have already reached 2 rings by the age of 10. Work hard, and you will be able to avenge your mother with your own hands. At the mention of vengeance, Xiao Wu's expression darkened with sorrow. Brother, do you think my mother would feel comforted if she were still alive? I believe she would certainly take pride in your growth if she could see it. Time to go. You have class now. After Xiao Wu departed, Bai Ying felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. It seemed that everything should now proceed without issue. Host, there is something I'm uncertain whether I should mention. Speak freely, system. Host, if you continue to flirt this way, your cultivation may stagnate. If Tang Sect surpasses you, you cannot blame me. Do you think I desire this? I can feel that my cultivation has encountered a bottleneck. My soul power has reached level 27, and I just need a little more to break through to level 30. Yet, despite countless attempts, I remain unable to progress. Your martial soul is a genuine divine level soul, making it inherently more challenging to break through such bottlenecks compared to ordinary individuals. However, with my assistance, as long as you diligently complete tasks, I will surely find a way to accelerate your cultivation. Yet you have not issued any tasks at present. In light of this, Bai Ying resolved to procure a variety of herbs, for in every fantasy tale, the protagonist is always well prepared. After perusing the local market, he purchased several ordinary herbs and began concocting remedies. After a full afternoon of work, he finally gathered all the necessary ingredients. Just as he was about to unwind, a sudden loud knocking at the door interrupted him. Not good. Teacher, Xiao Wu, something has happened. What has occurred? That girl has caused a ruckus again. It's the upperclassman, Xiao Qinyu, who is bullying us. Xiao Wu has stepped in to defend us. Xiao Qinyu? I've heard his father is the Lord of Nodding City. It seems the tiger's wrath has been underestimated. They truly believe me to be a sickly cat. Where are they fighting? The student, panting heavily, replied, at the back mountain. Understood. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. Anyone who dares to bully me will face the consequences. Little girl, you're rather appealing. Would you care to become my sidekick? I am in need of one right now. Xiao Qinyu wore a smug expression, knowing that Xiao Wu was merely a first-year student. His soul power level was the highest in the entire academy. Xiao Laoda, are you afraid of me? Are you worried that if you lose, you'll have to become my subordinate? Enough with the chatter. If we are to fight, let us do so without hesitation. Do you still consider yourself a man? Xiao Wu's face bore evident impatience as Xiao Qinyu retorted, what a feisty girl. Today, I shall make you regret ever crossing me. Even if the individual before him possessed superior cultivation, he had the backing of upperclassmen. After all, 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. With this thought, confidence radiated from Xiao Qinyu's expression. What are you all doing gathered here? Xiao Wu, I believe I instructed you not to engage in fights. Chapter 38. Taking action, and you students, instead of studying diligently, choose to brawl. Are you also idle? The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone, as they all held a deep-seated apprehension towards this teacher. At that moment, Tang Sect also arrived, intending to seize this opportunity to make a remarkable impression in front of Xiao Wu. Indeed, it was Xiao Qinyu who instigated the trouble. Brother, this time I genuinely did not provoke the conflict. My little subordinates have been bullied, and as their leader, if I do not stand up for them, what credibility would I have? Bai Ying gazed at the visibly flustered Xiao Qinyu and inquired, so, it is you who has bullied my disciple, is it not? And what if it is? Xiao Qinyu, clearly lacking confidence, maintained a facade of bravado in front of his subordinates. Dare you engage me in a duel? If you emerge victorious, you may have your way. However, should you be defeated, you shall promptly return to your studies. Rest assured, you will face me together. Upon witnessing Bai Ying's composed demeanor, Xiao Qinyu realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Do you dare to proceed? Be swift in your response, otherwise. You may as well concede. Teacher, are you certain you wish to battle us? Even if your level surpasses ours, your age is likely comparable to ours. At most a mere 2 years difference, whereas we possess a significant number. Enough of this trivial chatter. In that case, we implore you to enlighten us, teacher. With that, the multitude of students surged forward. Bai Ying chuckled and remarked, as the saying goes, it is morally reprehensible to bully the weak with the strong. Today, I shall impart a lesson on your behalf to your parents. In an instant, with a swift kick, Bai Ying propelled himself into the air and delivered a heavy kick to one of the students. Lu Long let out a cry of anguish before collapsing to the ground. Utilizing him as a springboard, Bai Ying unleashed a flurry of punches, the sound of slapping echoing in succession, every face, save for Xiao Qinyu's more distinct imprints of his palm. Your father is the Lord of Nodding City. Out of respect for him, I shall refrain from striking you today. However, should you conspire with the upperclassmen again and allow my sister to be bullied, you can only imagine the consequences. Even if your father were to kneel before me, he would likely be unable to save you. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of terror emanated from Bai Ying, and 3 soul rings gradually ascended, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a dragon. 3 rings, 2 of which were 1,000 years old. This was not to be trifled with. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was. Since you acknowledge your mistake, let us adhere to the agreement you made with Xiaoji. However, I must caution you, should this matter remain unresolved, you know what the repercussions will be. At this moment, Tang San was genuinely bewildered. Even he could not fathom the identity of this teacher who had attained the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 7. It was inconceivable to believe he lacked any backing. Enough, everyone disperse. Brother, you are so impressive. Of course, Tang San hurriedly caught up, a bit shyly addressing Bai Ying as teacher. The key point was that this individual was only slightly older than him, at most by a year or 2. Is there something you need? The teacher said to see when you were available for a visit. What does Yu Xiaojiang want from me? What is this rascal plotting? Understood. Thank you. Xiao Wu, you and Xiaosen go ahead. Upon entering Yu Xiaojiang's study, Tang Sen asked, Yu Xiaojiang, what do you want from me? Confronted by this hypocritical master, he could not muster a pleasant demeanor. I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? What could we possibly discuss? You previously claimed that my 10 core theories were flawed. May I inquire what evidence you possess? I am genuinely curious. Just because of that, I will enlighten you today. Since I am in a good mood, recognizing one's errors is the first step. Yu Xiaojiang, of course, would not genuinely admit to any faults. He merely sought to glean some useful theoretical insights from Bai Ying, as well as to ascertain the current circumstances of Bibi Dong. Did you not bestow the Mandala Serpent's soul ring as the first for her? Bai Ying seated himself, adopting an air of indifference akin to that of an elderly gentleman. Is there truly a problem with this? Indeed, the issue is significant. You fail to comprehend the essence of the true martial soul theory. Are you aware of the conditions that genuinely give rise to twin martial souls? Remember, only martial souls of similar qualities can manifest into twin martial souls, though I am unaware of what his second martial soul is. I can sense that it must be extraordinarily formidable. After all, could a soul master possessing twin martial souls merely have an ordinary blue silver grass as their first soul? Furthermore, every individual has different limits, and thus their capacity to absorb soul rings varies, as long as the body can endure. Absorbing a soul ring of over 10,000 years is entirely feasible. Regarding your so-called master, have you truly engaged in genuine cultivation? Authentic theory demands a grounded approach. Only then can it be deemed true theory. I understand. Thank you. May I pose another question? How is Bibi Dong faring now? Since she has confided in you regarding my matters, I trust you must be her confidant. Could you share her circumstances with me? Mind your own business. His affairs do not require your concern. With that, he stormed out, leaving in haste. As night fell, Xiao Wu, could you attempt to let your soul enter the Qian Kuan divine ring? I'll give it a try, brother. Xiao Wu gently exhaled, and within the Qian Kuan divine ring, an alluring force seemed to draw her entirely inside. Upon entering, Xiao Wu felt an abundance of energy within the ring, far superior to that of the outside world. Very well, from this day forth, you shall not attend classes at the academy. I will arrange for your leave with the teachers. You must devote these days to training here. However, the priority before anything else is your physical body. Your ability to absorb high-quality soul rings depends on your body's endurance, which is currently too weak. Therefore, rather than focusing solely on cultivation, you must prioritize enhancing your physical form. I expect you to reach the level of 3 souls before graduation. What? That will exhaust me. Xiao Wu found herself unable to refuse, resigning to accept the demands. Greetings, everyone. In this chapter, I find myself struggling to express my thoughts adequately. According to my initial intention, we should be heading directly to Shrek Academy. Yet I felt compelled to include this chapter, albeit with some difficulty. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings. The next chapter will undoubtedly contain elements you wish to see. Chapter 39, The Rescue of Zhu Shiqing. The following day, Xiao Wu arrived at Nodding Academy, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Wu, did you not sleep well? You seem to be the one lacking rest. I simply trained too hard. Time passed swiftly, and under Bai Ying's influence, Xiao Wu's relationship with Tang Sect became less intimate than depicted in the original narrative. As graduation approached, Bai Ying felt increasingly troubled. For Yu Xiaojiang had repeatedly mentioned Xiao Wu's post-graduation plans to attend Shrek Academy, to evade his persistent entanglement. Bai Ying decided to flee with Xiao Wu just days before graduation. Brother, why must we leave now? Because you are graduating, and moreover, I need to carefully plan whether to return to the Martial Soul Hall or continue wandering the continent. Brother, I refuse to go to the Martial Soul Hall. My mother perished because of that woman, and I will never comply. Rest assured, I shall not lead you into a den of wolves. Our destination is Soto City, where, according to Yu Xiaojiang, lies a Shrek Academy, a haven for geniuses. Really? How wonderful. Bai Ying harbored no fondness for Shrek Academy, viewing it as a deceitful institution. However, the system's demands necessitated his attendance and subsequent enrollment, leaving him in a predicament. Yet, unable to resist the greater forces at play, he ultimately guided Xiao Wu on the road to Shrek Academy. As twilight descended and after a long day of travel, Xiao Wu fell into a deep slumber. Please complete the hidden task, rescue Zhu Zhuqing. Reward, Zhu Zhuqing becomes your most loyal servant. Upon hearing of this task, Bai Ying's spirits lifted, and he proceeded toward the distant woods as directed by the system. Second miss, do not blame us. Blame your royal birth. In the distance, dozens of cloaked figures surrounded Zhu Zhuqing entirely. Elder sister, do you truly wish for my demise? Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained icy, devoid of any sign of fear. At this moment, her left arm had been pierced by a sharp weapon, blood staining her leather attire, and she swayed precariously. Yet, she understood that she could not falter. To do so would mean certain death awaited her. With a slight bow, she crouched, exhaling deeply as she launched herself at the group of assailants. However, her fist proved insufficient against their numbers, and she sustained injuries. Am I truly to perish here? Zhu Zhuqing, you are unwilling to accept this fate. Boss, she isn't bad-looking. Shall we indulge ourselves a little? What are you thinking? Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? She is from the Zhu family of the Xing Luo royal family. Should they discover this, you will find yourself in dire straits. One cloaked figure remarked to another. Boss, if you don't say anything, who will know? Besides, in this desolate wilderness, she cannot escape. Don't you want to sample her flavor? One of the cloaked figures wore a lecherous expression as he leered at Zhu Zhuqing, evoking her deep disgust. Should you dare treat me this way, the Xing Luo royal family will not let you off lightly. Second miss, do you still fail to comprehend the situation? Once you are dead, no one will know of this. Even if they did, it would merely serve as a lesson for us. Oh dear, second miss, how pitiable you are, in search of that useless prince. You ventured alone into the Heaven Do Empire, and now you face death in this desolate wilderness. I truly pity you. It is said that the useless prince, Dai Mubai, indulges in revelry to escape the struggles of succession. Does he even care about you? As the cloaked figures shared sinister smiles, they advanced steadily toward Zhu Zhuqing. Her left hand gripped a dagger tightly. Though wounded, she was still capable of launching an attack. Is it not shameful for you brutish men to bully a young lady? A sudden voice pierced the tranquility of the night. The cloaked figures froze, startled by the unexpected interruption, looking around in search of its source. Meanwhile, Bai Ying appeared relaxed, like a specter emerging from the shadows, standing there, blending seamlessly with the night. His gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, whose delicate features appeared even paler in the moonlight. Yet her resolve remained unyielding. Blood continued to flow from her left arm, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, tightly clutching her dagger, prepared to defend against any impending assault. In the depths of Bai Ying's heart, she couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was truly magnificent. The black bodysuit clung to her form, subtly quivering with her every movement, perfectly outlining her curvaceous silhouette. Beneath the moonlight, her skin radiated a delicate jade hue, resembling an ethereal sprite, elegant and otherworldly. The standard curve of her cleavage, accentuated by the tight-fitting attire, stood out prominently, akin to two towering peaks standing proudly. Her cool demeanor was reminiscent of a solitary plum blossom in winter. Though it was proud, it possessed an irresistible allure. Is it amusing to see so many of you bully a single person? One voice inquired. Who are you to dare obstruct our affairs? Do you comprehend our status? Oh. And what status might that be? Came the retort. As the saying goes, this mountain is mine, and this tree is planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind tolls. You are trespassing on my territory, bullying a vulnerable woman, and that is unacceptable. Brother, why waste words? Just kill him, one suggested. Kill me? Do you truly believe you can? The leader of the black-clad men, upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of the man before him, recognized that he was a formidable opponent and spoke up. I advise you not to interfere in this matter, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. We are of the noble Zhu family of the Silla royal lineage. If you choose to depart now, the Zhu family will be immensely grateful. The Zhu family of the Silla royal nobility? Then I cannot possibly let you go. If you were merely ordinary individuals, I might consider a dialogue. But as members of the Silla aristocracy, I must regretfully decline. Remember, it is Bai Ying, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, who seeks your demise. Once you descend, do not forget. How could a member of the Spirit Hall appear here? Even if you are from the Spirit Hall, are you truly willing to intervene? I intend to involve myself in this matter, as I have taken a liking to him and wish for him to become my woman. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing was taken aback, realizing she had ventured from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Chapter 40. Zhu Zhiqing's servant. I must leave quickly. This person's strength is undoubtedly formidable. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's actions, Bai Ying naturally comprehended his intentions. He then spoke, I advise you to remain here obediently, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Once I have dealt with this group of scoundrels, you shall belong to me. Who would have thought I could stumble upon such a piece of news here? A royal noble, it seems my gains will be considerable. At this moment, Bai Ying gazed at the figures cloaked in black with an air of amusement. Flee, if you can escape, perhaps fate has spared you. I shall reluctantly let you go. The black-clad individuals, upon hearing this, were instantly incensed. After all, they were sole masters of the Soul King and Soul Sovereign ranks, and judging by his age, he could not be that formidable. In the next instant, 3 soul rings slowly ascended. Bai Ying, concealed by a bronze mask, revealed a most standard display of soul rings, 100 year, 100 year, and 1000 year. I anticipated a greater challenge. To my surprise, you are merely a 3-ring soul sovereign. With all of us here, do you truly believe we cannot vanquish you? Attack. Eliminate him. The first soul skill, Shadow Dragon's Roar. The roar resonated within the minds of all present, causing an intense throbbing pain in their skulls. The second soul skill, Shadow Dragon's Claw. With a series of sickening cracks, several of the black-clad figures were brutally torn asunder. I offered you a chance to escape, yet you sought your own demise. What was that saying? The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to launch an assault against me, truly a reckless choice. The gruesome fates of the fallen black-clad individuals rendered the remaining ones utterly paralyzed with fear, prompting them to flee in desperation. I granted you an opportunity to run. And now you wish to take flight? Where then is my dignity? Temporal blade. Time stasis. In an instant, the surrounding space fell into a profound stillness. A gust of wind sweeping through. As time resumed its flow, they were met with the shocking realization that their heads had been severed from their bodies, a true dismemberment. How is this possible? Who are you? To his astonishment, the deceased still had words to utter. Having dealt with those adversaries, he moved on. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhiqing, observing her wounded state. A pang of sorrow gripped him. What if she were to bear a scar? That would rob him of the joy of cherishing this little cat. Congratulations, host. Task completed. The slave mark has been issued. Do you wish to use it? Yes. No sooner had the word escaped his lips than a beam of light surged into Zhu Zhiqing's body with astonishing speed. Who are you? Fear was etched across Zhu Zhiqing's face as she retreated step by step. Who am I? You need only remember one thing. I am now your master. Master? No. I have no master. Slowly rising, Zhu Zhiqing stood defiant, her injured left arm trembling, yet her eyes burned with deadly intent, gripping the dagger tightly. I care not who you are. Leave me be. 2 soul rings rose beneath her feet, signaling her readiness to attack. Such a disobedient little cat. Do you truly believe you can resist me? Leave. First soul skill, Nether Strike. Just as her attack was to descend upon Bai Ying, he coughed lightly and settled himself. In the next instant, Zhu Zhiqing's body became entirely unresponsive, forcing her to sit down abruptly. What is happening? Why can't I control my body? What have you done to me? What have I done? I have simply made you my exclusive little cat. The Xinglua royal family is a significant acquisition. How could I allow you to leave so easily? Do you not fear the Xinglua Empire will come seeking retribution? Do they dare to trouble me? Do you truly believe that is possible? My identity is that of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I am backed by the entirety of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, who can prove that I have taken you? Even if they could, do you think the Xinglua Empire would offend the Spirit Hall over one person? Moreover, if you wish to survive, you must obediently comply. Zhu Zhiqing's eyes blazed with murderous intent. She longed to charge forward and eliminate him. Yet, her body remained ensnared by an unseen force, utterly beyond her control. Do not harbor such delusions. I have already stealthily commandeered your body, and you shall not escape my grasp. I will eventually kill you. Zhu Zhiqing hissed through clenched teeth, her hands tightly gripping. Then I shall await that day. Is now the moment for you to slay me? Becoming my servant is your sole option. Rise, I will take you to tend to your wounds. Otherwise, they may scar. And that would be most unbecoming. Hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing wore an expression of helplessness. She attempted to refuse, yet her body, devoid of her control, moved alongside him into the depths of the woods. The intense pain coursing through her, combined with her inability to dictate her movements, brought tears to her once cold visage, a sight that evoked pity. Not long after, she collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the agony. Observing that Zhu Zhiqing's wound had begun to fester, Bai Ying was compelled to halt. He knelt beside her, his expression twisted with disdain as he grimly stated, "Do try not to die. I would be at a great loss." Then, to his astonishment, he began to part her clothing. "Pervert! You scoundrel!" A resounding slap echoed as Zhu Zhiqing's palm struck his face with force. Bai Ying found himself utterly bewildered. Was it not said that he could be completely controlled? How was it possible for him to break free from that control? What on earth is happening with the system? You owe me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I shall not let you off lightly. I apologize. There was a minor issue with the system's functionality, but it has been resolved now. A minor issue? It got me beaten up. My handsome face has been harmed. Do you have any idea the extent of the damage inflicted upon me? Zhu Zhuqing was astonished to find that despite her instinctive desire to control her body, she was unable to do so. Fear began to creep into Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Now you understand fear? Very well. Once you recover, I shall settle the score with you. Rest assured, I will return this debt in full. Either you kill me now and grant me relief, or stop provoking me with your taunts. Such tactics are ineffective against me. Besides, I cannot bring myself to harm such a beautiful woman. You still hold great value. I am in need of a warm bed partner, and you are quite suitable. What do you think? My arrangement for you is rather generous. It is your honor to provide warmth, so take a moment to appreciate it and be grateful to me. Chapter 41. Taking a cat girl as a wife. As a noble of the Xinglua Empire, Zhu Zhuqing possessed her own temper and was certainly unwilling to comply. Have you yet to recognize your current predicament? The power of life and death is now firmly in my hands. I have myriad methods for dealing with women. Would you care to test them? You despicable scoundrel, taking advantage of another's misfortune. Baying suddenly burst into laughter and remarked, as the saying goes, the art of war is full of deception. As long as one can achieve their objectives, any means may be employed. The strong thrive while the weak perish. In the relentless struggle of nature, only the fittest survive. As a noble of the Xinglua Empire, surely you comprehend this principle? Baying spoke, observing your firm demeanor. Suggesting that you still possess some strength, do refrain from succumbing to despair. The White Shadow directly placed Zhu Zhuqing into his storage soul guide. Upon returning to the inn, it was already late into the night. He turned on the tap, filling the tub with water, and then added a generous amount of a concocted potion. Finally, he released Zhu Zhuqing, who still displayed an unwavering defiance on her face. Undress. The scent emanating from you is overwhelmingly potent, and you require a thorough cleansing. Absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing firmly refused. I have already stated that this is beyond your control. He manipulated Zhu Zhuqing's body, compelling her to remove each article of clothing one by one. You beast. Once I find an opportunity, I will not let you escape unscathed, Zhu Zhuqing said, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet her hands continued their task without hesitation. Before long, she had shed all her garments, revealing her fair skin, marred by numerous scars. As her delicate feet stepped into the tub, she immediately felt a surge of heat envelop her. This potion has been meticulously crafted. You are fortunate to receive it. This elixir will also alleviate fatigue and restore your strength. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon the shocking scars on Zhu Zhuqing's body, and his expression softened slightly. He spoke gently. It appears you have endured quite a number of assassination attempts. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth, her eyes shimmering with a defiant light as she coldly retorted. What business is it of yours? Despite the disdain in her voice, Bai Ying discerned a profound sense of fear and unease lurking beneath her words. The White Shadow offered no response, merely gazing silently at her. The pale figure smiled faintly, his gaze emanating an undeniable aura of dominance. You are now my servant. And this is an unalterable truth, he declared, his finger gently tracing the delicate contour of Zhu Zhuqing's face, as if he were admiring a priceless work of art. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled involuntarily, a flicker of anger and fear flashing in her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly, suppressing any sound that might escape. She understood that in her current state, she possessed no means of resistance, destined to be at the mercy of this enigmatic man. The White Shadow appeared quite pleased with Zhu Zhuqing's reaction. He slowly released his grip and turned to walk towards the door. Remember, I am your master. Your life and death, your honor and disgrace, all lie within my whims. By the way, after your bath, don't forget the clothes I specially purchased for you. Zhu Zhuqing trembled all over, her pearly teeth clenched, her eyes filled with despair. She had never anticipated that her journey to the Heaven Do Empire in search of Dai Mubai would lead to her abduction. The predicament she found herself in was a bitter reflection of moral degradation or perhaps the injustice of fate. I must escape. I must free myself from him. I must find Dai Mubai, she silently encouraged herself. After a long moment, she turned her gaze to a garment in the bathroom. It was a meticulously crafted cat-eared outfit, perfectly tailored to her figure. She couldn't deny that the attire was indeed exquisite. With a sigh, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately resolved to step out of the bathtub and, in humiliation, don the attire. The moment she emerged from the bathroom, the White Shadow stood frozen in astonishment. The outfit seemed excessively large for Zhu Zhuqing, and it exuded a rather provocative allure. To his surprise, he hadn't expected this to be the reward from the system. Bai Ying gazed intently at Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a famished wolf stalking its prey. Come here. These two simple words transformed Zhu Zhuqing's previously relaxed demeanor into one of palpable tension as she approached him with trepidation. All right, now let me tend to your wounds. By the way, what do you think of this outfit? I designed it myself, rather splendid, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily stood in astonishment. Soon grasping his intent, she cast a glance at the cat-eared attire adorning her figure, then lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's. A flicker of complex emotions crossing her eyes. While the outfit elicited feelings of humiliation, it undeniably accentuated her physique to perfection. Bai Ying approached Zhu Zhuqing, gently cradling her wrist as he meticulously bandaged her wound. His movements were tender and deft, and soon the injury was completely treated. There you go. Your wound has been attended to. It's quite late now. We should retire for the night. As the saying goes, early to bed and early to rise makes one healthy. At these words, Zhu Shiqing suddenly leapt up, swiftly retreating to the side. Her gaze fixed on the man with a mix of wariness and suspicion. I was just a bit touched. Indeed, it's all a fade. With this thought, her body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. At that moment, Bai Ying chuckled and remarked, "You're still too young. I have no interest in children." Hearing this, Zhu Shiqing's face flushed crimson, her mind racing with the thought, where exactly am I small? Is it here or there? All right then, if you refuse to sleep, you might as well stay close to me. I, for one, am going to bed. After a long night of toil, I am utterly exhausted. By the way, those jars on the table, do not touch them. They contain poisons I have specially concocted. Just remember, don't go near them. What are you really trying to do? She inquired. What am I trying to do? Haven't you already figured it out? To acquire a lovely feline as a personal maid. The experience is rather delightful. He smirked. Enough of the jesting. You may sleep on the sofa. Rest assured, I am powerless to harm you. With that, he fell into a deep slumber. Zhu Shiqing remained on high alert, unable to relax in the presence of this enigmatic man who persisted in his own ways. What was his true intention in capturing her? I must make a decision swiftly, otherwise my freedom may eventually be compromised by him. It occurred to her that she could still exert control over her body. Did he not claim that the jars contained poison? If I consume this poison and bide my time, perhaps an opportunity will arise. I must take the plunge. Chapter 42. An unusual punishment. This was her solitary chance. With resolve, Zhu Shiqing approached the table and, disregarding all caution, swallowed the contents of the vials without hesitation. The ferocity of the poison surged through her body, inflicting excruciating pain, cold sweat beading on her brow, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Am I to die? Perhaps death would be preferable, freeing me from my family's control. As she pondered this, a sense of relief washed over her. Yet the agonizing torment did not linger for long. Zhu Shiqing was bewildered. Could it be that this poison was incapable of killing her? Was he deceiving her, deliberately misleading her? With despair enveloping her, she began to weep intermittently, her sobs echoing throughout the room, stirring Bai Ying from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. Enough of the tears, he said. Bai Ying descended from the bed, intending to embrace Zhu Shiqing, only to suddenly discover that all of the meticulously concocted medicines had vanished. Gazing at the empty bottles, Bai Ying felt a pang of heartache, as if blood were dripping from his heart. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to procure these? You must be wishing to consume poison and end your life. Am I correct? Zhu Shiqing's silence served as an implicit acknowledgement. Bai Ying, in anguish, covered his face, a mix of relief and profound regret etched upon his features. Why did I not put everything away? All the precious medicine is gone. All of it. Everything has vanished. Suddenly, Bai Ying recalled something significant and turned to Zhu Shiqing. How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? He inquired. These medicines are all restorative. There are only a few vials of poison. And I have already consumed most of the toxic substances. Therefore, none of these remedies can harm you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing was at a loss. Unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. The joy stemmed from the fact that she was still alive, while the sorrow arose from the realization that she remained in the clutches of this fiend. Zhu Shiqing slowly rose to her feet and gazed at the man before her, asking, "What do you intend to do with me? Whether to kill or maim, do as you wish." Humph, how naive of you. If I were to kill you, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? I wouldn't engage in such a losing endeavor. After consuming so much, can your body truly withstand it? My heavenly mountain snow silkworm, my millennium ginseng, and my ice spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit, do you not realize that the medicines you ingested were concocted from these exquisite herbs? You truly feel nothing at all? These miraculous herbs possess extraordinarily potent properties. If an ordinary person were to consume even a tiny amount, their life would be in peril. With a demeanor akin to a defiant pig unperturbed by boiling water, Zhu Shiqing retorted, "How could I possibly be harmed? I am perfectly fine. Either you release me now, or I shall continue to act as I please." Release you? Dream on. Do you think I would be so foolish? Do not presume that I lack the courage to eliminate you, simply because you dared to act so brazenly before me. I initially intended to converse with you, but you seemed intent on courting death. With that, Bai Ying scooped Zhu Shiqing into his arms and laid her upon the bed. Zhu Shiqing tightly shut her eyes, as if the simple act could provide her with a sense of security. However, what she did not anticipate was that Bai Ying would produce a feather. Soon, you shall experience the taste of torment. You must savor it fully. Zhu Shiqing wondered what harm a mere feather could inflict upon her. Yet, to her astonishment, Bai Ying proceeded to remove her shoes and socks. A chill surged from the soles of her feet as the feather delicately grazed her arches, reminiscent of a gentle breeze sweeping by. Yet, this breeze carried an inexplicable itch that compelled her to retract her foot. She attempted to maintain control, but the sensation was almost magical, causing her toes to involuntarily curl and her foot to twist. She sought to stifle her laughter, but it erupted from within her, uncontrollable. Her laughter echoed throughout the room, her body trembling involuntarily, and her expression contorted. She longed to escape this torment, yet his firm grip on her ankle rendered her powerless. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. The relentless laughter made Zhu Shiqing feel utterly desolate. So, what do you say? Do you acknowledge your mistakes? Bai Ying gazed at Zhu Shiqing and broke into laughter, soon joining her in mirth. Pa, if you possess the courage, confront me in a fair duel. What is this underhanded scheming but a display of cowardice? Gradually, Zhu Shiqing could no longer endure the situation, prompting her to cease her laughter. Her giggles faded, leaving her face flushed, breaths quickened, and chest rising and falling erratically. Fury flickered in her eyes, tempered by a hint of powerlessness. She struggled to rise, only to be gently restrained by Bai Ying's hand. What is this? Still unwilling to concede? A glimmer of mockery danced in Bai Ying's gaze as he relinquished his grip, allowing Zhu Shiqing to sit up. She shot him a glare, but refrained from responding. Her heart brimmed with humiliation and rage, yet she recognized that, at this moment, she was no match for this man. She needed to remain composed and seek an opportunity. Bai Ying gazed at her, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. He understood that although this woman was obstinate, she was also intelligent. He would not easily let her go, nor would he allow her to perish without consequence. What he desired was her submission. He decided to let today's incident pass. But should she err again, she would face the same punishment as before. With that, Bai Ying reclined and embraced Zhu Shiqing tightly, ensuring she could not concoct any schemes in his presence. However, at that moment, Zhu Shiqing suddenly felt as though a fire had ignited within her body, rendering her breathless. An uncontrollable blaze raged inside her, her cheeks flushed as if two flames were consuming her. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. She cast a glance at her own form, noticing a faint rosy hue on her skin, as if scorched by an intense heat. This inferno not only burned upon her skin but also ravaged her veins. She felt as if her body were being devoured by this flame, trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What have you done to me? I shall never forgive you for this transgression. Zhu Shiqing's gaze began to grow hazy, her body seemingly drawn by an invisible force, inching closer to Bai Ying against her will. The pounding of her heart echoed in her ears, as if it were determined to escape her chest. Her cheeks were aflame, her lips slightly parted, releasing soft moans intermittently. Humph, it's no wonder you feel this way after consuming so many restorative herbs. You should be grateful that I am not the type to take advantage of others, otherwise, I could easily have taken you right now. Zhu Shiqing strained to maintain her composure, threatening him. Do you dare? Chapter 43. What is there to fear? What is there to fear? Zhu Shiqing clung to her last shred of rationality and declared, if I lose my purity, I will first kill you, and then take my own life. Bai Ying remarked that you stubbornly resist the inevitable. I shall observe how long you can endure this. As time ticked away, Zhu Shiqing felt an intensifying warmth enveloping her body. She gasped for breath, her gaze becoming increasingly unfocused. Her crimson lips could not help but moisten with saliva, and she felt herself succumbing to an uncontrollable urge. I must leave at once. With this thought, Zhu Shiqing summoned her strength to rise from the bed, trembling as she leaned against the wall, making her way to the door. Just as she steadied herself and took a step forward, her body suddenly weakened, threatening to collapse. In that instant, Bai Ying grasped her firmly to steady her. Leaving now will not resolve anything, he said. And rest assured, as my woman, you shall want for nothing. Do you understand? Zhu Shiqing's mind was a haze, muddled and disoriented, as she insisted, I must go. Yet the strange sensations coursing through her body compelled her to halt. Her gaze fixed upon the man before her. Bai Ying's entire body leaned against her, and Zhu Shiqing instinctively drew closer, feeling the warmth of the person in her embrace. How have you managed to endure for so long? Zhu Shiqing had completely succumbed to her charm, her eyes radiating an alluring enchantment, transforming her into an enchanting vision. It's so cold, come a bit closer, my body is burning. The sound of Zhu Shiqing's voice sent a shiver through Bai Ying, who gazed at her, swallowing hard as he murmured, my little kitty, you brought this upon yourself, so you cannot blame me. The longer they lingered, the more muddled Zhu Shiqing's intentions became, and in the next moment, she embraced Bai Ying, kissing him passionately. What is happening? Although my little kitty has taken the initiative, you are still Dai Mubai's fiancé. Are you truly willing to be with me? Looking at the assertive Zhu Shiqing, Bai Ying could no longer contain the fire within him and suddenly tackled her down. Their struggle was intense. Unbeknownst to them, time passed until dawn arrived. Zhu Shiqing jolted awake, observing the disheveled marks on her body and the crimson stain on the sheets. What did I do last night? The mere thought of her experiences filled Zhu Shiqing with a sense of falling into hell. Glancing at the sleeping Bai Ying beside her, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Sensing the hostility emanating from Zhu Shiqing, Bai Ying slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with Zhu Shiqing's fierce gaze. What's wrong? Did you sleep well last night? At this, Zhu Shiqing, filled with rage, retorted, I will kill you. You scoundrel who has tarnished my reputation. By heaven's honesty, it was you who took the initiative last night. I had no need to conceal anything and even inquired. Have you forgotten? Furthermore, was it I who urged you to take those pills? Those were precious, each vial worth its weight in gold. You consumed the medication and then engaged in such acts with me, and now you dare to blame me? Is there no justice in this world? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing found herself at a loss for a retort, realizing that it was indeed her recklessness with the pills that had led to this predicament. You wicked villain. What am I to do now? Zhu Shiqing, utterly distraught, could no longer hold back her tears. You wicked villain, you have ruined my purity. If Dai Mubai finds out, he will not spare me. With thoughts of Dai Mubai and her family flooding her mind, Zhu Zhuqing resolved, I must kill you. Afterward, I shall take my own life. Bai Ying, with a serene smile, said, You have a better choice. Join the spirit hall. Rest assured, I will treat you well. You beast, I want you dead. I want you dead. In a flash, Zhu Zhuqing lunged towards Bai Ying's neck. However, the resilience of Bai Ying's physique was beyond her capacity to harm. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing realized that there was not even the slightest mark on his neck. The white shadow spoke, Do not waste your effort. My physical form is exceedingly robust. With your current strength, you cannot inflict any harm upon me. The reason you seek Dai Mubai is that you wish to survive, is it not? The Star Luo royal family, through ruthless competition, allows only one monarch to emerge. Why not choose me? I can offer you a chance to live. I am far more exceptional than Dai Mubai. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing still weeping, the white shadow continued, Zhu Zhuqing. I now present you with a choice. You may leave at once to search for Dai Mubai, but the likelihood of your demise is substantial. Alternatively, you could join the spirit hall, where I can assure you that you will never die, provided you obediently comply. In due time, I shall assist you in avenging your sister. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure, her icy demeanor returning as she retorted. What makes you believe you can confront the entire Star Luo Empire? On what grounds? Simply by virtue of my strength. In the future, I shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm on the Daoliu continent. The entire Star Luo Empire will bow beneath my feet. That is my confidence. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, while the white shadow, with an air of indifference, rose from the bed and began to wash up. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, Will you take responsibility for me? Of course. A true man must take responsibility for his actions, he replied, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's emotional stabilization as he approached the bedside. In a low voice, he continued, Yesterday, I aided you. Do you not owe me some recompense? Recompense? I was the one who suffered, indeed. I am the one who deserves compensation. You took advantage of me and now play the victim. Very well, allow me to properly compensate you now. Last night, I kept you occupied for so long. Today, I shall make it up to you. Zhu Zhuqing's mind raced back to the events of the previous night. Her face flushing crimson as she retorted, Pa, what do you intend to use for compensation? You will know very soon. Before Zhu Zhuqing could react, the white shadow pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf, startling her. Goodness, is he some sort of perpetual motion machine? She thought, realizing she could neither resist nor evade. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of repulsion, but as time passed, a flicker of joy emerged within her, and she found herself taking the initiative. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing lay curled up in the white shadow's embrace, exhaling softly, You will take responsibility for me. Yes? Absolutely. Rest assured, everything will be fine with me around. I will handle your fiancé. All you need to do is be my little kitten. I am not a kitten, I am a wild cat. Chapter 44. Confrontation. A wild cat can indeed be dangerous, Zhu Zhuqing asserted proudly. Let me tell you, I am now aboard your ship of thieves. If you do not treat me well, I will ensure we both meet our end. With a gentle exertion of force, Bai Ying playfully swatted at Zhu Zhuqing's pert dairy, remarking, Let's refrain from uttering such ominous phrases as mutual destruction. Rest assured, all shall be well, and I must confess, I have an affinity for spirited little wildcats. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth of her cheeks flush as she registered the playful gesture, emitting a peculiar sound from her lips. Regardless, I am resolutely by your side, she declared before leaning in for a kiss, catching Bai Ying off guard. The room soon resonated with the sounds of blossoming spring. Meanwhile, Xiaowu finally arose from her slumber, having tidied herself up. Brother, are you still asleep? You used to tease me for being a lazy little creature. Yet here you are, sleeping like a log, she mused. Oh well, considering he has generally treated me well, I shall reluctantly rouse him. Upon reaching the threshold of the room, Xiaowu was startled by another voice. Brother, are you awake? Upon hearing Xiaowu's voice from outside, both individuals responded simultaneously. Bai Ying stated, Not yet, I am just preparing to rise. Who is that outside? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, sensing an unpleasant tone. Could it be another girl, aside from me? Well, if my fiancé is outside, would you believe me? Bai Ying retorted, brushing aside the concern as he hurried to dress. Zhu Zhuqing was beset by a tumult of emotions. She had long suspected that the man before her was not solely hers. Yet hearing such words escape his lips instilled a sense of despondency within her. After all the effort she had invested in finding a man who met her standards, the realization that he could not belong exclusively to her was disheartening. Brother, are you all right? I'm coming in, Xiaowu called out, and without waiting for a response, she pushed the door open. Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ying exchanged glances with Xiaowu, whose eyes widened in surprise upon discovering the two of them together. After they had dressed, Xiaowu pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Who is she, brother? Bai Ying spoke, Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhu Zhuqing. My newly acquired maid. A maid, you say? Brother, have I done something wrong? You truly are a fickle heart, seeing other women aside from me. Have you cast me aside? A series of questions compelled Bai Ying to hastily clarify, Brother does not wish to abandon you. It is merely a matter of emotions that are difficult to restrain. Do you understand? Rest assured, I have made a promise to your parents, and I shall not waver. Zhu Shuqing returned to her previous demeanor, cold and distant, contrasting starkly with her earlier self. Upon hearing the term maid, a subtle shift crossed her features. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Indeed, a maid. I am of the esteemed Xingluo royal lineage, not merely a maid. Besides, is there any maid as exquisite as I? Xiao Wu interjected. Is that true? You must not deceive me. Have I ever lied to you? With lightning speed. He leaned in to kiss Xiao Wu. Startled, her body reacted before her mind, succumbing to an overwhelming rush of emotion. Even the thick-skinned Zhu Shuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment at this scene. Do you not see there are others present? Furthermore, you insufferable man. You dare to bully me and then show affection to another woman before my very eyes, as if I do not exist. As they slowly parted, Xiao Wu blushed and remarked, Brother, you smell wonderful. I truly adore it. It seems that brother still holds a place for me in his heart. Now I can rest easy. Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Indeed, managing relationships with women was more challenging than scaling the heavens. Host. Please continue to strive. This system holds high hopes for you. It is said that a harem can easily ignite flames. Oh, mischievous system, spare me your jests. What is today's reward? Congratulations, host. You have gained a 3-level increase in soul power. As the system's voice faded, Bai Ying felt a breakthrough in his previously stagnant barrier. He had reached level 32 in soul power but had struggled to advance until now, and he found himself elevated to level 35. Level 35. This dog system is indeed commendable. Thus, the three continued their journey, yet Bai Ying sensed an unsettling atmosphere throughout the trip. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Xing maintained a facade of normalcy, their piercing gazes bore a chilling intensity. It's over, truly, it's over. Even with all their might, the trio took 2 days to reach Soto City. During this time, Xiao Wu and Zhu Xing were at odds with one another. Xiao Wu had claimed her beloved brother, while Zhu Xing mirrored her sentiments with even greater fervor. Aware that she had exhausted her options and betrayed Dai Mubai, Zhu Xing found herself reliant on Bai Ying. Thus, she would often, whether intentionally or not, flaunt her affection before Xiao Wu, signaling that she was the one who currently held his heart. The astute Bai Ying had certainly taken note of the situation for the past 2 days. He had either been mediating disputes or en route to do so. These two women were indeed formidable, akin to living ancestors, and I could hardly afford to offend them. At last, we arrived in Soto City, situated within the Kingdom of Barak, which wielded dominion over the military forces of the Heavendo Empire, making it the most powerful among the several vassal states. Had it not been for the Heavendo royal family's control over the mobilization of troops, the Kingdom of Barak would likely have seized the opportunity to usurp power. Currently, the situation reflects a pervasive corruption within the Heavendo royal family, coupled with a severe exploitation of the lower classes, which has reached alarming levels. Among these vassal states, aside from obligatory tributes, everything else operates with complete autonomy. This autonomy has contributed significantly to the further decline of the Heavendo Empire. Finally, after a 2-day journey, we had arrived. Observing the sights of Soto City, Xiao Wu could hardly contain her curiosity, glancing left and right. Brother, look at how different Soto City is from Notting City. Will you accompany me to explore it thoroughly? Of course, no problem, he replied. What do you think of Shrek Academy? I am genuinely looking forward to it. Let us find a place to rest first. That one looks good, she suggested, pointing in a certain direction. Filled with boundless imagination about the future, the trio arrived at the entrance of a hotel. The Rose Grand Hotel. The name sounds splendid, Xiao Wu remarked, indicating the appealing decor. However, Zhu Xing and Bai Ying were acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a couple's hotel. Chapter 45. Rest. Xiao Wu bounced inside joyfully, while Zhu Xing shot a reproachful glance at Bai Ying and lowered her voice. You scoundrel, just wait. What does this have to do with me? I'm the victim here. Just then, Zhu Xing spotted a figure that was all too familiar. In the distance, a golden-haired man approached, flanked by a pair of charming sisters, appearing exceedingly intimate. This man was someone Zhu Xing could never forget. He was the very reason for her journey to the Heavendo Empire, Dai Mubai. Zhu Xing could hardly fathom encountering Dai Mubai in such a manner. Should she greet him, and if so, what would be her standing? She felt as though her body had frozen, unable to move her legs. She yearned to confront Dai Mubai and inquire about the identities of those two women. Yet, upon reflection, she questioned what made her any different from him, and what right she had to cast judgment. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her expression shifted subtly. A change that Bai Ying keenly observed. Isn't that your fiancé? Why not say hello? Zhu Xing's face paled as she turned sharply to see Bai Ying's half-smiling expression. I have long severed all ties with him. Don't jest. I am yours now. I hope so. Should you wear a mask? I can sense your trepidation. Your heart must be racing, am I right? Zhu Xing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth in his words. Bai Ying directly produced a bronze mask and spoke. If you are uncertain about how to confront him, it would be prudent to avoid facing him for the time being. As for our relationship, if you wish to refrain from any interaction with him, or if you feel daunted by the prospect, you may allow me to converse with him. I trust he is an astute individual and should comprehend what course of action is most beneficial for him. Zhu Xing promptly responded, after all, He and I grew up together. We are childhood friends. I belong to you now, so please do not harm him. I implore you. Very well, Bai Ying conceded. In light of your sentiments, I shall refrain from taking any action against him, provided he does not provoke any discord. Upon entering the hotel, a wave of rose fragrance enveloped them, instantly easing Zhu Juqing's tension. Xiao Wu, displaying her displeasure, remarked, Brother, why did you take so long? All right, we have entered now. Haven't we? The receptionist at the front desk regarded Bai Ying with an envious expression, as if to say, we all understand. The room, please, Bai Ying requested. Certainly. Esteemed guest, it is indeed fortunate. Our establishment has only 2 rooms remaining, the attendant replied, her gaze lingering on Xiao Wu and Zhu Juqing with a hint of envy. Zhu Juqing, though masked, could not entirely conceal her cool and bashful demeanor. This was her first visit to such a place, being a member of the Xingluo royal nobility. What am I even thinking? She pondered. Zhu Juqing, what is it that troubles you? Dai Mubai has already forgotten you. Look at him. He has moved on. And so should you. You must remember, you are now another man's woman. If you were to reunite with him, what identity would you assume in his presence? Let us proceed. We ought to rest. Bai Ying's sudden words jolted Zhu Juqing back to reality. She cast a final glance at the entrance. The interior of the hotel was elegantly simple, allowing for clarity at first glance. As they ventured further inside, the scent of roses intensified, imparting an extraordinarily comforting sensation. As if it washed away their fatigue. The doors to the rooms were adorned in various colors, each signifying a different type of rose. Upon opening the door, a gentle waft of rose fragrance greeted them, immersing the room in soft, warm tones. The walls were painted a deep black, akin to the night sky, mysterious and profound. In the center of the room stood a grand bed, draped in black linens and pillowcases embroidered with silver rose patterns, exuding both nobility and elegance. A delicate bedside lamp cast a warm glow, adding a touch of coziness to the ambience. Bai Ying gazed at the sign by the entrance, which boldly proclaimed black sensuality. Instantly, he swallowed hard, his attention shifting to Zhu Juqing. It seems I have made a splendid choice. Brother, the rooms in this hotel are remarkably spacious. Far larger than the dormitories at the academy. Of course, what do you think this place is? After such a long time, they could finally enjoy a moment of true relaxation. Upon entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet, preparing to indulge in a luxurious bath. Yet, the sound of rushing water could not mask Zhu Juqing's rising anxiety. While Xiao Wu might be oblivious, Zhu Juqing was acutely aware of the true nature of this establishment. Despite her constant reminders to remain composed, how could she possibly maintain her calm under such circumstances? The white shadow slowly shed her garments, indulging in a luxurious bath. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu lay sprawled on the expansive bed, rolling back and forth. At that moment, a voice echoed from the bathroom. Juqing, I need to speak with you. Come in. Zhu Juqing's heart skipped a beat, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Standing at the threshold of the bathroom, she clutched the hem of her clothing tightly. Filled with trepidation and hesitation, she understood that evasion was futile. She could only confront the situation. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and pushed open the bathroom door. The sight before her rendered her momentarily speechless. There stood the white shadow in the bathtub, enveloped in steam, his skin appearing even more flawless under the soft glow of the lights. His penetrating gaze was fixed upon her, as if attempting to see through to her very soul. Zhu Juqing's heart raced once more. She felt as though she were ensnared by his gaze, unable to divert her eyes. Biting her lower lip, she struggled to conceal her fluster. Juqing, what are you thinking? Come give my shoulders a massage. The light-hearted teasing from the white shadow eased Zhu Juqing's tension slightly. She approached him, lowering her gaze to his well-defined shoulders, and gently placed her hands upon them. Her fingertips glided over his shoulder, imparting a delicate sensation. Bai Ying closed his eyes, relishing the massage from Zhu Juqing, as his shoulders gradually relaxed under her delicate fingertips. He felt the softness and finesse of Zhu Juqing's fingers, igniting an inexplicable warmth within him. Juqing, your fingers are so gentle, Bai Ying murmured, his voice imbued with a magnetic quality that captivated those who heard it. A faint blush graced Zhu Juqing's cheeks. She remained silent, focusing intently on the massage of Bai Ying's shoulders. Do not be so bashful. It is not our first encounter. He continued, suddenly grasping Zhu Juqing's hand that was tending to his shoulder and turning to bestow a kiss upon her. This commotion immediately drew the attention of Xiao Wu. What are they up to? Chapter 46, Determination. Surely they are not engaging in mischief again. No, I must go see for myself. I cannot allow anyone else to claim my man. With this thought, Xiao Wu's temper flared, and she kicked open the door. At that moment, Bai Ying and Zhu Juqing instinctively turned towards the entrance, and upon seeing Xiao Wu, they relaxed. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? I came to take a bath. Xiao Wu replied, her face flushed. Bai Ying and Zhu Juqing exchanged a glance, and with keen understanding, Zhu Juqing stepped out, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu as she remarked, now he is yours. Do well. Xiao Wu, her cheeks flushed, nodded in acknowledgement. In the bathroom, only Bai Ying and Xiao Wu remained, both at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Bai finally spoke. Xiao Wu, weren't you supposed to take a bath? I will be done shortly. You may leave first. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, immediately protested. Brother, is it not a bit unfair? Why is it permissible for him? Yet not for me. You are still too young, do you understand? This statement ignited Xiao Wu's anger as she retorted, how am I still young? After taking a few deep breaths, she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, Brother, I am no longer a child. Did you not say you would marry me? Why can you not marry me? Let me serve you. I assure you I can do better than her. Xiao Wu, do you comprehend what you are saying? I offer you a chance. Look quickly, or else I will. What will you do, brother? I am curious to see what you can do. As she spoke, she moved closer, a seductive smile gracing her face as she slowly began to shed her garments. Stop this at once. Why should I stop? Did you not say you would marry me? I desire you now. Silently, Xiao Wu activated her second soul skill, enchantment. It was undeniable that she, as the heroine of Daoliu, possessed remarkable beauty. With the enhancement of her alluring skill, she exuded an even greater temptation. Detecting the host's hesitation, the system issued a task, engage in dual cultivation with Xiao Wu, with a reward of a 5-level increase in soul power. The system's voice, at this moment, felt particularly insistent. He desired it, yet his reason warned him that the time was not right. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing tightly covered her ears. Although she had experienced such matters before, hearing it firsthand still left her face flushed. This scoundrel truly has his eyes on another woman. What a rogue, a vile man. To be honest, I currently find myself devoid of any choice. I can only hope that the person I have chosen will allow me to survive. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing sighed and sat down, waiting. Some individuals have the liberty to choose everything, while others struggle merely to exist. The gaze of Bai Ying grew exceedingly serious as he extended his hand, gently clasping Xiao Wu's shoulder, causing her body to quiver slightly. His voice was deep and powerful, as if each word bore the weight of profound responsibility. Xiao Wu, do you truly wish to be with me? His penetrating gaze seemed to delve into the depths of her soul, conveying that this was not a jest, but a genuine promise. I am a man, but I am also a man of responsibility. If you are willing, I shall devote all my strength to protect you, cherish you, and love you. Xiao Wu looked at him, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. She nodded and softly replied, I am willing. Ever since Aro's demise, Bai Ying had become the sole inhabitant of her world. In her heart, she had long regarded him as her man, thus accepting her fate willingly. Her eyes brimmed with resolve as her hands gently ascended to Bai Ying's neck, their gazes intertwining at that moment, as if time itself had come to a standstill. She softly pressed her lips against his, and in that instant, all emotions surged forth like a deluge breaking through a dam. Bai Ying embraced her tightly, as if he sought to fuse her essence with his own. Their heartbeats resonated in the tranquil air, akin to a magnificent symphony. In that moment, they seemed to merge into each other's souls, becoming indispensable to one another's existence. It was uncertain how much time had passed. Xiao Wu lay weakly curled in by Ying's embrace. To her astonishment, the system had directly elevated her soul power to level 40. Now, she needed to acquire a 4th soul ring. As she contemplated her upcoming journey to Shrek Academy, she hoped for greater rewards. With this thought, Bai Ying glanced at the now slumbering Xiao Wu, gently lifted her, and exited the bathroom. He then placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Are we done? Can we talk? Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated from behind Bai Ying. At that moment, it seemed she had come to a realization. Of course. Let us step outside. Xiao Wu was quite exhausted. Seated on the sofa, neither spoke initially. If you have something to say, then say it. Why do you look at me like that? I wish to discuss matters between myself and Daoliu Bai. I want to clarify things with him. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as if time had frozen. Zhu Zhuqing sat on the sofa, her hands tightly clasped, her gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, she finally shattered the stillness. I have come to understand that rather than evade, it is better to confront directly. Although her voice was low, it brimmed with determination. She lifted her head, courageously meeting Bai Ying's eyes, and continued, I know there is a special bond between you and Xiao Wu. I do not wish to disrupt it, nor do I seek to compete. I simply hope you can assist me in freeing myself from Daoliu Bai and the Xinglo royal family. Does that mean you are willing to clarify boundaries with Daoliu Bai? Have you reached a decision about your relationship with him? If so, I can assist you. Please help me. I do not wish to perish, nor do I want to see siblings turn against one another. I will speak with Daoliu Bai and tell him I have joined the Spirit Hall, and you need to ensure he relinquishes all hope. You are correct in your thinking. Daoliu Bai is far too weak. He has Davis above him, and with his strength, he can never inherit the throne. Should you follow him, you would only meet a tragic end. Rest assured, I will assist you. Now, let us go. Daoliu Bai should still be downstairs. I will guide you to clarify matters with him. Zhu Zhuqing expressed, try not to resort to violence. I desire a peaceful separation, not to witness him getting hurt. After all, we grew up together, and there is still some bond between us. Very well. Chapter 47. Falling for him. Dai Xiao, do take your time. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, Daoliu Bai was playfully embracing two women. I cannot slow down. They were a pair of stunning sisters. tall and possessing beauty that was not extraordinary yet certainly not ordinary. Dai Xiao, you haven't visited in a while. We missed you. Indeed, indeed. Where have you been all this time? Dai Mubai grinned at the two women and replied, I have been occupied with battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Today, I finally have some free time. After holding back for so long, I intend to release all that pent-up energy. Tonight, you two shall serve me well, rest assured. You will not be left wanting. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing and Bai Ying descended the stairs. Bai Ying, with a profound sense of meaning, gently patted Zhu Zhiqing on the shoulder and whispered, let us see your performance then. I trust you will not disappoint me. With that, he departed. Upon spotting the familiar figure, Dai Mubai's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically. Zhu Zhiqing, what are you doing here? He forcefully pushed aside the two individuals beside him, focusing intently on her. He had envisioned many scenarios for their reunion but never anticipated it would occur in such a manner. Why can you come, but I cannot? Zhu Zhiqing replied coldly, her gaze fixed on him. Although she had felt a flicker of fear in his presence earlier, that sentiment had vanished entirely. Before encountering him and engaging in conversation, a twinge of guilt had lingered within her. However, it had dissipated. What could a prince, steeped in indulgence, offer her? Relying on him could lead to her downfall. For Zhu Zhiqing, survival was paramount. Only by living could she contemplate other matters. Dai Mubai, it appeared, was incapable of such basic self-preservation. Dai Mubai, I wish to have a word with you, she declared. Oh, Dai Xiao. Is this the little sister you have entangled yourself with? She seems to be of a similar age to you. Who would have thought you had such a taste? The teasing remarks from the sisters fell flat in Dai Mubai's ears. His only sentiment towards Zhu Zhiqing was guilt. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, he was acutely aware of the royal family's brutal customs. Each generation's heirs were doomed to engage in a deadly battle, with only the victor surviving, while the vanquished faced the cruel fate of losing their martial souls or worse. Dai Mubai could only fathom the sacrifices Zhu Zhiqing had made to seek him out, making it impossible for him to confront her directly. Zhu Zhiqing, maintaining her silence, spoke softly, I initially thought your evasion was temporary. Yet I see you have sunk to such depths. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, you are aware of the rules. Why do you choose to flee? Do you comprehend the profound impact this has had on me? Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words. He was all too aware of his own shortcomings. Since the death of his second brother, he had lived in fear, unwilling to compete with his elder brother, Davis, and had succumbed to indulgence as a means of numbing his pain, hoping to forget. Zhu Qing, forgive me. Allow me to explain. It is not as you perceive, he pleaded, grasping her wrist, only to have her wrench it away. I do not wish to converse any further. Engaging with you is merely a waste of my time. Since my birth into the Zhu family, I have been bound to you, with no choice in the matter. I am weary, truly weary. All these years, I sought nothing but to survive, yet even this modest desire remains unfulfilled. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, the manager had already dispersed the crowd. Zhu Qing, please listen to my explanation. It is not as you think. I have made attempts, yet every effort has failed. However, I believe that with sufficient diligence, I will one day surpass my elder brother. Surpass your brother? What guarantee do you possess? With your current state, do you believe a man who squanders his days can offer me anything of value? Dai Mubai, I implore you, let me go. For your sake, I have tried to resist, but now I understand. You are merely a privileged young man with a hint of talent, oblivious to the ruthlessness of royal conflicts. Please do not pursue me any longer. I shall not entangle you again. Let us free each other, shall we? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai interjected, no. You are my fiancé. How could I allow you to face this alone? Trust me, one day, I will redeem myself and ascend to that position. And you shall be the exalted princess consort. Zhu Qing laughed. Dai Mubai, how naive you remain after all these years. Do you truly believe I would fall for your empty promises? I assure you, it is impossible. Disappointment had fully eclipsed her feelings for him. A prince given to debauchery versus a formidable rival backed by the spirit hall. Anyone could discern the superior choice. Enough. I already have a boyfriend. We shall not communicate henceforth. I do not wish for my boyfriend to misunderstand. Boyfriend? Who dares claim what is mine? Dai Mubai exclaimed, Zhu Qing, you must be deceiving me. Trying to make me reconsider. I am not deceiving you. This is the truth. I no longer wish to engage in the charade. I yearn to live for myself. The man you just saw is my boyfriend, the one I genuinely care for. Therefore, Dai Mubai, we are truly finished. Impossible. I refuse to accept this. You are mine. And this cannot be true. That man has bewitched you, has he not? Think what you will, just to not appear before me again, Zhu Qing stated. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, a wave of relief washing over her. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai stood frozen, seemingly unable to recover from the shock of the moment. Could he truly be so ineffectual? Zhu Zhiqing, who had grown up alongside him, was now turning against him for the sake of another man. His volatile temper could scarcely contain itself. I must discover who this man is that has led Zhu Zhiqing to confront me. I will prove that I am the superior choice. Exiting the lobby, Bai Ying wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhiqing, asking, is everything resolved? Chapter 48. A man's duel with that. Bai Ying pressed closer, prompting Zhu Zhiqing to blush and exclaim. Please, clarify this. You must cease. What's the matter? You seem quite flustered. How could she not be anxious? At that very moment, Dai Mubai, having pursued them, witnessed this intimate scene. Upon seeing his betrothed engaged so closely with another man, his fury surged, feeling as though he wore a glaring green hat of infidelity. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the two. Perceiving the tension, they quickly parted. Zhu Zhuqing, upon noticing Dai Mubai, lost her composure and coldly remarked, "What brings you here? Did we not agree to go our separate ways?" Dai Mubai pointed at Bai Ying, declaring, "Is this the boyfriend you sought? Merely a pretty face?" Zhu Zhuqing, I expected more from you. It seems you have settled for a mere superficiality. Do not forget, you are of noble birth in the Xinglua Empire. Who else in this realm could be worthy of you, apart from me? As for your previous words, I shall disregard them. Return to my side. Bai Ying chuckled heartily. Do you truly believe yourself to be a peerless genius? It seems as though everyone else, apart from you, is nothing but a fool. As a prince of the Xinglua Empire, perhaps you appear lofty in the eyes of others, but to me, you are insignificant. Do we require your interjection in our discourse? What is your standing? Zhu Zhuqing is mine. She is my betrothed, a bond forged by our elders from a young age, one that you cannot alter. You, a person of unknown origins, are utterly unworthy of her. Whether I am deserving or not is none of your concern. I believe I made that abundantly clear just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing no longer harbors feelings for you. I ask that you depart. As for the nature of my relationship with her, it is of no concern to you. Bai Ying grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, intertwining their fingers in a display that seemed to exude pride. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not resist. She allowed the moment to unfold. This scene ignited a profound fury in Dai Mubai, who stood nearby. How could he endure the sight of his fiancé being claimed by another? Have you ever heard the adage that only those unloved are the third party? From this day forth, we shall be openly together. While you indulge in a life of debauchery, rest assured, I believe your days of revelry are numbered, according to the customs of your Star Luo royal family. Even if you attempt to evade it, you will ultimately have to confront the reality. Fear not. In consideration of your childhood bond with Zhu Zhuqing, I shall ensure that when your time comes, she will pay her respects at your grave, granting you a semblance of dignity in your passing. Very well. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Dai Mubai's eyes turned crimson in an instant. His fists clenched as if to shatter the very air around him, veins bulging in his arms like twisted worms. His garments rustled ominously in the wind, as though they too might be torn apart by the weight of his fury. His breath quickened, heavy and labored, akin to a beast on the verge of eruption. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sliced through the sight of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing's clasped hands, a flicker of madness igniting within his eyes. His body trembled slightly, a terrifying force surging within him, threatening to erupt. He stepped forward instinctively, each stride resonating with a thunderous might that sent tremors through the very space around him. Witnessing Dai Mubai's reaction, Bai Ying felt a surge of elation. Dai Mubai was nothing but a wretched person, as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. He had undoubtedly embraced countless women, yet in the end, he still ended up with Zhu Zhuqing, ultimately ascending to divinity. Even Zhu Zhuqing, in the end, forgave him. Were he in Bai Ying's position, he would have delivered a couple of hard slaps to teach him a lesson about being unworthy of provocation. I understand now how you ensnared Zhu Zhuqing, he remarked, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort, a nuance that Dai Mubai keenly detected. From his understanding of Zhu Zhuqing, her cold demeanor suggested she would never casually choose a man. This individual must have employed some despicable means. Yet, observing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, it was evident he could not conclude she was coerced. Rather, it appeared she had acted of her own volition. Zhu Zhuqing and I share mutual affection. Although our time together has been brief, we have ultimately fallen for one another. This is what fate entails. Do you understand the meaning of using sordid tactics? Just because you cannot catch up to Zhu Zhuqing, you assume I resorted to underhanded methods. Brother, times have changed, but not to such an absurd extent. Furthermore, having chosen a life of indulgence and evasion, Zhu Zhuqing's heart will inevitably waver. Do you truly believe she would place her hopes on you, a worthless prince? Even without my presence, she would likely change her affections. You two scoundrels, I will not let you off lightly. Upon hearing the term scoundrels, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions shifted. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to speak, but Bai Ying silenced her, observing Dai Mubai's wrath. He decided to stoke the flames further, his left arm gently encircling Zhu Zhuqing's waist, planting a kiss on her cheek. You filthy rogue, do not act this way. It is not as if we have not done this before. Why the sudden shyness? It seems your fiancé remains oblivious. Their conversation had barely begun. Yet even a fool would discern the implications. Dai Mubai, at that moment, realized they had long since become entangled, rendering him a mere jester in this scenario. Did you only just grasp this? It appears you are not entirely foolish. You seek death. Behind Dai Mubai, the ethereal visage of the white tiger emerged, 3 soul rings appearing beneath his feet. Do you have the audacity to challenge me? Very well, I too desire to witness the extent of your strength. Let us step outside for a proper duel. My word, Dai Xiao has truly lost his temper. Such occurrences are rare. Dai Mubai's identity had always been shrouded in mystery. Even the manager of the Rose Hotel, who had hosted him on numerous occasions, recognized him merely as a soul master, without any knowledge of his true prowess. Now, as the manager observed the 3 soul rings manifesting around Dai Mubai, it was clear he was a formidable soul sage. I shall return shortly. Take care. His strength is genuinely formidable, Zhu Zhiqing could not help but warn. Bai Ying paid no heed to his words and directly followed Dai Mubai into a secluded corner. Soon after, Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul, and Dai Mubai observed that his soul ring configuration mirrored his own, boasting 3 soul rings. You appear to be younger than I, he remarked. Indeed, with your strength, you possess the right to challenge me, but that does not guarantee your victory. Have you ever heard the saying, wisdom does not dwell solely in age, and ambition is not measured by longevity? Why waste so many words? Let us engage in battle. Regardless, your defeat is inevitable. From the moment I released my martial soul, your fate was sealed. Arrogant youth, today I shall demonstrate my prowess. With a powerful shout, Dai Mubai charged forward, delivering a fierce punch. Bai Ying mirrored his actions. Their fists collided with a resounding bang, causing both to stumble back several steps. With Dai Mubai nearly losing his balance. I expected more from you. It turns out you were quite ordinary. Bai Ying's actions served a dual purpose. First, to drive him into a state of irrationality, and second, to convey to others that there exist individuals beyond comprehension, and that his so-called talent is trivial in the eyes of those with greater gifts. Dai Mubai stood in stunned silence, gazing at his own hands, well aware of his formidable physical prowess. Yet, he found himself bested by someone younger than himself. Despite being the initiator, he could not manifest the advantages of his position in a flawless manner. Zhu Zhiqing witnessed this scene as well, recognizing the sheer strength of his opponent. Dai Mubai's rank and cultivation were undoubtedly impressive. Few could claim to gain an upper hand against him. At this moment, his expression was one of deep dismay. This battle was of his own volition. He sought to defeat Bai Ying to evoke regret in Zhu Zhiqing, to prove that he was her superior choice. Yearning to see her in tears. Now, however, he found himself in a most embarrassing predicament, a reality he found hard to accept. Your strength is formidable. And in terms of talent, I concede that I cannot compare. Yet, my soul power has reached level 38. What level have you attained? Level 38, is it? I advise you to concede. Do not allow yourself to suffer a humiliating defeat. Although you and Zhu Zhiqing have severed ties, out of respect for her, I wish to grant you an opportunity to withdraw gracefully. I cannot possibly lose. That is an impossibility. In an instant, Dai Mubai's 2nd and 3rd soul rings erupted with a brilliant light. The 3rd soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, activated, causing a terrifying transformation within him. His entire form swelled dramatically, enveloped in a crimson glow. With a sudden release, he unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave, emanating a fearsome white brilliance from his mouth. The transformation of the White Tiger King, the White Tiger's radiant wave, this time, Dai Mubai truly regarded Bai Ying as his adversary, sparing no effort in the confrontation. Your strength is exceedingly feeble. Originally, I believed you could improve slightly, yet it seems you are destined to disappoint me. Facing the White Tiger's radiant wave, Bai Ying displayed no intention of defense, standing still as the wave surged toward him in an instant. Dai Mubai sneered, proclaiming that it was audacious to attempt to withstand his White Tiger's radiant wave. This time, you would either perish or suffer grievously. Oh, you possess such confidence in yourself. There exists a saying, where there is smoke, there is no injury. Bai Ying was enveloped in a layer of golden light. And upon receiving the blow from the White Tiger's radiant wave, he showed no signs of injury. His clothing remained unscathed. First soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar. A resonant dragon's roar echoed in Dai Mubai's mind, making him feel as though the individual before him had transformed into a dragon, his very soul seemingly torn asunder. Under this strike, Dai Mubai's aura noticeably diminished, and he appeared on the verge of collapse. Shall we continue? The chilling voice of the White Shadow echoed, momentarily clearing Dai Mubai's mind. He observed Zhu Zhiqing beside him, resolutely insisting on continuing. With the 1st soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai harnessed the defensive prowess of his initial skill to charge forward. He was enveloped in a murderous intent, and the terrifying gale of his palm produced a sound that resonated through the air. 2nd soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw. The entire arm of the White Shadow was enveloped in a faint layer of black and adorned with purple scales. His fingers transformed into more fearsome dragon claws. And upon collision, Dai Mubai was violently thrust back, crashing against the wall with a series of resounding thuds, creating a massive hole in the structure. The sound of cracking bones echoed from Dai Mubai's body. Although this blow would not lead to his demise or incapacitation, it was sufficient to confine him to bed for several days. Dai Mubai had lost, utterly defeated, and he himself had never anticipated such a humiliating defeat. To the onlookers, it appeared that he was completely overpowered, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Zhu Zhiqing watched Dai Mubai with a tinge of concern, not out of lingering feelings for him, but due to her genuine worry about the repercussions if he were to be killed. Even though the White Shadow was backed by the Spirit Hall, concealing such an incident would not be a simple task. After all, despite Dai Mubai's cavalier demeanor, he was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. And as long as he held that title, he could not perish, at least not here. Rest assured, he is unharmed. I merely fractured a few of his bones. It seems he will need to remain bedridden for several days before he can walk again. I am not foolish. Do not worry. He will awaken shortly. Bai Ying appeared remarkably at ease, as if discussing a trivial matter. How about that? Am I not impressive? I didn't let you down, did I? Zhu Shiqing cast a cold glance at Bai Ying and replied with a hint of indifference. You truly are remarkable. This was not due to Zhu Shiqing's reluctance to offer praise, but rather a reflection of her naturally taciturn disposition, which seldom inclined her to commend others. Bai Ying offered a faint smile, his eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation, as if he were yearning for a precious gift. He spoke softly. I have resolved the matter for you. Should you not reward me in return? Zhu Shiqing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bai Ying to so straightforwardly voice his request. She raised her gaze to meet his, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes, yet ultimately, she nodded in acquiescence. What kind of reward do you desire? Zhu Shiqing inquired gently. The white shadow smiled faintly. He did not immediately respond to Zhu Shiqing's inquiry, but gradually approached her. Leaning down, he gently whispered in her ear. The reward I desire is you. As he spoke, his hands began to wander indiscreetly across her form. No. Chapter 50, The Fury of Daimobai. Please, not here. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing felt genuine fear, for she understood that this man was capable of anything, in comparison to Daimobai. His cunning could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. The events of the past few days had only served to affirm this notion. Leaving her with no alternative but to choose him, one must ask, how many could possibly employ such methods? Well, since the situation had been perfectly resolved, it was time for a well-deserved respite. Subsequently, the two joined hands and returned to the room. Upon reaching a spacious sofa capable of accommodating several people, Zhu Shiqing felt a mixture of excitement and shyness. The pale figure embraced Zhu Shiqing, the warmth of breath cascading over her neck, igniting a tingling sensation throughout her body. At that moment, her face flushed crimson. Zhu Shiqing spoke, pondering what they would do if Xiao were to awaken. Without heeding her words, the figure advanced boldly. After a fervent struggle, both White Shadow and Zhu Shiqing were left breathless. How do you feel? He inquired. Not too bad, she replied. But now I lack the strength even to rise. Now I am yours, and you, the rogue, only know how to take advantage of me. How can you say it's taking advantage? Besides, was it not your choice? Zhu Shiqing realized she could hardly counter White Shadow's assertions, letting out a gentle sigh before settling into a meditative posture to restore her energy. Noticing her silence, White Shadow reclined comfortably on the sofa, calling upon the system within his mind. What rewards await today? Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Qian Renxue technique. Additionally, you have received the All Things Disguise Breaking card, which, as its name suggests, allows one to discern the value and function of objects, valid for 3 minutes. Uncertain of the card's utility, yet recognizing its potential to unveil the truth of any disguise, he decided to keep it safe for now. The Qian Renxue was renowned as the pinnacle of martial arts in the novel The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. With this, his strength would undoubtedly amplify significantly. Host, I must caution you, the supreme internal skill Qian Renxue necessitates utmost vigilance. Failure to do so may lead to grave consequences. With your current soul power, you may only cultivate to the 2nd level. Do not attempt to force the 3rd level, or the repercussions could be dire. I understand. The more profound the internal skill, the greater the requirement for personal insight. Is that correct? Rest assured, I comprehend. In the next instant, a deluge of knowledge surged into White Shadow's mind, bringing with it immense pain. It felt as though countless pieces of information were swirling chaotically, each collision sending waves of agony through his head. Yet, he recognized this as the transmission of the Qian Renxue technique, the key to enhancing his power. Gritting his teeth, he willed himself to remain conscious, enduring the torment. His vision blurred, then gradually sharpened, as characters materialized before him. He beheld the ancient mantra of Qian Renxue, each character radiating a mystical glow. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to stabilize his spirit. Following the patterns and symbols in his mind, he began to cultivate the Qian Renxue slowly. His inner soul power began to surge, flowing along the prescribed route, each movement birthing a wondrous energy within him. As time passed, White Shadow's physique began to transform. Waves of internal force gradually manifested around him, coursing through his meridians and flowing into his dantian. The intricacies of the Qian Renxue were indeed remarkable. Even with his body refined through the trials of the ice and fire springs and bolstered by 2 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul rings, he could only cultivate it to the 2nd tier. The White Shadow gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He felt as though his body was imbued with a formidable power, a sensation he had never experienced before. He gently clenched his fist, as if he could feel that energy pulsating at his fingertips. At that moment, Xiao also awakened, and as she descended from her bed, she beheld Bai Ying and Zhu Shiqing. Brother, you actually woke up. Why didn't you call for me? I thought I asked you to let me sleep a little longer. It's still not too late. Why not rest a while longer? I am far too hungry now. It is time for a meal. Bai Ying nodded and said, all right. Once Zhu Shiqing finishes her cultivation, I shall take you both out for a meal. For now, focus on your recovery. In 2 days, we will head to Shrek Academy. And during this time, you can indeed take the opportunity to relax. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and the three of them proceeded to dine together. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dai Mubai was becoming increasingly infuriated with each passing thought. Not only had he been beaten, but it had occurred in front of his fiancée Yi, which was a blow to his pride. He could not shake the memory of being carried back by the hall manager. As a student of Shrek, he had never experienced such humiliation. At that moment, a chubby boy entered the room, plump and with a head of red hair. "Dai boss, what happened to you? I heard you were carried back." At first, I thought it was a joke, but it seems it was true. Ma Hongjun observed Dai Mubai's wounds and felt increasingly that the beating was severe. "Fatty, refrain from making sarcastic comments. Be cautious, or I might just hit you," Dai Mubai snapped. Instantly, Ma Hongjun shrank back, cautiously inquiring, "Who did this to you? Their soul power is higher than yours. Should we seek out Teacher Zhao for justice?" "There's no need for that. This matter is mine alone. And I do not require others' interference. Moreover, even if Teacher Zhao were to learn of it, I doubt he would assist me. It's infuriating to admit that I was defeated by a soul master younger than myself. Surely you weren't beaten while pursuing a girl?" Ma Hongjuan's remark only fueled Dai Mubai's anger further. He retorted fiercely, "Mind your own business." Oscar entered shortly thereafter and echoed the same sentiment. "Dai boss, are we still brothers? How about the three of us go together to seek justice for you?" Oscar said cautiously, well aware of Dai Mubai's strength. He was the most powerful among this cohort at Shrek Academy. "Fine, since you refuse to confront him, Oscar, eat one of your sausages first. It will aid your recovery. Once you are well again, we shall seek him out for retribution." Dai Mubai pondered for a moment and then sighed. "It seems I have no choice but to accept this. I will settle this score sooner or later." Bai Ying was accompanying Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing on a shopping excursion when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and let out an unexpected sneeze. "How peculiar," he thought. "Why would I sneeze? Is someone perhaps thinking of me?" Chapter 51. Treasure brother, what's wrong? "Hurry up," Xiaowu urged, prompting Bai Ying to reluctantly follow them. The streets were lined with an array of shops, each offering a diverse selection of goods. At every store they visited, Xiaowu would purchase an abundance of items. "Xiaowu, the money your brother has isn't simply blown in by the wind. If you continue to spin like this, we might find ourselves penniless before we even reach our destination." The White Shadow cannot help but admire the formidable purchasing power of women. The three eventually arrived at the entrance of a shop, where three peculiar symbols hung: a sword, a dragon, and a hammer. "Come, let us enter and take a look. I sense there must be treasures within." As they approached, a unique wave of spiritual energy enveloped them. Upon entering, they encountered a remarkably familiar figure. "Tang San, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his name, Tang San turned to see the trio and replied, "Teacher Bai, what brings you here? Do not call me Teacher Bai anymore. We are beyond such formalities. It is your teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, who sent me to this Shrek Academy. Why are you here?" According to Yu Xiaojiang, Shrek Academy is a place for monsters, exclusively accepting those who are extraordinary. I was curious and wished to see for myself. The master has suggested that I apply to Shrek Academy. Tang San's gaze fell upon Xiaowu, revealing a glimmer of awe in his eyes. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered someone who could captivate him so thoroughly, as if time itself slowed in her presence. "Teacher Bai, I must take my leave." Clutching a crystal in his hands, Tang San hurriedly departed. "Brother, did you not say that Yu Xiaojiang is merely a name-dropper? Why then are we to attend Shrek Academy? Is it wrong to take a look? Besides, I enjoy the company of monsters. Conversing with them is quite entertaining." The shopkeeper, lounging in a recliner, appeared to be dozing off. He bore a face reminiscent of a shoe, adorned with nonchalant glasses, and his expression was one of shrewdness, an unmistakable sign of a cunning merchant. It was evident that in the original narrative, Flanders was indeed a charlatan, a merchant of dubious repute. Here, any purchase would surely be a lost cause. "Boss, do you have any good items for sale?" Flanders, feigning slumber, coldly remarked. "Can you not see for yourself? What kind of attitude is that?" Xiaowu retorted, visibly irritated by the middle-aged man, while Zhu Zhuqing glared at Flanders with equal displeasure. "You mentioned you were here to apply to Shrek Academy, correct? And what of it? What business is it of yours?" Xiaowu scoffed, turning to Bai Ying. "Brother, this man is clearly a swindler. He does not strike me as a good person." "Do not worry, Xiaowu. As I have told you, one must not judge a book by its cover. Courtesy is paramount in human interactions, you understand?" At this point, Flanders, having overheard their intentions to enroll in Shrek Academy, sat up straight and slowly rose from his recliner. "So, you are recommended by the master. Your talents must be exceptional. Yu Xiaojiang, you have finally come to see me." With that thought, Flanders approached and said, "Today, I am in a generous mood. Take whatever catches your eye. I shall gift it to you without charge. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt an unparalleled sense of relief. As the quintessential rogue among merchants, Flandra had managed to ensnare him, leaving him at a complete loss. How could he not feel exhilarated? Yet, he must not betray his emotions. Instead, he inquired, "Might you find yourself at a loss with such actions? I am quite curious as to why you would bestow such generosity upon us, seemingly without cause. While it may seem inconsequential now, It will undoubtedly bear significance in the future. Do you wish to proceed? Today, in a rare bout of good humor, I offer this freely. However, do not hold me accountable should I change my mind later. Given this, it would be prudent to comply. The items within the shop appeared exceedingly antiquated, predominantly comprising various ores and peculiar stones. Venturing further in, he observed a selection of unidentified antiques adorning the shelves. Brother, it seems this establishment harbors little of worth. Should we not explore further? Not necessary. I have already unearthed something of value. System, activate the Universal Disguise Breaker card. Activation successful. In the next instant, the information regarding all items within the shop became vividly apparent. Bai Ying's gaze fell upon a remarkably dilapidated chest, and his expression brightened instantaneously. He hurriedly rushed to the counter, eagerly lifting the chest and opening it. Inside, he discovered a plethora of blueprints and several cannons. Although most of these artillery pieces were oddly shaped and adorned with a pair of wings, lacking any luster. However, what surprised him the most was a diamond-shaped soul guide device situated in the upper left corner of the chest. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Ying's mind as he swiftly retracted the soul power he had infused, causing the radiant light to dim once more. As if the diamond-shaped soul guide had succumbed to slumber again, he glanced up at Flender, a glimmer of cunning dancing in his eyes, and remarked with a smirk, "Boss, it appears that the soul guide is not as simple as you suggested." Flender's eyes widened momentarily in surprise, yet he quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile. "Oh, have you discerned that? Indeed, it is quite an extraordinary item. However, it has lost its functionality. I merely regard it as a decorative piece." "A decorative piece?" Bai Ying's lips curled into a slight smile, yet skepticism lingered in his heart. He could distinctly sense the formidable energy contained within the soul guide, which, though presently dormant, was far from being an ordinary ornament. "Take all of these with you. They would only serve as refuse if left here. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance. No need to thank me. Our paths shall cross again." Bai Ying, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing departed from the shop, each carrying a weathered box filled with blueprints, peculiar artillery, and a diamond-shaped soul guide device. At the entrance, Flander observed their departure, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. As they traversed the bustling streets, Xiaowu exuberantly shook the box in her hands, curiously inquiring, "Brother, do you have any idea what the contents of this box are meant for? Especially that diamond-shaped object. It feels rather extraordinary to me." The pale figure smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "I'm not entirely certain of its specific function, but I can perceive the immense energy contained within this diamond-shaped soul guide. Today, it seems we have stumbled upon a remarkable find. This is highly likely to be a 9th-level soul guide. And what does a 9th-level soul guide signify? Just look at your delight." Chapter 52, Repairing the Soul Guide. Bai Ying hurriedly returned to the hotel, and upon arrival, he hastily overturned the large box onto the floor, beginning to rummage through the other soul-guiding devices within. In addition to the blueprints and the pair of flying wings, there was also this diamond-shaped soul-guiding device. Bai Ying's hand groped within the box, his fingertips brushing against a hard object. A stir of curiosity ignited within him as he cautiously extracted it. It was a carving knife. Its elongated blade measuring approximately 30 centimeters, adorned with intricate depictions of deities along the spine. The blade shimmered with a cold, penetrating light, as if capable of piercing the very soul. Grasping the hilt, Bai Ying felt a chilling sensation emanate from his palm, seemingly penetrating to the depths of his heart. Astonishment filled him. This carving knife was no ordinary item, but rather a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan. "Brother, you seem overly excited. I see nothing but worthless junk here. These are no mere trifles. They are soul-guiding devices capable of vanquishing a tidal Daoliu. How can such a thing be possible? Most contemporary soul-guiding devices serve merely as aids, considering that the majority of soul-guiding technology has been lost to time. Do you truly think I would deceive you? Well, for now, enjoy your time, but do not disturb me." After bidding farewell to the two, Bai Ying remained in a state of exhilaration that was nearly uncontainable. Others may not comprehend the magnitude of power these soul-guiding devices possessed, yet as a seasoned aficionado of novels, he certainly understood the terrifying might of soul-guiding technology in a millennium hence. It appeared these artifacts were remnants from the Sun and Moon continent, 1,000 years later. As soul-guiding technology advanced at an astonishing rate, even a tidal Daoliu could find themselves in peril before certain formidable soul-guiding devices, although most of these devices lay damaged. Should their core magical formations be restored, they could undoubtedly be revived for use, in accordance with the original lore of Daoliu. The application of soul-guiding devices far surpassed that of concealed weapons. The greatest challenge with concealed weapons was their reliance on specific techniques for usage, whereas soul-guiding devices required no such mastery, allowing any soul master, even those untrained, to wield them effortlessly. Bai Ying resolved to first repair some relatively simple soul-guiding devices. Little did he know that even the most basic of these devices possessed a complexity in their core formations that the current Daoliu continent could scarcely comprehend. How could the disparity be so profound? Alas, my treasures, mere objects to gaze upon, yet so painfully out of reach. After stowing away his prized possessions, Bai Ying felt as deflated as a punctured balloon. "Dear host, in light of your diligent task execution, this system has graciously bestowed upon you a comprehensive compendium of soul-guiding device knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying was once again filled with exuberance. System, you truly are my savior, akin to a worm in my belly, knowing my every thought. Dear host, let us not forget, I am your system. We are intrinsically linked. Now, do not press your luck, for your delight might overwhelm me, the system replied. And do not presume this is a gift without strings attached. This reward comes with a task. However, rest assured, this task is exceedingly challenging for you at present. So you mean to say this reward is not free? And I must undertake a task? Bai Ying retorted, I knew you were no benevolent entity. After all these years together, you can't even grant me a simple reward? How miserly of you. Is this what you humans call a sudden change of heart? Enough of this. The task is to eliminate Tang Hao. But fear not. There is no time constraint. As long as you succeed in slaying Tang Hao, your reward will be substantial. Meanwhile, Tang San had also found a modest inn. He gazed at the crystal with fervor, then extracted a massive hammer from his soul-guiding device. With a powerful strike, the crystal shattered into fine dust, transforming into numerous small spheres. Marvelous. This is indeed spirit crystal. I have finally acquired a highly ranked concealed weapon from the Xiantian treasure record. What a stroke of luck. After securing his findings, Tang San reclined on the bed, lost in thoughts of the day's encounter with Xiaowu. He felt an inexplicable significance attached to this girl. This sensation had even manifested during his cultivation, and despite his attempts to suppress it, he found it futile. Xiaowu, according to Bai Ying, she should also be heading to Shrek Academy. Once there, with my charm and the experiences of 2 lifetimes, winning her affection should prove no difficult feat, Xiaowu. You are destined to be mine. As the saying goes, fate brings kindred spirits together across great distances. With these thoughts, Tang San gradually drifted into slumber. After acquiring knowledge of soul-guiding devices, Bai Ying eagerly delved into the realm of repair. Brother, it has been 3 whole days. Are you all right? Since his return, Bai Ying had not left his room, engrossed in studying those devices. Zhu Qing, I am genuinely worried about my brother. Has he gone mad? 3 days, 3 entire days spent tinkering with those discarded items. How could he possibly perceive these as treasures? Who knows? Zhu Qing replied coolly. He is usually quite astute. I believe these items must indeed hold genuine value. Success, Bai Ying exclaimed, his voice brimming with elation and excitement. Hearing the commotion, Daimubai and Zhu Qing rushed in. They found Bai Ying amidst a dazzling array of gleaming soul-guiding devices, his face alight with an unprecedented smile, his eyes sparkling with pride and exhilaration, resembling a madman. The once dilapidated devices, deemed worthless, now radiated vitality in Bai Ying's hands. They had been restored to perfection, as if reborn, emanating a gentle glow that whispered of their illustrious past. Bai Ying delicately picked up one device, admiring it as though it were a masterpiece of his creation. I have succeeded. I cannot believe I have repaired a level 9 soul-guiding device. Fortunately, I only had to address the core formation. Otherwise, given my current abilities, this would have been utterly unattainable. Brother, are you all right? Xiaowu asked cautiously. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? Xiaowu, could you please fetch me a glass of water? Are you really all right? Zhu Qing inquired, her concern evident. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying immediately embraced Zhu Qing without hesitation and kissed her fervently. Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged pause, she finally regained her composure and pushed Bai Ying away. Bai Ying chuckled and said, See, I told you I'm fine. There's no need to worry so much. At that moment, Xiaowu had also returned. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, she inquired, What just happened? Is everything all right? The white shadow presented 3 pairs of wings to Zhu Qing and Xiaowu, saying, These are gifts for you. Try them on to see if they suit you. As they received the wings, excitement sparkled in their eyes. The wings, crafted from the purest moonlight, shimmered with a delicate silver hue and with a gentle flutter. They seemed to stir the surrounding air. Zhu Qing was the first to don the wings, which contrasted strikingly with her black bodysuit, accentuating her cold elegance and nobility. Xiaowu, not to be outdone, adorned herself with the wings and danced gracefully in the sunlight, resembling a beautiful and lively sprite. This is a flying soul guide. It can be activated by soul power to enable flight. You too should give it a try. Standing on the ground, their eyes sparkled with anticipation for the unknown. Zhu Qing took a deep breath, spread her wings, and leapt gently into the air. Initially, her body swayed in the sky like a drifting leaf. But soon she found her balance and began to soar effortlessly. Xiaowu followed closely, her wings glimmering with a spectrum of colors under the sun, transforming her into a dancing butterfly. The two intertwined in the air, spinning and reveling in the exhilaration of flight. The velocity of the flying soul guide was astounding, soon drawing gasps of astonishment from passers-by. Before long, the trio arrived at the Shrek Academy registration point. Looking ahead, they saw an endless sea of people. Xiaowu, observing the crowd, wondered when it would be their turn. You must be a bit more patient. If you are truly dissatisfied with this academy, we can always leave. After all, I am only slightly interested in Shrek Academy. Furthermore, with our talents, we have numerous options if we genuinely wish to join. As they conversed, Daimubai suddenly spotted 3 exceedingly familiar figures. It's them. Upon seeing the white shadow, Dai Mubai felt an anger bubbling within him, and he leapt down from the tree to confront the white shadow. Well, you tread the path of heaven without hesitation. Yet you come knocking at the gates of hell. I hadn't sought you out, yet here you are, offering yourself. Dai Mubai's appearance made Zhu Juqing feel somewhat tense. Bai Ying approached Dai Mubai and remarked, "You are a student of Shrek Academy? I expected the students here to be formidable figures. Yet it turns out you are merely one of them. How disappointing." Furious, Dai Mubai clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and not to succumb to anger. At that moment, Li Yusong, the admissions instructor, noticed the situation and slowly approached the two, inquiring, "Mubai, what troubles you today?" "Teacher Li, he struck me during our last encounter," Dai Mubai replied. "Mubai, with so many witnesses around, if you wish to retaliate, it would be prudent to wait until the enrollment concludes," Li Yusong advised, turning to Bai Ying. "And you? Are you here to register as well?" "Naturally, if I weren't here to enroll, what purpose would I have in this place? I simply did not anticipate encountering the one person I loathe most," Bai Ying retorted. "You are the one who struck Dai Mubai," Li Yusong stated sternly. Bai Ying, unfazed, responded, "So what? Are you all seeking vengeance? If you have the courage, then bring it on. Truly, what a peculiar creature. Shrek Academy seeks individuals like you, capable of defeating Mubai at such a tender age. You are indeed a prodigy. May I examine your hand?" Li Yusong asked. "Go ahead," Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, extending his hand. Li Yusong examined it closely and then tapped his leg. "Very well. What is your martial soul?" "Shadow Dragon," Bai Ying declared, and a colossal dragon materialized behind him. The ominous aura caused the elder to flinch slightly, prompting him to say, "Mubai, escort him inside." Though reluctant, Dai Mubai, under the weight of his teacher's authority, ultimately led Bai Ying into the academy. Zhu Juqing and Xiaowu, having also passed, were brought in as well. In a hushed tone, Dai Mubai warned, "Just wait. Once we are inside the academy, I will show you what I am capable of." "Oh, how terrifying. A failure like you trying to assert dominance before me. I advise you not to provoke me, lest you wish to experience the agony of paralysis," Bai Ying taunted, successfully intimidating Dai Mubai, who was now a mix of fear and anger, taking deep breaths to regain his composure. Zhu Juqing and Xiaowu approached, concerned. "Are you all right, brother? Did he harm you?" "Rest assured, I'm fine. In such a public setting, he wouldn't dare act against me. Besides, if he did, I would simply retaliate. With his strength, he is no match for me," Dai Mubai reassured them. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. "My brother is formidable." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai watched Zhu Juqing's unwavering attention on Bai Ying, feeling a pang of jealousy in his heart. "No, I cannot allow him to bully me on my own turf. Once I grow stronger, I will ensure you suffer beneath my heel," he vowed, clenching his fist with a dark expression. As the enrollment continued, Shrek Academy could only be described as dilapidated. Most of the structures were aged and crumbling, akin to unsafe buildings on Earth. Many tiles were missing from the roofs, and the walls leaned precariously, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. The ground was uneven and dust-laden, while the trees lining the paths were withered and lifeless. At that moment, Tang Sect appeared. Upon seeing Xiaowu, his expression transformed with excitement. He felt utterly defenseless in her presence. "Xiaowu, I didn't expect you to arrive before me." "What do you mean, Xiaowu?" "You should address me as Sister Xiaowu," she replied. "Tang Sect, our relationship isn't that close yet. Don't let my brother misunderstand." Tang Sect nodded, acknowledging, "I forgot. I should call you Sister Xiaowu. That's much better. Don't worry, I will continue to protect you as I always have." At that instant, Tang Sect felt a tinge of melancholy. He could not comprehend the nature of his emotions. At this moment, Bai Ying's gaze was fixed intently on the entrance. As a fair-skinned young maiden approached, it was Ning Rongrong, the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was indeed quite lovely. "Brother, I desire a sausage," Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes drawn to a sausage stall at the academy's entrance, where a considerable crowd had already gathered. The vendor was a bearded man who appeared to be an older gentleman. "Xiaowu, is this safe to eat? Is there something wrong with the sausage?" Tang Sect inquired, sensing an opportunity. What could possibly be wrong with a simple sausage? "I shall buy it for you," he declared, striding forward. Oscar's gaze simultaneously shifted towards this scene, his attention lingering on Xiaowu, Zhu Juqing, and Ning Rongrong. "Mister, one sausage, please," Oscar requested. Upon hearing this, he became slightly irritated, retorting, "I am not just some old man. I am your senior." "My apologies, senior. I did not mean to overstep," came the reply, taking the sausage. Tang Sect approached Xiaowu. Just as she reached out to take it, Bai Ying interjected, "Sir, please prepare a fresh one. I assure you, the quality of your sausage is guaranteed. There are absolutely no issues." "Brother, what exactly is wrong with this sausage?" Xiaowu queried. Tang Sect also chimed in. "It seems to me that these sausages are perfectly fine, and they smell delightful." Bai Ying remarked softly that once you witness his production process, you will comprehend. "Brother, if my conjecture is correct, your martial spirit must pertain to the culinary arts, given your occupation of selling sausages here. Thus, I deduce that your martial spirit is indeed that of a sausage. I have heard that food-type soul masters possess a plethora of peculiar soul abilities. I wonder what your soul ability might be." Oscar's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort, while Dai Mubai interjected. Did I not instruct you to refrain from selling grilled sausages at the school gate? For heaven's sake, you are truly bringing shame to the academy. Hurry. Prepare a new batch. The white shadow gazed intently at Oscar, as if wishing to consume him whole. Oscar, resigned to his fate, sighed and declared, I possess a remarkable sausage. At this utterance, Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. She finally comprehended why her brother had remarked that there was something amiss with that sausage. He could not help but display a look of disdain upon viewing it. At this moment, Tang Sect found himself in a situation he could not escape. His frustration boiling beneath a veneer of politeness as he regarded Oscar. After finally seizing an opportunity to shine, everything had now unraveled. All right, let us proceed to the examination, he stated. Dai Mubai, could you kindly lead the way? Dai Mubai was genuinely astonished by the revelation. How could this individual discern the flaw in Xiao Ao's sausage? He had initially intended to wait until after the sausage was consumed to inform him of its issues, relishing the moment of disgust it would provoke. Yet he was astonished by the keen perception displayed. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the white shadow, feeling a tinge of indignation, but ultimately decided to guide them. Teachers. They need not partake in the second round. I shall directly escort them to the fourth round. At this moment, some voiced their discontent, questioning why these individuals were permitted to bypass the second round. Dai Mubai then produced the crystal ball to test their soul power. The first to test, the white shadow, astonishingly registered a soul power level of 40. Next was Xiaowu, whose own soul power reached 29. Following her was Zhu Zhiqing, also at 30. Tang Sect's soul power was likewise at 29, while Ning Rongrong measured in at 26. Those who had previously protested were swiftly silenced, their heads drooping as they resigned themselves to partake in the second examination. As Tang Sect and Dai Mubai conversed ahead, the white shadow began to survey the surrounding environment. Most of the teachers at Shrek Academy boasted soul power exceeding level 60, with the highest ranking as Soul Daoliu, a presence that ranked among the finest on the continent. However, was it not still insufficient? Dai Mubai and Tang Sect continued their discourse. The dean has stated that our Shrek Academy shall only accept monsters and never the inept, even if it means shutting our doors. The academy had previously admitted 26 students, yet only 14 had graduated, with the most exceptional among them having ascended to the rank of elder within the spirit hall. Haha, you truly amuse me. Dai Mubai. Do you fabricate tales without a script? An elder of the spirit hall? Do you think I would believe such blatant exaggerations? The retort was sharp, yet Dai Mubai, though infuriated, suppressed his anger, aware of the formidable strength of the white shadow and the pain he had endured at his hands. Most elders of the spirit hall are well known within my family. Some even maintain cordial relations with us. Pray tell, which one are you referring to? To become an elder of the spirit hall, one must either be a theoretical master or possess soul power reaching level 90, attaining the title of Title Daoliu. I have never heard of any Title Daoliu emerging from Shrek Academy. You are simply uninformed. Very well, I shall cease my explanations. They soon arrived at the final round, where they beheld a figure seated upon a chair, robust as a small mountain. Teacher Zhao, I have brought them for their assessment. To his surprise, he had indeed found 5 candidates. Greetings, I am Zhao Wujie. You have all directly advanced to the fourth round, which indicates your exceptional talents. I shall not elaborate further. Instead, I will engage you in a challenge. You will have the duration of an incense stick to ensure that at least one among you remains standing. Should you succeed, you will pass. The unmovable king, unexpectedly encountered in this place. Suddenly, Buying spoke, which brought a hint of pride to Zhao Wujie's face. Young man, have you heard of my illustrious name? The younger generation of my family once mentioned it in passing, but I never anticipated that you would be teaching here. May I inquire if any means are permissible for this fourth examination? Zhao Wujie nodded and replied, as long as you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense in my presence, you may employ any method you wish. Well then, shall we begin? The audacity of youth emboldened him. If you have indeed heard of my name, you should be aware of my prowess. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage directly in combat. I am quite exhilarated at the prospect of encountering a worthy opponent. Teacher Zhao, how about this? I shall challenge you alone. If I lose, I willingly depart from Shrek Academy, but if I succeed in the examination, will my companions also be deemed successful? Of course. Chapter 55, The Power of the 9th Level Soul Guidance Device. Very well, let us commence. At this moment, Dai Mubai harbored a cold smile within, thinking to himself how foolishly overconfident Bai Ying was. Soon he would understand the true meaning of overwhelming power. Dai Mubai had long harbored deep animosity towards Bai Ying for stealing his fiancé and publicly humiliating him. With these grievances compounded, it was only natural for any man to feel compelled to retaliate, yet he found himself significantly weaker than his opponent. Brother Bai, do not act impulsively. Fear not. I am confident this will be resolved swiftly. I have encountered arrogance before, but none quite like yours. You all may deliberate amongst yourselves, since he seeks his own demise. I shall simply subdue him, Zhao Wujie stated slowly. At this moment, a glimmer of concealed amusement danced in Bai Ying's eyes. It was rare to have a soul sage as a guinea pig, an opportunity seldom encountered. The two stepped aside, and Zhao Wujie gestured, you may strike first. Let us see the extent of your abilities. I assure you, you will not last even a stick of incense against me. I advise you to concede. Such flattering words. Rest assured, You will soon experience the taste of defeat at my hands. Zhao Wujie could not help but smile. He was the formidable immovable king, a powerful soul sage at level 76. How could he possibly lose to a mere adolescent? Tang Sect observed the scene, equally convinced that Bai Ying must be out of his mind. After all, he was facing a soul sage, even if they all banded together. They might not withstand a stick of incense under his might, let alone now when he stood alone. Everything must turn out fine. It must be fine. Xiao expressed her deep concern, her words a constant mantra. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie charged forward, delivering a swift kick, even without employing his soul power. The sheer force of his physical prowess was formidable. Bai Ying unleashed a powerful punch, and with a resounding thud, Zhao Wujie was surprisingly forced to retreat several steps. This astonishing scene left Dai Mubai and the others in disbelief. The esteemed immovable king, not to mention a soul sage of level 70. How could this be possible? The first level of the great shift of the universe grants one immense strength, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Yet it merely caused Zhao Wujie to stagger back a few steps. It appears that I am still too weak, Bai Ying reflected. Zhao Wujie, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "Is this the extent of your power?" At that moment, he reveled in his own confidence, thinking this young man was perhaps overly ambitious. However, the fact that he could endure for a week in his presence attested to the lad's talent. Soon, I shall ease my efforts, he contemplated, a self-assured glimmer sparkling in his eyes. Yes, the time has come. He has earned the right to experience my 9th-level soul guidance device. As Bai Ying extracted the diamond-shaped soul guide, radiating a myriad of colors from the device, all eyes were irresistibly drawn towards it. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow in confusion, gazing at the soul guide in Bai Ying's hand. He had never encountered such a unique artifact that emanated a spectrum of hues. What purpose does this soul guide serve? He inquired. Zhao Lao, sure, you must exercise caution. With a gentle smile, the white shadow infused his soul force, causing the diamond-shaped block to erupt with a blinding white light. As the brilliance flickered, the block began to transform, as if an infinite magic flowed within it. Everyone's gaze was riveted upon this spectacle, watching as the block gradually enlarged, ultimately morphing into an ancient and imposing cannon. The cannon emanated a powerful wave of soul force, as if it could tear the very air apart. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Wujie's eyes. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this soul guide. At that moment, the white shadow abruptly pulled the cannon's rings, and with a deafening bang, a terrifying beam of soul force shot forth from the cannon, racing towards Zhao Wujie. Seeing this, Zhao Wujie's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming soul guide harbored such dreadful power. In a moment of urgency, he activated his martial soul, the mighty diamond bear, instantly transforming into a colossal, ferocious bear, his muscles bulging with newfound strength. He crossed his arms before his chest in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending onslaught of the terrifying beam. Just then, a blinding light flashed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, as the soul force beam struck Zhao Wujie's defenses. In an instant, Zhao Wujie was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding air trembled from the force of the impact, resonating with a deep rumble. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as if time had come to a halt. Zhao Wujie, the soul master who towered in their hearts like an unassailable mountain, appeared so fragile under that single strike. Tang Sect's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. How could this be possible? This was Teacher Zhao. How could he possibly have lost so easily? Meanwhile, Xiao Wu covered her mouth, staring incredulously at the scene before her. Dai Mubai gaped in astonishment, as if he could swallow an entire egg. His shock was more intense than that of anyone else. White Shadow, whom he had always regarded as arrogant and conceited, had truly achieved the impossible. The pale shadow showed no intention of halting. He gradually approached Zhao Wujie and extended his hand to assist him in rising. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's countenance was marred with bruises, and blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained considerable injury. Yet, within his eyes danced a glimmer of admiration and approval as he regarded the pale shadow, murmuring, "Well done, young man. Today, I, Zhao Wujie, concede defeat. But you have truly opened my eyes." Zhao Wujie widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the formidable cannon in the pale shadow's grasp. An indescribable tumult surging within him. A 9th-level soul guide? He had never encountered such a sophisticated soul guide. It utterly surpassed the boundaries of his comprehension. Unable to restrain himself, he swallowed hard and, with a quiver in his voice, inquired, "What on earth is this?" The pale figure gazed at Zhao Wujie's astonished expression and remarked with a serene smile, "The 9th-level soul-guiding apparatus is known as the God-slaying cannon." He gently caressed the cannon's body, as if cradling a beloved child. He continued, "You should consider yourself fortunate. At present, I am unable to unleash its full potential. Moreover, this device is not completely restored. Otherwise, its might would be even greater. A soul saint of your caliber would likely be reduced to ashes beneath its power." As he spoke, the formidable God-slaying cannon instantly reverted to a diamond-shaped crystal. Had this statement been made earlier, few would have believed it. Yet now, all were convinced. "Teacher, does this mean we have successfully passed?" Zhao Wujie's face turned pale, for he never anticipated being vanquished by a mere child. despite his esteemed status as a soul saint. You have all passed, came the reply. Chapter 56, Tang Hao. Then I thank you, teacher. At this moment, Bai Ying gazed upon the disheveled figure of Zhao Wujie, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He turned his attention to Tang San and declared the matter resolved. Tang San stood there, utterly astonished. He never anticipated that a formidable soul saint would be so effortlessly vanquished. The power of that cannon was unparalleled, rivaling their most elite hidden weapon, the reigning pear blossoms, and could even be deemed superior to it. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Tang San's gaze towards Bai Ying grew increasingly laced with apprehension. The potency of such a weapon was extraordinary, far surpassing the capabilities of the Tang Sect's concealed armaments. At this moment, Bai Ying looked at Dai Bai and said, "Take me to the dormitory." Dai Bai, genuinely frightened, respectfully led him to the dormitory. Tang San gazed in the direction of Bai Ying's departure, unable to restrain his complaints, lamenting the lost opportunity. In the evening, Dai Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar appeared in the plaza of Shrek Academy. Bai Ying is truly terrifying, remarked Dai Bai. Far beyond what an ordinary person can comprehend. You should have seen how Teacher Zhao was injured in a single blast. Those soul-guiding devices are astonishingly powerful. Dai Bai, you should consider yourself fortunate that they harbor no murderous intent towards you. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Dai Bai was genuinely afraid, fully realizing the vast disparity in strength between himself and Bai Ying. Such an individual could not possibly hail from an ordinary family. It was likely that he was cultivated by a prominent family or a powerful faction with substantial resources. The kind of soul-guiding devices he wielded were unlike anything Dai Bai had ever encountered, even as a prince of the Star Luo Empire. Oscar patted Dai Bai on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, advising, "Boss Dai, I suggest you refrain from harboring any thoughts about the woman beside him. The repercussions would be unimaginable." At this moment, Dai Bai dared not entertain any thoughts towards Zhu Qing, his fiancé, as his life clearly held greater importance. Inside the room, Bai Ying was completely exhausted. Utilizing a 9th-level soul-guiding device with his newly attained level 40 soul power was exceedingly strenuous. He realized that he would need to procure some materials for crafting soul-guiding devices the following day. With this thought in mind, Bai Ying drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Bai Ying rose early in the morning and then proceeded to the dining hall to enjoy breakfast, which was predominantly prepared by the local villagers. After finishing the meal, he was satisfied. Bai Ying arrived directly in Soto City, his purpose this time being the pursuit of rare materials, specifically the formidable soul-guided bombs. He was eager to uncover the secrets of these powerful devices. "System, what is today's sign-in reward?" he inquired. "Congratulations, host. You have received a defensive soul-guiding apparatus, the Qian Renxue shield." "The Qian Renxue shield, is it? It appears quite impressive," he remarked. No sooner had he spoken than the Qian Renxue shield materialized in Bai Ying's hands. It was an extremely translucent, light blue sphere, its surface smooth as a mirror, with hints of iridescent light swirling within. Upon closer inspection, Bai Ying discerned that the interior of the sphere was adorned with intricate patterns and runes, which emitted a faint glow. The core magical array within was astoundingly complex, leaving one in awe. Bai Ying cautiously tucked away his belongings. After spending an entire morning strolling through Soto City, he had gathered quite a bounty. Just as he was returning to Shrek Academy, he suddenly caught sight of a figure cloaked in black. This individual staggered as if under the influence of alcohol. Yet, Bai Ying sensed that this person was anything but benign. The aura of lethal intent emanating from him felt eerily familiar. Though Bai Ying could not recall where he had encountered it before, it wasn't until their paths crossed that the memory eluded him. Upon his return to Shrek Academy, a sudden realization struck him. He remembered the menacing aura belonged to the realm of the god of slaughter. In this world, only 2 individuals possessed such power, one being the Pope, Bibi Dong, who could never possibly appear in Soto City, and the other, Tang Hao, who also wielded the god of slaughter's domain. Recalling the original tale, it was Tang Hao who had once bested Zhao Wujie in combat. Bai Ying pondered whether, due to his own intervention, Zhao Wujie would still face defeat. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden quest. Cause Tang Hao's old wounds to resurface. Reward, 1 golden pill." To ensure the host's safety from potential harm by Tang Hao, the system has thoughtfully provided a divine-level experience card. Engaging with Tang Hao, what a delightful prospect. After all, Qian Renxue's father had suffered grievous injuries at Tang Hao's hands, making Tang Hao a personal adversary. With this thought in mind, Bai Ying swiftly procured a set of night gear from a nearby shop and followed after him. Tang Hao made his way to the rear mountains of Shrek Academy. As a father, he held a considerable concern for Tang San. "Forgive me, my son. I cannot reveal myself to you just yet. This is all my fault. Had it not been for me, you would not have to endure such suffering." As night fell, Zhao Wujie, after a friendly exchange with Tang Hao, was finally cured of his long-standing injuries. At that moment, Zhao Wujie's face could only be described as a comical mess, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head. What amused Bai Ying most was that, despite his battered state, Zhao Wujie still expressed his gratitude. Tang Hao relayed his concerns regarding Tang San to the 2 men before they departed. Just as Tang Hao prepared to leave, Bai Ying silently materialized before him. Utilizing the divine-level experience card, The activation was successful. Who are you? Tang Hao, a title Daoliu, could appear before him without a sound. Thus, his opponent must also possess a comparable level of power. You are not yet worthy to know my name. I have come to settle an old debt that you incurred many years ago. A debt? Tang Hao's face was a canvas of confusion. When did I ever owe a debt to a title Daoliu? I am completely unaware of such a thing. The white shadow approached step by step, and Tang Hao could distinctly sense that he had fallen into an extremely perilous situation. The opponent's power was terrifying. He was undoubtedly no match for it. He pondered the intentions of the elder who had come here, wondering what debts he owed. Do you recall 10 years ago, when you severely injured the then Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, over a soul beast? Are you affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Spirit Hall. Had it not been for them, he would not have had to witness his wife as sacrifice. Had it not been for their interference, he would not have lost his mother at such a young age. A lackey of the Spirit Hall, how dare you appear here? The esteemed Qian Daoliu has fallen to this state. If this were to be revealed, I doubt anyone would believe it. Today, I shall seek your counsel on the strength of the youngest titled Daoliu. Chapter 57. Tang Hao faints as soon as the words left his mouth. The white shadow shot forward with incredible speed. A powerful punch landed heavily on Tang Hao's body, and with a resounding thud, he staggered back several steps, barely managing to stabilize himself with his soul power. Impressive. You truly deserve the title of the current Qian Daoliu. Few can withstand my punch, and you are among them. At this moment, Tang Hao realized the formidable strength of the person before him. Their power undoubtedly surpassed his own. The opponent had not summoned their spirit rings, placing Tang Hao at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a Qian hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand, shimmering with faint lightning, as if imbued with boundless power. He gripped the hammer's handle tightly, and 9 soul rings gradually unfolded around him, each radiating intense light, resembling 9 brilliant stars encircling him. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, akin to a waking tiger, fierce and daunting, instilling fear in those who dared to gaze upon him. Tang Hao's eyes grew resolute and profound as he firmly held the Qian hammer, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind an afterimage. In the next moment, he reappeared before the white shadow, swinging the Qian hammer down with the force of thunder, aiming to strike the opponent. The white shadow spoke, acknowledging the strength of his opponent, yet declaring it insufficient. In a swift motion, the once massive Qian hammer halted mere centimeters from the white shadow, resisting all of Tang Hao's efforts to advance it. Who are you? How is your power so formidable? Who am I? The white shadow responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. You are not worthy of knowing, but I shall indulge you today. I am a priest of the Spirit Hall. You were quite arrogant just now, boasting of your superiority without the use of spirit rings. Yet here I stand without employing mine. If you can endure for a single incense stick's duration in my grasp, I shall release you. At that moment, Tang Hao found himself in an utterly helpless predicament. Unable to retaliate against an adversary he perceived as a divine punishment, a foe of incomprehensible caliber. Could he possibly be a peerless Daoliu? Within the Spirit Hall, only one such being existed, Qian Daoliu. Could this man be he? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Tang Hao was sent flying, crashing through several trees as if he were a cannonball, finally regaining his footing. Do not go too far, he muttered, rising with genuine fury. The Qian hammer in his grasp transformed to a crimson hue, exuding a chilling aura of murder. The previously tranquil 9 soul rings surrounding him began to pulsate violently. With a series of explosive sounds, the first and second soul rings shattered, merging with the Qian hammer. Great Sesame hammer. The Qian hammer gleamed a brilliant golden, and a torrent of soul power surged into it. A mere flick sent surrounding trees splintering into fragments. Under the great Sesame hammer, perish. Tang Hao swung down with immense force, yet the white shadow conjured a time blade in an instant. Time seal. In that moment, time itself was suspended, casting the world in a pale hue. A mere mortal dares to slay a god? Time's trace. The next instant, time resumed its flow, and Tang Hao let out a blood-curdling scream as he plummeted from the air. An indescribable agony enveloped him, though his body bore no wounds. He felt every fiber of his being tremble as if his very bones and blood quaked. What have you done to me? What have I done? How does it feel? Do you remember this sensation? Tang Hao, a title Daoliu in his own right, known for his unyielding will, found himself writhing in torment, as though a hammer incessantly struck his skull. I will kill you. I will kill you. In his frenzy, he swung the Qian hammer wildly. His body, already bearing past injuries, now suffered anew. With a resounding crash, the youngest title Daoliu in history, Tang Hao, vomited blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ah! How delightful it is to beat him. Tang Hao, did you ever anticipate this day? The time for retribution had merely not yet arrived. To oppose the Spirit Hall is to invite inevitable doom. I shall spare you for now, for one must harvest the wool from the sheep. Bai Ying cast a glance at him before turning to leave. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Bai Ying did not head to the dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the quarters of Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu. As time itself seemed to pause, he pushed open the door to their dormitory and beheld the silhouettes of Zhu Shuqing and Xiao Wu, who were preparing for slumber. After briefly observing the two, Bai Ying's gaze settled on Ning Rongrong. It must be said that although Ning Rongrong did not possess the same physical allure as Zhu Zhiqing nor the vivacious spirit of Xiaowu, she had her own distinctive charm. Zhu Zhiqing exuded an air of icy elegance, while Xiaowu radiated exuberance. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, embodied the essence of a willful and capricious young lady. Having just emerged from a shower, Ning Rongrong was enveloped in a subtle, milky fragrance that intertwined with the refreshing scent of her shower gel, creating an indescribably comforting atmosphere. Her long hair, damp as if freshly pulled from water, glistened with glistening droplets, each strand catching the light and emanating an enchanting luster. The pale shadow gently approached Ning Rongrong's bedside, his gaze lingering upon her serene and peaceful countenance. Her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her cheeks as she slept. Unable to resist the urge, he reached out a hand, yearning to caress her visage, yet at the last moment, he withdrew. Would this be inappropriate? With such thoughts occupying his mind, he turned his attention to Zhu Zhiqing beside her. There is a saying that aptly describes this sentiment: one who feasts from the bowl cannot help but covet what is in the pot. Bai Ying, unable to convince herself, finally gazed at Ning Rongrong and sighed, "You will eventually belong to me." The white shadow gently gestured towards Zhu Zhiqing, who instantly regained her composure. "What are you doing here? What has happened to them?" Zhu Zhiqing inquired. "Do not worry, they are unharmed. I merely halted their time. They will return to normal shortly." Bai Ying gazed at Zhu Zhiqing with fervent eyes and said, "My little kitty, it has been such a long time since I last indulged in petting a cat." Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed. Despite having engaged in such activities numerous times before, she still felt a profound shyness. "We have class tomorrow, so please do not overdo it, or else others will notice," she cautioned. "Rest assured, I promise you that it will remain undetected," he replied. "Zhiqing, at this moment, you are my favorite." Chapter 58, The Willful and Headstrong Ning Rongrong. Under the intensity of his gaze, Zhu Zhiqing instinctively recoiled slightly. Bai Ying, without hesitation, pressed his lips against Zhu Zhiqing's, causing her to relax entirely. After a considerable time, her complexion gradually flushed a deep crimson. In the next moment, she boldly advanced towards him. "You shall allow Zhiqing to serve you well." Zhu Zhiqing had previously received guidance in such matters, and given their prior encounter, those memories resurfaced in her mind. At that moment, Bai Ying was completely at ease. The following day, both Bai Ying and Zhu Zhiqing appeared at the Shrek Academy Square, sporting dark circles under their eyes. "Zhiqing, did you not sleep well last night?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "It's nothing, just a little restless," Zhu Zhiqing replied. Observing her state, Ning Rongrong mischievously remarked, "You wouldn't have been up to any mischief behind our backs, would you?" Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed, and she chose to remain silent, while Bai Ying couldn't help but marvel at the little cat's endurance. "My back is killing me. I should have known better," he lamented. Soon after, the Academy's dean, Flinder, arrived on the scene. "Mu Bai, please inform them of the Academy's rules. You all should return to rest. The first class begins tonight, except for Ning Rongrong and Oscar." Bai Ying undoubtedly comprehends the essence of this lesson. It is merely about venturing to the Soto Great Spirit Arena to engage in spirit battles. The so-called spirit battles are, in fact, a contest among soul masters wielding their martial spirits. This method allows one to acquire wealth. Bai Ying let out a sigh, and soon found a relatively quiet spot nearby. He began to inscribe the core magical array, for, as the narrative unfolded, they would soon venture into the Star Doe forest to procure soul beasts. It was imperative to have everything prepared, as opportunity favors the well-prepared. "Oscar, how much farther must we run?" Although Ning Rongrong often engaged in running, she had never felt this fatigue before. "It is still early. I have already stated that this is an impossible task. However, you need not worry about going hungry, for I am a food-type soul master. Would you care for a sausage? I possess a delightful large sausage. I still have 2 loaves of bread. Why should I be concerned about food?" Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong immediately objected, remarking, "Is it merely a Shrek Academy? I shall not run any longer. I will simply observe what he intends to do." With that, Ning Rongrong departed, leaving Oscar utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Ying realized that his opportunity had arrived, and he immediately gave chase. Ning Rongrong intended to indulge in a sumptuous feast in Soto City when a voice called out from behind, "I recall the dean instructing you to run. Why have you failed to comply and left without permission? What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Beware, or I shall strike you." Since childhood, Ning Rongrong had been cherished by both Ning Fingxi and the title Daoliu, Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu, being treated as the jewel of their eyes. Even during meals, attendants catered to her every need, which fostered a haughty and imperious demeanor within her. Furthermore, as the most gifted individual of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she harbored a disdainful attitude towards others. "I am merely warning you. Someone has been watching you since the moment you departed the playground, trailing you closely. How foolish. Like a dog biting El Dombin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart. Do not deceive me. You are the one stalking me. Are you not enamored by my beauty? I have encountered many like you." The white shadow was utterly bewildered, unable to refute the prowess of the little witch. She was truly formidable. If placed in the realm of reality, she would undoubtedly excel in disputes. Believe it or not, I merely brought this to your attention out of respect for our shared status as classmates. If you doubt my words, consider them mere folly. Alas, I never anticipated that the daughter of the esteemed Seven Treasures glazed tile school would be so coarse and insufferably proud. It seems the lineage of the current generation of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has indeed fallen into decline. Humph, you speak nonsense. Let me tell you. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is an existence beyond your imagination. Who do you think you are to claim that we have declined? I am merely stating the truth. I have no desire to continue this conversation, for conversing with someone so base is a sheer waste of my time. Ning Rongrong. As the little witch of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to her in such a manner. It seemed she had been likened to a dog. How dare you insult me? Do you wish to invite your own demise? A mere Seven Treasures glazed tile school cannot intimidate me. If you cannot endure such training, I suggest you return whence you came. What a pity it is to see the direct descendant of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school reduced to an arrogant fool. Stop right there. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pursuing him. This young lady was known for her capricious temperament, and how could she tolerate anyone daring to insult the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? As they departed Shrek Academy and strolled along the path, the White Shadow deliberately slowed his pace and inquired, do you require something? On what grounds do you label me a fool? What gives you that right? I am the most remarkable genius of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Do you understand what it means to reach the second ring at the age of 12? Do you comprehend that? Is that truly so impressive? You ought to realize there are always greater talents beyond your own. Your so-called genius is rendered trivial in the presence of those who surpass you. Here, every individual is extraordinary. Take Oscar, for instance. He is a food system soul master with innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? How is that even possible? In this world, nothing is impossible. Your ignorance is glaring. If you wish to grow stronger, I advise you to train diligently. However, if you seek mere amusement, I suggest you depart promptly. Your father has already sent someone to Shrek Academy. My father has already come? Ning Rongrong responded, astonished. How do you know this? Why are you telling me? What is your purpose? That is classified. Bai Ying cast a glance at her and remarked, what future could a willful and capricious young lady possibly have? Ning Fingxi, despite your wisdom throughout the years, you have displayed folly in this moment. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong was genuinely incensed. She retorted, on what grounds do you make such assertions about me? Who do you think you are? Just wait. How dare you speak to me this way? I shall ensure you realize the extent of my capabilities. Bai Ying paid him no heed and departed. Upon arriving in Soto City, he procured some materials and returned to Shrek to commence his engraving work. For him at present, crafting a core array of this caliber was an effortless task. In no time, a soul-guided bomb was developed, its appearance deliberately designed to be deceptive, resembling commonplace objects. I've searched for you for ages. I never imagined you would be here. Chapter 59. The awkward transformation of Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong glared at Bai Ying, her anger escalating with each passing moment. She had never felt such fury before. How dare you insult me? Do you even comprehend who you are? Get lost. Bai Ying coldly retorted, uttering those two words with chilling detachment. Ning Rongrong was genuinely infuriated now. Her gaze wandered to the peculiar objects nearby, piquing her curiosity. She casually picked one up, causing Bai Ying to panic. Wait, that is a soul-guided bomb. If mishandled or accidentally struck, it could explode. This young lady was the heiress of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. If an incident were to occur, it would spell trouble for him. Give this to me, hurry. Ning Rongrong demanded, her face lighting up at Bai Ying's reaction. You're begging me now? As long as you plead for it, I might consider giving it to you. She smirked at the object in her hand, mockingly. Look at you, worried over a mere black trinket. Ning Rongrong was truly riding high on her newfound confidence. Just give it to me, Bai Ying insisted. Not a chance. What will you do about it? She stuck out her tongue playfully. Didn't you just call me a waste? If I am a waste, then what does that make you? A wild seed born of a mother who abandoned you. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt as though her mind had exploded. Could such a statement truly emanate from a young girl? Had she misheard? Yet the stark reality lay vividly before her. Ning Rongrong continued to hurl an array of unflattering insults. Ning Rongrong, retract that statement you just made and return my belongings to me, or I shall ensure you face the consequences. A wave of fear washed over her. After uttering these words, Ning Rongrong burst into laughter, while Bai Ying's emotions surged to a boiling point, yet she resolutely suppressed her feelings. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. It was utterly surprising that Ning Rongrong could be so willful and capricious. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong playfully shook the spherical soul guide bomb in her hand. Is this the soul guide device you devised? It appears rather sinister. Bai Ying gazed at the soul guide in her hand, contemplating that this particular device lacked a fully inscribed core array, thus its power should be minimal. Suddenly struck by an idea, she addressed Ning Rongrong, stating, I offer you a singular opportunity. Relinquish this item and feign that nothing has transpired. It is quite simple for me to let it go. Should you plead earnestly? Kneel and beseech me, and I shall comply. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was convinced that Bai Ying would not dare to impose any repercussions upon her, which emboldened her audacity. In an instant, Bai Ying's temper flared, her initial anger transforming into a serene smile as she said, I grant you this chance. Your ineptitude is not my concern. She had longed to test the potency of these soul guide bombs. During the inscription of the core array, she had deliberately infused it with a measure of spiritual energy, enabling her to trigger an explosion at will. The bomb in Ning Rongrong's grasp began to heat up at a visible rate. With a sudden crackle, she instinctively hurled the bomb to the ground, clutching her injured hand and letting out a shriek. A resounding bang echoed as the soul guide bomb detonated beneath her feet. As the smoke cleared, Ning Rongrong emerged from the haze, her face blackened as if she had just emerged from a cauldron, her eyebrows and eyelashes indiscernible. Her garments were tattered, resembling the aftermath of countless razor-sharp blades, and her exposed skin bore the marks of charred wounds. Staring in disbelief at her hands, she struggled to comprehend the chaotic events that had just unfolded. Her eyes were filled with dread and shock. Ning Rongrong had not anticipated the device would explode, and in an instant, she felt utterly devastated. How dare you treat me with such disdain? Do you have any idea of the standing of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School on this continent? As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never endured such humiliation. Gazing at her disheveled appearance, she glared fiercely at Bai Ying before her. The white shadow displayed an air of indifference, akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water, proclaiming, I have long insisted that you return this item to me. Yet, you have chosen to court your own demise. You should consider yourself fortunate that the core array of this soul guide has not been fully inscribed. Otherwise, its potency would be exponentially greater. At that point, you might not even leave behind ashes. I strongly advise against provoking me, for the consequences would be dire. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School holds considerable power across the continent, but let me impart this wisdom. There are always greater forces beyond what one perceives. Ning Rongrong gazed at the white shadow, torn between hatred and impotence, her frustration palpable. Subsequently, fearful of exposing her disheveled state, she retreated hastily. Noticing her departure, the white shadow casually called out, Dean, how much longer do you intend to hide? How did you discover my presence? Flender emerged slowly, an unfamiliar sense of trepidation washing over him as he regarded the figure before him. I have been aware of your covert observations from the outset. Enough of this idle chatter. I have no desire to engage in further discourse. Should the esteemed dean wish to pursue this matter, you are always welcome to do so. The white shadow asserted. You are from the Spirit Hall, are you not? Bai Ying felt no surprise and instead calmly acknowledged the situation. Is there anything wrong? Flandre sighed in relief at the unexpected presence of a Soul Master Hall member. It's nothing. You should return to your dormitory and rest well. Prepare for tonight's lessons. This matter will be handled accordingly. Alas, the letter from Shao Gang indicated that he was a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, the Pope's personal apprentice. Why was he here? My goodness, what on earth has our Shrek Academy done? Tang San, son of the Haotian Daoliu, has appeared here. And now another member of the Soul Master Hall has surfaced. Shrek Academy is undoubtedly on the brink of becoming notorious, as the last soul-guided bombs were meticulously crafted. Evening approached. At this moment, Ning Rongrong had changed into a fresh set of clothes, yet her hair bore the unmistakable marks of scorching. Flandre turned to Oscar and remarked, Oscar, your camaraderie is commendable. You seem revitalized, but you must run another 20 laps. Until you complete them, you shall have no food or sleep. I have sealed your soul power. And you, Ning Rongrong, you have also failed to complete my lesson. Tell me, is that true or not? Ning Rongrong felt an intense surge of anger. She had already been blasted and now faced the prospect of running again. She had completely forgotten about this assignment. Chapter 60. Soto Great Soul Arena. Ning Rongrong looked at Flandre and said, I forgot to run. Flandre replied, you have two choices. First, pack your belongings and leave. Second, you must prove to me that you will not err again. Ning Rongrong retorted, why should I? You are merely a soul sage. Flandre replied, you cannot afford to offend my status. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling with me. Do you think I am afraid? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying, feeling rather bored, strolled towards the outskirts of Shrek. After a while, when Zhu Shiqing, Xiaowu, and Dai Mubai emerged, Bai Ying promptly followed suit. Brother, did you know that Ning Rongrong was scolded to tears by the dean? Cried, did she? That individual is quite proud and accustomed to a pampered life at home. It's only natural for her to be emotional. With proper guidance, she will undoubtedly become remarkable in the future. Enough of this matter. Let her find her own way. If she cannot do so, she will hardly heed what others say. The group then arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena. A few individuals, cloaked in white shadows, arrived at the registration area. Brother, shall we form a team? Xiaowu suggested. Bai Ying, however, shook his head and remarked, you wish to team up with Tang San? Did you not previously advise me to avoid any interaction with him? Tang San possesses an exceptionally rich combat experience. Forming a team with him undoubtedly presents an excellent opportunity for training. In any case, you shall heed my counsel. Xiaowu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tang San had intended to discuss the prospect of teaming up with Xiaowu, only to have her preemptively voice the idea, rendering his efforts entirely effortless. The White Shadow did not partake in the sparring. Instead, he directly entered the gambling duel. It is well known that such duels are bloodthirsty affairs. Hello. I wish to participate in the duel, he stated. The attendants at the reception were not overly astonished. After completing the payment, one of them remarked, the duel is indeed a bloody affair. Can you withstand it? Just focus on your task. The rest is none of your concern. Bai Ying sat in the waiting area, biding his time amidst a myriad of individuals, most of whom were recuperating their strength. The faint scent of blood wafted through the air, evidently emanating from them. Soon, Bai Ying found himself at the arena. His opponent was a soul master, wielding a blade as his martial spirit. This man was tall, with well-defined muscles, and a scar etched across his face seemed to narrate tales of his battles. He brandished a colossal battle knife, its blade riddled with chips and stained with blood, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His gaze was sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on Bai Ying, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Young one, are you truly certain you wish to engage in combat with me? His voice was hoarse and deep, as though it emerged from the very depths of a hellish abyss. The white shadow remained unfazed, his gaze calm and resolute, as if everything lay within his grasp. Soul Master, your soul power level must also be at level 40. It has been quite some time since I last stretched my muscles. Today is a perfect opportunity for us to engage in a little sparring. With a furious roar, the Black Blade Soul Master unleashed his first soul skill. Instantly, the entire arena appeared to be sliced into fragments by countless blades, each gust of blade energy exuding a sharp, murderous intent. Enveloped within this tempest, the white shadow felt as though he were amidst a sea of knives and swords. Instead of fear, he experienced an exhilarating thrill, reminiscent of the overwhelming sensation he had when trampled by the golden crocodile Daoliu in the spirit hall. The figure of the white shadow flickered and instantaneously vanished from its original position, only to reappear behind the Black Blade Soul Master. The expression on the Black Blade Soul Master's face shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the astonishing swiftness of the white shadow. In a flurry, he turned to strike at the white shadow with his blade. However, it seemed as though the white shadow had foreseen his actions, swiftly evading the attack with an effortless movement. With a second soul skill, the Shadow Dragon Claw, the Black Blade Soul Master suddenly felt an overwhelming force. In an instant, his wrist was ensnared by the white shadow's dragon claw, which was razor-sharp. A mere flick was sufficient to render his defenses as fragile as parchment, causing blood to flow profusely from the wound. He gazed at the white shadow in horror, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The pale shadow offered him no respite. With a firm grip, his right fist struck the chest of the Black Blade Soul Master. The latter felt an overwhelming force surge through him, propelling his body like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently against the protective barrier at the edge of the arena. In an instant, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence, as everyone stood in astonishment, gazing at the pale figure. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly frail youth possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, the Black Blade Soul Master collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and despair. The silhouette of the white shadow loomed large upon the arena. Each deliberate step he took towards the prostrate Black Blade Soul Master echoed like a drum in the hearts of the spectators, inducing a profound sense of dread. The atmosphere within the arena became oppressively stifling, as if the very air had solidified. Kill him, reverberated in the minds of all present, their faces betraying an excitement that was almost palpable. The Black Blade Soul Master was engulfed in despair. He endeavored to rise, yet the severity of his injuries rendered him utterly immobile. As he beheld the advancing figure of the white shadow, an overwhelming fear consumed him. The white shadow approached the Black Blade Soul Master, casting a glance of icy indifference upon him. He extended his right hand and gently grasped the Soul Master's neck. What do you intend to do? The Black Blade Soul Master's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. With a sharp crack, the man's neck was swiftly twisted and broken. Following this encounter, several more battles ensued, each culminating in victory for the white shadow without a single injury. As he was about to depart, a voice called out, "Excuse me, may I request that you pause for a moment?" A man, impeccably dressed and exuding an extraordinary demeanor despite not being a soul master, approached. "I am the supervisor of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Here is my business card. What do you want this for?" The white shadow inquired. "To achieve 7 consecutive victories without sustaining any injury showcases your remarkable prowess. I wish to form an acquaintance with you." "Oh, that's of no concern to me. I must take my leave now. Farewell." The supervisor, however, insisted, "Please, do not rush off." Damubai, Tang San, Xiaowu, along with Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, had witnessed the white shadow's participation in the betting match. The method he employed to vanquish his foes was undeniably ruthless. While Tang San previously believed that the white shadow's strength was only marginally superior to his own, witnessing the battles now revealed an overwhelming disparity. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Bai Ying surged forward with the swiftness of a racing arrow, as if someone were relentlessly pursuing him for debts owed. It was likely that Ning Rongrong was awaiting him. Seizing this opportunity, he thought it prudent to delve deeper into understanding that little enchantress. Should he win over Ning Rongrong, the 7-treasure glazed tile school would undoubtedly become his most formidable ally. Contemplating this, a hint of a mischievous smile graced Bai Ying's visage. Chapter 61. Poison. The terrified Ning Rongrong. Bai Ying directly utilized a space teleportation symbol, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory at Shrek Academy. She gently knocked on the wooden door, and Ning Rongrong's voice came through, inquiring, "Who is it?" Bai Ying remained silent, yet the incessant knocking at the door continued unabated. At this point, Ning Rongrong was thoroughly incensed. She forcefully swung open the dormitory door and beheld Bai Ying. "Are you out of your mind? What kind of madness is this? incessantly knocking at the door? Bai Ying coldly fixed her with a gaze that sent shivers down Ning Rongrong's spine. Her tone softened involuntarily as she spoke. What brings you to the girls' dormitory? Of course, I am here to find you. You have ruined one of my soul-guiding bombs. Do you really think that can be overlooked? I intend to settle this score with you now. Settle the score? I have yet to seek you out for retribution, yet you dare confront me. Do you realize that if this soul-guiding bomb had caused me any harm, the repercussions would be unimaginable? Huh, do you think I am afraid? They have not returned yet. Which provides us with the perfect opportunity to resolve this matter. Ning Rongrong, still maintaining her haughty demeanor, retorted, Do you dare lay a hand on me? Can you even do so? My father is Ning Fingxi, the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and my grandfather is the sword Daoliu, Qian Renxue, and the bone Daoliu, Gu Rong. If you harm me, they will not let you go. Humph, a coward hiding behind the power of others. If I were to kill you now, who would know? Bai Ying said as she seized Ning Rongrong's wrist. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Realizing that this person was indeed willing to act against her, yet she still refused to back down. You truly dare to strike me? I advise you to leave at once, or I shall call for help. Do you think I came unprepared? Bai Ying revealed a Qian Renxue shield, which instantly expanded, enveloping the entire dormitory building within a barrier. In this barrier, even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will be of no use. At that moment, genuine panic overtook Ning Rongrong, and her previous arrogance vanished, replaced by terror. Help, help. I suggest you conserve your energy. This barrier is soundproof. Now, shall we discuss compensation? All right, I will give you whatever you desire. Just do not harm me. I can offer you money, lots of money. Ning Rongrong understood that she had indeed provoked a formidable opponent. She had encountered someone who was not afraid of confrontation. At this moment, her foremost concern was her life. Bai Ying gazed at her and said, Had you acted this way from the start, we could have avoided this. Let us enter and discuss. As she spoke, she stepped into the dormitory, pulling Ning Rongrong along by her wrist. Now, tell me, what compensation can you offer? If it does not satisfy me, I shall take your life here and now. Ning Rongrong gulped nervously and replied, I can give you 1,000, no, 3,000 gold soul coins. How does that sound? 3,000 gold coins to exchange for my soul-guiding bomb? Do you think I am a beggar? Look at me. Do you think I lack money? I am not afraid to tell you. I am the holy son of the Spirit Hall, one of the future elders of the Hall of Offerings. The holy son of the Spirit Hall? How could someone of such stature be here? Bai Ying scoffed, refusing to believe her. Ning Rongrong, still in disbelief, watched as Bai Ying casually produced a Pope's token from her storage soul tool. As a princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she could easily discern its authenticity. You are truly the holy son of the Spirit Hall. What do you want from me? Ning Rongrong, still gripped by Bai Ying's hold, looked at her with fear. Though she appeared fearless as a young lady, when faced with real danger, she was the first to succumb to fear. My soul-guiding bomb is neither too cheap nor too expensive. You must know that attack-type soul tools have been lost to history on the Daoliu continent. I have as many gold soul coins as I desire, so what can you offer that would satisfy me? What do you truly wish for? I promise to give you anything within my means, Ning Rongrong pleaded. Are you certain? Bai Ying tightened her grip on Ning Rongrong's wrist. Pain flickered across her delicate features, and tears welled in her bright eyes. It hurts. I beg you. I will ask you once more. You said you could give me anything, correct? Yes. Ning Rongrong sobbed. Please, I beg you, let go. It hurts so much. You're going to break my hand. Very well, then I want you to be my servant. Only then will I spare you. Bai Ying tightened her grip around Ning Rongrong's slender neck, lifting her off the ground, and a wave of suffocation washed over her, leaving her dizzy. Do you agree? If not, I shall end your life here. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall have always been at odds. If I kill you, the Spirit Hall will not hold it against me. Ning Rongrong shook her head, but Bai Ying's grip only tightened. I agree. Good, you said it. Before Ning Rongrong could react, Bai Ying swiftly placed a golden pill and a soul evolution pill into her mouth. She then released her, allowing Ning Rongrong to gasp for air. What did you make me swallow? Something beneficial for you. Do not worry, you will not die from it. Although it is a poison, as long as you obediently comply, you will not perish, and you will gain tremendous benefits. Upon hearing it was poison, Ning Rongrong was instantly terrified to tears. Bai Ying firmly grasped Ning Rongrong's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. I must possess some means. Otherwise, I would be oblivious to my own demise. Furthermore, do not entertain the thought of neutralizing the poison, for the antidote rests solely in my possession. Bai Ying, while meticulously observing Ning Rongrong's expression, noted that she was utterly terrified at that moment. Indeed, without the harsh lessons of society, mere words could send her into a state of panic. Do you comprehend? At last, Ning Rongrong began to react. She pleaded, I beg you, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. Recognizing her errors, she thought, is this even possible? The poison has already coursed through your veins. Now it has seeped into your very marrow. Should you dare to look at me, you shall perish, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Ning Rongrong, though still clinging to a glimmer of hope, was soon overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from her body, prompting her to start believing that this was indeed reality. You truly dared to poison me? Are you not afraid of the consequences should something happen to me? Chapter 62. Ning Rongrong's bewildering actions. Rest assured, If anything were to befall you, I would simply find a place to bury you without a second thought. Bai Ying observed the expression of gradual despair on Ning Rongrong's face and remarked, moreover, this is not poison. So how could you be in any danger? If this is not poison, then what is it? Ning Rongrong inquired. At that moment, Bai Ying calmly replied, you shall find out soon enough. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Ning Rongrong's body, causing tears and snot to flow freely. Little did she imagine that she would meet her demise in this very place. Father, had I known, I would not have fled. Father, where are you? Bai Ying. I swear that even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Her voice grew fainter, and Ning Rongrong felt as though something was draining from her entire being. She curled up tightly, as the dread of death is a common fear, particularly for someone as sheltered as Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she could no longer hold it together. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I implore you, spare me. Upon uttering these words, Ning Rongrong felt a warm current surging through her, flowing into her dantian. Her soul power, originally at level 26, soared to a remarkable level 30. Enough. Do not lie there any longer. The words of Bai Ying jolted Ning Rongrong back to reality, prompting her to inquire, why do you wish to assist me? Assist you? Do not be foolish. I am not aiding you, but rather serving my own interests. What you have consumed is a golden elixir, along with a specially concocted spirit evolution pill. I have bestowed upon you these two extraordinary pills, which I consider an investment. Such an investment requires compensation. Ning Rongrong gradually rose to her feet, glancing at Bai Ying with a hint of trepidation, and asked, what sort of compensation do you desire? Haven't I made it clear? What I seek is you. The daughter of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's master shall serve as my attendant. That is the compensation I desire. The pale figure cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, all right, you should hasten to take a bath. You truly reek. Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong finally grasped the situation, gazing at the foul-smelling substance on her body, unable to contain her tears. What is this? It smells so bad. This is the impurity within you. Your body has expelled these toxins. Go wash up first, and then I shall explain further. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong, disregarding everything else, hurried to the bathroom to cleanse herself. As she bathed, she pondered, why is this person helping me? Why does he want me to be his servant? Is it to gain something from me? Being naturally intelligent, Ning Rongrong could discern that Bai Ying must have ulterior motives. Moreover, whatever he sought was undoubtedly intertwined with their 7 treasure glazed tile school. Once she finished her bath, Ning Rongrong, filled with trepidation, looked at Bai Ying and asked, what is it that you truly desire? I have already stated my intention. I want you. You want me? Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip and replied, why do you want me? She herself was taken aback by her own words. Bai Ying chuckled softly, in my life, I have 2 pursuits. The first is the supreme power, and the second is to collect the beauties of the world. You, Ning Rongrong, are certainly one of them. Thus, I hold a great fondness for such a rare gem as you. To imagine pinning the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school beneath me is quite exhilarating. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt both embarrassed and enraged by the boldness of his words, although he had a reputation for being willful and capricious. Having uttered many eloquent phrases in the past, those were mere words. The current situation, however, was entirely different. Give up on that thought. My father would never agree. Who said anything about needing your father's consent? All that matters is your agreement. Besides, do you truly believe you have any room to resist now? Even if your father were to find out, I am quite confident he would agree. Do you believe me? Just look at your martial spirit. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Ning Rongrong released her martial spirit. To her astonishment, the originally 7-tiered 7 treasure glazed tile tower transformed into a 9-tiered 9 treasure glazed tile tower. She stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. Did you do this? Ning Rongrong asked in disbelief. Of course it was me. Who else could it be? He replied. Now do you recognize my prowess? It is well known that while the 7 treasure glazed tile tower is the foremost support type martial spirit on the continent, it bears a significant flaw. It can only absorb 7 soul rings throughout one's lifetime, thus capping at the soul sage stage. I possess a method to help you break free from this curse. I am certain your father would find it intriguing. Ning Rongrong, astonished, replied. Do you truly have a solution? As a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she understood the significance of the 9 treasure glazed tile tower all too well. If Bai Ying truly held the key, he would be akin to a savior for the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school. Come here. The gaze of the white shadow grew increasingly fervent, its avaricious stare unabashedly fixated upon Ning Rongrong. She instinctively recoiled, yet, compelled by the intensity of that burning gaze, she gritted her teeth and approached. No sooner had she arrived than she was drawn into the embrace of the white shadow. What are you doing? What is this? Why? I am merely instructing you on how to serve your master. Bai Ying's hand began to roam over Ning Rongrong's thigh, and her entire body was enveloped in an unusual sensation. She had just emerged from a bath, and the faint scent of milk wafted into Bai Ying's nostrils with each passing moment. What a delightful little enchantress. I could hardly resist succumbing to your charms. Bai Ying gently whispered into Ning Rongrong's ear, inquiring if she knew how to serve her master well. There's no need to rush. Starting today, you will learn something new every day. I promise to teach you diligently. With that, Bai Ying embraced Ning Rongrong and began to nibble on her. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a sound from her lips. After a considerable time, they parted ways. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. Yet she displayed no sign of resistance. Instead, her gaze burned with intensity, leaving Bai Ying perplexed. Have you learned how to serve your master well? Ning Rongrong nodded and replied, I understand what I must do. Why not feign a bit of reluctance? Bai Ying queried. Why should I hold back? Ning Rongrong, now exuding confidence, responded, whatever my master desires, Rongrong shall undoubtedly fulfill. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong decisively pushed Bai Ying down. She pressed her body against him and said, do not worry, my master. Tonight, Rongrong will prove herself, whether right or wrong. Chapter 63, Sleepless. Truly sleepless Ning Rongrong was undeniably a fairy among fairies. This was the only understanding Bai Ying had of her at that moment. Ning Rongrong, do you comprehend what you are doing? She nodded and, with a smirk, replied, of course I do. Humph. I have long recognized your unusual relationship with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In truth, I had noticed you from the very beginning. At our age, achieving level 40 is remarkable, and the cannon you wielded against the immovable Ming King and Zhao Wujin was of a power I had never witnessed before. Moreover, you transformed my 7-treasure glazed tower into a 9-treasure glazed tower. This proves you are nothing short of a prodigy. And now, can you see that I am unable to resist? Rather than dancing around the subject, it is better to be straightforward. As Ning Rongrong spoke, determination gleamed in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed him, igniting a passionate spark. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ning Rongrong felt utterly exhausted. You will take responsibility for me, won't you? She asked. The pale shadow softly uttered a hope that you would not regret the decisions made today. I have never experienced regret. At that moment, the door creaked open. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu gazed in astonishment at the appearance of the pale shadow. Brother, how did you end up here? At this juncture, the pale shadow, taken aback, inquired how they had managed to enter. What exactly is going on with the system? Why are the two of them able to come in? Of course, it is the system's deliberate design. Damn it, you are putting me in a predicament. The two exchanged glances towards Ning Rongrong's direction, only to find her already asleep. They couldn't help but exhale in relief, thinking that the pale shadow had come to find them. Brother, you haven't let Rongrong discover your presence, have you? Xiao Wu cast a worried glance towards Ning Rongrong. Lying on the bed, Ning Rongrong pretended to be asleep and also sighed in relief upon hearing this. No. We have finally returned. I have been waiting for you until the flowers wilted. Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, and Xiao Wu's face turned slightly flushed as well. Xiao Wu dashed forward, casting a guilty glance at Ning Rongrong's direction. She then spoke. Rongrong is still here. What if she wakes up? Rest assured, she is sound asleep and will not awaken. Xiao Wu glanced again and cautiously approached Ning Rongrong's bedside. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, completely afraid to make any sound. Merely pretending to be asleep. The white shadow's heart raced with anticipation. One could only wonder how Xiao Wu would react if she discovered that he had come in search of Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, who had truly drifted off to sleep, he sighed heavily in the afternoon and said, Brother, you should leave quickly. Xiao Wu, do you truly believe I would depart so easily? It has been far too long since I have savored your essence. I find myself longing for it immensely. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she replied, It's right here. Shall we not step outside? At this point, it might be too late to venture out. And besides, Ning Rongrong is already asleep. I trust Zhu Qing will not disturb us. Zhu Qing, upon hearing this, sighed in relief. For her, the combat prowess of Bai Ying was exceedingly formidable. The last encounter had utterly drained her stamina, leaving her on the brink of exhaustion the following day. Xiao Wu glanced at Zhu Qing, who nodded in acknowledgement before pulling back the covers and lying down to sleep. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. Bai Ying was already a bundle of impatience. He swiftly rose and lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, her heart racing in response. At that moment, the most anxious were not Xiao Wu, but Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Brother, is this truly acceptable? Do not worry, no one will notice us. Xiao Wu, your first soul battle was magnificent. I am proud of you. Of course, just look at whose sister I am. Brother, do not change the subject. Tell me, have you attracted many girls? One could say so. Then, compared to them, who do you like more? That is difficult to say. Each has their own merits. At this, Xiao Wu became indignant and playfully bit Bai Ying's lips, causing blood to appear instantly. Humph, brother, I believe you are merely coveting my body. Zhu Qing has told me that men are the most base. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had never anticipated Xiao Wu would voice such a statement at that moment. Did Zhu Qing teach you that? I am aware. Then perhaps I should take my leave. As Bai Ying began to rise, Xiao Wu grasped his hand and said, Brother, I was merely jesting. Why do you take it so seriously? The white shadow swiftly seized the moment and spoke with emphasis. Is this also something Zhu Qing taught you? He truly has led you astray. Just wait until tomorrow to see how I deal with him. This statement startled Zhu Zhuqing, for she had first-hand experience of Bai Ying's methods, which were undoubtedly capable of rendering one helpless, unable to escape from life or death. Sister Ning Rongrong watched the unfolding drama with a keen eye, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, ever since your mother passed away, I have been by your side. Do you still not trust me? Brother, that is not what I meant. I simply meant you should entice fewer people, she replied. What do you mean by enticing? Xiao Wu, today I shall let you experience my prowess. In an instant, Xiao Wu felt a peculiar sensation enveloping her neck. One that bore the weight of an inescapable downfall. Her tone shifted, becoming irresistibly alluring. Brother, I was wrong. Do you remember what I said? When you err, you must acknowledge it. Only then can you learn from it. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu realized it was futile to resist, and thus resigned herself to her fate. What began as torment gradually transformed into indulgence, and she found herself enveloped in ecstasy. The two were closely entwined. Their heated breaths and the sounds they made rendered Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing completely unable to sleep. Brother, brother. The repeated calls of brother caused both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to blush deeply, the strange feelings within them intensifying, forcing them to tightly shut their eyes and feign slumber, too afraid to make a sound, especially for Ning Rongrong. She could feel that familiar fiery sensation flooding her heart once more. The volume of their voices was undeniably excessive. Sleep eluded them entirely. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, before the sounds gradually subsided. At this moment, Bai Ying was also panting heavily, while Xiao Wu was drenched in fragrant sweat. I should take my leave now. By the way, tomorrow I will take you and Zhu Qing to Stardew Forest to obtain suitable soul rings. At this point, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. For Xiao Wu, Bai Ying's combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Her current physical condition was simply unable to withstand it. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, gazing at Xiao Wu with a sense of lingering fear. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Zhuqing, I'm fine. Don't worry. I hope I didn't wake Rongrong. The two of them, thinking of this, turned their gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who quickly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Thankfully she didn't wake up. If someone were to see me like this, I wouldn't know how to face them. If I hadn't begged for mercy midway, he might have truly exhausted me. Xiao Wu, I am genuinely a bit scared. Zhu Zhuqing shared this sentiment deeply. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had opened her eyes, let out a sigh of relief in her heart. The sounds from earlier had ignited an intense fire within her. The next day, why hasn't Oscar shown up? The initial reaction from everyone regarding Oscar was that he was simply being lazy and sleeping in. Just as Flander was about to erupt in anger, Oscar's excited voice rang out. Where have you been? Principal, I've broken through to level 30. How wonderful. Upon hearing this news, Flander's anger gradually subsided. It was then that Flander, as the principal, announced the second lesson, to eat one of Oscar's sausages. The words of Bai Ying were entirely unsurprising, even somewhat exhilarating. After all, this sausage could be deemed hygienic and clean. If such a delicacy were to exist on Earth, it would undoubtedly be a commercial sensation. Soon after, Tang San, Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu all finished their sausages. Chapter 64. A brawl. They sought refuge in a modest hotel, where Zhao Wuji secured a room for himself before ascending the stairs. Bai Ying waved his hand decisively, assigning individual rooms to everyone. Upon witnessing this, Oscar promptly complimented. Such generosity. Truly a wealthy individual. Ma Hongjun chimed in. Indeed. How about you treat us today? Bai Ying directly remarked that since they were to venture into the Stardew Forest to procure soul beasts, it was imperative to indulge in a sumptuous feast today to ensure they had ample energy. Ma Hongjun interjected, asserting that given such a declaration, they would certainly refrain from being frugal. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun commenced ordering dishes, predominantly opting for the more extravagant selections. If Bai Ying is exceedingly generous, he shows no intention of stopping. Brother Bai, how come you are so wealthy? Tang San inquired cautiously. My grandfather is an extremely important elder within the Spirit Hall. He holds a position of unparalleled authority, one that even the Pope, Bibi Dong, must regard with utmost respect. Tang San immediately grasped the situation. Recalling that when he departed from the Nodding Academy, the master had warned him of Bai Ying's significant background, advising him to avoid a close association. Daimu Bai, wearing an expression that suggested someone owed him millions, remarked, Humph, what's so impressive about that? Just a mere elder from the Spirit Hall. Daimu Bai, do you want me to give you another beating? The memory of his fractured ribs made Daimu Bai shudder, causing him to swallow hard. And he chose not to speak further, though the visible veins on his hands betrayed his defiance. He reflected on his status as a prince of the Starluo Empire. Despite being the second prince, he still held the distinguished title of royalty, making him one of the most prominent figures among his peers. No one within the Starluo Empire dared to speak to him in such a manner, nor could anyone make him feel so humiliated. The atmosphere became lively, with patrons drinking and dining, creating a scene of flourishing merriment. Suddenly, the hotel door was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. A group of individuals entered, their faces adorned with disdain and arrogance. Leading the pack was a man with a receding hairline, followed by 8 men and 1 woman, all donned in attire emblazoned with the characters Song Hui. That girl is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun remarked, his gaze greedily fixated on the sole female spirit master among them. For Ma Hongjun, this pursuit was his favorite pastime, as his spirit, the evil fire phoenix, was difficult to contain, and he could only find release through such means. At that moment, Daimubai glanced over and commented, "Just a small Songhui Academy, what is there to be so arrogant about?" Yet, his gaze remained locked on the female spirit master. In truth, Daimubai felt an even greater urgency than Ma Hongjun. Previously, he had attempted to approach Zhu Zhuqing several times, only to be rebuffed. Zhu Zhuqing had issued a warning that if he continued to pester her, Bai Ying would be instructed to give him a slight lesson. The memory of his fractured ribs from that encounter left Daimubai wary of harboring any intentions toward Zhu Zhuqing. However, he believed that once his strength surpassed Bai Ying's, he would reclaim Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, a playful glint appeared in Daimubai's eyes as Ma Hongjun nudged his shoulder, saying, "What do you think? I told you that girl is quite a catch, didn't I? The white shadow is utterly perplexing. If placed on Earth, it would undoubtedly be deemed a rogue. And the only reason others refrain from striking is due to their benevolence. These two individuals are simply seeking trouble." At this moment, the members of Songhui Academy overheard the conversation between Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, and their fury ignited instantly. It was a blatant mockery of their students, showing utter disregard for Songhui Academy. How could they possibly tolerate such insolence? Yushichio whispered a few words into a nearby student's ear, prompting the student to rise. Upon witnessing the waiter genuinely approaching to serve Daimubai and his companions, he followed closely behind. Just as the waiter was about to set down the dishes, he forcefully shoved. As the waiter's tray was about to tumble, Tang Sect swiftly employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon from his Xiantian skill, expertly catching it. "My sincerest apologies," the member of Songhui Academy remarked, before once more resorting to mischief, carefully kicking Daimubai's chair. At this juncture, Daimubai was thoroughly enraged. As the saying goes, when the tiger does not roar, do you mistake me for a sickly cat? He retaliated with a powerful kick. And following that, the student was sent flying from the force of a double strike. Thus, the conflict erupted in earnest, with Yushichio urging the students to charge at Shrek. "Alas, you two are truly instigators seeking trouble where none exists." As Bai Ying rose, their movements were exceedingly enigmatic, rivaling even the elusive shadows of ghosts. With the art of shifting realms, a series of resounding slaps echoed through the air. Several individuals had scarcely advanced to the forefront before they were sent flying. Yushichio had yet to comprehend the situation when they beheld their comrades sprawled on the ground, their faces marked with vivid red imprints of hands. Bai Ying, seemingly unperturbed, settled back into his seat and began to eat slowly. "Brother, I haven't moved in ages. I yearn for a fight." "What kind of fight? Do you not understand the disgrace it brings?" Oscar and Ma Hongjun had not witnessed the incident clearly. They only saw someone being thrown out. The few students who had been knocked down were seething with rage, but a single glare from Bai Ying silenced them. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from him. Gradually, 3 soul rings began to rise beneath his feet. The emergence of these 3 soul rings startled not only the members of Songhui Academy, but also the others from Shrek, with the exception of Xiao Wu. These soul rings were predominantly black. The significance of black soul rings is well known. They represent 10,000-year soul rings. Is it possible for a single individual to possess 3 black 10,000-year soul rings? This was nothing short of monstrous. Daimubai was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Bai Ying's strength was only slightly inferior to his own, but now it appeared to be an insurmountable chasm. A mere glance was enough to intimidate them? "May I inquire who you are?" "I am Yushichio, the director of Songhui Academy." "Leave." With that, he produced a token. The moment Yushichio grasped the token, his expression shifted to one of obsequiousness. It was the Pope's order. So, it was the esteemed individuals from the Spirit Hall. The youth had unwittingly offended them. "I apologize. I told you to leave. Did you not hear?" Yushichio respectfully returned the Pope's order to Bai Ying and promptly departed with his companions, utterly humiliated. What is the Pope's order? Ning Rongrong and Daimubai understood it best. It represented the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, and encountering this token was akin to the Pope himself gracing the presence. Chapter 65, Daimubai faces misfortune. Possessing the Pope's order signified that Bai Ying's identity was anything but ordinary. Daimubai snorted disdainfully and remarked, "I had intended to unleash my frustrations. Why did you allow them to leave so easily? They are merely worthless. Engaging them would only diminish my worth." True experts remain inconspicuous and reserved. Daimubai could not help but scoff. "Do you believe yourself to be an expert? Do not feign superiority. Your age is not significantly greater than ours. I am at least stronger than you." The words spoken by Bai Ying sent a chill through Daimubai, causing him to snort in response, after which he chose to remain silent. Rising from his seat, he made his way toward the door. At that moment, Tang Sect hastily inquired, "Where are you going?" "To find a place to vent," Daimubai replied. "Fatty, would you care to join me?" This statement resonated with the others from Shrek Academy, and at that instant, Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself. Without hesitation, he stood up and exclaimed, "Of course. Why not?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying realized that these 2 individuals were intent on seeking out such places. Instantly, he lost his appetite, and to be candid, he too harbored a desire to venture there. However, glancing at the expressions of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, he quickly dismissed the notion, understanding that it was entirely out of the question. Should the 3 of them discover his escapade to such a locale, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After finishing their meal, everyone retired to their respective rooms. In the dead of night, a distressing voice echoed from above. Not good, not good. It was Ma Hongjun, rousing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Oscar from their slumber. Oscar, with irritation, exclaimed, "What now, fatty? Weren't you and Dida going out? Is it that you've run out of money again? Or perhaps you didn't have enough fun? At this late hour, you're disturbing my sleep. Fatty, what happened to your face?" Only then did they notice that Ma Hongjun's visage was swollen and bruised. "Who on earth did this to you?" Tang San inquired. "It's true, something serious occurred. After Dida and I went out, we sought out a few individuals from the Tsanghue Academy, intending to blow off some steam. But unexpectedly, we were ambushed. Dida was even captured. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly, or I would not have returned." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Dai Mubai, you truly have no sense. Regardless of the circumstances, you are merely a sole master of the third ring. How could you possibly contend with someone of the fifth ring without facing defeat?" Tang San recognized this as an opportunity. If he could perform admirably in this situation, perhaps he could win Xiao Wu's favor. The pale figure descended from the upper floor and spoke. "You two truly give me no peace. Very well. Let us be on our way." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai found himself tightly bound with ropes, his body marred with numerous wounds. "If you have the courage, face me in a one-on-one duel. You think you can intimidate me with your numbers? Just wait until our reinforcements arrive. I assure you, you will regret underestimating us. You, a mere ruffian, dare to boast in our Tsanghue Academy and openly harass our female classmates? Do you have a death wish?" Yu Zhiqiu interjected, asserting his role as a teacher with the right to protect his students. It was unacceptable that the threat stood before them while they remained passive. Yet, he remained cautious. Despite Dai Mubai's severe injuries, they were merely superficial and would heal with a few days of rest. After all, among them was a figure possessing the Pope's decree, a source of trepidation for Yu Zhiqiu. When they arrived, they beheld the disheveled state of Dai Mubai. Upon seeing the members of Shrek, Dai Mubai's expression transformed into one of arrogance. "Fatty, you truly lack loyalty. Hurry and save me." Bai Ying swiftly impart a lesson to them, making it clear that our Shrek Academy is not to be trifled with. Bai Ying, however, paid no heed to Dai Mubai's words and instead approached Yu Zhiqiu, demanding the release of the captive. Yu Zhiqiu nodded and subsequently ordered the release of Dai Mubai. Although Dai Mubai yearned to continue the battle, he was obstructed by Bai Ying. Is it not enough humiliation? The inheritor of the evil demon White Tiger martial soul, a prince of the Xing Luo Empire, captured in such a manner is truly disgraceful. They are merely exercising their strength over the weak. Moreover, it is difficult to contend with numerous opponents. Were they to engage me in a one-on-one duel, I would undoubtedly vanquish them all. Yu Zhiqiu interjected, stating that it was you who instigated the conflict. Had you not first provoked my student, I would not have resorted to binding you. I sincerely apologize. But our Shrek Academy has always supported our own rather than meddling in disputes. Dai Mubai is, after all, a student of Shrek Academy. Who is responsible for binding them? Step forward. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhiqiu realized the gravity of the situation and stood up. Qian Gui, manifest. The white shadow advanced toward Yu Zhiqiu step by step, each movement intensifying the oppressive aura emanating from his being. The terrifying dragon might of the shadow dragon left Yu Zhiqiu gasping, his body trembling under the weight of such power. Regret began to seep into Yu Zhiqiu's mind. Had he known, he would not have acted so decisively. Dai Mubai, who initially believed that the white shadow would champion his cause, found his joyful expression utterly extinguished by the white shadow's next utterance. Bai Ying cast a glance, and Dai Mubai immediately remarked that today should be a lesson for him. He declared that he would not hold it against them, but if there were a next time, he advised them to think thrice before acting, for this individual's identity was no ordinary matter. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's anger surged as he retorted, "What do you mean, Bai Ying? Just let it go? I refuse to accept it." To which Bai Ying replied, "If you feel wronged, consider that if you hadn't provoked someone else's female classmate first, would you have been beaten? You have brought shame upon our Shrek Academy. If you seek justice, it must come from your own strength. This is the Daoliu continent, not your home. Did you not anticipate such a result when you engaged in this behavior?" Yu Zhiqiu, relieved, retracted his martial soul and nodded, apologizing, "I'm sorry. We shall take our leave." Witnessing Yu Zhiqiu and the members of Tsanghue Academy depart, Dai Mubai's frustration erupted. "What do you think you are? Why should I allow them to leave? Why? Simply because I can defeat you and grind you into the ground. That is my confidence." In this moment of fury, Dai Mubai unleashed his evil demon, White Tiger martial soul, activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His aura surged dramatically as he charged at Bai Ying, who merely scoffed. "What has got you all riled up? Allow me to inform you that I excel in treating madness, and today you are fortunate." In the next instant, Dai Mubai was sent sprawling to the ground with a crash, his ribs audibly cracking. His anguished cries filled the air, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar were utterly unprepared for Bai Ying's attack on one of his own. What does this mean? Ma Hongjun could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "If you wish to fight, I am more than willing. Let us settle this now. However, upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun immediately shrank back. Enough, you handle the aftermath here. With that, he turned and walked away. Bai Ying's actions had undoubtedly ignited the ire of the crowd. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never endured such treatment. Unable to suppress the anger boiling within, he spat blood and fainted on the spot. The one most pleased by Dai Mubai's plight was Ning Rongrong, who recalled how Dai Mubai had once deemed him unworthy to remain at Shrek Academy. Now, witnessing Dai Mubai in such a state, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the hotel, Bai Ying retreated to his room. When Zhao Wujing saw Dai Mubai's condition, he erupted in fury. Who did this? Yet after learning the details, Zhao Wujing looked at Dai Mubai with a perplexed expression. You both brought this upon yourselves. Seeking women led to your downfall, bringing disgrace upon Shrek Academy. He had expected Zhao Wujing to join him in denouncing Bai Ying, only to find himself reprimanded instead. This was outright discrimination, and while Dai Mubai could hardly bear it, he had no choice but to endure. Unlike others, Ning Rongrong had never been happier. This was the consequence of offending her, was it not? All right, you all should rest now. Tomorrow we venture into the Stardow Forest. Mubai, consider this a lesson. I understand. As everyone returned to their rooms, Ning Rongrong stealthily knocked on Bai Ying's door. What now? Bai Ying asked, opening the door to find Ning Rongrong standing there. Can I come in to talk? She said, her cheeks flushed. Of course, but I must warn you. If you disturb my sleep without reason, my mood will not be pleasant. Once inside Bai Ying's room, Ning Rongrong exhaled deeply and said, Thank you for helping me take revenge. Revenge for what? What are you talking about? Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth and replied, It's for Dai Mubai. When I first entered Shrek Academy, he insulted me, and today I consider it retribution. This matter? I merely disapproved, nothing more. Is there anything else? If not, you should return to rest. I'm a bit scared. Can I sleep here? Are you sure? It's quite dangerous to enter a man's room at this hour. Do you understand? Ning Rongrong, unfazed, retorted, Dangerous? I saw you share a bed with Xiao Wu in the dormitory during a live stream. I must say, my suspicions were correct. You truly are a scoundrel. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong lay down on the bed and requested, Turn off the light. In truth, her heart was in turmoil. It was her first time sleeping on a man's bed. Although nothing had transpired yet, her heart raced like a wild deer. The two breathed in unison, creating a delicate atmosphere. Moonlight streamed through the window, softly illuminating Ning Rongrong's face. She tightly closed her eyes, attempting to calm her breath and heartbeat. Yet, lying on an unfamiliar bed with a robe beside her made it impossible to quell the anxiety and confusion within. Bai Ying lay upon the bed, acutely aware of the gentle rhythm of Ning Rongrong's breath and the warmth of her body beside him, causing ripples of emotion to stir within his heart. This was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. The white shadow spoke, expressing that your heartbeat is quite erratic. Is there something weighing on your mind? Ning Rongrong suddenly opened her eyes and replied, It's nothing. I am merely frightened. The pale figure gently inquired, What are you afraid of? Ning Rongrong replied, I fear your hands may stray. Bai Ying smiled faintly, his voice deep and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the very depths of Ning Rongrong's soul. Do you truly believe I am that kind of person? The resonance of his voice brought Ning Rongrong back to reality. She turned to gaze at Bai Ying, whose features were sharply defined in the moonlight, his eyes imbued with profound mystery. In that moment, she suddenly realized that her earlier fears and concerns were unfounded. This seemingly aloof man was not nearly as intimidating as she had imagined. I do not know. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled slightly, as she acknowledged her lack of understanding about this enigmatic figure before her. Bai Ying sat up, leaning closer to Ning Rongrong, his gaze imbued with earnestness and gravity. Ning Rongrong, he declared, I am not one to take advantage of others, nor would I ever coerce a woman into doing something against her will. Ning Rongrong's breathing gradually steadied, while Bai Ying lay beside her, feeling as though he were ensnared amidst thorns, tossing and turning, unable to find repose. His mind echoed with his previous words, each syllable piercing him like a needle, igniting a discomfort within his heart. The righteousness of his earlier declaration left him devoid of any excuses now. With a soft sigh, he extended his hand, yearning to smooth the faint furrow of worry etched on Ning Rongrong's brow. Yet, his hand lingered in the air for a moment before retreating. He feared that his gesture might disrupt her sweet dreams, and even more so, he dreaded succumbing to temptation. After all, merely gazing upon such a stunning beauty without the ability to touch was an unbearable torment. The prospect of yielding to his desires loomed ominously in his mind, and he pondered how she might regard him should he falter. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's hand rested upon his shoulder, her form pressing against him. The sensation of her steady breathing and soft touch ignited a fervor within him, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely reminding himself that he must not succumb, absolutely not. What a little sorceress she was, a charming enchantress. The following day, upon waking, Ning Rongrong found herself nestled against Bai Ying, momentarily struck with bewilderment. How did I end up here? She wondered. The shadowy figure with dark circles beneath his eyes let out a cold, mocking laugh. What do you think? Are you aware of the extent of your allure over me? Just yesterday, I nearly departed in haste, lest others discover my intentions and misunderstand the situation. We must move swiftly. Chapter 67. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake Ning Rongrong smiled slightly before pushing the door open. Upon entering the Stardow forest, the one filled with joy was none other than Xiao Wu. After they had traveled a short distance, Zhao Wujie spoke, instructing everyone to halt. Oscar produced a sausage, declaring, "My sausage possesses certain detoxifying properties. Should any peril arise, you must make him consume it." The group nodded in agreement, and with Dai Mubai and the shadowy figure leading the way, they arrived at a more open area. "Teacher Zhao, I indeed possess a method to locate a suitable spirit beast. Bai Ying has encountered a predicament." Zhao Wujie turned his head to gaze at Bai Ying and inquired, "Do you have any solutions? Speak swiftly." Bai Ying nodded and finally retrieved an exquisite herb known as the fragrant Qilua from her storage space. As soon as the fragrant Qilua appeared, everyone was enveloped in a refreshing aroma. "Is this the fragrant Qilua? How did you acquire it?" Tang Sect exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. As a disciple of the Tang Sect, he was well aware of the properties of the fragrant Qilua. Although it does not possess any detoxifying effects, any toxins within its vicinity will become ineffective. It is one of the most practical celestial herbs recorded in the Tang Sect's mystical treasure codex. "Do you recognize this item?" Zhao Wujie inquired, turning to Tang San. Tang San nodded and addressed Bai Ying. "You intend to use the properties of the fragrant Qilua to attract soul beasts, correct?" "Indeed," she confirmed. "However, I find this approach somewhat concerning. While the fragrant Qilua can attract soul beasts, it cannot guarantee the strength of those attracted. If a powerful soul beast is drawn to us, we may very well find ourselves in dire peril. I have already contemplated this possibility. Rest assured." Bai Ying replied. Bai Ying produced the Qian shield, and in an instant, a faint glow of soul power radiated outward, forming a barrier within. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "A soul guide? No, it should be classified as a 9th-level soul guide. Do you have confidence?" "Teacher Zhao, rest assured. I am absolutely confident." Zhao Wujie pondered briefly before ultimately consenting to this approach. After all, the time spent searching repeatedly in the vast and boundless Stardow forest would be far too great. The faint fragrance emanating from the exquisite spirit of Yoxiang Chala invigorated the soul power, imparting a sense of abundance. Tang Seng gazed longingly at the exquisite spirit, wishing to claim it as his own. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby thicket. The group swiftly prepared for battle, their eyes revealing a murderous intent. "Is that the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake?" Bai Ying exclaimed almost instinctively. Zhao Wujie queried, "How did you know?" "Because I have slain too many, and it has become muscle memory. Do you believe me?" Zhao Wujie felt utterly speechless. At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing leapt into the trees for a closer look and described the characteristics of the soul beast in detail. Indeed, it was the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. And Zhu Zhiqing took the lead, unleashing her first soul skill, the netherworld strike, diving straight down. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake seemed to sense the imminent threat of death and exhaled colorful mist. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward, and 3 soul rings materialized beneath its feet. The shadow dragon claw tore a massive gash into the snake's body, blood streaming down its form. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake let out a cry of pain, its body thrashing violently. It had been injured, and the effort to subdue it would not come easily. In the next moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Bai Ying, using sheer brute force, brought the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake crashing down. The snake attempted to struggle once more, but the aura of Bai Ying's martial soul rendered it unable to resist, causing it to shrink back in fear. With a resounding thud, the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake cried out in agony as Bai Ying brutally tore off one of its wings. This gruesome scene left all present feeling a wave of nausea. "Bai Ying, your methods are rather bloody," Oscar remarked in a hushed tone. "In this world, the survival of the fittest is a natural law. The act of soul masters slaying soul beasts has been an accepted norm since time immemorial. Devoid of moral implications, merely a matter of strength. Oscar, stop being so sentimental and hurry up and absorb it. I have a bad feeling." Oscar swiftly approached the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake and struck down, a purple 1,000-year soul ring slowly ascending from its corpse. Oscar quickly sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. "I can't believe it was this easy." Zhao Wujie sat on the ground, watching Oscar absorb the soul ring, astonished at how simple it had been. Just as everyone relaxed, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. "Stop right there." Zhao Wujie sprang to his feet and released his martial soul. Approaching from afar were 2 figures, a spirited elderly man with a head of white hair. Yet his skin remained as youthful as a maiden's, and behind him, a young woman clad in tight black attire, exuding a stunning beauty. Upon noticing the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wujie, the elderly man's tone shifted, and he cautiously spoke, "Noble soul sage, could you grant me the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake for my granddaughter?" Zhao Wujie replied, "It's too late. My student has already begun to absorb it." The elderly man's demeanor changed as he glanced at Oscar, who was absorbing the ring, and remarked, "This person has actually surpassed level 30. Observing Oscar's age, the elderly man mused that he was not much older than his granddaughter. "May I inquire your name?" "The immovable king, Zhao Wujie." The elderly man grew increasingly unwilling, lamenting that the soul beast his granddaughter and he had painstakingly hunted was now being claimed by another. Brother Zhao, I implore you to provide me with an explanation. Explanation? If anyone is to be blamed, it is simply that you arrived too late. Meng Yiran interjected, you are bullying us. This soul beast was clearly obtained through our hard work, and you merely seized the opportunity. It's just a mere soul beast. Compensating you would suffice? Compensate us? Are you jesting? Finding a suitable soul beast is exceedingly difficult. Is this a joke? Just wait a moment, and you'll understand. Bai spoke with utmost certainty, addressing Chao Tianxiang, saying, this individual is merely a student from the academy. Should you desire a suitable spirit beast, you need only wait here for a short while. It will soon appear. Allow me to remind you, should you contemplate taking action, I strongly advise against it. This barrier would require considerable time to breach. Even for a titled Daoliu, let alone mere spirit emperors such as yourselves. Ridiculous. My grandmother is a spirit emperor. And do you know how long we have been searching for this spirit beast? Who cares how long you've searched? Whoever captures it first shall claim it. Chapter 68. The rules of the spirit master realm. Moreover, she continued, I must caution you that even if the two of you wish to trouble us, you must ensure you have the means to survive. What does this mean? Chao Tianxiang questioned. While it may be somewhat challenging for a spirit sage to deal with a spirit emperor, it is still feasible. What truly terrified Chao Tianxiang was the potential for Zhao Wujia's sudden intervention. With her husband, Long Gong Mingshu, absent, she knew she could not hope to defeat Zhao Wujia on her own, especially with her granddaughter Meng Yiran by her side. Brother Zhao, what do you imply? Are you intending to act against this old woman? Certainly not, Zhao Wujia replied. What my student means is that shortly, numerous spirit beasts will converge here. Given your current strength and the need to protect your granddaughter, it may become quite troublesome for you. As Chao Tianxiang pondered this, the distant roars of spirit beasts began to grow closer. A throng of spirit beasts surged towards them like a dark tide, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, their roars echoing like thunder. Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran's faces paled in an instant. They had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Chao Tianxiang clutched Meng Yiran tightly, her heart filled with dread. She understood that as merely a spirit emperor, she stood little chance against such a multitude of spirit beasts. The need to protect her granddaughter only intensified her sense of helplessness. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's figure stepped in front of them, his eyes shining with unwavering determinations, exuding an overwhelming aura. He took a deep breath and charged forward, directly confronting the horde of spirit beasts. Zhao Wujia instantly unleashed his martial soul's true form, transforming into a mighty Vajra bear, and then launched an assault upon the massive spirit beasts. However, despite his formidable power, he found himself outnumbered. In a rush, Tang Sect exclaimed, quickly retract the Yuxiang Qilua fairy. Otherwise, we will be in deep trouble. Bai Ying was naturally aware of this, and subsequently withdrew, bringing Meng Yiran into the barrier as well. Qian Xiang and Meng Yiran were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. A multitude of creatures surrounded the barrier, relentlessly assaulting it. Brother Zhao, what on earth is happening? Zhao Wujia helplessly shrugged, casting a glance towards Bai Ying. If I were to say that I am equally in the dark, would you believe me? At this moment, Tang Sect found himself at a loss. Confronted by the sheer number of soul beasts, Bai Ying, filled with exhilaration, subsequently produced dozens of soul-guided bombs. In Bai Ying's hands, the bombs were akin to mere toys, effortlessly tossed into the air. They sliced through the atmosphere with a piercing whistle, landing accurately amidst the swarm of soul beasts. As a cacophony of deafening explosions erupted, the entire horde of soul beasts reacted as if provoked, descending into a frenzied turmoil. The fiery blast illuminated the surrounding forest, while shockwaves reverberated through the ground, causing trees to sway. The soul beasts were caught in the blast, their anguished cries and roars rising in a chaotic chorus, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Tang Sect and his companions stood within the protective barrier, witnessing this spectacle with profound astonishment. They had never beheld such terrifying power. It was reminiscent of firearms from Tang Sect's past life. Incredible, Brother Bai. You are truly remarkable. Just one of those bombs has annihilated so many soul beasts. It is unfathomable. Listening to the anguished sounds of the soul beasts outside, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of sympathy. Now, watch me. In an instant, Bai Ying unleashed his martial spirit. The moment his Dragon Slayer martial spirit manifested, the surrounding soul beasts were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty. It was an oppressive force of terrifying dominance, invoking a primal fear that resonated deep within their very bloodlines, causing them to scatter in dread. Beneath Bai Ying's feet, 2 black and 1 red soul rings materialized, astonishing all present. Is that my mother's soul ring? Xiao Wu gazed in a daze at the brilliant crimson ring. 100,000 years old, her heart stirred with profound emotion. Bai Ying propelled himself into the air, and in the next moment, a colossal shadow dragon manifested behind him, exuding an aura so terrifying that all the soul beasts hastily chose to retreat. It's all right now. You may come out. The ethereal figure exhaled softly, casting a glance behind. Zhu Xuqing, you have also surpassed level 30, haven't you? Perfect. This soul beast should be suitable for you. As she spoke, she gestured towards a millennium soul beast. Simultaneously, she turned to Ning Rongrong, remarking that the attributes of this soul beast should align with hers. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xuqing stepped forward in unison. Zhao Wujin interjected, you two have also reached level 30. With a mischievous smile, Ning Rongrong replied, "This is all thanks to Bai Ying, who provided us with the celestial herbs." The two swiftly dispatched the soul beast and dragged it back to the barrier to begin their absorption. Bai Ying turned to Qian and inquired, "Elder, might there be any soul beast among this group that you favor?" Only then did Qian regain her composure, gazing at Bai Ying in a daze. Momentarily at a loss for words. What she had just witnessed were two black 10,000-year soul rings and one red 100,000-year soul ring. Even among the titled Daoliu, those possessing a 100,000-year soul ring are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of Daoliu continent's history, scarcely amounting to a mere handful. Qian spoke, "Pray tell. From which sect do you hail, young man?" "The Hall of Offerings," he replied. Upon hearing that he was from the Hall of Offerings, Qian was utterly taken aback. One must understand the significance of the Hall of Offerings. It is the most esteemed locale within the Spirit Hall, accessible only to those who have successfully ascended to title Daoliu. Legends state that the Spirit Hall is home to 7 esteemed offerings, each a formidable being who has surpassed level 95. Qian's tone shifted to one of profound respect as she declared, "It is my fault. I sincerely apologize." "No matter," he retorted. "In the future, you must defer to me when we meet, lest I ensure your disappearance from the entire Daoliu continent." "Who do you think you are?" "Even my grandmother has apologized," she shot back defiantly. Meng Yiran, unafraid of confrontation, having been raised under the pampering of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, felt a surge of indignation at witnessing such treatment towards his grandmother. Qian, enraged, understood that the Hall of Offerings and the Spirit Hall were distinct entities. Although both belonged to the Spirit Hall, the strength of the Hall of Offerings was several tiers above that of the Spirit Hall, a realm beyond their capacity to contend with. "What do you propose?" she demanded. "Let us abide by the customs of the Spirit Master community. You must be the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. You are not worthy to challenge me. However, I can recommend someone to fight you. Tang San shall suffice." Tang San, suddenly called out, felt reluctant but steeled himself to reply, "Very well. If you can defeat him, then you may earn the right to challenge me," she stated. Chapter 69. Meng Yiran's impressive figure. Tang San's expression darkened. As a noble disciple of the Tang Sect, he was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, with so many witnesses present, he had no choice but to exercise restraint. "Fine, after I defeat him, I will come to challenge you," Meng Yiran declared, stepping forward. Despite Tang San's displeasure, he approached nonetheless. Meng Yiran swiftly advanced, her serpent staff lunging toward Tang San with ferocity. Tang San, known for his short temper, was quick to respond. As the attack descended, he activated his first soul skill, entangling, employing the ghost shadow mist to evade it. Countless strands of blue-silver grass ensnared Meng Yiran completely. With the added paralysis from the mandala snake's venom, Tang San felt confident that this match was nearing its conclusion. Bai Ying cautioned, her voice tinged with urgency, for she was about to unleash her true prowess. In an instant, Meng Yiran summoned the soul power within her, causing 2 soul rings to manifest. Her entire form appeared to dissolve, transforming into a puddle that swiftly extricated itself from its entangled state. From her serpent staff, 2 razor-sharp projectiles shot forth, aimed directly at Tang San. Without hesitation, Tang San grasped the staff with remarkable swiftness. Had it not been for the presence of the Snake Lady, Meng Yiran might have already faced dire consequences. Thus began a fierce contest of soul power, with Tang San wielding the unparalleled techniques of the Tang Sect, the Xiantian skill, effectively suppressing Meng Yiran. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the forest as if it were quaking under the sound. All present instinctively ceased their movements, turning their gazes towards the source of the noise. A colossal figure darted between the trees, swiftly entering their line of sight. It was a gargantuan ape, its physique resembling a mountain, muscles rippling beneath rough, iron-like skin, its eyes glinting with a savage ferocity. The mere presence of this creature emanated an invisible aura of oppression, rendering each individual present breathless. The forest's sovereign, the Titan Great Ape. The emergence of the Titan Great Ape had been anticipated by Bai Ying, for its target was none other than Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuzhe and Qiao Tinxiang reacted promptly, launching their attacks. Yet, even in unison, the Titan Great Ape regarded them with utter disdain, immediately unleashing a gravitational field. "Quickly, retreat into the soul guidance device, or it will be too late." The white shadow pulled Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun directly into the depths, where both men succumbed to unconsciousness. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered instantaneously, as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer. The crowd was rendered motionless by this overwhelming force, their hearts seemingly gripped in a vice, struggling to breathe, pallid of complexion. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled them to desperately flee into the distance. Meng Yiran gazed at the already unconscious Zhao Tianxiang, fear surging within her like a relentless tide. Her legs felt as though they had lost all sensation, trembling uncontrollably. Tears of terror swirled in her eyes, ultimately cascading down her cheeks in a warm flow. The rapid beat of her heart echoed in her ears, as if it might burst forth from her chest. She yearned to escape, yet her legs felt burdened as if laden with lead. She wished to scream, but only a faint whimper escaped her throat. Helplessly, she watched as the towering figure of the Titan giant ape drew ever closer, its massive hands seemingly capable of effortlessly crushing her fragile form. Bai Ying executed the art of Qian Renxue transformation, simultaneously transporting Zhao Wuji and Tang Sect into the Soul Guide. Meng Yiran felt an overwhelming pressure. As a mere two-ring soul master, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the regal might emanating from the Titan Great Ape, causing him to faint instantly. At that moment, the only ones remaining conscious were Xiao Wu and Bai Ying. Ming, they are my friends, Bai Ying declared. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Titan Great Ape came to a halt. Bai Ying continued, Xiao Wu, it has been quite a while since you last encountered the Titan Great Ape. This is an opportune moment for you to acquire your third soul ring. Accompany the Titan Great Ape. I trust his protection will keep you safe. The Titan Great Ape gazed at the human before him, speaking in a deep tone, Human, what is your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu? Rather than answering, Bai Ying suggested, why not inquire directly with Xiao Wu? Enough, you two may depart now. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Xiao Wu chose to follow the Titan Great Ape, leaving the scene without hesitation. Bai Ying turned to observe Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar, who were still engrossed in absorbing their soul rings, a process that would undoubtedly consume considerable time. Zhao Wudre and Chao Tuanxiang had only sustained minor impacts, as the Titan Giant Ape had not truly engaged them in combat. The gravest injuries were borne by Tang Sect and Meng Yiran. Bai Ying approached, checking Tang Sect's pulse. Reassured by the fact that with the Xiantian skill, Tang Sect would likely awaken without significant issues, his gaze then shifted to Meng Yiran, and he gently lifted her. Meng Yiran possessed a cool beauty, distinct from Zhu Zhuqing's absolute chill, as she exhibited a hint of Ning Rongrong's fiery temperament. Observing the unconscious individuals before him, Bai Ying exhaled softly, murmuring, this cannot be held against me. You were injured, and I am merely tending to your wounds. He adjusted her posture and channeled his inner strength through the Qian Kuan Great Shift. A torrent of pure and formidable energy surged into her body. Meng Yiran coughed lightly and slowly regained consciousness. Due to the immense inner strength from the Qian Kuan Great Shift, her already tattered clothing, ravaged by the blue-silver grass, disintegrated into ashes. It must be said that Meng Yiran's figure was truly admirable, her skin smooth as water, embodying the phrase as delicate as if devoid of bones. Were she on Earth, she would be most suited for the profession of a ballet dancer, her flexibility nothing short of extraordinary. However, Bai Ying was acutely aware that this was not the appropriate moment for such distractions, especially considering her grandmother was still present. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences for him. The moment Meng Yiran opened her eyes, she was met with Bai Ying's gaze. Upon realizing her lack of clothing, she exclaimed, you scoundrel. A loud slap echoed as her hand struck his face. Meng Yiran swiftly rose and retreated, regarding Bai Ying with evident wariness. I was saving you. Had it not been for me, you would have perished, he defended. Reflecting on her recent ordeal, Meng Yiran acknowledged that he had indeed intervened at a critical moment. Yet the thought of her disheveled attire prompted her to retort, but you shouldn't have removed my clothing. Pray tell, who desired to strip you? At my age, I wouldn't even consider you, Bai Ying shot back, and I shall remember this slap. Had I known, I would not have saved you. Meng Yiran glared at Bai Ying. Did I ask you to save me? Who authorized your intervention? To me, you are nothing but a rogue. For the first time, Bai Ying found himself rendered speechless by a woman's retort. Perhaps this instance could be likened to a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benevolent heart. However, rest assured, I shall account for this transgression. Humph. Chapter 70. The Fourth Soul Ring. Grandma, are you all right? Chao Tianxiang gradually regained consciousness, gently assisted to her feet by Meng Yiran. We must leave quickly. This place is perilous, and the Titan Great Ape may return at any moment. We need to find your grandfather. Meng Yiran nodded, supporting Chao Tianxiang as they made their departure. At that moment, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong were the first to awaken. Observing the desolate ruins surrounding them, they could not help but inquire what had transpired. You have completed your absorption, which is good. However, Xiao Wu has been captured by the Titan Great Ape, and I must seek her out. You all should wait for Teacher Zhao to awaken, and then leave the Star Doe Forest immediately, Ning Rongrong stated. And what about you? Do not worry, I shall be fine. With that, she activated her flying soul guide and soared into the distance. The heart of the Star Doe Forest lay within a certain lake, teeming with life energy. Few have ventured here throughout history, for it is the domain of two formidable soul beast monarchs, the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. At this moment, Bai Ying was employing a flight soul guide, whose velocity rivaled that of certain airborne soul beasts. It drew ever closer, inching nearer and nearer. The White Shadow could sense the presence of the Titan Giant Ape, an aura so formidable that all soul beasts instinctively recoiled in fear, resulting in an absence of any soul beast along the way. Soon, he spotted Xiao Wu and the Titan Giant Ape. From a distance, he observed Xiao Wu enveloped in a crimson light, adorned with a yellow 100-year soul ring and a purple 1,000-year soul ring. Yet beneath this blood-red radiance, a third soul ring emerged in the shadows. It appeared my hypothesis was not erroneous. The sudden sound startled the Titan Giant Ape, which turned sharply to behold the White Shadow. With a thunderous roar, the Titan Giant Ape unleashed a terrifying aura that surged forward. However, to its astonishment, the unique aura of the King of Soul Beasts had no effect on this human. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to bring Xiao Wu back. I am aware of her identity as a soul beast, and you need not worry. I do not intend to harm her. I am her friend. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like eyes fixed intently on the unexpected human. How could this human possibly know Xiao Wu's soul beast identity? What manner of being was he? As time passed, Xiao Wu finally completed her third soul ring. Congratulations, Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Wu suddenly leaped down from the Titan giant ape. Brother, I have obtained my third soul ring. Congratulations, she exclaimed, introducing the Titan giant ape to her friend. This is my friend. He means no harm. Brother, this is Ming. Xiao Wu, one should be wary of humans. They are seldom virtuous. Be cautious not to be deceived. You are the last to speak of virtue. Had it not been for me saving Xiao Wu back then, she would have long been a soul ring for that wretched woman, Bibi Dong. Indeed, Ming. My brother is a good person. Moreover, we have met long ago. My mother even sacrificed her soul ring for him. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape scrutinized the human before him. Is it true that a rose sacrificed her soul ring to you? You can see for yourself. In the next moment, an indescribable, terrifying aura manifested, and 3 soul rings appeared instantaneously. The first and second soul rings were astonishingly 10,000-year rings. How could this be possible? What exactly do you possess, human? Enough, Ming. Show some respect to my brother. Brother, I shall take you to the heart of the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu. It may be inappropriate to allow a human into the heart of the Stardow Forest, which is my brother's sanctuary. Do not worry, Ming. Xiao Wu cast a reassuring glance at the Titan giant ape and then led the white shadow toward the forest center. Upon entering the heart of the Stardow Forest, a vast and tranquil lake lay before them, stretching endlessly. The water was crystal clear, resembling a massive mirror reflecting the towering ancient trees surrounding it. A gentle breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples akin to the breath of nature itself. The vitality here was so dense it was almost visible. Green energy flowing through the air as if countless sprites were dancing. Standing by the lakeside, the white shadow felt the pulsating life energy, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Though no fish swam in the lake, he sensed a slumbering creature beneath the surface. Brother, Xiao has returned. No sooner had he spoken than the once calm lake erupted with tumultuous waves. The true king of the forest, the azure bull python, announced its presence. With a serpentine body and a dragon's head, an intangible aura permeated the area, compelling even the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, to retreat. Its eyes seemed to contain a starry sky, deep and enigmatic. The pale shadow stood to the side, feeling the overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Yet his heart remained untroubled by fear. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, his gaze resolutely meeting that of the azure bull python. Xiao Wu approached, uttering something indistinct, after which the azure bull python inquired, "Are you the human that Xiao Wu spoke of?" Its voice resonated with the weight of a seasoned elder, yet bore an undeniable authority. Wang nodded slightly and replied fearlessly, "Indeed, I am a friend of Xiao Wu. I have come here solely to take her away." Without any malicious intent, the azure bull python, twisting its immense dragon body, approached Bai Ying. The terrifying aura of the dragon descended, yet it bore no effect on him. He possessed the dragon slayer martial spirit, rendering him impervious to such intimidation. In the presence of this king of the forest, his tone was unexpectedly calm. "May I inquire what your business is? You, a mere human, so young, have managed to absorb 2 10,000-year soul rings and a 100,000-year soul ring. Your potential is simply beyond imagination. You are aware of Xiao Wu's identity, yet you choose to actively conceal it without causing harm. Your character is indeed noble. For this, I express my gratitude. Spare me the thanks. Can we leave now? Human, I wish to pose one more question. Have you truly received the inheritance of a deity? As a 100,000-year soul beast, I can faintly sense the divine aura emanating from you. Since you already know, why bother asking? The fact that a deity would actively bestow their inheritance upon you signifies that you are destined to ascend to godhood. Enough of this idle chatter. What is it that you truly seek? If there is nothing further, I intend to take Xiao Wu back." The azure bull python, the king of the forest, remained unperturbed by a human's impatience. "I wish to propose a deal with you. Rest assured, it will not be to your detriment." "What sort of deal?" "That I cannot reveal just yet. You will come to understand once you attain the level of title Daoliu." "Very well, you may take Xiao Wu back now." After the two departed, the Titan giant ape wore a puzzled expression. "Big brother, why did you hand Sister Xiao Wu over to a human?" "I had no choice. This human possesses the position of a deity, which is precisely what Xiao Wu aspires to. Soul beasts that transform into human form generally have a brief lifespan of merely 100 years. Although their cultivation talent surpasses that of ordinary individuals, the path to godhood remains exceedingly elusive. Thus, I allowed Xiao Wu to accompany him. After all, he is the only leverage she has to break through her current realm. Xiao Wu, you should reunite with them first. Once I hunt the soul beast and acquire the 4th soul ring, I will join you. Brother, let me accompany you. Your current strength is far too weak. I must ensure your safety. Besides, with so many soul-guided devices at my disposal, I will be fine. You go ahead and meet up with them, then come find me." "Very well, brother, take care." As Xiao Wu's silhouette gradually faded away, Bai Ying finally felt at ease. After searching for a while, a fearsome crimson dragon, drenched in blood, entered Bai Ying's line of sight. The bloodthirsty dragon, a rare and peculiar entity, was characterized by its propensity for frenzy. Once in a state of frenzy, its strength, speed, and defense would be significantly enhanced. Bai Ying took a deep breath, gradually mobilizing the soul power within him, preparing to face the impending challenge. The bloodthirsty dragon let out a deep roar, its massive body lunging forward with ferocity. Its claws slicing through the air with a chilling sound, striking fiercely at Bai Ying. Bai Ying's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage. His speed was so extraordinary that it seemed to transcend the confines of space, momentarily stunning the bloodthirsty dragon. Nevertheless, Bai Ying did not pause in his advance. His form flickered as he deftly maneuvered through the dragon's onslaught, each appearance drawing him closer to the beast. The soul power surged in his hands, and the assault of 3 soul skills left the bloodthirsty dragon momentarily overwhelmed. In a flash, the time blade materialized in Bai Ying's grasp, its blade shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Gripping the hilt firmly, he swiftly darted to the rear of the bloodthirsty dragon. "Time sealing," he exclaimed, sweeping the blade forward. An invisible wave of blade energy sliced through the air, enveloping the bloodthirsty dragon. The immense dragon seemed to freeze under the onslaught, its movements growing sluggish and rigid. Without delay, Bai Ying called out again, "Time slash." This time, he transformed into a streak of light, rapidly circling the bloodthirsty dragon. With each revolution, a sharp wave of blade energy struck fiercely against the dragon's form. The bloodthirsty dragon appeared utterly immobilized, unable to react. Now was the moment. Chapter 71. The entanglement of dragon and serpent. The bloodthirsty dragon was now battered and bruised as Bai Ying released the time-stopping effect. Instantly, a furious roar erupted from the dragon as it began to thrash wildly. A crimson light emanated from its form, enveloping its entire body. This was the dragon's rage transformation. Fascinating. Yet unfortunate for it had encountered me. Farewell. Bai Ying had placed several soul-guided bombs upon the bloodthirsty dragon. With a resounding explosion, the dragon's furious roar was drowned in the blast, engulfing its massive frame. The next moment, as the smoke cleared, the dragon stood on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Bai Ying swiftly dealt with the bloodthirsty dragon and promptly seated himself to absorb the soul ring. The soul ring of the bloodthirsty dragon was exceedingly unstable, its soul vibrations fearsome and terrifying, causing Bai Ying's entire being to glow a deep red. After several arduous hours of absorption, his trembling finally ceased. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a profound crimson light within his pupils, as if he had devoured countless lives in the dark of night. His aura had grown immensely powerful, resembling an invisible storm raging within him. The surrounding air seemed to warp under the weight of this newfound power. And Bai Ying's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the light and shadow. Behind him, the soul ring of the bloodthirsty dragon spun slowly, emanating a disquieting pulse. The wildness and intent to kill contained within the soul ring, under Bai Ying's command, transformed into docility and obedience. The white shadow gradually rose, gazing upon its 4th soul ring with an involuntary smile. At last, it was accomplished. My 4th soul skill is named Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanated from the corpse of the bloodthirsty dragon. Upon closer inspection, 2 soul bones materialized. The emergence of soul bones occurs only when a soul beast voluntarily sacrifices itself, or, alternatively, when it harbors an immensely powerful resentment before its demise. Furthermore, it is rare for a single soul beast to produce 2 soul bones. To my knowledge, only Bibi Dong, the pontiff, has achieved such a feat. This is truly a treasure. I must secure it carefully. Today in the Stardow Forest, I have indeed stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. As Bai Ying was preparing to depart, she suddenly heard a voice emanating from a distance. Initially thinking it was Zhao Wuji and his companions, she did not ponder much and proceeded towards the source of the sound. "Grandfather, where has that human-faced demon spider gone?" "My dear granddaughter, rest assured, I shall certainly help you find it." As the white shadow approached, it became apparent that it was none other than Meng Yuran and her companions. "Is it you?" she inquired. "Grandfather, he bullied me." Meng Shu fixed his gaze upon the white shadow and stated, "It is you who has wronged my granddaughter. I did not bully her. I was saving her," the white shadow retorted. "At that time, your granddaughter, Meng Yuran, was injured and unconscious. When I was channeling soul energy to her, her garments could not withstand it and tore. It was not my intention." Meng Shu and Chao Tenxiang exchanged glances, their expressions becoming subtly complex, while a noticeable blush and shyness crept upon Meng Yuran's face. "Who permitted you to save her? Did I request your assistance? You are nothing but a lecher." "Humph. It seems my efforts were in vain. Had I known, I would have let the Titan giant ape trample you instead of coming to your aid." "Very well. Since there is no further matter at hand, I shall take my leave. It seems the more I wish to avoid certain individuals, the more I encounter them. My spirits were quite high until you spoiled my good mood." Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran was instantly incensed, her fury boiling over as she implored her grandfather, Meng Shu. "Grandfather, he has seen my body. You must make him pay for it." "Bah, spare me your words. Who has seen your body? Besides, your physique is hardly appealing. Resembling a snake, far from attractive. And you still struck me. Is that not sufficient? I see you shall never wed. You are a petty and small-minded woman. Do you truly believe yourself beautiful? In my eyes, you are not but a triviality." Meng Yuran was already furious, and now, subjected to such insults, her anger intensified. Meanwhile, her grandfather, Meng Shu, was appalled that anyone would dare speak so to his granddaughter. You, young man, regardless of the circumstances, have laid eyes upon my granddaughter. She has never been spoken to in such a manner throughout her life. You must provide us with an explanation. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? White Shadow sighed and remarked that the day marked his downfall. He declared that this account would eventually be settled, and he proposed to adhere to the customs of soul masters. I challenge you. Should I lose, you may dispose of me as you wish. However, if I emerge victorious, not only will this matter be reversed, but I will also demand your granddaughter, Meng Yiran, to serve me as a servant. Do you dare to accept? Meng Yiran immediately interjected. My grandfather is a soul emperor-level powerhouse. How dare you, a mere soul sovereign, challenge him? Very well, I shall accept your challenge on his behalf. Iran. Do not act recklessly, interjected Grandma Qian. Grandma, they have already bullied me. Moreover, do you truly believe grandfather would lose? Mengxue, a soul emperor amongst the dragon lord and serpent matron, naturally exuded the pride of a formidable warrior. He spoke, very well, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I shall concede your victory. If you can endure a single strike from me without falling, that 2 shall count as a win. With that, Mengxue launched the first assault, his dragon-headed staff hurtling toward White Shadow with great force. The White Shadow deftly maneuvered through space, employing his 3rd soul skill, the indestructible golden body, to absorb the blow. Not only did he withstand the attack, but he also seized the dragon-headed staff in the process. In the next moment, the White Shadow unleashed his martial spirit, which possessed a formidable restraining power against all dragon-type martial spirits. Mengxue immediately released his soul rings, 6 in total, materializing before them. The dragon-headed staff suddenly grew to a tremendous size, unleashing a dark beam of light aimed directly at the White Shadow. However, what astonished him was that he simply consumed it. It was undeniably delectable. My martial spirit has the ability to devour the flesh and blood of dragon-type soul masters. Although my current strength is insufficient to consume you entirely, absorbing your essence is quite effortless. Now, it is my turn. You 2 should join forces and unleash your martial spirit fusion technique. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, only death awaits you. As formidable beings, the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch found it incredulous to resort to a martial spirit fusion technique against Amir Jr., especially considering the vast difference in their ranks. What a joke. You are not worthy of compelling me to use my martial spirit fusion technique. Is that so? I hope you will maintain that sentiment shortly. In the next moment, Bai Yin produced a diamond-shaped device, the Annihilation Cannon, making its grand appearance. What is this? The trio shared the same query. Yet the White Shadow merely smiled and remarked, You are the second to compel me to utilize the Annihilation Cannon. Though this weapon is not fully restored and lacks its former might, it remains beyond your capacity to withstand. Which is precisely why I encouraged you to execute your martial spirit fusion technique. If you seek death, I shall oblige and allow you to witness the consequences of offending the son of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 72. A man who will exact revenge. Prepare to behold the might of a level 9 soul guide. With a thunderous roar, the level 9 soul guide, the Annihilation Cannon, finally unleashed its power. The initially faint red glow at the cannon's mouth intensified into a blazing inferno, as though a long-suppressed flame was finally set free. The terrifying aura surged forth like a reawakened dragon, wreaking havoc in the air and leaving one breathless. The expressions of the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch turned grave. Despite their extensive experience across the continent, they now genuinely felt the threat of death. Without hesitation, the 2 simultaneously unleashed their martial spirit fusion technique, the Dragon and Snake Strike. A flash of golden light illuminated the air as a massive golden dragon materialized, its claws poised to shred anything in its path. Radiating an intense golden glow, the golden dragon surged forth with the force of a thunderclap, charging towards the cannon's maw. As the golden dragon collided with the cannon, another deafening roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of reality. A flicker of terror crossed the eyes of the Dragon Lord and Snake Matriarch as they realized their martial spirit fusion technique was as fragile as parchment before the overwhelming power of their adversary. The golden dragon emitted a mournful roar, its golden light flickering violently, as though on the brink of shattering. In an instant, the 2 fell to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with fear as they regarded the soul guide device. They had just experienced its terrifying might firsthand, leaving a profound impression of dread. The commotion soon attracted numerous soul beasts. The 2 struggled to rise, panting heavily. However, to their astonishment, Meng Yiran and the White Shadow had vanished without a trace. Yiran, along with Qian and Mengxue, were filled with regret, but before they could depart, a swarm of soul beasts surrounded them, individually weak, but overwhelming in numbers. They would require significant time to fend off this onslaught. With Meng Yiran's fate uncertain and both of them severely injured, their already dire situation was compounded by misfortune. Let me go. Release me. If my grandparents find out, they will never forgive you. Meng Yiran thrashed violently in the White Shadow's embrace, her tiny fists falling like raindrops against his chest. To him, it was akin to a mere tickle, and a faint smile graced his lips, as if he held everything in his grasp. Let me go, you big bad guy. Meng Yiran's face flushed with anger, attempting to kick at the white shadow. But to no avail, as he held her firmly in place, rendering her powerless. The pale figure smiled gently and softly remarked, Meng Yiran, it would be wise for you to remain quiet for now. Your grandparents are in a precarious situation. If you wish for their safety, you must obediently comply. Otherwise, I shall leave you here. You are well aware of the perils of the Stardow Forest. Given your current abilities, should you encounter even a slightly formidable soul beast, it would spell doom for you. At that moment, Meng Yiran was in tears, her sobs cascading down her cheeks like pearls strung loose from a necklace. Having been cherished and sheltered by her guardians throughout her life, she had never faced such dread and helplessness. Bai Ying gazed at Meng Yiran, who was weeping. Devoid of any semblance of compassion, he spoke coolly, Meng Yiran, you are now my servant. Who asked you to wager against me? Now that you have lost, you must bear the consequences. Have I ever wronged you? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Now, I shall observe whether you can rectify your princess-like faults. I was wrong, I truly was. I should not have offended you. I beg you, spare me. Such thoughts are indeed fanciful, but it is too late. From the moment you crossed me, I extended countless opportunities your way, yet you insisted on courting disaster. Now that you realize your mistake, it is too late. Seeing that Bai Ying was adamant in his refusal to relent, Meng Yiran boldly inquired, what do you want from me? What do I want? According to the rules, having lost, you must serve as my servant. After finding a safe place, they finally came to a halt. Bai Ying had Meng Yiran hoisted over his shoulder, the jarring motion inducing a wave of nausea within her. She attempted to employ her second soul skill, serpent's form, to escape. But her intentions and plans had long been anticipated by Bai Ying, who had already sealed her soul power and struck her acupoint. Miss, do you now comprehend the harshness of society? I understand. Will you then release me? Absolutely not, came the unhesitating refusal, plunging Meng Yiran into despair once more. What must I do to earn my release? Have I not already informed you? Become my servant, and I shall let you go. Let me tell you. As a future devotee of the Spirit Hall, your opportunity to serve me is a blessing earned from your past life. Meng Yiran secretly gritted her teeth, seething with indignation. This blessing is yours. Do you wish to keep it? Aside from this, what else do you desire? I can grant you anything, but this is precisely what I want. And I have no interest in what you can offer. Did you not just call me a villain? Today, I shall show you what a true villain is. With that, and amidst Meng Yiran's fearful gaze, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Startled by Bai Ying's sudden action, Meng Yiran's eyes widened. Her lips slightly parted as if she had forgotten to breathe. Bai Ying's lips, as soft as feathers, gently brushed against hers, and in that instant, she felt as though she had entered a dream, the entire world around her falling into stillness. The lips of the pale figure were warm and soft, and Meng Yiran could distinctly feel his breath and heartbeat. Her own heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving her utterly uncertain of how to respond. The tip of Bai Ying's tongue gently ventured into her mouth, and Meng Yiran felt a wave of tingling sensations permeate her entire being. She yearned to resist, yet her body felt as though it were pinned in place, utterly immobilized. A singular thought consumed her mind. Her innocence was irrevocably lost. Was this the true villain? As Meng Yiran separated from Bai Ying, she finally comprehended the depths of his terrifying nature. He harbored a grudge far more intense than her own. You dared to kiss me, and no one has ever had the audacity to treat me thus? Her face flushed crimson, a vivid blend of anger and embarrassment. Well, now that you acknowledge your error, I shall grant you time to reflect. You have become my servant, so it would be wise to behave accordingly. Rest assured, you shall reap the benefits of your loyalty. However, the condition is your obedience. Disobedient servants face but one fate, death. Do you truly dare to kill me? Chapter 73. Meng Yiran addressed him as master. Humph. What is there to fear? Even should you perish, it would merely present me with a minor inconvenience. Do you genuinely believe your grandparents can threaten me? The Dragon King and the Snake Lady may be esteemed figures in the Daoliu continent, yet within the Martial Soul Palace, there are many who surpass them. Ultimately, they are but a soul emperor. Rather than fall into your hands, I would prefer to take my own life now. Determination etched on Meng Yiran's face. Yet in the next moment, her neck was seized with a fierce grip, a suffocating sensation overwhelming her. She gasped for air, but the pressure around her throat only intensified. Do you feel it? This is death. Did you not wish for it? I shall grant your desire. Initially intending to coerce him into releasing her through the threat of death, she was unprepared for his unorthodox approach. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation ignited a primal fear within her. The instinct to survive surged fiercely, tears quickly welling in her eyes. Yet, ultimately, she found herself subdued by the sheer might of his presence. As Bai Ying observed Meng Yiran's breathing becoming increasingly feeble, her gaze gradually turned ashen. This is the essence of death. Now tell me, do you still yearn for it? If you wish to die, I can grant you that wish right now. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Meng Yiran was genuinely panicking at this moment, her voice growing ever fainter. Her arms tightly clutching the hand that strangled her neck, pleading for mercy. Remember what you say today. Should you ever seek to end your life again, this will be your fate. Those who offend me will either suffer a painful demise or endure a life worse than death. Given your exquisite beauty, I have shown you leniency. Do not mistake that for a favor." With that, she forcefully hurled Meng Yiran to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Meng Yiran's eyes were filled with terror and reverence as she looked at Bai Ying. "I now present you with two choices. Bear in mind, you have but one chance to choose. If your choice is incorrect, your fate will be a living hell. Listen closely. The first option is that I will summon some formidable soul beasts. If you manage to survive their onslaught, our grievances will be resolved. However, I must warn you that most of the soul beasts I summon are of the 10,000-year variety. Given your current strength, you may very well serve as their meal. After all, your flesh is tender and succulent." Meng Yiran pondered for a moment before shaking her head, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Bai Ying. "The second option is for you to obediently address me as your master. If you can bring me joy with your words, not only will I spare you, but I shall also bestow upon you a magnificent gift. Make your choice. The opportunity has been presented to you, but my time is limited. You have a mere 10 seconds to decide." As Bai Ying began the countdown, Meng Yiran was engulfed in a profound dilemma. Tears streamed down her face. She had initially intended to refuse, but the memory of Bai Ying's methods made her body involuntarily shrink in fear. How could she have dared to provoke such a beast? If given another chance, even if it meant her demise or the loss of her cherished soul ring, she would never dare to cross this harbinger of doom again. As time slowly ticked away, Meng Yiran, feeling utterly humiliated, finally uttered, "Master, I did not hear you. Speak louder." "Master." With each utterance, Meng Yiran felt as though her heart was being cleaved by 1,000 blades. "That's better. Remember, from now on, I am your master. You must do as I command. Otherwise, do you know the consequences? Do you understand? Answer me, do you understand?" The voice of the white shadow grew louder, descending directly upon Meng Yiran. Startled, she jumped, her lips trembling as she murmured, "I understand. As long as you understand, that is sufficient. I possess a rather irritable temperament, so do not harbor any illusions about me. Now come closer." As soon as the words fell, Meng Yiran slowly rose to her feet, feeling nothing but fear for the man before her. Approaching him, she trembled uncontrollably. "What are you doing? Do not be so frightened. I have promised you a tremendous gift." Subsequently, the white shadow retrieved an 8-petal fairy orchid from the soul guide space. "Consume this, and your strength will undergo a significant enhancement." Meng Yiran dared not resist, seated herself, and began to absorb the celestial herb. After an hour, she felt her soul power had undergone a qualitative leap. "I have actually broken through to level 35. An increase of 5 levels. How on earth did you achieve this? That is not something you need to concern yourself with. Just remember this, I will not mistreat you. As long as you follow me, there will always be sustenance for you." Just then, Long Gong and Shipu arrived, both of them bearing numerous wounds. Clearly, dealing with that group of soul beasts had drained their soul power and stamina significantly. "Yiran, do not be afraid. Grandfather is here," Meng Shu announced. His face darkened with concern. "Release Yiran. If there are any issues, let them come to me." "Senior, you may have misunderstood. She consented to be my servant." "Nonsense. How could that be possible? Why is it impossible? I can elevate her strength rapidly in a short time. What is so unbelievable about that?" At that moment, Chao Tianxiang approached Meng Yiran, probing her soul power level and discovering that it had indeed increased by 5 levels. "You have only been apart from them for a brief time, yet her soul power has surged so swiftly. Rest assured, senior, I have merely administered a celestial herb. It will not harm her innate potential. Allow me to assure you, within 10 years, I can help her break through to the titled Daoliu realm. Moreover, she will only serve as a maid for 3 years. After that, she may return to you at any time. During this period, I will ensure she does not engage in any actions against her will. What do you think?" The words of the white shadow left Long Gong and Shi Po in silence. Breaking through to titled Daoliu within 10 years was something they would have dismissed in the past, yet now they found themselves reconsidering. Being beside this holy son would undoubtedly offer Meng Yiran far greater advantages than remaining with them. And had they not just witnessed her 5-level increase? Could they achieve such rapid advancement themselves? At that moment, Meng Yiran took the initiative to speak. "Grandfather, grandmother, I willingly agree to follow the holy son." "Yiran, do you truly wish to go?" Chao Tianxiang inquired. Meng Yiran nodded and then reassured them. "Do not worry, grandfather and grandmother. This is entirely my choice. No parent wishes for their child to lack success." Ultimately, Long Gong acquiesced. "Since this is your decision, we shall respect it. Young man, I warn you, if you dare to treat Iran poorly, I will not let you off lightly." After some cordial exchanges, Long Gong, Shipa, and Meng Yiran took their leave. Chapter 74 concluded. The circumstances unfolded more smoothly than White Shadow had anticipated. "Well then, grandfather and grandmother have departed. I hope you speak the truth regarding my breakthrough to title Daoliu within 10 years. Of course, have you finished absorbing the soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran scoffed, her voice laced with anger. "This is all your fault. You took the phoenix-tailed chicken's soul ring, and now the man-faced demon spider is nowhere to be found. All right, I shall find you a more suitable soul beast. Your martial soul is a serpent staff, so it would be prudent to seek a serpent-type soul saint to fully harness your martial soul's potential. Let us proceed." After traveling a short distance, they soon encountered an appropriate soul beast, the fiery venomous snake. Meng Yiran's eyes brightened at the sight of the fiery venomous snake. Its body radiating a heat akin to flames, its scales shimmering with golden light under the sun, and its crimson eyes seemed capable of unleashing fire, exuding a formidable aura. The white shadow smiled faintly and gestured to Meng Yiran, indicating that the fiery poisonous serpent's soul power resonated with her. And its fierce temperament made it an ideal addition to her new soul ring. Meng Yiran nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination, gripping her serpent staff tightly. She moved with lightning speed toward the fiery poisonous serpent. The staff traced a graceful arc in the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Meng Yiran's velocity was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, she stood before the serpent. Startled by her sudden assault, the fiery poisonous serpent let out a thunderous roar, its crimson body coiling in preparation for an attack. However, Meng Yiran was swifter. Her staff struck precisely at the serpent's vital point. The serpent writhed in agony, its blood-red eyes filled with terror. Observing this, the white shadow immediately released his soul power to assist Meng Yiran in subduing the fiery serpent. In that fleeting moment, Meng Yiran swiftly claimed the serpent's life. Taking a deep breath, she tightened her grip on the serpent staff and began absorbing the fiery poisonous serpent's soul ring. The surrounding air seemed to grow scorching, with her silhouette flickering amidst the flames. Her aura gradually intensified, as if an invisible force surged within her. The fiery poisonous serpent was an exceptionally rare soul beast. Within the entire Star Doe forest, even the so-called nightmare of small soul beasts, the human-faced demon spider, dared not provoke it lightly. This was largely due to its unique fire toxin, which even the venomous king, the human-faced demon spider, regarded with great trepidation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally completed the absorption. I did it. I succeeded. What is your third soul skill? Meng Yiran exclaimed with excitement. The flame of poison. This soul skill unleashes the fiery toxin of the fiery poisonous serpent. Once infected, one feels as though engulfed in flames, ultimately leading to a painful demise. A commendable soul skill. Now, stabilize your realm. With that, he withdrew Meng Yiran into his soul guide device. At this moment, the white shadow glanced at the sky. He needed to locate them before nightfall, lest the consequences be dire. With this thought, he resumed his journey. After traveling a distance, he noticed movement in the distant grass, but this time he approached cautiously instead of recklessly. Soon, he beheld a spider, its entire body exuding venom, adorned with a terrifying human visage. The human-faced demon spider, clearly, this little rascal was about to unlock a new external aid. How intriguing. How could I not assist him? With this in mind, the white shadow swiftly turned away, soon attracting a multitude of soul beasts. The rustling sounds echoed from afar. Were it not for Tang Sect's cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he would have been oblivious to such commotion. Originally, Tang Sect was already struggling against the human-faced demon spider, and now the arrival of numerous soul beasts posed an even greater challenge. Yet he was reluctant to abandon the prospect of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. Using his purple extreme demon eye, he discerned that these soul beasts were still at a distance, prompting him to resolve the situation swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Wujie and the others also arrived. Teacher Zhao, this human-faced demon spider is perfect for my soul ring. Please help me. Zhao Wujie, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. With a move of gravitational compression, he firmly restrained the human-faced demon spider, then followed up with a strike that sent it crashing into a tree. The spider was in a dire state. It had already been severely wounded by Long Gong and Shi Pa, and now facing Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, was a further blow. The sound of arrows whistled through the air as Tang Sect unleashed bolts from the Zhuge divine crossbow, striking the human-faced demon spider, which collapsed in agony. Damn it, Tang Sect. Could he truly be the fated one? He wondered, puzzled as to why the swarm of soul beasts had yet to arrive. Tang Sect promptly sat down to absorb the human-faced demon spider's soul ring. The soul ring was exceedingly domineering. The moment it entered his body, it inflicted unbearable pain. What a costly endeavor. Had I acted sooner, I wouldn't have allowed Tang Sect to acquire his most formidable external aid, the 8 spider lances. Those lances were originally mine. Someday, I will make Tang Sect understand the true meaning of genius. The white shadow mused, feeling a pang of regret. After all, that external soul bone could evolve and transform alongside its master, holding potential rivaling that of a 100,000-year soul bone. Teacher Zhao, I have returned. The sudden appearance of the white shadow startled everyone, prompting them to instinctively prepare for battle. However, they relaxed upon recognizing the newcomer. Where have you been, you rascal? Of course, I went to obtain the 4th soul ring. My martial soul is rather unique. I must absorb a soul beast that is either a sub-dragon or a dragon type. Observing Tang Sect's situation, White Shadow, though reluctant, remarked, I can't believe Tang Sect has also acquired a 3rd soul ring. We were searching for you when that human-faced demon spider emerged. Fortunately, Tang Sect had just reached level 30, allowing us to take it down. So that's how it is. White Shadow, can you discern anything from Tang Sect's condition? Rest assured, he is fine. The power of the human-faced demon spider is overwhelming. The limit of a mixed blood's endurance lies in their physical strength. I believe Tang Sect will surely turn this peril into fortune. After a day and night passed, Tang Sect finally regained consciousness. He now bore 8 spider legs on his back, resembling a living monster. By rights, I have absorbed the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, yet I cannot comprehend the origin of these 8 spider legs. These are external spirit bones. Congratulations, Tang San. You have acquired the spirit bone of the human-faced demon spider. Upon hearing this, everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. Spirit bones were treasures that one could encounter but never seek. Indeed, I, Tang San, am the destined child. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, everyone eagerly sought rest. During this time, the voice of the system resonated once more. Is there a reward for signing in this time? Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Heart Sutra of the Goddess. This technique is characterized by its simplicity. It consists of 9 levels, and at its pinnacle, one can achieve a state of sanctity, invincible in all directions. Moreover, while practicing, the internal energy flows endlessly, ensuring survival as long as one has a modicum of life. Note that this technique can only be practiced by women. The system's technique is quite commendable. Congratulations, host, you have also acquired the Tai Chi Divine Art. Although it may not rival the Qian Renxue de Luo shift or the Heart Sutra of the Goddess, it encompasses the principles of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, surpassing the power of their Xiantian art. You are indeed generous, system. Chapter 75, Meeting the Father-in-Law after returning to Shrek Academy. White Shadow was promptly summoned by Ning Rongrong. This scenario left Oscar seething with frustration. After finally gaining 3 beautiful younger classmates, they were now all focused on one person, leaving him with nothing. Rongrong, what do you need from me? I am here for serious business. Let us discuss as we walk, Ning Rongrong replied. As you know, our 7-treasure glazed tile school is the foremost auxiliary sect on the continent, yet we lack any combat capability. I understand. You wish to leverage soul guides to enable everyone in the 7-treasure glazed tile school to possess self-defense capabilities, correct? However, you could approach Tang San. His so-called hidden weapons could serve the purpose as well. Ning Rongrong shook her head, stating, I have observed that the hidden weapons he uses are vastly inferior in power compared to your soul guides. Moreover, Tang San has mentioned that this is a secret of the Tang Sect, and he needs to contemplate it thoroughly. That is why I came to see if you are willing. Of course, I am willing. However, I have yet to develop any offensive soul guides. But it should be soon. If you require them urgently, I should be able to provide them in a few days, but I will need your assistance with something. What is it? Every soul master possessing the 7-treasure glazed tower martial soul has a keen ability to identify treasures. I must search for the materials needed to create soul guides, and you must accompany me. Of course, I will join you tomorrow. I am simply too exhausted today and need a good night's rest. I will come to find you tonight. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock. You're coming? Please don't. You must avoid seeking out Xiaowu and Zhu Zhiqing. What nonsense. I intend to impart a technique to you. This technique is highly suitable for your cultivation. A technique? What kind of technique? You will find out tonight. Tang San's ability to cultivate to the rank of title de law in a remarkably short period can be attributed to the crucial assistance of techniques. When I initially watched Daoliu, I was compelled to criticize this point. Why, in a world that has undergone thousands of years of change, does it lack the existence of powerful techniques? Even if they do exist, they are merely of a lower tier. Despite Daoliu continent being dubbed a mystical underbelly, it is still a world. Even a technique as mediocre as Tang San's could elevate him to divinity. And the Heart Sutra of the Goddess awarded by the system must surely enable them to ascend to a higher level. That evening, White Shadow arrived punctually. This startled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing, who feared he had come for them. Ning Rongrong, observing their reaction, chuckled. I have known about your affair for quite some time. Don't worry, I want to speak of it. Upon hearing this, the two blushed, while White Shadow cleared his throat, saying, I am here to teach you cultivation tonight. Do not overthink things. What kind of cultivation can be done at this hour? Yet, they dared not voice their inquiries. Upon reaching the academy's rear mountain, White Shadow enveloped the area with his soul guide. Before I teach you the technique, allow me to introduce someone. With that, Meng Yiran appeared. This is Meng Yiran. I believe we have all met. I shan't elaborate further. She, like you, is now one of my women. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, could not help but interject. How many women have you entangled yourself with, you heartless rogue? I do not know, but there will surely be more in the future. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing exchanged glances, rendered speechless. At that moment, Meng Yiran's face flushed with warmth. Now, you four, sit cross-legged. I shall impart the technique to you. The four complied, their silhouettes becoming increasingly enigmatic under the moonlight. They sat in meditation, closing their eyes, as if entering a marvelous world disconnected from the outside. White Shadow stood before them, gently waving his hands as waves of soft light flowed from his palms, gradually entering their foreheads. This was the power of the Heart Sutra of the Goddess, akin to a gentle spring, nourishing their spiritual sea. Each beam of light caressed their souls like delicate silk, bringing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Commence your cultivation according to the technique. Remember, this is your first training session, so do not be overly tense. White Shadow's voice resonated like celestial music in the night sky, bestowing infinite tranquility and strength. Beneath the moonlight, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhiqing, and Meng Yiran sat cross-legged, eyes shut. Filled with uncertainty, Ning Rongrong could not restrain herself from asking, "Is this the technique you were giving us?" Buying nodded slightly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Indeed, this is the cultivation technique I have meticulously selected for you. The Goddess Heart Sutra not only facilitates a swift enhancement of your cultivation, but also enables you to master a unique step known as the Goddess Step. This step is not only light and agile, but can also yield unexpected results in battle. The Goddess Heart Sutra comprises the Goddess Step, the Goddess Sword Technique, and the ultimate realm of the technique, the Goddess Flower Scatter. This technique possesses boundless power and is simple to learn, making it most suitable for your cultivation." Ning Rongrong felt a warm current flowing within her body, an unprecedented sensation of comfort. Her seven-treasure, glazed tile martial soul seemed to rejuvenate under the nourishment of soul power. She gently opened her eyes and gazed at Xiaowu and Zhu Shuqing beside her, noticing the same joy and contentment reflected on their faces. Meng Yuran, on the other hand, kept her eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a faint layer of white mist, as if her soul power was in a frenzied operation, blending with the natural spiritual energy of the world. Her long hair danced lightly in the night breeze, exuding an ethereal beauty. "I feel as though all the fatigue in my body has dissipated," remarked Xiao Wu, her expression one of astonishment, seemingly with her soul power significantly elevated. Ning Rongrong and the others shared this same sentiment, their reactions eliciting surprise all around. This is the miraculous nature of this technique. "Now Xiao Wu, you and the others continue your cultivation. Rongrong, come with me. I have another technique prepared for the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, which is simple yet more suited for you. Follow me, and I shall impart this technique to you." Ning Rongrong nodded in response, and the two of them walked a short distance. The technique is called the Taiji Divine Art, which is highly inclusive and suitable for everyone to cultivate. "Is that true?" she inquired. "Of course it is. I will now present the manual to you. Take a look. Tomorrow, I will accompany you back to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect." As he spoke, the manual materialized. Buying glanced at it and noted that while it is easy to begin, reaching its peak would require time. "You will accompany me back to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect?" Ning Rongrong blushed as she spoke. "Certainly. It is also time to meet my future father-in-law. Moreover, my soul guide apparatus requires a deeper collaboration with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and I will need you to mediate." Chapter 76. Do you truly wish to return with me? You intend to meet my father? No, that is absolutely out of the question. The primary concern was that Bai Ying was from the Spirit Hall, which has always had a contentious relationship with the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Given that the seven-treasure glazed tile sect is currently closely tied to the Tiando royal family, and the Spirit Hall has ongoing entanglements with the royal family. Even though they appear to coexist peacefully on the surface, Ning Rongrong's father had mentioned that there would inevitably come a day when the two sides would clash. Furthermore, the Tiando royal family would never permit the seven-treasure glazed tile sect to join the Spirit Hall. Allowing such an alliance would pose an immense threat to the empire. In any nation, if a force emerged that could endanger its rule, the most prudent course of action would be to eradicate that threat. This is a universally acknowledged consensus. I understand your concerns regarding the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, but remember, I represent only the Worship Hall, not the Spirit Hall. This distinction is fundamentally significant, especially since the Spirit Hall is still in a state of division. Rest assured, it will be fine. After all, we will face it eventually. Whether sooner or later. But what if my father acts against you? Do not worry, I am, after all, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Over the years, the Spirit Hall and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect have maintained a semblance of peace. At the very least, the current seven-treasure glazed tile sect would not dare to offend the Spirit Hall. All right, but I must remind you that while you can come home with me, if you return missing limbs, do not blame me. My grandfather Jian and grandfather Bon are quite protective of me. Moreover, my father is exceedingly shrewd. Although our seven-treasure glazed tile sect may be weak, with those two around, you may face considerable hardships. Sigh, what does it matter? What son-in-law visits his father-in-law without facing trials? That is tradition. Very well, it is settled. I will now request leave from the principal and set off for the seven-treasure glazed tile sect tomorrow. Isn't tomorrow a bit too soon? Not at all. It is better to act promptly. Furthermore, once I arrive at the Tiando Imperial City, I will need some time to prepare, thus delaying matters a bit. In the principal's office, the atmosphere between Master and Flander grew increasingly tense, their tones decidedly unfriendly. If it weren't for Tang San, I wouldn't have come here. I certainly know when you intend to avoid the issue. I merely wish to prove myself. Tang San is the son of the Haotian Daoliu, and only his talent can validate my theories. If I can cultivate a genius with dual martial souls, I can return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan with my head held high, and everyone will know that I, alongside Xiao Gang, have nurtured a title Daoliu with dual martial souls. You remain stubborn, can't you soften a bit? Do you want her to remain with you for a lifetime? The mention of this made Yu Xiao Gang fall silent, as he had been separated from his beloved Lu Erlong for many years. Over the years, Lu Erlong had always thought of him, and Yu Xiao Gang had not been any different. That incident from the past had struck Yu Xiao Gang so profoundly that he had languished for years, only regaining his spirit upon discovering Tang San, a prodigy possessing dual martial soul talent. For Yu Xiao Gang, Tang San was his last hope for fame and recognition. Xiao Gang, You care too much about the opinions of the world. What you are doing is not only tormenting yourself, but also a woman who has awaited you for years. Can you truly justify that? Enough. I have said it before. Unless I achieve fame, I will never return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Xiao Gang. I understand that you have chosen to remain silent all these years to avoid disturbing our lives, but you know she only loves you. If there was ever a chance for us, why wait until now? The moment I realized she was my biological sister, all possibilities vanished. Let us not speak of this matter any further. The reason for your joy today is Tang Sect. It seems you have invested all your efforts in him. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. Zhao Wujie has been itching for a fight lately. He, a seven-ring soul saint, is bullying a child, only to find himself facing an elder unexpectedly. The Haoyan Daoliu is not someone you can easily offend. How would you know? Yu Xiao Gang took out a pope's decree and placed it on the table, saying, "This is what he gave me. If he were merely an ordinary man, how could I take him as my disciple? Do not forget, he is the son of the Haoyan Daoliu, bearing the bloodline of the Haoyan Daoliu. Are you saying his martial soul is a variant? No, he is the third individual in history to possess dual martial souls. Initially, I intended to accept Bai Ying as a disciple as well, but he is too proud to bow to a master. I will prove to him that one day. My disciple will make those who look down on me deeply regret it. The matter concerning the mistress must remain confidential. It is imperative that Bai Ying remains oblivious to the fact that he is the son of Haoyan Daoliu, for his identity could easily attract unwarranted troubles. Understood. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the dean's office. Is the esteemed dean within? Who is it? Come in. As Bai Ying stepped inside, he was greeted by Yu Xiaojiang, who remarked, "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Bai Ying replied, "Nor did I anticipate your presence at Shrek Academy. I presumed you would not come. Do not misunderstand. My visit is not solely due to your invitation. I merely wish to observe how far your disciple can truly advance. This matter does not concern you." An uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere. Perceiving the tension, Flanders swiftly intervened, saying, "Bai Ying, what brings you here?" "Director, I seek a leave of absence to accompany Ning Rongrong to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." "A leave of absence? What is your purpose?" "Naturally, to establish a cooperative relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and additionally, to pay a visit to my future father-in-law." "Very well, your intentions are clear. I shall take my leave now. I trust the director will grant my request, will you not?" Flanders, pondering silently, thought to himself, "What difference does my agreement make? What if I refuse? All right then, return promptly. Are you truly coming back with me? You have inquired more than once. Indeed, I am. However, upon reaching Heavendo Imperial City, you cannot proceed directly to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rest assured, in a few days, I shall ensure your grand return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, the gift I have prepared for Ning Fingji will undoubtedly be accepted." "What gift?" "You shall discover it in due time. For now, it remains a secret." The following morning, the two embarked in a carriage towards Heavendo Imperial City. As they traveled, Ning Rongrong felt her heart race with an unusual mixture of excitement and trepidation. She feared that if Bai Ying were to be harmed, it would cause her great anguish. Noticing her troubled expression, Bai Ying felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he was about to meet Ning Fingji, a cunning old fox renowned for his unparalleled intelligence within the Daoliu series. Though his demeanor could be quite irksome, one could not help but respect his sagacity. After a prolonged silence, Bai Ying finally spoke. "If your father approves of our union, what will you do?" "I do not know. I wish not to hurt you. Nor do I desire to harm my family. I understand. You feel trapped, as do I. Do not worry, I shall not lay a hand on your family. As long as you are by my side, they shall remain unharmed." Ning Rongrong fell silent, a flicker of emotion stirring within her. The carriage sped along. Yet she found herself wishing for it to slow down, to prolong this moment. Neither spoke further. As dusk fell, Bai Ying finally arrived at a hotel, where both remained enveloped in silence. Rongrong, let us go. We need to prepare some materials." Ning Rongrong nodded, and the two exited the hotel after a brief respite. The distance to the Tiando Imperial City was still considerable, yet being merely a few kilometers away, the economic development here thrived, bustling with lively crowds on the streets. The pair procured some metals and herbs. "What do you intend to do with these? Do you recall how your Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul transformed into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower? I have specially formulated a pill that can facilitate the evolution of martial souls. I believe your father would be quite intrigued." "Forget it. I originally intended to inform you later, but it seems timely to disclose my true intentions. I aim to develop a pill capable of enabling martial soul evolution. This pill could potentially revolutionize the entire realm of soul masters." "Can you truly create such a thing?" Ning Rongrong inquired, her skepticism evident in her eyes. The evolution of her martial soul into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower was already a miraculous feat. Now, he claimed he would concoct a wondrous pill that could stimulate martial soul evolution. If such a pill existed, it would surely incite chaos across the Daoliu continent. Indeed, it is true. I would not deceive you. With this pill and the soul guide device I have crafted, your father should no longer refuse. Furthermore, I have heard of your father's stature as the sect leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. He knows how to weigh his options. It seems I must exert myself in the coming days. Half a month later, as dozens of soul guide devices were successfully developed by Ying, having tirelessly labored under the support of the system rewards, finally completed the concoction of numerous pills. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, from a distance, appeared as a colossal, radiant tower piercing the clouds, each tier emanating different hues of light, resembling a swirling rainbow in the sky. Approaching the sect, two grand stone lions stood at the entrance, exuding an air of majesty as if guarding this mystical realm. Within the sect, the opulent decor was unparalleled. The marble floors gleamed like mirrors, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The walls were adorned with an array of rare gemstones, which, under the illumination, radiated enchanting colors. The entire sect resembled a magnificent palace, overwhelming to behold. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, exquisite murals lined either side, depicting the history and legends of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Each step felt as though it traversed the river of history, immersing them in the millennia of this sect's legacy. Rong, you have returned. Ning Fengji exclaimed with palpable excitement, his face adorned with a broad smile. He approached to greet them alongside Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue. At this moment, the letter previously sent had revealed by Ying's identity and stated that his martial soul had evolved into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. Ning Fengji remained somewhat incredulous regarding the claims in Ning Rongrong's letter, for throughout the history of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, only one soul master possessed the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul, the founder of the sect himself. Father, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, shedding her earlier worries as she rushed into Ning Fengji's embrace. He affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said, Rong, you have grown. You are so tall now. Not quite yet. Ying gently cleared her throat, which restored the previous demeanor as she spoke. This is the soul guide craftsman I mentioned to you before, dear father. A veritable genius in the field, and also a possessor of twin martial souls. However, Ning Rongrong's martial soul indeed convinced them entirely that this individual must possess such extraordinary abilities. The white shadow slightly nodded and greeted Ning Fengji with a bow. Their gazes met, and an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped him. Although Ning Fengji wore a smile, his eyes revealed an unfathomable brilliance, as if he could penetrate the very depths of one's soul. The white shadow understood that the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was far more complex than he appeared. In stark contrast stood the Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue, who resembled a drawn sword, radiating sharpness and brilliance. His gaze was as piercing as a blade, seemingly capable of slicing through any obstacle. Under his watchful eyes, the white shadow felt an intense urge to challenge, yet he recognized that he was not Qian Renxue's match. Ning Fengji smiled and gestured for the white shadow to take a seat, and the three began to converse. The white shadow meticulously showcased the soul guides and elixirs he had developed for Ning Fengji and Qian Renxue. When Ning Fengji laid eyes on the exquisite soul guides and the fragrant elixirs, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He picked up one of the elixirs for a closer inspection, feeling the immense energy contained within, and couldn't help but exclaim, truly remarkable. Ning Fengji hesitated momentarily as he took the elixir, his gaze lingering upon it, as if weighing some unseen consideration. He turned to Ning Rongrong, who nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with determination and trust. Rongrong, are you certain that this elixir can truly facilitate the evolution of the martial soul? A subtle tremor underpinned Ning Fengji's voice. Ning Rongrong affirmed, her eyes shining brighter than ever. Father, I am certain. The white shadow is no ordinary individual. He possesses abilities beyond our imagination. Ning Fengji fell silent for a moment, ultimately sighing as his gaze solidified with resolve. He rose and proceeded toward a training ground within the sect, with Ning Rongrong and the white shadow closely trailing behind. Very well, young man. If this elixir proves to be as miraculous as you claim, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will be immensely grateful. With that, Ning Fengji consumed the elixir without hesitation, a move that took the three by surprise. He had assumed that Ning Fengji intended to find someone else to test the elixir, yet he had unexpectedly taken it himself. What was Ning Fengji truly up to? In the training ground, sunlight poured onto the smooth surface, reflecting dazzling rays. Ning Fengji stood in the center, his eyes tightly shut, as if he were tuning his own state. The white shadow and Ning Rongrong stood nearby, anxiously watching him. Suddenly, Ning Fengji opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within. He inhaled deeply and placed the elixir into his mouth. It dissolved instantaneously, and a powerful surge of energy coursed into his body. Ning Fengji's form trembled slightly, yet a resolute expression graced his face. As time progressed, Ning Fengji's aura intensified. His martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, began to rotate slowly in the air, emanating resplendent light. The white shadow and Ning Rongrong awaited with bated breath, fully aware that this moment would determine everything. Abruptly, Ning Fengji's body convulsed violently, a radiant brilliance erupting from him. In that instant, his martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, underwent a transformation. The tower's body becoming translucent and radiating 9 distinct colors of light. This is the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Ying gazed at Ning Fengji with astonishment, unable to believe that Ning had truly succeeded in evolving his martial soul into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile. This achievement was not merely due to the formidable nature of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile, but also because, throughout the entirety of Daoliu continent, martial souls are innate. And no one had ever accomplished their evolution before. Ning Fengji looked at his 9 treasure glaze tile, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The 7 treasure glaze tile could at most accommodate 7 spirit rings, which meant that historically, the leaders of the 7 treasure glaze sect could only attain the rank of spirit sage. Yet now, he could distinctly sense that this formidable barrier had been transcended. This young man before him undoubtedly had a remarkable future ahead. Ning Fengji spoke, Bai Ying, I have heard from Rongrong that you are a genius. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Uncle Ning, you are too kind. I merely possess a modicum of talent, Bai Ying replied. Shall we have a proper discussion now? Certainly. Pray tell. What are the prices for the medicinal pills and soul-guided devices? As long as you can state the figures. The 7 treasure glaze sect is more than capable of accommodating them. I trust the significance of these pills and devices to your sect needs no elaboration. I have only 2 conditions. If you, Sect Master Ning, can agree to them, not only will I provide the pills free of charge, but I shall also bestow upon you a grand gift. A grand gift? Ning Fengji, having traversed the marketplace for years, was acutely aware that free offerings often bear the highest cost. Nevertheless, this transaction was imperative, as it held monumental importance for the 7 treasure glazed sect. Very well. Please proceed. My request is simple. I wish to establish a long-term collaboration. Firstly, I require a substantial amount of funds and materials, which I believe Sect Master Ning can provide. That is certainly feasible. Our 7 treasure glaze sect has its own blacksmith shop, so that is no issue. What is the second condition? I have taken a liking to your daughter and hope to marry her. At this declaration, Bai Ying felt a surge of tension, while Ning Rongrong's face flushed with color. At this moment, Ning Fengji comprehended that Bai Ying sought his daughter's hand in marriage. Very well. But I have a condition. Should you agree to my terms, I shall permit you to wed my daughter. At this juncture, Sword Daoliu interjected, Sect Master. I implore you to reconsider. This concerns Rongrong's happiness. Ning Fengji waved his hand dismissively, his expression grave as he proclaimed, you were born into the Spirit Hall. As long as you renounce the Spirit Hall and join our 7 treasure glaze sect, I shall allow you to marry my daughter. That is impossible. The Spirit Hall nurtured me. I could never betray it, though I sincerely hope you can bless our union. I am aware of the long-standing enmity between the Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glaze sect. Ning Rongrong hurriedly interjected, Father. Ning Fengji gestured for her to leave, saying, Rongrong, please return. I need to have a serious conversation with your friend. Ning Rongrong was led away, leaving only Ning Fengji, Sword Daoliu, and Bai Ying in the grand hall. Sword Daoliu Qinshin remarked, Young man, our Rongrong is the little princess of the 7 treasure glaze sect, raised with great affection. Your current affiliation with the Spirit Hall puts you at odds with our sect. Should you join us, I assure you, even if the entire Spirit Hall becomes our adversary, I shall ensure your safety. That is absolutely out of the question. I would never betray the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Bai Ying resolutely refused without a second thought. I was raised by Qian Daoliu since childhood, and the Spirit Hall has nurtured me. I cannot betray them. To do so would be no different from a beast. I refuse to be a traitor who forsakes their master and abandons righteousness. Ning Fengji spoke up, then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Ning Zongju. Bai Ying implored, I hope you can consider carefully. If we can reach a cooperation this time, it would undoubtedly be a historic moment for the 7 treasure glaze tile school. Do you not wish to see it flourish? Though I am a member of the Spirit Hall, I do not fully represent it. I belong to the Offering Hall. Ning Zongju. My words are solely my own and do not reflect the Spirit Hall's stance. I understand your concerns about the Tianshou royal family's suspicion, but I am here to present a new path for the 7 treasure glaze tile school. And what might that path be? Although the 7 treasure glaze tile school is the foremost auxiliary sect on the continent, due to the nature of its auxiliary spirit abilities, it can only hide behind others on the battlefield. My soul guide is precisely the remedy for this flaw. I can assure you that, given time, I can create soul guides suitable for civilian use. Imagine a civilian with no training wielding a soul guide. I can guarantee they would unleash at least 30 to 40% of its potential. The number of soul masters is limited, while civilians far outnumber them. Consider this, even if a civilian were to perish in battle against a soul master, they would still have gained, as the power of the soul guide would allow them to exchange lives with the soul master. If you agree to let your daughter marry me, I can not only impart the technology of the soul guide to you, but also continuously provide you with a special medicinal pill that can bring about a qualitative change in my existence. What would happen if it were to be widely promoted? I need not elaborate. The 7 treasure glaze tile school, due to its weakness, must rely on the Tianshou royal family. Yet what benefits do they truly offer you? As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I trust you are a wise man. At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Please have the host endure for the duration of a stick of incense under the hands of the Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu. Endure for a stick of incense against 2 tidal Daoliu? With my current strength, especially without the super artifact, I no longer possess a divine experience card. If I had it, enduring a stick of incense under their hands would be entirely feasible. Alas, now I must leave it to fate. Ning Fengji fell silent, desperately desiring the medicinal pills and soul guides. Very well, I shall take a step back. How about we make a wager? If I can endure the duration of a stick of incense against the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu, you must agree to my terms. If not, I shall give you all the medicinal pills I possess. What do you think? You are rather arrogant, are you not? What level is your spirit power? I am a titled Daoliu level powerhouse, the sword Daoliu retorted. I am but a humble soul master, currently at level 40. Level 40? You cannot be serious. Ning Fengji exclaimed, astonished. Given his age, achieving level 40 was remarkable. Bai Ying then unleashed his martial spirit, revealing 3 black and 1 red soul rings, which further astonished Ning Fengji and the sword Daoliu. Indeed, it seems the person who appeared in the Star Do Forest was you. I did not expect such a talent to arise within the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji remarked. This wager benefits me regardless of the outcome. Very well, I accept. When Bone Daoliu Gu Rong arrived, Ning Fengji informed him of the situation. Upon observing Bai Ying's spirit power and soul ring configuration, Gu Rong was also taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Since both seniors have no objections, let us begin. Thank you, Son of the Stars, for your comments that inspire my writing. I am grateful for the support of all readers and the opportunity provided by the platform. Chapter 79. The Great Battle of Sword and Bone Daoliu are exceedingly arrogant. I am a level 97 title Daoliu. Old Bone, stop wasting words with him. Just knock him down. I want to see how he continues to boast, the sword Daoliu commanded. First soul skill, Sword's Edge. First soul skill, Bone Dragon Stab. The sword Daoliu was enveloped in sword energy, while the bone Daoliu radiated a faint aura of bone energy. Faced with the combined assault of the 2 title Daoliu, Bai Ying remained unfazed. He lightly stepped forward, a radiant light bursting forth from beneath his feet as the flying soul guide activated, propelling him into the sky. From his lofty vantage point, he looked down at the 2, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. Do you think this will confine me? Bai Ying scoffed. As his soul power surged, a golden brilliance erupting forth. With the activation of his invincible golden body, his form was enveloped in a golden glow, impervious to the ferocity of the attacks below. The sword Daoliu's sword's edge sliced through the air with lethal precision. While the bone Daoliu unleashed the bone dragon stab, a massive skeletal dragon soaring from his back, its gaping maw aimed at Bai Ying. Is this all you have? Old Bone, we have been underestimated. You are truly useless. Watch and learn. 7th soul skill, Bone Dragon True Body. 7th soul skill, 7 Kill True Body. 6th soul skill, all swords return to the origin. 6th soul skill, Bone Dragon Void Array. As the combined attacks of the 2 title Daoliu coalesced into a terrifying energy storm, a serious expression crossed Bai Ying's face. He knew that this strike was beyond his capacity to withstand. A profound sense of crisis welled within him, as if life and death were in the balance. However, just as the energy storm was about to engulf him, the super artifact, the Time War Blade, erupted with dazzling light in his hand. The brilliance was so radiant it seemed capable of tearing through all darkness. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ying swung the Time War Blade, unleashing a massive blade aura that met the combined onslaught of the sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu. In that instant, the sky appeared to split in two, as the blade aura collided violently with the energy storm, producing a deafening roar. Energy surged forth, whipping up a tempest, and the surrounding environment seemed to freeze in that moment. Bai Ying stood resolutely amidst the chaos, his eyes alight with unwavering determination, as if declaring, I will not allow you to succeed. As the attacks of the 2 title Daoliu met Bai Ying's blade aura, the world appeared to fall into stillness. The destructive energy storm, upon reaching Bai Ying's blade aura, seemed to freeze in time, halting its advance. Within the still air, an indescribable sense of oppression began to permeate. Divine skill, time seal, time trace. Suddenly, time appeared to be forcibly distorted by an unseen force, and everything around began to flow backward, as if returning to the moment before the attacks were launched. This was the time seal, a manifestation of Bai Ying's mastery over time, rendering it chaotic and twisted under his command. The attacks from sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu missed Bai Ying, and instead, due to the influence of time scar, they inflicted harm upon themselves. Ning Rongrong cautiously peeked out from her concealed position, her eyes filled with astonishment and concern. She beheld the man she deeply loved, wielding the dazzling time battle blade, standing against her 2 revered grandfathers. Her heart felt as though it were being torn apart, filled with anguish and helplessness. Stop. Please stop. Ning Rongrong could not restrain her voice from echoing loudly across the vast plaza. Tears welled up in her eyes. She could scarcely believe what she was witnessing. She rushed forward, attempting to halt the combat, yet her speed was no match for the clash between title Daolius. She could only stand helplessly at a distance, her heart wrenched in despair. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged on. Bai Ying, being merely a 4-ring soul master, could not bridge the vast gap between him and the title Daolius, despite wielding a super artifact. Just then, as time accelerated, a stick of incense had passed. Yet the attacks from sword Daoliu and bone Daoliu showed no signs of abating. A stick of incense has passed. Esteemed seniors, please cease your attacks. How formidable. Then allow me to counter with another move. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 divine abilities from the Time Battle Blade, Time Reversal and Time Acceleration. Time Acceleration allows the acceleration of an opponent's time, hastening their aging process, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. Time reversal enables one to revert time to a certain point in the past, useful for both offensive maneuvers and self-preservation. At this moment, even Ning Fengji appeared flustered. The ninth soul abilities of title Daoliuos are typically their most powerful techniques. If Bai Ying were to perish, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly face utter devastation. Kid, it's not too late to give up now. In my dictionary, the word give up does not exist. In an instant, the time battle blade in Bai Ying's possession erupted with a radiant white light, as if dyeing the entire sky a pure hue. Simultaneously, his battle armor bore several cracks, seemingly under immense pressure. Yet, at that moment, his original armor inexplicably transformed, enveloping his entire being. With a thunderous roar, Bai Ying swung the time battle blade, simultaneously activating 4 divine abilities. Time appeared to warp at that instant, and everything around him grew hazy. As the attacks from Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu approached Bai Ying, they were seemingly devoured by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, I utilized the 4th divine ability of the Time Battle Blade, Time Reversal. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As Bai Ying's blade aura dissipated, the entire sky seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue and Bone Daoliu Rong, 2 titled Daoliuos, now descended like fallen leaves. Their bodies traced 2 sorrowful arcs in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Both sustained severe injuries, blood gushing from their wounds. Their faces pale as paper. They struggled to rise but found their strength utterly drained, unable to move even a finger. Do you concede? Ning Fengji observed everything unfold, unwilling to believe it yet left with no choice, as the wager was one he had agreed to. Ning Sect Master, I have one. Ning Renxue rushed over, supporting Bai Ying with a heart full of concern. At this moment, Sword Daoliu and Bone Daoliu slowly began to rise, and Ning Renxue noticed her dearest grandfathers were also injured. Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, are you all right? We're fine, Renxue. This young man possesses remarkable strength. Ning Fengji, observing the scene, reluctantly acquiesced, realizing that victory or defeat would ultimately benefit him. Chapter 80. A Conversation. Dad, Bai Gu has won. You should agree now, right? Ning Fengji sighed, saying, truly, a daughter grows up too quickly. Once she has a man, she forgets her father. Ning Renxue, you've turned quite red, he remarked. Dad, please spare me your teasing. A clever person like you cannot be unaware of Bai Ying's significance to our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji sighed again, then asked, are you truly willing to marry him? I am. Ning Fengji nodded, saying, very well then, a daughter must not be retained. At this moment, Bai Ying gazed at the Sword Daoliu Qian and the Bone Daoliu Rong. Do the 2 esteemed seniors wish to continue? He inquired. Old Bone, how can you be so ineffectual? Who is truly powerless here? Is it I, or is it you? A dignified title of Daoliu brought low by a mere soul master. Speak again, if you possess the audacity. Both Sword Daoliu Qian and Bone Daoliu Rong were engulfed in fury. Just then, Ning Fengji interjected, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. As esteemed title Daoliu, it would be prudent to maintain your dignity before the younger generation. Only then did they relent, turning to Bai Ying with a resolute expression. One day, we shall compete again, young man. My Renxue shall not be so easily taken from me. Bai Ying spoke, expressing his readiness to engage in a contest with the elder at any moment. Ning Renxue interjected, addressing her 2 grandfathers, stating that this was her own choice. Moreover, they had just witnessed his extraordinary talent, a gift that, within the entirety of Daoliu continent, could be deemed exceptional, even if he hails from the Spirit Hall. What of it? If it allows our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to ascend to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then what is the sacrifice of one life to me? Besides, I genuinely hold affection for him. Renxue, that is not what we meant, her grandfathers replied. We are merely concerned about how he may treat you in the future. Ning Renxue quickly approached Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue and declared, if he ever mistreats me, I will certainly inform Grandfather Jian, and you shall help me teach him a lesson. Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue promptly agreed. Very well. The matter reached a resolution, and they returned to the main hall of the sect leader. As for the existing medicinal pills, I have only managed to refine a little over 20. However, if provided with suitable materials and time, I assure you that I can transform all soul masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into those of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. He continued. I must remind Uncle Ning that these materials are rather rare, hence the cost will be somewhat steep. Is the matter of materials a concern? Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is renowned as the foremost auxiliary sect, after all. Once the material issue was resolved, he proceeded to document the necessary materials and the method of alchemy. With my assistance, in a few months, you should be able to master the refining techniques. Although the pills produced may not be flawless, they should suffice. Are you truly willing to share these methods with our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Of course. It is but a minor alchemical method. It holds no significant value for me. Moreover, even if I provide you with the method, the likelihood of successful refinement on your part is rather slim, as alchemy demands immense patience, formidable soul power, and exceptional talent. Otherwise, success is unattainable. I understand. Let us set this matter aside for now. I wish to inquire about another issue. You are likely aware of the tensions between our 3 sects and the Spirit Hall. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school supports the Tiando imperial family, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has chosen neutrality. Though the Qian Sect remains reclusive, they seem to favor the Shui Luo imperial family. The continent has been in turmoil for years, and I sense that a change is imminent. What are your thoughts? Since Renxue has vowed to marry you as her father, I too wish for our children's happiness. Speak freely. Truly. The leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school possesses a keen intellect. Indeed, without the Spirit Hall to maintain balance, the Tiando Empire would have long since perished. The Tiando imperial family's inferiority to the Xing Luo Empire stems primarily from the quality of their martial souls, compounded by the nobility's indulgence and pleasure rather than governance. Additionally, with the dwindling numbers of the Tiando imperial family, it is only a matter of time before chaos ensues. However, in recent years, I have learned that the second prince, Shui Qinghe, is quite capable and may very well lead the Tiando Empire into a new era. Bai Ying was well aware that Shui Qinghe was actually Qian Renxue, and thus he extolled her virtues. Ning Fengji suddenly inquired, and what of Shui Bong? What could a frivolous scion possibly achieve? His talent, while not wholly ordinary within the Tiando imperial family, does not qualify him as a genius. I believe he cannot accomplish anything of significance. Your understanding of the Tiando Empire is remarkably profound. Renxue, it seems you have chosen well. Let us set this aside for now. Would you enlighten us about soul guidance devices? To my knowledge, the manufacturing techniques of soul guidance devices have been lost. How do you know of them? That remains a secret I cannot divulge. However, rest assured, I am willing to share part of the research techniques with you. Ning Fengji nodded, stating, very well, Ning Fengji, am not a miserly man. You have aided us immensely, and now I entrust my daughter to you. I hope you will treat her well. Furthermore, what else do you require? As long as it is within our power, we shall do our utmost to provide it. I require nothing further. Only that sect leader Ning supply me with sufficient materials and adequate personnel. I shall endeavor to cultivate soul masters for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Soul masters? Those who wield soul guidance devices are referred to as soul masters. I have observed that, although our continent's soul guidance technology has regressed significantly, the root of this issue lies in a cataclysmic event thousands of years ago, a continental shift, or rather, a tectonic upheaval. He then recounted the events regarding the Sun and Moon continent. Ning Fengji and the others were left astounded, realizing that the individual before them was far more astute and enigmatic than they had initially perceived. For the first time, Ning Fengji felt as if he was being led by the nose, a sensation he had never experienced before. Subsequently, the group departed, each lost in their thoughts. The residence of Bai Ying naturally adjoins that of Ning Renxue, and Ning Fengji's intentions are unmistakably clear. I did not anticipate your ease and persuasion. Truly, you are remarkable. Dear father, it was not I who convinced him, but rather the allure of profit that swayed him. There are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends. Only interests endure. At last, I have brought you home as my bride. Chapter 81. The figure of Ning Renxue. Was all the cost I incurred not in vain? Ning Renxue remarked, so? You mean to say you feel a pang of regret? I never uttered such words. Whatever the expense, it is worth it as long as it leads to you. Ning Renxue, with a cold huff, turned and departed. Within the grand hall of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Sword Daoliu Xian spoke. Fengji, have you truly entrusted Renxue to him? He is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Should the Tiando imperial family learn that a member of the Spirit Hall has married the daughter of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's leader, it could incite their suspicion. You ought not to act so hastily. Hasty, dear Sword Uncle? The Tiando imperial family has been waning over the years, an undeniable fact. Although we, the 7 treasures glazed tile school, are among the top 3 sects, we remain the weakest. This child brings forth new hope for our school, and I am confident he will illuminate a bright future for us. What if he is born of the Spirit Hall? As long as he claims Renxue as his own, the Spirit Hall will inevitably forge intricate ties with our sect. In times of peril, perhaps we can draw upon the Spirit Hall's strength. As the saying goes, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. As the leader of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, I must consider the welfare of my sect. Fengji, we both understand. This day marks a pivotal transformation in the destiny of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. A decree was issued, mandating all direct disciples to return to the sect. A multitude of soul masters from the 7 treasures glazed tile tower gathered, as Ning Fengji showcased the prowess of his 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda, revealing the effects of the medicinal pills to the assembly. All the soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower were astounded. They quickly consumed the pills, though some were left unrefined due to the scarcity of materials. Those who ingested the pills soon ascended in radiant bursts of light, each attaining the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda as their martial soul. Additionally, the creation and research of soul-guiding devices, along with the refinement of medicinal pills, were underway. Bai Ying took charge of every aspect, and soon the 7 treasures glazed tile school boasted its first batch of soul mentors. Most of these soul mentors were direct descendants of the school. Initially, they were reluctant to utilize soul-guiding devices, as they believed that the power of their martial spirits was paramount. However, when they truly comprehended the might of these devices, they were left astounded. They had never anticipated such formidable capabilities within the soul-guiding apparatus. Those who once regarded the seven treasures glazed tile martial spirit with disdain and even contempt were now eager to learn about soul-guiding devices. Perhaps it was inconceivable for others, but these soul mentors, despite possessing exceptional supportive abilities, lacked the means for self-defense, which was the greatest vulnerability of the seven treasures glazed tile. With the integration of these soul-guiding devices, the soul mentors of the seven treasures glazed tile finally acquired a modicum of self-protection. Bai Ying allowed them to personally experience the power of the soul guide, demonstrating that even soul masters equipped with the seven treasures glazed tower martial soul were not at all inferior to their peers. Presently, Bai Ying holds a position of great esteem within the entire seven treasures glazed sect. Even Ning Fengji did not anticipate the rapid acceptance of the soul guide among the soul masters of the seven treasures glazed tower, nor did he foresee the immense benefits it would bestow upon them. Bai Ying is acutely aware of the current predicament of the soul guidance devices. Thus, he only engages with ordinary soul guidance devices, the highest being merely of the 5th rank. While these devices may lack formidable power, they are indeed the most suitable for their needs. As the saying goes, one must always keep a hand in reserve. Over the past few days, Bai Ying has been akin to a spinning top. Rongrong, how are you? Your man has not disappointed you, has he? Ning Rongrong remarked. I never anticipated that you would truly change. Our seven treasure glazed tile school is immensely grateful. Bai Ying chuckled as he gently tapped his nose, saying silly. We are now family. There is no need for gratitude. He then inquired, by the way, have you been practicing the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra recently? Yes, she replied. In that case, I shall offer you guidance this evening. Although he referred to it as guidance, both of them were acutely aware of the underlying implications. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she nodded shyly. As night fell, Bai Ying arrived at Ning Rongrong's chamber. Her room was spacious. A true princess's abode adorned with an array of exquisite items, and the air was imbued with a delicate fragrance. The pale shadow gently pushed the door open, revealing Ning Rongrong seated at the edge of the bed, engrossed in a book. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders and beneath her softly lowered eyelids. Her bright eyes sparkled with brilliance. The white shadow approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Ning Rongrong lifted her head, and, upon seeing him, a smile graced her face. You came. Why did you arrive so late? She inquired. You seem to be a tad shy, the white shadow remarked. Ning Rongrong immediately set down her book. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, I'm not shy. You must be mistaken. Am I mistaken? It is impossible for me to be wrong, for I can distinctly hear your heart racing, he replied. At that moment, Ning Rongrong truly wished to find a hole to hide in. Her face as red as a ripe apple. Aren't you here to learn about my cultivation? She asked. Ah, to guide you in your practice. I nearly forgot the main matter, he said. Suddenly, the white shadow leaned in and kissed her, his warm breath cascading over her neck. Ning Rongrong's heart raced, enveloped by a wave of warmth, rendering her utterly weak and pliable. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the white shadow as he explored her lips, savoring this unexpected sweetness. The kiss from Bai Ying deepened, his tongue gently teasing the seam of Ning Rongrong's lips, as if inviting her to explore this uncharted territory together. A powerful impulse surged within Ning Rongrong, engulfing her in its intensity. She clutched Bai Ying's garment tightly, as though she sought to merge him into her very being. With a sound of tearing fabric, her splendid dress cascaded down like shattered butterfly wings, revealing her flawless form. Bathed in the moonlight, her skin appeared as delicate and smooth as porcelain, emanating a subtle jade-like glow. Her curves were elegant and flowing, each detail radiating an enticing allure. Her bosom was full and proud, reminiscent of towering peaks that captivated the gaze. Her abdomen was flat and supple, akin to fine silk, invoking an irresistible desire to touch. Her legs were long and well-proportioned, resembling two straight bamboo stalks, leaving one in awe. In Bai Ying's gaze, a dazzling light shimmered, and his Adam's apple bobbed, as if he were swallowing a lump in his throat. He slowly extended his hand, gently caressing Ning Rongrong's skin, reveling in the silk-like smoothness beneath his fingertips. His fingers glided over her body, as if playing a captivating melody. His eyes were firmly locked onto hers, as though he sought to penetrate the depths of her soul. After a whispering breeze passed through, both of them were utterly exhausted. Chapter 82. A good son-in-law outside. Qian Renxue and Xian, Gu Daoliu Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji eavesdropped, all experiencing the sensation of their cherished cabbage being trampled by a pig. Ning Fengji, listening to the sounds from within, nearly lost his composure. That damn boy, he muttered, preparing to push the door open, only to be stopped by Qian Renxue and Xian, who cautioned, if you open the door now, what will Rongrong think? Fengji, you promised that boy, and thus you must honor your commitment. Sooner or later, such things will happen. Alas, old bones, this is all your fault. If you weren't so inept, how could Rongrong possibly find herself in this situation? Are you bullying me, old man, placing all the blame on my shoulders? You are a dignified title Daoliu of level 97, Yet you were defeated by a mere soul master. It's embarrassing for me to even speak of it. Do you want to be hit, old bones? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Ning Fengji, overwhelmed by the exchange between Qian Renxue and Daoliu Gu Rong, felt his head spinning. As title Daoliuos, they were both rivals and dear friends. Despite their formidable strength and camaraderie, minor frictions arose daily. Enough, both of you. Ning Fengji's admonishment brought the two to a halt. They were seething with rage towards Bai Ying, but feared causing Ning Rongrong distress, leading them to leave in frustration. Inside the room, Bai Ying sensed that the trio had departed and finally exhaled in relief. What are you so anxious about? Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Your father was just outside, he replied. What? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in shock as she sprang to her feet, eager to verify the truth. Yet before she could act, Bai Ying remarked, they have already left. And it appears they are quite upset, having devotedly raised his daughter. How could any father not be enraged at the thought of her being courted by a swine like him? Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, at least you possess some self-awareness. Are you implying that I am a pig? Very well, it seems you dare to insult me. This indicates you still have some strength left. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a shiver run down her spine. Whenever Bai Ying spoke in such a manner, she sensed impending doom. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, only to find her wrist firmly grasped. A sinister chuckle resonated from behind her. What is this? My little demoness wishes to escape? It seems you are not yet exhausted. With a sudden yank, he pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you, she cautiously pleaded, her gaze darting to Bai Ying's expression. It's too late. In the stillness of the night, her pleas for mercy mingled with excitement echoed through the air. The following morning, a voice declared, Congratulations, host. You have signed in for a divine soul ring. The divine soul ring appeared quite promising. Bai Ying sighed, remarking that today was indeed a splendid day. He turned to gaze at Ning Rongrong, who was still in a deep slumber beside him, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration from the fierce battle of the previous night. One cannot help but revel in the exhilarating sensation of having conquered this little enchantress from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. According to the original narrative, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School serves as the most significant client of the Tang Sect, having now seized control of it. I am eager to witness how the Tang Sect will respond. As Ning Rongrong gradually awakened, the moment she laid eyes on Bai Ying, her body involuntarily trembled, a reflexive response of her physique. Rongrong, having you by my side is truly a blessing, Bai Ying expressed. You naughty rogue, you wicked scoundrel, Ning Rongrong retorted, playfully delivering a light punch to Bai Ying's chest with her petite fist. Bai Ying grasped Ning Rongrong's delicate fist, gently kissing her forehead, and smiled. I am aware that I am a rogue, yet it is only in your presence that I can truly discover my authentic self. Upon hearing these words, a blush adorned Ning Rongrong's cheeks. She cast a playful glare at Bai Ying and retorted, You incorrigible scoundrel, always resorting to sweet nothings to charm me. Bai Ying smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He took Ning Rongrong's hand, and together they stepped out of the room. The morning sun bathed them in warmth, creating a serene atmosphere. Upon reaching the courtyard, they found Qian Renxue and Daoliu Gu Rong awaiting their arrival. The sight of the two holding hands elicited complex expressions on both their faces. Rongrong, you children are rather hasty, aren't you? Qian Renxue remarked. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing his words, instinctively released Bai Ying's hand, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She approached Ning Fengji, saying, Father, you always enjoy teasing me. Ning Fengji gently tousled his daughter's hair, responding, All right, dear, I shall refrain from further comments. However, Rongrong, do not act capriciously and provoke Bai Ying. I understand, father, she replied. Ning Fengji then turned to Bai Ying, saying, Though I am reluctant to admit it, you are the first person Rongrong has taken a liking to. Regardless, as her father, I wish for her happiness. Rest assured, I shall treat her well, Bai Ying assured him. Actually, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. He continued. What is it? Please, go ahead. We have taken an extended leave, and it is time for us to return to the academy. When do you plan to depart? Today. Most matters concerning the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been resolved. The emergence of Soul Masters will undoubtedly allow the school to shine anew. Perhaps it should now be renamed the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School. Indeed, father. We have been away from the academy for far too long. We must return, Ning Rongrong added. Ning Fengji cast a glance at his daughter and sighed. This is a gold card from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the amount is not vast, it constitutes a considerable sum. I wish for you to have it. I cannot accept this. I am not without means, she protested. Uncle Ning, I truly cannot take this. This is what you rightfully deserve for your assistance to our school. By the way, what did you just call me? I apologize. I was momentarily taken aback. Bai Ying took a deep breath and then spoke. Dad. Instantly, Ning Fengji's face brightened with joy as he patted Bai Ying's shoulder, exclaiming, Good son-in-law. After accepting the card, Ning Rongrong finally exhaled in relief. By the way, this secret manual is called the Tai Chi Divine Skill. It is a method of cultivation. Father, you should try practicing it, she said, presenting the technique. Ning Fengji nodded, then sat down to commence his training. As he began to circulate his energy for the first time, he sensed a subtle surge of soul power stirring within him. Both Sword de la Qian Renxue and Bone de la Gu Rong were equally astonished, having perceived the tumultuous energy within Ning Fengji. Buying nodded and suggested, "Why don't both of you try your hand at cultivation as well?" Thus, the three of them immersed themselves in a state of training. When they finally opened their eyes, they felt a distinct enhancement in their abilities. Particularly for the Sword Daoliu Qian Renxue, he could keenly sense that he was merely a step away from reaching level 98. This particular technique, when cultivated to its zenith, would be sufficient to grant the 7 treasure glazed tile sect a means of self-preservation. Furthermore, with the soul guiding devices and soul mentors I have left behind, the challenges faced by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect could be entirely resolved. Ning Fengji promptly decided to allow the swift transcription of the technique. Consequently, all disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect entered into a state of cultivation. Having not returned to the academy for quite some time, Ning Rongrong admitted to feeling a sense of longing for them. With a scoff, she remarked, "I see you are not missing the academy, but rather Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, aren't you? Am I not enough for you? Truly, you are a fickle-hearted fellow." The White Shadow spoke, "I haven't said anything. This is merely your conjecture, not my assertion." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong chuckled, realizing the truth of the saying, "Marry a chicken. Follow the chicken. Marry a dog. Follow the dog." Now I understand. I have what a pig. Chapter 83. Farewell to Qian Renxue. Do you deem me a pig? Then you must be the pig's wife, Ning Rongrong retorted, acknowledging her inability to counter him. So, what shall we do now? Are we to return, or what? Wait for me here for an hour. I have something of great importance to attend to. What could be so significant? Can you share it with me? I cannot. If you were to learn of it now, it would only lead to confusion and sorrow. Ning Rongrong nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Tiando Imperial Palace. Buying stood before the palace gates when a guard approached and inquired, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is?" "Of course, I do. Please inform His Highness the Crown Prince that an old friend has come to pay a visit." "An old friend of the Crown Prince, you say?" The guard glanced at Bai Ying and asked, "What is your name?" "Please tell His Highness that Xiao Bai is here." "Xiao Bai. The Crown Prince will surely recognize me." Bai Ying replied, "Very well, wait here." Within the palace, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe was engrossed in official documents. In recent years, due to the unexpected demise of the second prince and the third prince's idle lifestyle, Emperor Xue Yi had designated Xue Qinghe as the heir apparent. During this time, Qian Renxue had also cultivated considerable influence. "Your Highness, there is someone at the palace gate claiming to be an old friend of yours, here to visit." Xue Qinghe paused, his writing hand stilling as he replied, "An old friend? Did he say who he was?" "He said his name is Xiao Bai, and that he is a close friend of yours." Xiao Bai. Qian Renxue's heart raced with excitement. Since coming to the Tiando Imperial Palace and disguising herself as Xue Qinghe, she had not seen Bai Ying for many years. Her thoughts had often wandered to him, as evidenced by the many reports she had received regarding his well-being. "Please invite him in at once," Qian Renxue instructed, her voice calm. The guard withdrew, and soon Bai Ying appeared. Once everyone had been dismissed, Qian Renxue remarked, "It has been many years. You are no longer the same as before." "Indeed, it has been quite a while. Sister Xue, I never imagined that you would look so handsome in men's attire," Bai Ying replied with a smile. Qian Renxue felt a surge of joy as she gazed at her brother. "Did you come specifically to find me?" "Not quite. I happened to be here on some business and seized the opportunity to visit you. Now that you are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, a person of great importance, how could I dare intrude upon your time?" Qian Renxue's expression shifted slightly as she asked, "Then what brings you here?" "Of course, I came to see my sister Xue. After all these years, my longing for you has only grown stronger. There's a saying, 1 day apart is like 3 years apart. How many days has it been since we last met?" "You certainly have a way with words," Qian Renxue replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. "I heard from grandfather that you have left the Spirit Hall to travel the continent?" "Yes, the old man speaks the truth. I have indeed journeyed across the continent. And I have encountered Hao Tiandolua and the Tang Sect I previously mentioned." "What? You found Hao Tiandolua? Where is he?" "I merely crossed paths with him once. I do not know his whereabouts now. I suspect he may appear during the upcoming high-level Soul Master competition. I am confident I will have the opportunity to confront him and seek justice for you." "Fool, you must take care of yourself. Do you understand? My matters are not for you to meddle in. I will avenge this grievance myself. Tell me more about that Tang San," she urged. "Of course. Tang San is currently studying at Shrek Academy, a prestigious institution founded by Flinder, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. It boasts numerous formidable soul emperors among its faculty and is quite unique." "In what way is it unique?" "It only admits extraordinary talents, excluding ordinary individuals. Among the students are not only Tang San but also Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Xinglua Empire, Zhu Xing of the Zhu family, and Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. There are also 2 ordinary students with exceptional talents. One is a food system soul master with a sausage martial soul, possessing innate full soul power, and the other wields a phoenix martial soul, a pinnacle martial soul. Additionally, there are other notable figures such as the Unmoving King and Yu Xiaojiang. The Academy's motto is to accept only monsters, not ordinary people. However, Shrek Academy may soon face closure. Despite having sole emperor-level teachers, they have never aligned with any significant power, resulting in a rather impoverished environment. After listening to all this, Qian Renxue finally spoke. If I could harness the strengths of so many powerful individuals, it would undoubtedly bolster our spirit hall. Sister Schwer, the majority of the teachers in the academy are proud and yearn for freedom. They previously rejected support from the Ballot Kingdom, so their plans are surely doomed to fail. Sister Schwer, I have come to discuss another matter with you. Another matter? What is it? At that moment, Bai Ying proceeded to reveal everything to Qian Renxue. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue exclaimed, "You dare to indulge in romantic entanglements behind my back." With that, she tugged at Bai Ying's ear. Bai Ying let out a cry and exclaimed, "Please, allow me to explain." Qian Renxue's exquisite visage was marred by a piercing gaze that fixated unblinkingly upon Bai Ying. Her eyes brimmed with a chilling aura of menace, causing Bai Ying to feel a shiver run down his spine. Bai Ying suddenly felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, an unending chill assailing him from all directions, causing his heartbeat to seem as if it had been encased in ice. He raised his gaze, only to find Qian Renxue's profound eyes shimmering with a piercing light, as if she could see straight through him. "Please, allow me to explain," Bai Ying stammered, feeling much like a prey ensnared by a ferocious beast, poised to be pounced upon at any moment. Qian Renxue remained silent, her cold stare fixed upon him. The weight of her gaze rendered Bai Ying nearly breathless. He understood that he had genuinely crossed a line with Qian Renxue this time, and it was of a most serious nature. Bai Ying took a deep breath, summoning her courage to continue. "Sister Schwer, please listen to me. All that I do is for the sake of the spirit hall." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, a flicker of confusion passing through her eyes, yet she refrained from interrupting Bai Ying's words. Bai Ying continued, stating that the Tiando Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have always maintained a collaborative relationship. However, should I marry Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a closer bond would undoubtedly form between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and our spirit hall. At that juncture, it may not be impossible for Ning Fingji to sever ties with the Tiando royal family. After all, he could hardly forsake his own daughter. As he spoke, Bai Ying's gaze grew resolute, as though he could already envision the future unfolding before him. He went on to say, "Furthermore, there is Zhu Zhuqing, a member of the Star Luo Empire's royal lineage. If I can leverage her influence, it could also serve to sway the Star Luo Empire to a certain extent." Chapter 84. How would you feel about a little punishment from Qian Renxue, perhaps making you a eunuch? I kindly ask everyone to grant me a few more recommendation votes. Thank you, thank you. Lately, I have been in dire straits. Qian Renxue remained with a frosty demeanor, then spoke. "Is this all you have to say to me? Did you not promise to marry me? Now you find yourself with another woman, leaving me in such a predicament." Bai Ying found himself at a loss for words. For what was done was done. Were it another person, he might have attempted to wriggle out of the situation. Yet before Qian Renxue, he remained but a younger brother, daunted to weave sweet words. The aura she exuded effectively subdued him. "How many girls have you held hands with?" Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and with an assertive motion, Qian Renxue grasped Bai Ying's hand tightly, as if trying to peer into his very soul through his skin. Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected force. Lifting his gaze to meet Qian Renxue's countenance, which bore a fearsome pallor, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. "Is there anything left for you to explain?" Qian Renxue's voice was deep and resonant, each word striking like a hammer upon Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying took a deep breath, fully aware that no words could quell Qian Renxue's fury at that moment, yet he resolved to confront her with sincerity. "No," he almost blurted out, his voice soft yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "For grandfather's sake, I shall forgive you this time." Qian Renxue slowly rose to her feet, then reverted to her true form and inquired, "So, who is more beautiful than the women you know?" "Of course, Sister Schwer is the most beautiful," he replied. Qian Renxue gracefully approached Bai Ying, each step seeming to tread upon his heart, quickening his pulse and making his breath shallow. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and anticipation, as if she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. An inexplicable tension surged within Bai Ying. He found himself at a loss on how to navigate this situation. When Qian Renxue stood before him, she suddenly lowered her head, her tongue gently tracing his ear. This motion rendered Bai Ying's body rigid, a jolt of electricity coursing from his ear throughout his being, causing involuntary tremors. Qian Renxue's breath caressed his ear, imbued with a chill, yet laced with seduction. "Sister Schwer, do you know why I forgive you? While it is true that I have feelings for you, that is not the primary reason. We have matured. We are no longer children. You are a prodigy with dual martial souls, and having already attained the Shura 9 trials, if we were to bear offspring, that child would undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent. At that time, my angel lineage would have a successor, and I would be quite pleased." Her words were not meant to instill guilt, but rather to convey her genuine affection, for otherwise, she would not have shared these thoughts. Nor would she have considered an engagement. Bai Ying was taken aback by Qian Renxue's declarations. He had never fathomed his significant place in her heart. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, finding her eyes brimming with tenderness and hope, as if all worries and anger had dissipated in that moment. She gently caressed his cheek, revealing profound love in her eyes. Bai Ying's heart raced once more, and he grasped Qian Renxue's hand tightly, as if to convey his feelings. "Sister Schwer," Bai Ying's voice trembled. He was unsure how to articulate his emotions. Qian Renxue smiled softly, enveloping him in a gentle embrace, as if to meld him into her very essence. Her breath wafted near his ear, bringing warmth and reassurance. Suddenly, with a shift in tone, her voice softened yet turned resolute. However, one must face consequences for their misdeeds. I shall administer a small punishment. No sooner had she spoken than Qian Renxue lifted one foot and forcefully pressed it against Bai Ying's face. The unexpected action left him utterly stunned, as a tremendous force surged from his visage, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Bai Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Qian Renxue. Within her gaze, he discerned an unwavering determination that brooked no contradiction. He realized that he had truly provoked Qian Renxue this time, and this minor punishment would likely not conclude easily. Qian Renxue's gaze gradually descended, ultimately fixing upon a particular part of Bai Ying's body, her lips curling into a playful smile. Bai Ying felt the chill and mischief emanating from her stare, a wave of intense unease surging within him. He tightly shut his eyes, unable to meet Qian Renxue's gaze, his body trembling involuntarily. Tell me, if you were to be made a eunuch, would you learn to behave? Qian Renxue's voice was soft yet frigid, like an invisible knife piercing deeply into Bai Ying's heart. Bai Ying's eyes widened in terror, a profound fear surging within him. He sensed the threat embedded in Qian Renxue's words, an irresistible force that loomed over him. He had no desire to become a eunuch, nor did he wish to forfeit his dignity as a man. Fear not, it is merely a jest, Qian Renxue stated, gradually retracting her foot that had rested upon him. Instantly, Bai Ying exhaled in relief, realizing that Qian Renxue harbored at least a modicum of affection for him. Gazing at his sister, Qian Renxue, he felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Bai Ying's mind, declaring, "The host has triggered a special mission. Please engage in dual cultivation with Qian Renxue. Reward unknown." The announcement struck him like a thunderclap, causing his heart to race. His eyes bulged as he stared at Qian Renxue, the shock within him indescribable. Dual cultivation? How could this be possible? Yet, before he could contemplate further, Qian Renxue lunged at him with astonishing speed. Her movements were swift and decisive, entirely devoid of any semblance of jest. Bai Ying was engulfed by an overwhelming fragrance, and before he knew it, Qian Renxue's lips were firmly pressed against his own. The mind of Bai Ying became an abyss of emptiness in an instant. He found himself utterly incapable of thought, passively surrendering to the kiss of Qian Renxue. Her tongue, deft and inquisitive, ventured into his mouth, intertwining with his own. This intimate contact ignited within Bai Ying an overwhelming surge of sensation, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. What on earth was happening? Even Qian Renxue could scarcely fathom her own audacious actions. Just as she contemplated halting this fervent exchange, her body seemed to rebel against her will. What is wrong with me? Why is this occurring? Yet, gradually, an ethereal energy began to envelop both of them, cocooning them in its embrace. Bai Ying and Qian Renxue could sense their soul powers steadily increasing. Chapter 85. Ning Fengji the Old Fox. Although they were unaware of the circumstances, they felt their strength amplifying. For Qian Renxue at this moment, power and authority were of utmost importance. An hour later, Bai Ying tidied herself up and looked at Qian Renxue, saying, "Sister Shuer, you are nearly exhausting me." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's face flushed red, and she promptly replied, "It is my fault. I didn't inform you in advance. Besides, haven't you benefited from this? How do I compare to those others?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying gazed at Qian Renxue, utterly unable to fathom how she could utter such words. "Sister Shuer, your candor is quite astonishing. Must we engage in a battle of wits? Well then, do you have anything else to say? If not, you may take your leave. I shall personally dispatch someone to investigate the Shrek Academy matter. This must remain confidential. You cannot disclose it to anyone. Understood?" "I understand. Rest assured," she replied. "What took you so long?" Ning Rongrong inquired. "Oh, it was merely a visit to an old friend," he answered. "Now, let us depart." Ning Rongrong nodded, and the two utilized their flying soul-guiding devices to exit the imperial city of Tiando. Meanwhile, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, the soul power generated from their dual cultivation allowing her to break through yet another barrier. Over the years, despite my relentless training, my soul power has advanced at a sluggish pace. I never anticipated such a breakthrough would occur in this manner. Shrek Academy, how intriguing. Bye oh bye. You harbor numerous secrets indeed. Your Highness, are you there? Yes, I am currently in training. The voice from outside transformed Qian Renxue's mind into that of Xue Qinghe. Upon opening the door, she found Ning Fengji standing there. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Ning Fengji smiled warmly. "Qinghe, did I come at an inopportune moment?" "Your presence is always a privilege," she replied graciously. He gently shook the pistol in his hand, sunlight streaming through the window, casting a soft gleam on its metallic surface. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he held not merely a weapon, but an artifact capable of altering the course of events. "Qinghe, do you comprehend the significance of this?" Ning Fengji asked, his voice brimming with anticipation. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow slightly. She sensed the extraordinary nature of the pistol. Yet she understood that any weapon is but an extension of power, and true strength comes from within. However, seeing Ning Fengji's eager expression, she chose to indulge his enthusiasm. Ning Fengji, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration, said, "Qinghe, come, allow me to demonstrate its might." Nodding in agreement, she followed him to a spacious shooting range, enclosed by towering walls, with a vast area in the center adorned with various targets. Ning Fengji caressed the pistol with a hint of affection, channeling his soul power into it. With a resounding bang, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the muzzle, akin to an enraged fire dragon rampaging across the range. The air, seemingly torn asunder in its wake, produced a sharp whistling sound. The targets, vulnerable as mere paper, were obliterated instantly, a cloud of dust swirling in the air. While charred marks on the walls spoke volumes of the beam's terrifying power. "Teacher, this weapon is indeed formidable. How did you acquire it?" she asked, awestruck. "I owe it all to my son-in-law, Bai Ying, who entrusted the technology and craftsmanship to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School." Bai Ying? Why would he share such weaponry secrets with the cunning Ning Fengji? If this technology were to benefit the Spirit Hall, it would be a tremendous boon for them. Ning Fengji, observing the urgency in her expression, smiled. "Qinghe, there is no need for haste. Although Bai Ying has departed, the weapons he crafted remain with our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In due time, I shall provide you the opportunity to witness his talents firsthand." Qian Renxue could only nod helplessly in response. For Ning Fengji, his visit to the Tiando Imperial Palace today was to discuss pressing matters with his disciple. The struggle for the throne in the Tiando Empire had intensified alarmingly. The body of Emperor Shuiyu was deteriorating, and the urgency of the power struggle grew ever more palpable. Although Qian Renxue's ascension to the position of Crown Prince seemed assured, there remained the specter of unforeseen events. The shifting of imperial power resembled a silent war, silently spreading its tendrils deep within the Tiando Imperial Palace. Lacking the bloodshed characteristic of the Shilua Empire's throne disputes, the defeated princes still retained their noble titles, enjoying lives of luxury. Yet, for Ning Fengji, this was far from sufficient. Should Qian Renxue successfully ascend as the ruler of Tiando, it would undoubtedly be a monumental advantage for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Among the two remaining princes, Xuebeng was unruly and troublesome, while Qian Renxue excelled in both character and academics. Although she was the rightful crown prince, the possibility of unexpected complications lingered. Xuebeng's uncle, Prince Xuexing, had long been a silent supporter of his endeavors. Despite being merely a prince, he wielded considerable military power and controlled significant economic resources within the empire. For years, the two brothers had engaged in a covert struggle, but ultimately, it was Qian Renxue who ascended to the position of crown prince. Ning Fengji aspired for the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to rise higher and endure longer. This was why he sought to curry favor with both the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royalty. He understood the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's vulnerabilities. An ostensibly illustrious family possessing a top-tier auxiliary spirit faced hidden perils. He needed to plan ahead, hence his desire to introduce his disciple to Bai Ying. Though affiliated with the Spirit Hall, if he could gain his assistance, it would be immensely beneficial for Qian Renxue. "Ning Fengji, you truly are a cunning fox," simultaneously seeking to appease the Spirit Hall while also encouraging me to befriend Bai. "You play your cards exceptionally well. Since you have such intentions for me, how could I possibly refuse your goodwill? After all, it would be foolish to ignore a beneficial opportunity." Chapter 86, Training at Shrek Academy. Upon returning to Shrek, Bai Ying and Ning Rongrong found the others running with bamboo baskets on their backs, already appearing quite fatigued. "You have returned," Master spoke from a pavilion, sipping tea casually. "What are you doing? Can't you see? I'm training." The physical fitness of this group of children is woefully inadequate. They must engage in proper exercise. Ning Rongrong observed and remarked, "If it's training, then I shall join." No longer the willful girl she once was, she had transformed entirely. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and join the training." "What do you mean, you Xiaojing? I still have to run. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, my words are commands. If you refuse to comply, then you may leave the academy." "Brother, you too have returned," Xiao Wu exclaimed breathlessly, her body drenched in sweat, yet persisting in her efforts. "Such training is beneficial for you all. However, it serves me no purpose. You all should keep at it." As he was about to leave, Yu Xiaojing abruptly stood up and spoke. "Are you challenging my authority as a teacher? Either you run, or you depart." Yu Xiaojing had long harbored a disdain for him since their time at Nodding Academy, and now that he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? "Master," he said, "I respect you as a master, but my training methods are truly distinct from theirs. In terms of physical fitness, I surpass every one of them." Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing replied, "How about this? Let us wager. If I win, you shall obediently follow my instructions." "What do you say? What shall we wager? Did you not claim your physical prowess exceeds that of anyone else? You simply need to carry a weight of 10,000 pounds and run 10 laps. If you can return as lively as you are now, I will exempt you from training. What do you think? 10,000 pounds is no trivial matter. It could indeed be lethal, even as a soul master. He might struggle to endure such a feat fine." Bai Ying procured a bamboo basket and, burdened with stones, set off at once. Before departing, he took the precaution of having the master check the weight. Bai Ying's speed was akin to the wind. Having previously absorbed the essence of the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, along with the entirety of the ice-fire duality spring water, his physical prowess had long surpassed that of his peers. Thus, within a mere afternoon, he returned alongside them, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. At this moment, The master's expression was exceedingly grim, and then Bai Ying unleashed his martial soul, revealing 10,000-year soul rings that manifested upon him. The master's eyes gleamed with an unmistakable yearning, a fervor that signified his male excitement. After all, the first, second, third, and fourth soul rings were all of the 10,000-year caliber, a rarity in the entire realm of soul masters, likely unmatched by any other. Yu Xiaojiang had originally envisioned cultivating Tang Sect's blue silver grass to the title Daoliu level, subsequently bestowing upon him such a formidable configuration of soul rings with the Haotian hammer. Now, witnessing it in reality, how could they not be astonished? Ultimately, Flinder made the decision, and Master Yu Xiaojiang had no choice but to reluctantly agree to exempt Bai Ying from training. By evening, while the others had collapsed from exhaustion after their training, only Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Xiao Wu remained within the academy. As Ming Yiran had already entrusted her return to Long Gong and Shipa before her departure, with an agreement to meet during the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Since Bai Ying ascended to level 40, it has felt as though it has encountered a formidable bottleneck. Previously, after executing a minor and a major circulation of energy, it would sense an overwhelming surge of power, akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. However, now it is beset by an inexplicable weariness, as if its vessel has reached its utmost capacity. Bai Ying sighed and remarked, I never anticipated that I would encounter such a bottleneck. Have I been too impatient? As Bai Ying pondered, he made his way towards Xiao Wu's residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich and fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. Judging by the scent, it was evident that most of the concoctions were aimed at strengthening the essence and restoring vitality. Xiao Wu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong had completely exhausted themselves and succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite their cultivation of the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra, their physical condition remained frail. In light of this, perhaps it would be more intriguing to enhance their experience. With this thought, he approached the medicinal vat, bit his finger, and allowed his blood to flow into the potion. The previously calm and gentle potency of the medicine was instantly disrupted, amidst the sanguine essence of Bai Ying. The potent properties of the octagonal ice grass and the blazing apricot blossom melded together, both of which were exceedingly fierce in nature. As the blood permeated, the expressions of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Xuqing instantly contorted in agony. The surging medicinal energy relentlessly surged through their bodies, the excruciating pain forcibly rousing them from their stupor. Brother, what are you doing here? Xiao Wu was the first to regain consciousness, her gaze falling upon Bai Ying, prompting her to inquire. I came to check on you. For now, refrain from speaking and channel your soul power. Your bodies have reached their limits. Yet it is precisely in such moments that you must endure. If you can persevere, your physical forms will ascend to a new level. The intense pain simultaneously jolted Zhu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong awake. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, the expression of suffering in their eyes elicited no compassion from him. Activate the Divine Maiden's Heart Sutra, allowing your bodies to fully relax and absorb the medicinal essence. In a mere moment, the overwhelming medicinal force was entirely assimilated, transforming their initial fatigue into a sense of lightness, as though their beings had undergone a metamorphosis, akin to a feather drifting towards the heavens. Brother, I feel so much better. Do not speak yet. They have entered a meditative state. Do not disturb them. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized they were submerged in a medicinal bath, momentarily taken aback, before her cheeks flushed with realization. How did we end up here? Rest assured, the attendants assisted in removing your garments. Oh, that's fine then. By the way, you haven't eaten, have you? I happen to have some provisions in my soul guide device. The white shadow retrieved a set of assassin bunny girl attire from the storage soul guide device. The pale figure stepped outside, and Xiao Wu proceeded to rinse away the medicinal liquid from her body with fresh water before donning her attire. Brother, what do you think? She inquired. It is truly beautiful, resembling a celestial fairy. Chapter 87. Training Xiao Wu appeared even more enigmatic and alluring. The sleek black stockings she wore clung to her skin like a shadowy specter in the night, exuding an air of cold elegance intertwined with a hint of mischief. Her captivating eyes sparkled under the illumination, radiating an enchanting allure, as if they could ensnare the very souls of those who gazed into their depths. The white figure's gaze was intently fixed upon Xiao Wu, as though fearful that a mere blink might cause her to vanish. After consuming her meal, Xiao Wu wiped her mouth and felt her strength had been replenished to a slight extent. Although Yu Xiaojiang was deemed ineffectual, his methods proved to be somewhat beneficial. For the next few days, you must collaborate diligently with him in training. Understood? Xiao Wu nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, where have you been with Rongrong these past few days? To the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? That must be an exhilarating place. Brother, what was your purpose for going there? To seek collaboration. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School controls 90% of the continent's wealth. Their partnership is my optimal choice. Fortunately, with Rongrong's assistance, I was able to expedite matters. By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred at the academy these past few days? Not much, really. It's just that Tang Sect has been hovering around me, constantly offering me food and drink. However, I have adhered to your advice and have refrained from engaging with him in any manner. Bai Ying gently caressed Xiao Wu's hair and said, You are truly obedient. As expected of my beloved. Tang Sect and I are adversaries, and I wish for you to refrain from appearing too intimate with him. Do you understand? Rest assured, brother. There's still time. Allow me to help you clear your meridians. This will expedite your recovery. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two of them made their way to the dormitory bed. The white shadow gently grasped Xiao Wu's hand, and immediately a surge of power emanated forth. The might of the cosmic shift was exceedingly overwhelming. Fortunately, Xiao Wu had cultivated the divine Maiden Heart Sutra. With her eyes tightly shut, she concentrated entirely on the sutra, channeling this formidable force into her dantian. It was as if her dantian had transformed into a blazing furnace, transmuting this energy into her own. As Xiao Wu's spirit stirred, this power surged forth like a torrential flood from her dantian, swiftly coursing through her limbs and bones. She felt as if her body were enveloped in a warm current, every cell rejoicing in exuberance. This energy flowed through her meridians, akin to spring waters rushing through a brook, unimpeded and free. Suddenly, the white shadow's finger lightly tapped her dantian, unleashing an even more potent force that surged in like a flood breaching its banks. Xiao Wu felt as if her body might be overwhelmed by this influx, yet she gritted her teeth and, guided by the divine Maiden Heart Sutra, gradually suppressed and absorbed this power. As the last vestige of energy poured in, she sensed a profound transformation within her, every cell brimming with vitality. Upon opening her eyes, a luminous brilliance sparkled within them, radiant like the stars. Bai Ying gazed at Xiao Wu, his eyes brimming with admiration and joy. He gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done. You have completely absorbed this power. You are now even stronger than before." Xiao Wu nodded. Feeling her original level of 30 had remarkably ascended to 34. She looked at Bai Ying, her eyes filled with gratitude and affection, and said, "Thank you, brother." Bai Ying smiled faintly, gently grasping Xiao Wu's hand, and tenderly declared, "You are my woman, and I shall wholeheartedly support you. We have much to accomplish ahead. So prepare yourself." Xiao Wu tightened her grip on Bai Ying's hand, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. "I will, brother. You should also be able to cultivate the goddess step now. This technique, when combined with your 8-section throw, will undoubtedly yield unexpected results. Allow me to teach you." Nodding in agreement, they ventured outside, where Xiao Wu began to practice the technique that resonated in her mind, melding it with her self-created 8-section throw and the goddess step from the Heart Sutra. "To help you better grasp this movement, I shall serve as your sparring partner," Bai Ying gently suggested, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze transforming into a beacon of determination. Taking a deep breath to center herself, she prepared to commence her training. Her movements evolved into a graceful and agile dance, reminiscent of a deer frolicking through the forest. At times, she darted like lightning, while at others, she glided as delicately as a thread. Her silhouette flickered in the moonlight, akin to a mysterious apparition. Suddenly, Xiao Wu surged forward with remarkable speed, her agility almost blurring the line of perception. Bai Ying reacted swiftly, yet was still taken aback by her velocity, barely managing to evade her fierce onslaught. Her form traced an elegant arc through the air, her feet seemingly equipped with springs as she relentlessly attacked Bai Ying's vital points. He evaded her strikes repeatedly, his eyes alight with admiration and astonishment. He had not anticipated Xiao Wu's ability to so seamlessly merge the 8-section throw with the goddess step, crafting such a distinctive offensive style. Just as Bai Ying prepared to counterattack, Xiao Wu abruptly halted, her body elegantly spinning in midair like a blossoming flower. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if she had already discerned Bai Ying's next move. The white shadow smiled gently, aware that the practice session had come to an end. He approached Xiao Wu and lightly patted her shoulder, saying, "Excellent, you have completely mastered this movement technique. Next, we can commence the subsequent phase of training." He continued, "Now, we must integrate your third soul skill, the instantaneous movement, with this technique. Imagine, if you were to execute this movement, and then add the instantaneous movement, followed by the 8 sections of throwing, what do you think the power would be?" Xiao Wu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, as if she had glimpsed a new realm. She closed her eyes, envisioning the scenario in her mind. The suddenness of the instantaneous movement, the grace of the divine maiden step, combined with the ferocity of the 8 sections of throwing, this amalgamation of techniques promised unimaginable might. Suddenly, Xiao Wu opened her eyes, her gaze radiating with determination. She nodded gently, signaling her understanding. Taking a deep breath, she began to attempt the fusion of these 3 elements. Xiao Wu commenced her training, with the white shadow acting as her partner. In an instant, her figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a faint afterimage. The white shadow was momentarily taken aback. His reflexes were extraordinarily swift, yet he still failed to catch sight of Xiao Wu. Just then, a dark figure surged from his side. It was Xiao Wu launching an attack following her use of instantaneous movement. The silhouette of the white shadow abruptly flickered, deftly evading Xiao Wu's strike. Yet, he did not halt his advance. Instead, he swiftly retaliated, launching a palm strike toward her. Anticipating his move, Xiao Wu twisted her body with agility, skillfully dodging the blow. Utilizing the ethereal grace of the goddess's step, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the white shadow. In a sudden burst of speed, Xiao Wu executed a side kick, her toes sharp as blades, cutting through the air with a fierce sound aimed directly at the white shadow's chest. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he shifted his form, narrowly escaping this lethal strike. However, Xiao Wu's onslaught was far from over. Her other foot, akin to a swift serpent, swiftly extended and precisely landed upon the white shadow's neck. In that fleeting moment, the white shadow felt an overwhelming force surge through him, involuntarily lifting him into the air alongside Xiao Wu. She pirouetted gracefully, her figure illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a celestial being. With the fluidity granted by the goddess's step, she danced effortlessly in midair, each movement perfectly executed. Suddenly, Xiao Wu propelled herself with a powerful thrust of her feet, her body soaring like a cannonball towards the white shadow. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated her ability to seamlessly merge teleportation, the goddess's step, and the 8-segment throw. He quickly recalibrated his stance, bracing himself for the impending blow. Just as their forms were about to collide, Xiao Wu executed a deft roll, skillfully evading the white shadow's counterattack. Harnessing the agility of the goddess's step once more, she lunged at the white shadow again. The velocity of her strikes intensified, her form becoming increasingly indistinct, as if a flash of lightning darting through the air. The white shadow constantly evaded, his expression growing increasingly grave. He realized that Xiao Wu had completely mastered this method of attack, and her speed and power were continuously escalating. This revelation filled him with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. Just as he believed he had deciphered her attacking pattern, Xiao Wu suddenly performed a backflip, her body tracing a flawless arc in the air before she forcefully propelled herself towards the ground, resembling an arrow released from its bow, dashing toward the white shadow. This time, her speed was so swift that he found himself unable to react. As Xiao Wu's attack was about to land, the white shadow abruptly shuddered, an immense surge of soul power erupting from him. His figure instantly became indistinct, as though transformed into an ethereal phantom. Xiao Wu's strike missed, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated that he could counterattack under such circumstances. At that moment, the white shadow's figure reappeared behind Xiao Wu, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu's body tensed suddenly, acutely aware of the warmth emanating from his hand. Slowly, she turned to face him, gazing into his profound eyes. "You have done remarkably well," the white shadow said with a smile. "You have completely mastered this attack method and even devised new techniques. I eagerly anticipate seeing the power of this skill in practical combat. Well, it is getting late. Let us proceed to the next endeavor." Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "What training is next?" "We shall return first, and I will inform you then." Without a hint of doubt, Xiao Wu followed him. Upon returning to the dormitory, the white shadow lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, his fervent breath cascading against her neck. Her heart raced like thunder, and her cheeks ignited with an intense heat. The embrace of the white shadow felt like the safest harbor, instilling in her a curious sense of tranquility, even amidst her shyness. She tightly shut her eyes, unable to meet his penetrating gaze, only aware of his warm breath gently caressing her neck. "Is this also part of the training?" Xiao Wu's voice trembled, laced with an unmistakable hint of bashfulness. Bai Ying smiled faintly, declaring, "This is not your training, it is mine." In an instant, he pressed his lips against Xiao Wu's, pouring forth the longing he had harbored for her over the past days. The following day, when Xiao Wu awakened, Bai Ying had already departed. On the playground of Lake Academy, a conversation unfolded. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" inquired Teacher Zhao. "I am resolute," came the reply. "By consistently enhancing my resistance to blows, I find that mere running offers little improvement for my physique. It is only through this extreme method that I can accelerate my physical advancement." Chapter 88. The Extreme Method. Zhao Wujia nodded, having never witnessed someone so unyielding towards themselves. The approach of continuously striking the body to enhance its quality, while markedly more effective than running, carried significant risks. Initially, Zhao Wujia opposed this method, however. Bai Ying insisted that it was the only way to achieve rapid improvement in such a short time frame. After all, he possessed a divine soul ring, the most notable feature of which was that if one could endure the trials, his fifth soul ring might even reach the level of 100,000 years. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia appeared transformed. The fluctuations of soul power around him intensified, the dense energy seemingly materializing into the embodiment of his martial soul. His eyes sparkled with a golden radiance. Bai Ying took a deep breath, acutely aware that this would present a formidable challenge. He firmly established his stance, his body taut, dedicating himself entirely to the task at hand. Suddenly, Zhao Wujia unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing a deafening crack to reverberate through the air, akin to thunder. Bai Ying felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing the blood within him to rush backwards as if attempting to rupture his very being. Nevertheless, he remained utterly silent, gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the tremendous onslaught. The sound of impacts echoed repeatedly, each strike from Zhao Wujia striking Bai Ying's form, rendering him increasingly battered. Yet, Bai Ying showed no sign of retreat. He maintained his stance unwaveringly, resolute and immobile. Yu Xiaojing hurried to the side of the two, his face etched with shock and concern. The scene before him rendered him incredulous. Zhao Wujia, the soul master renowned for his strength within the academy, was relentlessly attacking Bai Ying, who bore the brunt of this fierce assault in stoic silence. "Stop," Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency and anxiety. His concern was not for Bai Ying's well-being, but rather that he could not afford to see him perish within the confines of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujia's attacks abruptly ceased, and he turned to Yu Xiaojiang, his gaze a mixture of confusion and displeasure. "Master, what are you doing?" "I'm helping him enhance his physical capabilities." At this moment, the Shrek 7 had all arrived, and when Zhao Wujia mentioned this method involving Bai Ying, it startled the others profoundly. Dai Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed that Zhao Wujia's challenge of running with weights over 300 to 400 meters was the pinnacle of difficulty. Yet Bai Ying was enduring an even harsher regimen. His pride ignited, burning fiercely within him. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted away, the bamboo basket on his back swaying with a dull thud. Tang San, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, witnessing Dai Bai's actions, were momentarily taken aback before exchanging resolute glances. They recognized this as a challenge to themselves, an opportunity for personal growth. Consequently, they followed Dai Bai's lead, breaking into a run. Tang San had contemplated employing this method himself, but Yu Xiaojiang was adamant in preventing any harm to his disciples. While this approach could yield rapid improvement, it bore significant risks to the body. Only a reckless individual would resort to such a means. Though Ning Rongrong's speed could not match that of the boys, her resilience was unwavering, matching anyone's determination. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, as he ran, called out loudly, "Dai Bai, wait for me," as he exerted himself to keep pace. Under the relentless barrage of strikes delivered by Zhao Wuji, Bai Ying's body teetered on the brink of collapse, as though it might succumb at any moment. Observing this scene, a wave of concern surged within Zhao Wuji's heart. He paused, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently upon Bai Ying, fearful of any unforeseen misfortune that might befall him. The white shadow lay upon the ground, his body marred by countless wounds, blood staining his garments. Yet, he emitted not a single sound, enduring it all in silence. His gaze was resolute and profound, as if an inexhaustible strength sustained him. Suddenly, the white shadow's body began to tremble, a powerful force surging within him. He sat cross-legged, incessantly channeling the principles of cosmic translocation and soul energy, endeavoring to mend his injuries. The fluctuations of soul energy surrounding his form intensified, taking on a palpable essence. This extreme endeavor persisted for several days. The white shadow resembled an indomitable warrior, daily grappling with the limits of his own body. Each nightfall found him battered and bruised. Yet the steadfast light in his eyes shimmered, as if proclaiming, "I can endure." This method continued for several days, and at long last, after a few more days, Bai Ying sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint golden aura. It was the manifestation of his soul power mending the wounds upon his body. Each breath he took was laced with agony, yet he gritted his teeth, silently enduring the pain. As time elapsed, the scars upon him gradually faded, replaced by sinewy muscles of greater resilience. "What are you striving for so tirelessly?" In the girls' dormitory, Xiaowu, Zhu Shuqing, and Ning Rongrong gazed at Bai Ying with expressions of deep concern. "Ordinary training has become futile for me. Only through such extreme measures can I hope to progress. I must grow stronger." Ning Rongrong's face was etched with worry, having watched Bai Ying suffer from numerous injuries without respite over the past few days. The 9 Treasures Glazed Tower activated instantaneously, and the healing powers of the 9 Treasure Divine Light finally restored Bai Ying's soul power. "You cannot continue like this. What if something truly goes wrong? Rest assured, I am fine now. The physical training has concluded, and I shall not resort to such methods again for the coming days." "It's now your turn," he declared. "Although Yu Xiaojiang has granted you a reprieve, I assure you, your days will not be easy." A sense of foreboding washed over Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, and Xiao Wu. "Surely you jest? You still intend to train us?" Ning Rongrong lamented. "We have endured so much training already. Surely, we need not continue. This is not negotiable. While I may forego training others, you must persevere. Do you desire strength? If so, you must be willing to endure hardship." Bai Ying, accompanied by several individuals, arrived at the Rose Grand Hotel, where they secured a room. Although they were all aware that this was for the purpose of cultivation, the choice of such a location felt rather peculiar. "Are we truly going to cultivate here? You wouldn't be contemplating something benevolent for us, would you? It's best if we maintain clarity in our training, right? Enough with those chaotic thoughts swirling in your minds." Chapter 89. Cultivation. What troubles me most is you. How proficient are you in the distraction control of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? The Soul Master Tournament for the entire continent is approaching, and this time, I am determined to make my name resonate throughout the realm. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of dizziness. It is worth noting that the distraction control of their 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is not an extraordinary skill. Initially, other factions possessed a semblance of this technique, but the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was the one to elevate it to prominence. The greatest challenge of this skill lies in its arduous practice, which is not merely difficult, but exceedingly so. Bai Ying continued. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower consumes an extraordinary amount of soul power, it remains the most formidable auxiliary martial soul. The crux lies in its ability of distraction control. Distraction control consists of the 3 apertures of the heart of governance, the 4 apertures of the heart of constancy, the 5 apertures of the heart of dispersion, the 6 apertures of the heart of ease, and the 7 apertures of the heart of clarity. With each additional level, the mastery over soul power becomes increasingly precise. Which is why the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower is recognized as the strongest auxiliary martial soul on the Daoliu continent. I am certainly aware of this. My father has reiterated it to me numerous times. I have now cultivated to the level of the 3 apertures of governance, so it should be sufficient, right? No. Ning Rongrong interjected. While I can afford leniency in the training of others today, I must hold you to a stricter standard. Therefore, you will undoubtedly face considerable hardship. But it will be worthwhile. All right, Ning Rongrong replied. I cannot change your decision. What do you intend to train me in? First, you must take a deep breath and calm your mind. I have also researched distraction control and have a general understanding of how to cultivate it. You need to quiet your heart entirely. It is not about controlling your memories, but rather about attuning yourself to the flow of soul power within you without forceful restraint. Feel the changes within yourself, in the environment. Striving to reach the state of the highest good resembles water. I truly cannot comprehend what you are saying, Ning Rongrong lamented. Her head spinning as she looked at Bai Ying. Bai Ying sighed softly before speaking, instructing, sit cross-legged, regulate your breath, and immerse yourself in the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra. Release your spirit completely, allowing all distractions to fade away. Feel your soul power and the subtle shifts in the surrounding environment. Relax, and do not let anyone disturb you. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, and the world around her seemed to blur. Following Bai Ying's guidance, she adjusted her breathing, surrendering herself to a state of complete relaxation. As the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra flowed through her, she felt her soul power begin to circulate within her body, akin to a babbling brook. Gradually, she sensed an increasingly profound connection with her surroundings. The trees, the air, and even the distant birdsong seemed to merge into her consciousness. No longer reliant on her sight, she could perceive every subtle change in her environment with remarkable clarity. At that moment, it felt as though Ning Rongrong had entered an entirely new realm. She could detect every delicate tremor in the wind, hear the whispers among the leaves, and savor the refreshing essence that permeated the air. Her spirit expanded infinitely, entwining with the world around her. Xiaowu, it is now your turn. You are the one I trust the most. Especially since you have mastered the Divine Woman's Heart Sutra's techniques. Coupled with your teleportation and 8 Duan toss, you must now integrate these abilities. I have already taught you this process before, so it is imperative that you practice these 3 skills during this time, understand? You must combine them seamlessly to create your own unique soul skill. This journey will be challenging, but it is a necessary experience. Do you comprehend? Xiaowu nodded, and thus began her own cultivation. Bai Ying spoke. Zhu Qing, follow me. Zhu Qing felt a surge of anxiety within, yet she still followed him into the bedroom. Closing the door behind them. Undress. I shall teach you the art of acupressure. At that moment, Zhu Qing's heart raced in turmoil, but she complied nonetheless. Bai Ying spoke. Do not misunderstand. This is merely a lesson, nothing more. Zhu Qing nodded in response, and Bai Ying instructed her to recline upon the bed. At that moment, Bai Ying commenced his teaching, methodically pressing on various acupoints across her body, allowing her to deeply experience the practice. Initially, Zhu Qing felt a tinge of apprehension. But as she realized that it was purely instructional, she relaxed and earnestly began to learn. After a day of rigorous training, Zhu Qing had grasped the fundamental techniques of acupoint manipulation. At this juncture, Zhu Qing remarked, You understand, there is so much to learn. Indeed, I am the illustrious saint son of the Spirit Hall. How could I not possess extensive knowledge? Bai Ying replied. Moreover, had I not honed my skills, I would have perished in my youth. Zhu Qing nodded, apologizing. I am sorry for causing you distress. It is of no consequence. I have grown accustomed to it. For now, focus on practicing these acupoints. Remember, they are perilous, specifically meant for assassination. Thus, exercise utmost caution, Bai Ying advised. Zhu Qing nodded and commenced her training. When everyone regained consciousness, Bai Ying sighed contentedly, Well done. You all performed admirably. It seems the training has borne fruit. The group exchanged satisfied glances. Shall we indulge in a relaxing bath? Bai Ying suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. Shall we all bathe together? Zhu Qing inquired. Bai Ying replied. Of course. Although Zhu Qing felt a flicker of shyness, she ultimately acquiesced, encouraged by Bai Ying's earnest demeanor. Soon, they arrived at a spacious and luminous bathing area. The edges of the pool were adorned with exquisite tiles, and the water was crystal clear, steaming gently while emanating a subtle herbal fragrance. Bathed in moonlight, the surface of the water sparkled, resembling a vast gemstone. Ning Rongrong was the first to excitedly shed her outer garments, revealing her petite yet elegantly curved form. She gracefully stepped into the water, and instantly, the warmth enveloped her skin, inducing a delightful shiver. Closing her eyes, she savored this rare moment of tranquility and relaxation. Following closely, Xiaowu donned a pink gauzy dress, which floated gently in the water. With a smile, she leapt into the pool, splashing water everywhere. Like a nimble fish, she swam freely within the depths. Zhu Qing, initially hesitant, sighed at the situation and eventually joined them in the water. Bai Ying gazed upon the scene before him, unable to restrain the flow of blood from his nostrils as the flames of desire within him surged uncontrollably. At that moment, he yearned to devour the 3 individuals whole. Swallowing hard, Bai Ying remarked, Indeed, 3 enchanting spirits, let me show you how I shall deal with you. The first target of the white shadow is Zhu Zhiqing. Yu Qing. Where are you going? As Zhu Zhiqing abruptly awakens, she perceives the ominous presence of the white shadow. Chapter 90. Ning Rongrong Scheme. Zhu Zhiqing had anticipated this scenario. Yet she did not expect it to unfold so swiftly. Before she could react, the white shadow's hand caressed her waist, causing her body to shudder momentarily. Though she quickly regained her composure. Feeling the softness of Zhu Zhiqing's skin and her exquisite figure, the white shadow could no longer restrain himself. In that moment, Zhu Zhiqing contemplated her direst fate. She struggled desperately in his embrace, yet such resistance only fueled the flames of desire within the white shadow. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiqing's lips were seized by him, and his hands instinctively climbed to her waist. After a tumultuous encounter, Zhu Zhiqing found herself collapsed on the ground. It became evident to her that this was not merely a bath. It was a torment she had willingly embraced. Now, she deeply regretted agreeing to this indulgence. Would it not have been better to cultivate in her room? However, the deed was done, and there was no room for remorse. Her limbs felt extraordinarily weak, devoid of the strength even to lift her arms. Her face flushed crimson, revealing that she had reached her limit. Rest well. The white shadow descended upon Zhu Zhiqing's forehead with a gentle kiss. As Zhu Zhiqing directed her gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, her eyes filled with a sense of pity. At this moment, he could no longer endure the situation, uncertain if these two would share his fate. Ning Rongrong was the first to sense something amiss. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware, indulging in her leisure without any inkling of impending danger. A sly smile crept across Ning Rongrong's face. There is a saying, if a friend dies, let not the Taoist perish. After all, she would eventually fall into his hands. Why not let another do the work of whittling down the time? Xiao Wu, look. Something has happened to Bai Gu and Zhu Zhiqing. You should swim over and see what is going on. Xiao Wu opened her eyes, immediately noticing the peculiar situation at Zhu Zhiqing's side, yet something felt profoundly wrong. Xiao Wu, hurry. What are you waiting for? Rongrong, what has happened? Seeing Xiao Wu not falling for her ruse, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of anxiety. If Xiao Wu remained oblivious, the consequences would surely fall upon her. Though they were classmates, self-preservation took precedence in such life-and-death circumstances. I don't know. You should go check what is happening. Xiao Wu sensed an ominous premonition, but she swam closer to the white shadow. Ning Rongrong observed Xiao Wu moving forward and sighed in relief, saying, Xiao Wu, I truly feel sorry for you. As Xiao Wu approached, she found the white shadow fixated on Zhu Zhiqing, who appeared utterly exhausted. At that moment, she sensed something was off, but before she could react, her wrist was seized by the white shadow. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? At this moment, Bai Ying shifted his focus to Xiao Wu. Initially, his next target was Ning Rongrong, but Xiao Wu presented herself willingly, compelling him to alter his plans. I merely came to observe you. It seems you are enjoying your time with Sister Zhu Qing, so I shall not intrude. However, to arrive with such intent and then depart seems rather inappropriate. At this juncture, Xiao Wu stammered her words, her face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. It was now that Xiao Wu realized she had been led astray by Ning Rongrong. As Bai Ying's sister, she was acutely aware of her brother's disposition. Although she did not shy away from such encounters, each time left her feeling utterly disassembled. Even though Xiao Wu was a soul master, she required ample rest to recuperate. Taking some time to regain her strength, Bai Ying gazed at the blushing Xiao Wu and inquired, Who sent you here? Xiao Wu instantly understood that she still had a chance. Her face flushed, she pointed towards Ning Rongrong, who immediately felt a sense of impending doom. Xiao Wu, do you know that the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is for her to deceive? Bai Ying remarked. You, my dear, have been misled. Brother. I shall take my leave now, Xiao Wu declared, attempting to retreat, only to have her waist encircled by Bai Ying's arms. Since you are here, there is no need to leave, is there? Initially, Xiao Wu believed she could escape, but it was now evident that such an endeavor was futile. Faced with the situation, she resolved that instead of remaining passive, she would take the initiative, leaning close to Bai Ying's ear. Her warm breath caressed his skin as she whispered in a voice both delicate and enchanting, Brother, I am frightened. This single utterance ignited the flames within Bai Ying, unleashing the beast that lay dormant in his heart. He gazed at the exquisite Xiao Wu before him, spitting out a promise. Do not worry, I shall be gentle. In the next moment, splashes of water erupted, and Xiao Wu understood well what was to transpire. She resembled an octopus, submerged in the pool as the sounds of water echoed around them. Upon witnessing this scene, Ning Rongrong finally exhaled in relief. With Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu present, Bai Ying's anger should have diminished considerably, and perhaps she would be spared. As this thought crossed her mind, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu with heartfelt gratitude, thankful that they had diverted the burden of his ire. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Xiao Wu lay exhausted in Bai Ying's embrace, her body racked with pain, yet her heart brimming with satisfaction. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you too should rest now, Bai Ying suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu sighed in relief, turning their gazes towards Ning Rongrong, particularly Xiao Wu, who looked at Ning Rongrong with a hint of resentment. Yearning to understand why she had deceived her, it appeared that she was about to face the consequences of her actions. Brother, treat Rongrong well and do not hold back, Xiao Wu urged. Rest assured, if she dares to deceive you, I shall ensure she experiences the repercussions of her actions. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Even immersed in warm water, chills coursed through her body. What on earth is happening? She thought. Truly, every action has its price. Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing limped out of the bathroom, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of shock. The white shadow gazed at Ning Rongrong's demeanor, instantly feeling a surge of playful mischief. It glided gracefully towards her, and upon noticing this, Ning Rongrong steeled herself for what was to come. Were you the one who summoned Xiaowu here just now? You truly are a little enchantress. The white shadow wore a smile, yet it exuded an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. I noticed a commotion on your side earlier, which prompted me to send Xiaowu to investigate. By the way, after soaking for so long, I do feel quite fatigued. Shall we take our leave? To commit misdeeds and then wish to depart, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Explanation? What explanation? Ning Rongrong stubbornly retorted. You must be aware of what I intend to convey. Chapter 91. Where do these flies come from? Ning Rongrong continued to feign ignorance, questioning what there was to explain. Rongrong, you truly are a little rascal. A playful smile crept across Ning Rongrong's lips, akin to a flower blossoming beneath the morning sun. She blinked her starry eyes, imbued with a blend of innocence and mischief, gazing at her companion. Where am I being naughty? She inquired softly, her tone laced with playful provocation. Her fingers gently pinched her cheek, fluttering her eyelashes in an adorably innocent manner. Besides, if we are to speak of mischief, you are far worse than I. Ning Rongrong continued, her voice tinged with a hint of challenge and playful defiance. Very well, allow me to demonstrate what a true rogue is like. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong felt the world turn upside down. A strange sensation coursed through her body, and soon, a soft whimper escaped her lips. After an indeterminate period, Ning Rongrong found herself collapsing into the embrace of the white shadow. Do you dare to defy again? Buying addressed the little witch, Ning Rongrong, who quickly shook her head, exclaiming that she dared not do so again. At that moment, she realized the formidable strength of his physique, akin to an unyielding perpetual motion machine, seemingly oblivious to its own might. In the room, Xiaowu and Zhu Shiqing were both recuperating. It's all your fault, Rongrong. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to your place. Xiaowu lamented, her face etched with pain. Zhu Shiqing shared her sentiment, wishing she had abstained from the bath. Exhausted, Ning Rongrong slowly made her way out, clearly having learned her lesson. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Xiaowu could not help but gloat. Serves you right for plotting against me. Now look at you. Ning Rongrong, equally defiant, retorted, who plotted? I merely wanted you to observe their situation. Who knew the Bai Ying had ulterior motives? As the three engaged in conversation, fatigue enveloped them, swiftly lulling them into slumber. Meanwhile, Bai Ying leisurely enjoyed a bath before entering the room, noticing that the trio had already succumbed to sleep. He tenderly covered them with blankets and proceeded to the living room. Extracting rewards from the past few days, he announced, and as soon as he spoke, the system's voice resonated in succession, congratulating the host on a 3-level increase in soul power. The system's announcement had scarcely concluded when Bai Ying felt an overwhelming surge of soul power flooding into him, and within a short while, he astonishingly reached level 46. Remarkable. Indeed, the sensation of power. After several days of training, Xiaowu, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong had also achieved breakthroughs. Sunlight filtered through scattered clouds, cascading over the bustling city, with the colorful banners of shops fluttering gently in the breeze. Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Bai Ying strolled together along the cobbled streets, their laughter and chatter intertwining, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Suddenly, a discordant voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Hey, look over there. Beautiful ladies, exclaimed a slender figure. Accompanying him were 5 others, 2 of whom were portly and appeared formidable, along with one donned in a blue gown adorned with the emblem of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Sensing something amiss, Xiaowu and the others drew closer together, while Bai Ying's expression darkened, as this clearly challenged his limits. You Feng, do not frighten them, cautioned Yu Tianheng, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader. Recently having emerged from a soul battle, Yu Tianheng and his companions were taken aback by the sight of such enchanting women, igniting envy within them. Excuse me, ladies. Do you have a moment? Yu Tianheng stepped forward, addressing them. I am from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and I hope you would grant us the honor of your company. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was one of the esteemed 3 sects, its lineage profoundly deep. In the past, the women who surrounded Yu Tianheng were invariably drawn to his affluent demeanor, eager to be near him. What a nuisance. Truly bothersome. Zhu Shiqing retorted without hesitation. Yu Tianheng's brow furrowed, taken aback by the rejection of his earnest invitation. Just as he was about to speak again, Yu Feng grew impatient and approached, his voice tinged with a hint of menace. Ladies, our leader wishes to invite you for tea. Are you refusing us? Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing exchanged resolute glances, understanding that they could not yield to such harassment. Xiaowu stepped forward, her voice clear and unwavering. Leave. We have no desire to associate with you. Yu Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a direct rebuff from the seemingly delicate girl. Anger flared in his expression. But Yu Tianheng intervened. Observing Xiaowu, he was struck by a flicker of admiration. He had not expected such courage from her, which only piqued his interest further. Very well, since you are unwilling, we shall take our leave. However, remember, Should you wish to seek me out, find me at the Soto Great Soul Arena, he declared, producing a card from his pocket. As he turned to depart, Bai Ying suddenly made his move. In a flash, he appeared before Yu Tianheng and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound echoed through the street, causing Yu Tianheng to spin before crashing to the ground. The occurrence transpired so swiftly that all present were left in shock. Yu Tianheng clutched his face, incredulous as he gazed at Bai Ying, a mix of anger and fear flickering in his eyes. "Why you dare strike me?" he stammered. Struggling to his feet, his face a mask of fury, Bai Ying merely regarded him with an icy stare, devoid of any emotion. "It is you I strike. Remember, some individuals are beyond your capacity to provoke." With that, Bai Ying turned and beckoned Xiao Wu and the others, striding away resolutely. This left Yu Tianheng and his companions in a state of stunned disbelief. The scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. "Boss, he actually dared to lay a hand on him." Yu Feng stepped forward to assist Yu Tianheng, his eyes glimmering with fury. Yu Tianheng, with a darkened countenance, was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. He had never anticipated being so publicly humiliated on the streets. "Investigate. Uncover this person's background." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he vowed to make the assailant pay dearly. Little did they know, this slap was merely a minor lesson from Bai Ying. Should they continue to pursue the matter, they would face far graver consequences. Meanwhile, Bai Ying and Xiao Wu had vanished at the end of the street, leaving behind a crowd filled with astonishment and murmurs. Chapter 92. The unfortunate trio transformed into eunuchs. The group soon set aside their previous unpleasantness, and the atmosphere swiftly revitalized. At that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed, "Brother, you can see that it's the fatty, along with Dai Mubai and Tang San. What are you three up to?" As Xiao Wu approached, she observed Ma Hongjun, whose face bore the marks of injury, clearly having been assaulted. Upon seeing the others, Dai Mubai remarked, "Fatty was attacked while looking for girls. Now we are going to avenge him. Do you wish to join us? Fighting sounds splendid. I adore a good brawl." Xiao Wu was the most enthusiastic, while Zhu Zhuqing stood off to the side, disdainfully unmoved by the commotion. Bai Ying spoke, "All right, it's been quite a while since I've engaged in a scuffle. It would be refreshing to indulge in some amusement. Let us proceed, and I hope someone can endure for a brief moment." The group swiftly arrived at a narrow alley, characterized by its dismal surroundings, predominantly occupied by establishments reminiscent of foot massage parlors. The alley was dim and damp, with walls mottled by moss, and the air was thick with an indescribable, unpleasant odor. Suddenly, an irate voice shattered the silence. Ma Hongjun pointed angrily at a man not far off. His face contorted in fury as he exclaimed, "It was him. He struck me." The others followed the direction of Ma Hongjun's finger and beheld a man of approximately 40 years, with a lecherous appearance, standing at the alley's entrance. Gazing at them with disdain, his eyes emitted a lascivious glint, as though he had envisioned something thrilling. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and stepped forward, inquiring in a low voice, "Is it him who attacked you?" Ma Hongjun nodded, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Indeed, it is this scoundrel." Beside him were two other men, one exceptionally short and the other wearing a cap, resembling a lackey. Bulu mused, "Ah, so it is this nefarious uncle. According to the narrative, he will be rendered powerless due to his harassment of Qian Renxue. Such is the law of retribution." He pondered whether his timing was amiss. According to the story, there should only be one of them, yet three had appeared. Be cautious. One of them is a soul sect, another a soul king, and the last is also a soul sect. You are facing two soul sects and one soul king. However, before Bai Ying could take action, Xiao Wu sprang into action. Upon seeing such a beautiful girl, the three men's eyes glimmered with malicious intent. Bulu immediately approached, saying, "Little girl, where are you headed?" Xiao Wu replied, "I am going to buy some candy. Do you know where I can find some?" Bulu promptly responded, "I know, follow me." The remaining two consisted of a middle-aged man, who appeared somewhat respectable, and another who looked like an underdeveloped child. As they lingered in the dark corner, they were poised to enact their vile intentions upon Xiao Wu. The shadowy figure moved with remarkable agility, like a phantom weaving through the dimly lit alleyway. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated intently on the three lecherous men. Just as the young girl was on the brink of falling into their clutches, the shadowy figure vanished and reappeared behind them. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the neck of the middle-aged man with tremendous force, rendering him unconscious in an instant. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that the lecherous man and the child had yet to comprehend the loss of their companion. A flicker of terror crossed the lecherous man's eyes, swiftly replaced by a sinister leer as he snarled, "You dare to thwart my plans, boy." With that, he lunged toward the shadowy figure. However, the figure was swifter still, delivering a powerful kick to the man's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. The child, seemingly innocent, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. His martial spirit manifested as a gleaming kitchen knife, a striking contrast to his diminutive form. He swung the knife with ferocity, each strike brimming with power, as if he aimed to cleave the shadowy figure in two. Yet, the figure remained unfazed, evading the child's attacks with effortless agility. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. How dare this child toy with his woman before him? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The figure of white shadow moved swiftly, appearing instantly behind the young child. With a powerful punch, he struck the child's back. causing a piercing scream to escape the boy's lips as he was propelled through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The child, having been thoroughly subjected to the brutal experience, emitted sounds that were utterly heartrending. The onlookers silently observed this scene. They had initially hoped to intervene. Yet the two combatants were so fervently engaged that they afforded no opportunity for others to demonstrate their prowess. Once all was resolved, White Shadow remarked, "To eradicate the roots is to ensure they do not sprout anew." Daimu Bai interjected, "You aren't contemplating murder, are you? To slay them would merely tarnish my hands." "And such individuals are unworthy of my efforts," retorted White Shadow. "Then what do you intend to do?" Daimu Bai inquired. "What shall I do?" "I possess an exceptionally ingenious solution," replied White Shadow. Ma Hongjun chimed in. "Speak up. What is your plan?" "Do you know what is the most agonizing fate for a man?" he asked. "What could it be?" Several voices echoed in unison. "To be rendered a eunuch. For many men, this is the most excruciating ordeal, even more so than death." "You don't mean to transform the three of them into eunuchs, do you?" Daimu Bai responded, now filled with apprehension as he grasped the true nature of the proposal, which was undeniably cruel, rendering life worse than death. Even Tang Sect contemplated killing them, oblivious to such a perverse solution. Ma Hongjun was struck with terror, shivering at the thought. "You all should leave. The scene that will unfold shortly may be excessively gruesome for your eyes," White Shadow advised. Upon hearing this, the group hastily departed. In the dim, damp alley, the three individuals gradually regained consciousness. "What do you want?" "Do not approach," one of them shouted. "What do I desire?" "Merely to confiscate your instruments of crime." "Fear not. It shall not hurt," replied White Shadow. "Confiscate what instruments? If you have the courage, face us one-on-one," they challenged. "Engaging you in a duel would be a waste of my time. Prepare yourselves. It may sting a little, but you must endure it. Just endure a moment longer." The three widened their eyes, sensing an ominous premonition. The alley echoed with heart-wrenching wails, sending shivers down the spine. After dealing with these matters, the trio succumbed to unconsciousness, realizing too late that they were victims of a brutal physical punishment. Observing their current state, White Shadow nodded in satisfaction before exiting. Outside, Tang Sect, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were startled by the chilling sounds. Without turning back, they made their way out. "What about them?" someone asked. "They have been frightened away by you, brother. This is truly excessive. This is the essence of true punishment. Do you understand? Now, let us return to the academy." Chapter 93, Soul Fighting. As time passed, this incident gradually faded from memory. On this particular day, Yu Xiaojing unexpectedly announced the commencement of the second phase of training. More precisely, they were to head to the Soto Great Soul Arena to participate in the soul fighting. Bai Ying initially believed he could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite, for in his eyes, none of the adversaries within the soul arena posed a formidable challenge. However, to his surprise, Xiao Wu insisted on forming a team with him, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing paired up. Consequently, he found himself not only contending with his own battles but also occasionally lending assistance to Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. Most of Bai Ying's engagements are life and death battles, each yielding substantial financial rewards. Recently, his name has instilled fear in the Soto Great Spirit Arena. The day of the team battle quickly arrived, pitting Shrek against the frenzied battle team. "Are you interested in finishing the match within a minute?" Daimu Bai remarked. "You may be a tad overconfident. The strength of the frenzied battle team should not be underestimated." However, such audacity was to his liking. The group swiftly prepared for battle, unleashing their martial spirits. Had it not been for Bai Ying's prior alteration of the color of Huan Huan's bronze mask, the Soto Great Spirit Arena would likely have erupted in chaos. Ning Rongrong instantly summoned the 9 treasure glazed tile, casting 2 beams of light that rapidly enveloped the other 7. The group charged toward the frenzied battle team, who regarded them with trepidation. Soul Masters wielding the 7 treasure glazed tile martial spirit typically belonged to the esteemed 7 treasure glazed sect, a lineage of formidable repute. The captain of the frenzied battle team, Quang Shi, faced none other than Bai Ying, as the man who dared to provoke Zhu Shiqing with reckless abandon. Bai Ying showed no mercy and targeted his adversary's vital points directly. With a thunderous roar, Quang Shi's body swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal rhinoceros, its form encased in a thick, horned hide that gleamed with a chilling luster. His eyes glowed crimson, brimming with wildness and fury. His 2 teammates similarly morphed into massive goat-like spirit beasts, their sharp horns and robust physiques charging toward Bai Ying. Facing this formidable impact, Bai Ying displayed not a trace of fear. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of soul power within him, and a tremendous force erupted from his being. With his fists clenched, he thrust forward with great vigor. An overwhelming shockwave instantly manifested, as his fist struck the chest of the raging rhinoceros with the force of a cannonball. The rhinoceros' robust keratinous membrane shattered under the impact of Bai Ying's blow, as if it were mere paper. With a pained cry, the creature was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Having cultivated the great spatial shift and nourished by celestial herbs, his body had long attained an impregnable state. The spectators outside the arena were left in utter astonishment at this spectacle. Their eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Master Yu Xiaojing and Dean Flander were equally dumbfounded. unable to fathom that the match would take such an overwhelmingly dominant turn. The silhouette of the white shadow darted swiftly across the arena, each appearance accompanied by a chilling scream. His fists, akin to iron hammers, struck mercilessly against the bodies of the berserk warriors. Those seemingly indestructible spirit beasts and martial souls crumbled beneath the force of his blows, as fragile as mere paper. One by one, the members of the berserk squad were sent hurtling through the air, crashing against the walls before crashing heavily to the ground, their bodies marred by wounds. Groaning in agony. Yet, the white shadow surged forward like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, his momentum unyielding, showing no signs of pause. Now, only 2 of you remain on the field, he declared, instilling fear in the hearts of the alluring woman and the food-type soul master, who realized that the individual before them was beyond their capacity to challenge. They had no choice but to concede defeat. Daimubai, Tang Sect, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had never anticipated that the situation would conclude so effortlessly. In a mere minute, his words had indeed come to fruition. His prowess was utterly terrifying, surpassing the understanding of all present. After the match concluded, the White Shadow departed, proceeding to engage in one-on-one competitions. Brother Bai, I need to speak with you. Tang Sang's voice suddenly resonated at the entrance, causing White Shadow to furrow his brow. What could this little editor want from him? Well? He decided to indulge him and see what was the matter. Tang Sect approached with a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes, his tone imbued with anticipation and curiosity. Brother Bai, I have been perplexed for some time. How did you manage to acquire those high-quality soul rings? Bai gazed at Tang Sect, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. With a smile, he remarked, Little San, the question you posed is quite intriguing. In truth, there is no fixed method for obtaining high-quality soul rings. Each individual is unique. However, one commonality persists, the strength of the body. He paused before elaborating. The quality of the soul ring and our capacity to endure it are intricately linked to our physical prowess. When our bodies are sufficiently robust, we can withstand higher quality soul rings. This explains why some individuals are able to acquire formidable soul rings. Is there anything else? No, nothing more. Thank you for the information. Upon exiting the room, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang Sect, and Oscar convened together. The power of Bai Ying was undeniably terrifying. If it weren't for that, I would have taken action against him long ago. Dai, there is a question that has perplexed me. Why do you persistently oppose Bai Ying? Tang Sect inquired. Damn it. He has taken my fiancé, Qing, and I were both originally from the noble families of Xindua. She was to be my betrothed. I was the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, and Zhu Shiqing is the legitimate heir of the Zhu family. Is it merely for a woman? Dai. Is it truly worth it to oppose such a person for her? What do you understand? Zhu Shiqing has been my childhood sweetheart. The thought of her being taken from me ignites my discontent. Upon hearing Daimubai's words, the expressions of the others grew solemn. They inhaled deeply, attempting to quell their inner fear and astonishment. After a moment of silence, Tang Sect slowly responded, Dai, you are correct. Bai Ying's strength is indeed formidable to the point of instilling fear. However, is it truly worth it for a woman? Should we not reconsider our strategy? Tang Sect harbored no animosity toward Bai Ying, yet the master had cautioned him to be wary of this individual, leaving him curious about the reasoning behind such advice. Ma Hongjun concurred, Indeed, Dai, the gap between us and Bai Ying is far too vast. If this continues, we may never have the opportunity for revenge. Finally, I have broken through to level 48, with only 2 more levels needed to reach 50. Chapter 94, The Utter Defeat of Yu Tianheng. It appears that through combat, my strength can indeed be enhanced. As the White Shadow walked, he was lost in thought, oblivious to the person ahead. Who was this audacious fool daring to collide with him? At that moment, Yu Tianheng, his anger palpable, gazed at the masked figure of the White Shadow. How dare you bump into me? Are you seeking your own demise? How could Yu Tianheng possibly be here? Bai Ying, reluctant to involve himself further, uttered a sincere apology before attempting to depart. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Yu Tianheng interjected, stepping forward. As a distinguished scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had been showered with affection since childhood. Never had he encountered such blatant insolence from anyone. Allow me to ascertain what sort of individual you truly are. How dare you collide with me? Yu Tianheng swiftly launched an attack, but just mere centimeters from Bai Ying's mask, his hand was seized. If this is about the earlier incident, I genuinely apologize. However, if you expect me to remove my mask, that is out of the question. With that, he exerted sudden force, causing Yu Tianheng to yelp in pain as his hand was violently flung away. At that moment, Yu Tianheng recognized the voice, his eyes widening in fury as he glared at Bai Ying. Bai Ying slowly turned around, revealing the familiar visage concealed beneath the mask, the very person who had slapped him on the street. Surprised to see me? Bai Ying remarked coldly, his gaze brimming with disdain and mockery. Yu Tianheng's expression darkened immediately. He clenched his fists, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, he quickly relaxed his grip, inhaling deeply to suppress his rage. He was acutely aware that he was not a match for this individual. That day on the street, he had sensed that this person's strength rivaled his own. Moreover, he had no desire to instigate unnecessary trouble. After all, he had a purpose for being there, not to engage in a brawl. If teacher Qin Ming were to learn of this, he would surely find himself in a precarious situation. Yet, As a member of the South Electric Tyrannosaurus family, how could he concede defeat? As soon as Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Xiaowu eagerly leaped forward. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clenching her fists, she appeared ready to deliver a decisive blow at any moment. If both of you possess the capability, why not join me at the Soul Arena and settle this? Not interested. I refuse to duel with fools. Fine. Just the opportunity ones seek for a fight. Xiaowu's voice was filled with fervor. Who are you calling a fool? Let me tell you, unless you engage in a duel with me. This matter is far from over. Bai Ying cast a glance at Xiaowu, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. He turned to Yu Tianheng, his voice sharp and resolute. Yu Tianheng, are you truly certain you wish to engage us in battle? Furious at Xiaowu's demeanor. Yu Tianheng widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, retorting, what of it? Are you brave enough to face me in the Colosseum? A single match is acceptable. Bai Ying replied nonchalantly, but let me make one thing clear. Should I inadvertently injure you, you must not seek retribution afterward. Yu Tianheng responded, I assure you. I will not hold grudges. At that moment, Yu Xiaozhang suddenly appeared. Bai Ying, Xiaowu, what are you doing here? The familiar voice triggered memories for Yu Tianheng, who swiftly turned to see a well-known silhouette, a visage he recognized, his uncle, Yu Xiaozhang. In the past, Yu Xiaozhang had left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, disheartened by his limited talent and the mutation of his martial soul, which prevented him from surpassing level 30. After years of wandering, he had not returned to the family, leaving his father and grandfather yearning for his presence. Tianheng, what brings you here? Uncle, what are you doing here? You speak first. Well, I am here to participate in the soul fighting competition for the Tiando Royal Academy. I came here to hone my skills. Oh, I see. As the two conversed, Bai Ying's voice unexpectedly interrupted, are you going to fight or not? After Yu Tianheng recounted the entire situation, Yu Xiaozhang vehemently opposed the idea. He had no desire to see his own nephew bested by Bai Ying. Nevertheless, Yu Tianheng insisted, given my abilities, even if there is a slight disparity between us, I do not foresee defeat. Resigned, Yu Xiaozhang acquiesced. They then made their way to the soul fighting arena, where Bai Ying donned his mask once more in the waiting area. The pale figure spoke, conceding, perhaps it is time to admit defeat, at least this way. You will retain a semblance of dignity. Yu Tianheng retorted, as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, how could I possibly surrender so easily? Moreover, do you truly possess the confidence to accept my challenge? In light of your recent commendable efforts, I shall grant you 3 opportunities. Spare me the idle chatter. Let us settle this in the arena. The two swiftly made their way to the arena. Come now, I shall refrain from striking. You may have your 3 chances. Your arrogance is excessive, yet it undeniably proves your folly. Yu Tianheng unleashed a series of attacks, and at last, the 3 opportunities had been exhausted. Bai Ying shook his head gently, his eyes beneath the mask brimming with disdain. He spoke coolly, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. Yu Tianheng, your confidence stems from your family's glory, not from your own prowess. Today, I shall reveal to you what a true powerhouse is. Yu Tianheng, incensed by Bai Ying's words, felt flames of fury ignite within him, his entire being surging with soul power. With a low growl, he transformed into a blue afterimage, hurtling toward Bai Ying. Bai Ying remained motionless, as if poised for something. Just as Yu Tianheng's attack was about to connect, Bai Ying moved. His motion was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, a white shadow flashed by, and Yu Tianheng felt as though he had been struck by an immense force, sending him crashing against the arena's wall. Slumped on the ground, disbelief filled his eyes. He gazed at Bai Ying, who stood in the center of the arena, exuding an aura of complete control. A wave of indescribable anger and humiliation surged within him. He had lost so utterly that his opponent had not even utilized any soul techniques, defeating him solely with speed and strength. From the moment you chose to strike at me, you were already defeated. Bai Ying's voice was cold and merciless, piercing Yu Tianheng's heart like a sharp blade. He looked up to see Bai Ying's eyes beneath the mask gleaming with a fierce light, as if capable of penetrating his very soul. Yu Tianheng clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. As a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he had undergone rigorous training since childhood. The honor and dignity of his family held immense significance for him. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly humiliated in front of an outsider. A devastating blow to his pride. Just wait, I will make you pay for this. This novel can be downloaded through the open-source, free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire this novel file through the aforementioned download, and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https, Me FQ Tool Chapter 95. Must we truly depart? Bai Ying observed Yu Tianheng's disheveled appearance, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. Is this all that the direct lineage of the South Electric Tyrannosaurus family can muster? Xiaowu, let us depart. We must not allow ourselves to be distracted by those unworthy of our attention. Xiaowu nodded, and together they left. At that moment, Yu Xiaozhang watched their retreating figures. His hands clenched tightly. Witnessing his nephew's defeat at the hands of Bai Ying stirred a deep sigh within him. Tianheng is still too young. I hope this failure serves as a valuable lesson for him. With this thought, Yu Xiaozhang turned his gaze toward Bai Ying and paused. Meanwhile, You Tianheng. Feeling a surge of anger, slammed his fist into the wall, leaving a dent. No one should be aware of my uncle's presence here yet. Perhaps I should spread the word. The family will surely dispatch someone soon, and then I can take advantage of their power for revenge. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Xiao Wu, I wish to return home. Home. Brother, where do you intend to go? To the Spirit Hall. The Elite Soul Master competition is approaching, and I must return swiftly. My original purpose for coming here was to assemble a team for the competition. I hope Rongrong, Zhu and you will accompany me back. Shrek Academy is not a place for us to linger. Are you saying we will soon leave Shrek Academy? Indeed. Do you feel a twinge of reluctance? Xiao Wu's expression turned slightly melancholic. After all, she had shared countless experiences with everyone at Shrek Academy and had come to regard it as a second home. Leaving this home was undoubtedly heartbreaking. Do not worry. We will have time ahead. Brother, I agree to leave, but could we delay our departure a little? Shrek Academy has nurtured us for 5 years. Rest assured, the time to leave has not yet arrived. We will prepare to depart after this training concludes. So you still have time. Yu Xiaojiang summoned everyone to Tang Sect's room. Flinder was particularly enthusiastic. Not only due to the wealth brought in by each battle, but also because of the sense of achievement it gave him as a teacher. Just as everyone was reveling in joy, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a knock at the door. Tang Sect immediately approached and opened it, revealing Yu Tianheng. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang present, a wave of happiness washed over him. Uncle, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment? Tianheng? What is it? Xiaojiang, since your nephew wishes to have a serious conversation, why not let them talk? It's not a matter of great importance. With that, Flinder accompanied Yu Xiaojiang away. Who is this person? He seems to know the teacher. This individual? It's simple. He is Yu Tianheng, the direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, known as one of the twin stars of the family. Tang Sect looked at Bai Ying in shock and inquired, Teacher, does this mean there is a connection with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? The connection is quite significant. It pertains not only to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family but also to our Spirit Hall. However, these matters are not for you to concern yourself with just yet. Come. Everyone, let us drink. Yu Tianheng led Yu Xiaojiang to her room, gently knocking before announcing, Uncle, I have brought you here. As soon as he spoke, the door swung open, and a frail yet robust voice beckoned them inside. This voice caused Yu Tianheng's expression to shift. And both Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder sensed an ominous aura. Upon entering, they found an elderly man with piercing eyes seated on a sofa. As the three entered, the door slammed shut behind them. Xiaojiang, I did not expect to find you here. I'm not surprised to see you, Xiaoheng, but tell me, what brings you back? Yu Luom then spoke coolly. Yu Tianheng sighed and stepped forward. What brings you here, second uncle? Of course, I came to see you. Can I not come? It has been a long time. Do you not wish to return to the family? The family? Since the moment I was expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and my martial soul mutated, have you ever considered me your kin? My years of wandering outside have been quite satisfactory. Rest assured, I have no intention of returning. Are you saying you do not plan to rejoin the family? Indeed. If that is your inquiry, I can assure you, I will not return home, not now, at least. Then you intend to wander outside indefinitely? Yu Xiaojiang. I know you still harbor resentment over past events, but do not forget, Erlong is my daughter and your cousin. At this, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically. His clenched fist relaxed, only to tighten again as pain washed over him. I understand. Rest assured. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's anguish, Yu Luom sighed. I do not blame you for what happened. It is merely fate's design. Go home. Your father has longed for you, even if he does not express it. I will not return. This is a certainty that will not change. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming pressure. 9 soul rings suddenly appeared around Yu Luomian. Do you not regard me, your second uncle, at all? This has never occurred before, nor will it in the future. I will not return until I prove myself. Thus, I will never return until I achieve that. Very well, Yu Xiaojiang, then you may never return. I shall see how long you can thrive outside without the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Luomian's anger was palpable as he forcefully opened the door, revealing a tense Yu Tianheng outside. Yu Luomian sighed, let us go. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was heavy. How could he not understand the events of the past? It was merely fate playing tricks. You mentioned someone bullied you. Where is that person now? Take me to them. Come, come, everyone is brothers. Let us enjoy this gathering. The Shrek gathering was lively. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu shared a year of tangled emotions as they drank together. They all knew they were about to leave. And the next gathering's date was uncertain. Once the feast concluded, everyone returned to their rooms. Just then, Bai Jing called out to Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. Are we truly leaving? Ning Rongrong asked. We must. Even Zhu Qing chimed in. Why not consider it a bit longer? This matter is non-negotiable. If you wish to avoid sorrow, hasten to pack your belongings. We leave now. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu spoke in unison. Why so soon? Parting is but a prelude to a better reunion. I have already conveyed this to you all. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu understood that it was now imperative to depart. They could only sigh quietly before making their way to their respective chambers. Are you the White Shadow? A voice of formidable authority resonated, startling him into a sudden turn, whereupon he beheld an elderly man standing beside Yu Tianheng. "It is I. And who might you be?" The white shadow exhibited no signs of trepidation. Rather, it radiated an eagerness to engage. "Dare we converse, perhaps in a more secluded spot?" The query hung in the air. Bold and unyielding, Yu Mian, taken aback by the white shadow's unwavering consent, felt a flicker of surprise. The trio ventured forth, exiting the Grand Soul Arena and entering a narrow alleyway. "You have wronged my nephew." Yu Mian's demeanor shifted instantly, transforming into a fierce intensity. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light, as if piercing through the very essence of the white shadow. The azure dragon behind him seemed to sense its master's wrath, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed through the alley. It spiraled above, its colossal wings stirring up a tempest, swirling dust and shadows, casting an ominous gloom over the entire passageway. Bai Ying, undeterred, stood his ground with a gaze resolute and piercing. A slight smile graced his lips as he remarked, "The South Electric Tyrannosaurus family? I have never heard of such a thing. As for your nephew, if he lacks the skill, what fault is it of mine?" Yu Mian, incensed by Bai Ying's arrogance, took a bold step forward, his aura surging dramatically. With a pointed finger, he summoned the azure dragon behind him, which let out a thunderous roar and lunged fiercely towards Bai Ying. The white figure remained motionless, merely extending its right hand with the palm facing upwards. And a formidable force of suction abruptly erupted. The fiercely charging azure dragon seemed to be ensnared by an invisible bond, instantly immobilized in midair. Unable to advance even a fraction, Yu Mian's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This young man possessed the ability to effortlessly command his martial soul. A profound sense of peril surged within him. This youth was undeniably not a trivial adversary. The blue lightning tyrant dragon was a supreme beast spirit. Yet you have only managed to wield it to such a limited extent? It appears you are squandering your innate talent. Yu Mian's fury seemed poised to ignite the entire alleyway, as 9 soul rings materialized around him, their hues, a blend of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, intertwined to form a terrifying vortex of energy. These currents surged wildly in the air, as if intent on devouring the entire alley. At that moment, the presence of the blue lightning tyrant dragon reached its zenith. The azure dragon appeared to sense its master's wrath, unleashing a deafening roar. Facing the terrifying aura, Bai Ying exhibited no trace of fear. He stood there with remarkable composure, as if everything lay within his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he gradually unleashed his martial soul. The Dragon Slayer martial soul manifested, inherently possessing a formidable restraining effect on all dragonkind. Had it been any other martial soul, he might not have summoned such courage. Yet the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was the pinnacle of dragon martial souls, thus the suppression it exerted was particularly profound. To his astonishment, the illustrious blue electric Tyrannosaurus family consisted of individuals who resorted to bullying the weak. It appeared that he had overestimated them. Luo Mian's rage seemed to materialize. His eyes burned crimson, engulfed by a tempest of fury. He lunged at Bai Ying, 9 soul rings swirling chaotically behind him, emanating a dreadfully oppressive aura. The cerulean dragon roared as it charged towards Bai Ying, seemingly intent on devouring him. Yet, Bai Ying remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. With a gentle wave of his hands, a silvery radiance erupted from his palms. The light traced a graceful arc through the air, colliding forcefully with the advancing cerulean dragon. With a thunderous crash, the dragon howled in agony as it was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Mian staggered back a few steps from the sheer force of the impact. Incredulity etched across his face, his eyes brimming with shock and fury. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of astonishment and rage within him. Casting a cold, piercing gaze at Bai Ying, he spoke in a deep, measured tone, "Young man, you have indeed taken me by surprise. I did not anticipate that you could so effortlessly vanquish my martial soul. However, this does not signify that you can triumph over me." The white shadow let out a chilling laugh and remarked, "Whether I can conquer you, only through trial will it be revealed." The two locked eyes for an instant before simultaneously launching towards one another. Their figures intertwined in the air, unleashing a series of astonishing waves of energy. The structures in the alley crumbled under the force of their assaults, reduced to mere ruins. Yet, this chaos did not deter their fierce battle. Their focus remained solely on each other, fixated on victory. The 9 soul rings of Yu Luomden spun frantically behind him, each flicker representing a formidable surge of soul power. His onslaught was as relentless as a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with the potency of thunder. However, the white shadow appeared to navigate through Yu Luomian's attacks with an effortless grace, each of his moves precisely targeting his opponent's vulnerabilities. Just as Yu Luomian prepared to deliver the final blow, the white shadow abruptly vanished from sight. A sudden tension gripped Yu Luomian's heart as an acute sense of peril washed over him. In that moment, the white shadow re-emerged behind him, delivering a powerful strike to his back. Yu Luomian felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, as though an invisible hand had seized his heart in a vice-like grip. In terror, he realized that his soul power was draining at an alarming rate. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape the clutches of this force. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the white shadow's cold and profound gaze, despair flooding his heart. He yearned to flee, yet his body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, immobilized. Helplessly, he watched as his life force was siphoned away, enduring the torment and dread of his impending doom. The figure of Bai Ying gradually became indistinct in the eyes of Yu Luomian, and his consciousness began to blur as well. He felt as though he were being engulfed by an endless vortex of darkness, unable to extricate himself. Yu Tianheng, witnessing this, exclaimed in disbelief. After all, that was a tidal Daoliu-level powerhouse. How could he possibly be so easily vanquished? Yet, the harsh reality lay before them. Yu Luomian had been utterly drained. Bai Ying was engulfed by an unimaginable, excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. With a roar that resonated through the air, he unexpectedly broke through the confines of level 46 soul power, ascending directly to level 50. He realized he must flee at once. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan would undoubtedly seek vengeance now that he had crossed paths with them. Having completed the third trial of the Shura 9 trials, he was rewarded with the Divine Soul Ring, and for the fourth trial, he obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter. To his astonishment, he found himself in possession of 2 Divine Soul Rings. In the Divine Realm, within the presence of the Shura God, he marveled at the swiftness of his completion of the third trial, realizing that his retirement from this arduous path was drawing near. Brothers, I apologize for my recent lack of inspiration. Please bear with me, he expressed with sincerity. Chapter 97, The Bliss of Foot Massage. What? You killed someone from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Ning Rorong's face blanched in shock. As one of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan held a status that rivaled that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. How dare they trouble me? They must face death for their audacity. One must eradicate the roots of trouble, otherwise it will sprout anew. This truth will eventually dawn upon you all. Unexpectedly, as Ning Rongrong and her companions emerged after tidying up their belongings, they were met with the shocking news. We must return to the Spirit Hall at once, or the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan will surely not let me off the hook, she urged. Don't you realize the trouble you've caused? Now look where we are. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan is not to be trifled with. They are notoriously vindictive, and they will not rest until they have their revenge, she continued. Just as well. However, I do not believe they would dare to strike openly against me, remarked Xiaowu, who nodded in agreement, adding, Brother, while I understand your sentiment, it is wise to consider all possibilities. Leaving now is indeed the safest course of action. The group swiftly utilized their flying soul devices to depart from Soto City, heading towards Spirit City. Spirit City was not owned by any family or empire. It belonged solely to the Spirit Hall. Even the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan would find it challenging to act against them within its confines. The group's speed was astonishing, and at that moment, Yu Tianheng, who witnessed the unfolding events, was left utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that his uncle, a formidable title Daoliu, had fallen victim to such circumstances. How could Bai Ying, so young, possess the strength to vanquish a title Daoliu? This matter required immediate communication with the clan. Had it not been for the leniency shown to him, he might have already become a victim of his blade. The thought sent chills down Yu Tianheng's spine. Days later, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Xiaowu found themselves south of the Tiando Empire, still some distance from Spirit City. Xiaowu, what troubles you? Is something amiss with your health? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern. I'm fine, brother. My legs are just a bit sore. Nothing more, she replied. I am also feeling quite hungry. We haven't had a proper rest in days, mostly just traveling. Ning Rongrong added, as a support-type soul master, my stamina is inherently inferior to yours. Though the soul devices assist us, the mental fatigue is quite taxing. Moreover, we are currently traversing desolate wilderness with no place to rest. I long for a moment of respite. Very well, the day is waning. Let us take a proper break. And I shall demonstrate the second form of my Qian Renxue shield, he proposed, as the 3 of them watched intently. A faint smile graced Bai Ying's lips as he deftly maneuvered his hand, revealing a softly glowing spherical soul guide device. This was none other than the Qian Renxue shield. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Bai Ying gently activated a mechanism on the soul guide, and in the next instant, the seemingly ordinary spherical Qian Renxue shield unfurled, transforming into a brilliant flash that morphed into an exquisite little house. The house, steeped in an antique charm, radiated a soft golden hue, encircled by a gentle halo that evoked a sense of tranquility and mystery. The roof was adorned with intricate carvings, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Ning Rongrong gazed upon this spectacle. Her eyes shimmering with awe, she exclaimed, how marvelous. This is my first encounter with a soul guide that can transform into a house. A few individuals entered in succession. Although the exterior of the house appeared modest, the interior was surprisingly spacious. The elegant decor, plush bedding, warm lighting, and even a quaint kitchen and bathroom were all present, making it feel like a mobile haven. Bai Ying smiled gently and said, although this Qian Renxue shield possesses neither formidable offensive nor defensive capabilities, its concealment and comfort are unparalleled. It boasts an invisibility feature, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect our presence unless their mental prowess is exceedingly strong. Xiaowu, filled with curiosity, gazed around in wonder and exclaimed, it truly is extraordinary, brother. You are incredibly impressive for acquiring such a remarkable soul-guiding device. The pale figure gently shook his head, a warm smile gracing his face. It's nothing to worry about. Soul-guiding devices are designed to enhance our lives. He continued, these past few days have certainly been exhausting for everyone. Allow me to help you unwind. With that, he gestured for the 3 of them to take a seat on the soft bedding, while he approached Xiaowu. He delicately extended his hand and placed it gently upon her foot. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiaowu's face, quickly followed by a faint blush. She softly inquired, "Brother, do you truly know how to massage feet?" Bai Ying smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet his movements grew increasingly gentle. His palm radiated warmth and strength, as if it could dispel all weariness. Xiaowu could feel a refreshing sensation coursing through her body, like a warm current flowing from her toes to the rest of her being, alleviating the fatigue accumulated over several days. Bai Ying's technique was both skilled and delicate, reminiscent of an experienced masseur. Suddenly, his fingers lightly brushed against her calf, where the skin was as smooth and refined as jade. Bai Ying paused for a moment, seemingly captivated by the exquisite texture. His fingers caressed it gently, as if admiring a rare treasure. The sensation was overwhelming, stirring an uncontrollable desire within him. As he increased the pressure, Xiaowu's complexion turned a deeper shade of crimson, her lips occasionally releasing uncharacteristic sounds. This caused Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, who were nearby, to exchange glances. Had they not witnessed the scene, they might have thought something inappropriate was transpiring between Xiaowu and Bai Ying. "Xiaowu, how do you feel?" Bai Ying inquired gently. "I feel very comfortable," Xiaowu mumbled, her voice slightly unclear. Despite her flushed face, she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. The peculiar scene left Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong with expressions that were somewhat unusual. "Rest assured, there is enough for all three of you," Bai Ying reassured them. Despite knowing the kind of person Bai Ying was, and having both become women, such matters no longer seemed shocking to them. They hesitated only briefly before ultimately acquiescing. Xiaowu felt as though her body were being caressed by a gentle breeze, each cell stretching in relief. Bai Ying's massage technique was both professional and meticulous, seemingly reaching the deepest, most fatigued parts of her body. She gently closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation and comfort. "Xiaowu, do you feel better now?" Bai Ying asked softly, his tone imbued with concern and tenderness. Xiaowu nodded, opening her eyes to meet Bai Ying's gaze, which held a hint of gratitude and dependence. "Brother, I feel much better, thank you," she replied, her voice somewhat hoarse yet laced with an indescribable charm. Bai Ying smiled gently, releasing her and sitting back at the edge of the bed. "I'm glad to hear that. It has indeed been a tough journey these past few days. All right. Next is you, Rongrong," he said. Ning Rongrong reclined on the soft bed, and Bai Ying carefully took her delicate foot in his hands. Initially, she felt somewhat anxious, for the sensation of being massaged was quite novel for her. Her toes curled slightly, the skin appearing as refined as jade under the soft light. The delicate fingertips of Bai Ying glided softly across her instep, evoking a delightful tingling sensation. He began by gently kneading her soles, followed by a gentle tapping with his knuckles, as if awakening every cell in her feet. Ning Rongrong felt a warm current rising from her soles, gradually spreading throughout her entire being. Bai Ying's technique grew increasingly adept. His fingertips danced between her toes, sometimes applying gentle pressure, at other times caressing tenderly. Unconsciously, Ning Rongrong relaxed her body, feeling as though she were floating on a cloud, with all her fatigue swept away. "How does it feel? Is it not exquisite?" Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong, who wore an expression of pure delight, and remarked, "This is simply exquisite." The third to take her turn was Zhu Qing. Known for her calm and reserved demeanor, she initially sat at the edge of the bed, her head slightly bowed, as if feeling a touch of shyness. However, as Bai Ying commenced the massage, her expression began to transform. The delicate touch of Bai Ying's hand grazed her instep, sending a subtle tingle coursing through her. His fingertips danced between her toes, sometimes gently pinching, at other times softly caressing. She gradually surrendered to relaxation, enveloped by a wave of warmth. Under the watchful eyes of Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, Zhu Qing's transformation was particularly striking. The composed and reserved demeanor she usually exhibited was now replaced by a captivating allure, her eyes half closed as if savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Her breathing quickened, and an enticing smile unconsciously curved her lips. Her soft sounds, though faint, were laced with seduction, igniting the imagination. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, seated at the bedside, exchanged glances, feeling an unusual sensation stir within them. They had never witnessed this side of Zhu Qing before. Her enchanting and dreamy expression seemed to liberate her innermost self. Zhu Qing's legs quivered slightly, as if she were experiencing an ineffable pleasure. Her toes curled, reveling in Bai Ying's massage, her breaths harmonizing with the rhythm of his touch. Suddenly, a soft, sultry moan escaped Zhu Qing's lips, her body trembling as if stirred by an intense stimulus. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu looked on in surprise and curiosity, their minds racing with thoughts of Zhu Qing's feelings in this unprecedented state of relaxation and delight. Time slipped away unnoticed. "All right, you all sit tight for a moment. I'll prepare something to eat," Bai Ying announced before departing. Once he was gone, the two exchanged peculiar glances at Zhu Qing. Her cheeks flushed, she awkwardly asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Ning Rongrong giggled. "I never expected that beneath your cool exterior, you'd reveal such a different side when relaxed." They had just witnessed firsthand the sounds Zhu Qing made, which ignited a similar heat within both Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. "You two are insufferable," Zhu Qing retorted, her embarrassment evident. Ning Rongrong, noticing her flustered state, chuckled lightly. She wrapped her arms around Zhu Qing gently, saying, "Don't be so shy, Qing. We're all women here. There is no need for embarrassment. Your reaction was completely natural. We all understand." Zhu Qing felt her embarrassment intensify at Ning Rongrong's words. struggling to free herself from her embrace. Please, stop talking about it. I really can't take it. Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, stifled a laugh at Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor. She approached her, lightly patting her shoulder. Zhuqing, don't worry. We won't mock you. In fact, Rong and I had our own reactions too. We just managed to control our emotions better. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wished she could disappear into the ground. Her cheeks burned as if set ablaze, her heart swirling with shame and helplessness. She had always thought of herself as a composed and reserved person, yet today, under Bai Ying's massage, she exhibited such an alluring side that she found difficult to accept. Just then, Xiao Wu shifted the topic to Ning Rongrong. Rongrong. Didn't you have quite a reaction as well? Ning Rongrong's face flushed, shooting a glare at Xiao Wu. What nonsense are you talking about? That was Timmy. Xiao Wu smiled knowingly. Oh come now, we're all women here. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. I saw your reaction, it was quite noticeable. By the way, what do you all think about going to the spirit hall? What is there to think? We already made our decision. Haven't we? Ning Rongrong replied. That is true. Since we're all quite familiar now, why not share something interesting, like where we come from? I'll start, Ning Rongrong declared, standing up. I hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And you, Shiqing? Where are you from? I've always wondered about your connection with Daimyo Bai. It seems like you two know each other quite well. Ning Rongrong, ever astute, pinpointed the crux of the matter. Zhu Zhuqing sighed and replied candidly. Daimyo Bai and I were once betrothed. However, I have since severed that tie. I come from the Zhu family of the Star Luo royal family. Goodness. I've heard my father mention the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. They are among the most powerful clans, with royal members marrying into the Zhu family to secure their status. No wonder you despise Daimyo Bai, Ning Rongrong remarked. Zhu Zhuqing reminisced. That is all in the past now. And you, Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly inquired. You haven't shared where you're from. Ning Rongrong shared her curiosity as well. Xiao Wu's expression turned somber. Actually, I'm not human, she confessed. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment. Not human? Xiao Wu, what do you mean? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wu explained. I'm actually a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. A 100,000-year-old spirit beast? How is that possible? Spirit beasts rarely reach such an age. In the history of Daoliu continent, only the Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, has achieved that age. Every 100,000-year-old spirit beast is a dominant force. Yet how can you, Xiao Wu, be so weak? I truly am a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. While normal 100,000-year-old spirit beasts are incredibly powerful, capable of overwhelming even tidal Daoliu, there is an exception, when transforming into a human. Among all species, humans are the most potential latent. And a spirit beast turning human loses all prior strength but gains rapid cultivation speed without the need to hunt for spirit rings. It's an exceedingly perilous path. As a transformed 100,000-year-old spirit beast is a treasure on the continent. Soul Daoliu or tidal Daoliu could easily discern the identity of a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. I chose to transform because if we can surpass tidal Daoliu and successfully break through the 100 levels, our lifespans can become eternal, Xiao Wu explained. Ning Rongrong interjected. Can humans truly surpass 100 levels? Xiao Wu replied. I didn't expect you to possess such insight. How did you come to know Bai Ying? Does he know your true identity? Xiao Wu nodded. He has always known. Our acquaintance dates back to my childhood when he saved me from the hands of the Pope Bibi Dong. At that time, my mother was gravely injured while protecting me. It was during that moment that he intervened. Later, my mother sacrificed herself for him, and he gifted me this ring to conceal my spirit beast aura. Are you saying Bai Ying's strength rivals that of Pope Bibi Dong? Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were left astounded. Having never anticipated that Xiao Wu harbored such a deeply hidden secret. My mother has long since passed. Bai Ying is my only remaining family. I'm so sorry, Xiao Wu, for bringing you pain. Ning Rongrong spoke, while Xiao Wu smiled and shook her head gently, a resolute light shimmering in her eyes. She lifted her gaze towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a soft curve gracing her lips as she spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Truly, it's all right. Expressing it has lightened my heart considerably. For so many years, I have carried this secret, fearful of its discovery and the trouble it might bring to those around me. Now, with you by my side, I feel much better. Ning Rongrong tenderly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, gazing at her with warmth and compassion. She softly reassured her, Xiao Wu, let the past remain in the past. What matters is the present, it is us. We will always be by your side, supporting and accompanying you. Do not dwell on it any longer. Let us look forward together. In truth, your ability to untangle such long-held burdens surprised me. Bai Ying naturally overheard the conversation among the three. Carrying a steaming pot of porridge, he placed it on the table and began. I recall that I relied on the power of the Sure God to defeat Bibi Dong. Now that we have some time, let me share with you how one may transcend the 100th level. Can humanity truly surpass this threshold? Why have I never encountered such accounts in the history of the Star Luo Empire? Zhu Zhuqing interjected, it is indeed possible for humans to break through the 100th level. An ordinary individual, even with exceptional talent, can only reach level 99. This is the ultimate limit that our world can sustain. Once one steps into the 100th level, they may ascend to the divine realm, where life can attain immortality. There are two pathways to reach this level. The first involves seeking the inheritance of a divine position. All soul masters aspiring to transcend the 100th level will pursue such legacies, for only a divine position can endure in the divine realm. The territories of the divine realm are finite, and to survive in this space, one must possess their rightful place. The second method entails gathering the power of belief to create a divine position of one's own. However, this approach is fraught with challenges, as human lifespans are tragically short, leading most soul masters who choose this path to perish along the way. Ning Rongrong then asked, "Has our world ever seen a deity?" "Certainly," Baiying replied. "In our Daoliu continent, as far as I know, there exists the inheritance of the angel god within the spirit hall. Far across the ocean lies a place known as Sea God Island, which harbors the legacy of the sea god. Additionally, there is a place called the City of Slaughter, which possesses the inheritance of the Shura god, and I am the inheritor of the Shura god. Once I break through level 99, I will surely attain level 100. Thus, meeting me is the greatest fortune of your lives." "Fortune?" Ning Rongrong retorted. "I perceive meeting you as my greatest misfortune." Her words abruptly shifted the atmosphere to one of awkwardness. Baiying was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from Ning Rongrong. He turned to her, noticing a hint of dissatisfaction mingled with playful amusement on her face. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu exchanged glances with Baiying, their eyes reflecting surprise. They had never witnessed Ning Rongrong express dissatisfaction so directly toward him. Baiying smiled faintly, shaking his head as if he had not taken Ning Rongrong's words to heart. He approached her, bending down to gaze at her gently, and said, "Rongrong, why do you say such things?" Ning Rongrong looked up at Baiying, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With a deliberate seriousness, she replied, "Your every appearance is shrouded in mystery, leaving us utterly perplexed. Moreover, you consistently entangle us in various dangers. Is this not the greatest misfortune? Indeed, that is my fault, yet I have bestowed upon you benefits, have I not? Besides, this serves as a trial for your growth." He responded, "Now, let us enjoy the porridge. I have infused it with numerous rare ingredients this week. It should bring you considerable advantages. Is that true? Then I shall indulge," exclaimed Xiao Wu. The group gathered around the table, savoring the porridge meticulously crafted by Baiying. The aroma wafted through the air. The texture was smooth, and each bite seemed to contain boundless essence. As the warm liquid slid down their throats, a soothing warmth began to permeate their bodies, invigorating their spirits. However, as this warmth spread, black impurities began to surface on their skin. These impurities gradually coalesced, forming a thick layer of filth that emitted an unbearable stench. Ning Rongrong was the first to notice this alarming change. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her body. She reached out to touch the black impurities, feeling their coarse texture as if she were touching something repulsive. "What is this? It smells so foul." As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. The black impurities continued to ooze from their skin, releasing a nauseating stench. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also recognized the changes in their bodies, exchanging terrified glances that mirrored their horror. Baiying observed them, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, "These impurities reside within your bodies, accumulated over time, significantly obstructing your cultivation. Now, I shall expel them from your system. This is a rare opportunity for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong eagerly sprang to her feet and dashed towards the bathroom. Her figure vanished at the doorway, leaving behind a foul stench. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly followed suit, hastily exiting the room. The three ascended the stairs with urgency, eagerly turning on the faucet. As cool water cascaded over their bodies, the black impurities dissolved rapidly in the water, transforming into dark streams that flowed away down the drain. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an indescribable astonishment. They had never imagined that their bodies harbored such filth. After rinsing for a considerable time, until the water ran clear and transparent, the trio finally turned off the faucet and retrieved a set of clean clothes from their storage soul guide. They quickly changed, reveling in the refreshing sensation that enveloped them, as though they had been reborn. Upon returning to the room, they lay on the bed, acutely aware of the changes within their bodies. A steady warmth coursed through them, as if a surge of heat was flowing within. Although this sensation was uncomfortable, they could distinctly feel their soul power rising at an astonishing pace. The waves of heat were overwhelming, akin to being ensconced in a furnace. Ning Rongrong tossed and turned on the bed, her garments soaked in sweat. She felt as though her body was enveloped in flames, every inch of her skin ablaze. The agony was unbearable, prompting her to sit up suddenly, her eyes shining with resolute determination. She descended from the bed and made her way to Baiying's room, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Her heart raced, seemingly on the verge of bursting from her chest. She pushed the door open to find Baiying seated on the edge of the bed, absorbed in a book. Ning Rongrong approached him, inhaling deeply before speaking. "I can't endure this any longer. The sensation is excruciating. What exactly did you make me drink? Why do I feel so hot?" "Precisely," Baiying replied. "The heat you feel is due to your frail constitution. The medicine is enhancing your physical condition. Once you take a deep breath and circulate your soul power, You shall be fine. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, focusing intently on the flow of her soul power. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda behind her began to rotate slowly, emitting a gentle radiance, as if bestowing upon her an endless supply of strength. She could sense a torrent of energy surging within her, an inexhaustible force in motion. Yet, the waves of heat continued to assail her, becoming increasingly difficult to bear. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and the flush on her cheeks deepened. She gritted her teeth, determined not to succumb. At that moment, she suddenly felt a refreshing aura emanating from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, enveloping her entirely. The heat seemed subdued by this coolness, becoming far more bearable. She opened her eyes, pleasantly surprised to find that her constitution had indeed improved, the fatigue and weakness dissipating entirely. I must check on Xiaowu and Zhu Juqing, she thought. Among the three, Ning Rongrong had the weakest physique, which accounted for her intense reaction. Meanwhile, Buying arrived at Xiaowu's door, knocking gently before calling out, "Xiaowu, are you all right?" Receiving no response, he pushed the door open to find her lying on the bed, her face flushed, beads of sweat dotting her brow, exclaiming, "I'm so hot. Brother, what are you doing here?" Buying spoke, "Let me see how you are doing. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Xiaowu replied, "I'm fine," as she wiped away the beads of sweat on her face. "I just feel a bit warm right now. If I circulate my soul power to absorb the medicinal energy, everything should be all right. You should go check on Juqing. Brother, hurry along." Buying nodded gently, his gaze filled with concern. He turned and walked towards the door, softly closing it as though to avoid disturbing Xiaowu's rest. His figure swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor, and shortly thereafter, he arrived at Zhu Juqing's door. He lightly knocked, his voice betraying a hint of barely perceptible tension. "Juqing, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort?" Bai Ying's voice resonated through the door. After a moment, a faint reply emerged from within. "I am fine, just feeling a bit warm. It must be the effect of the medicine." Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. There, he beheld Zhu Juqing lying on the bed, her face equally flushed, beads of perspiration glistening on her forehead. Her hands were tightly clenched around the sheets, as if she were enduring immense agony. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying was overwhelmed by a profound sense of protectiveness. He swiftly shed all his garments, revealing his robust physique, and gently settled beside the bed, cradling Zhu Juqing in his embrace. "Is this better?" His voice was tender and deep, as if capable of soothing all unease. How delightful it is. In fantasy novels, the male protagonist always employs such a method to alleviate the distress of the heroine. "Huh, I am indeed a genius. It seems my reading has not been in vain." Zhu Juqing softly nodded, her cheeks pressed against Bai Ying's chest, feeling the solidity and warmth emanating from him. A refreshing breath permeated through her skin, seeping into her being and enveloping her in comfort. Yet, the effects of the medicine seemed to continue wreaking havoc within her, and her expression began to grow hazy. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if she had succumbed to some enchanting illusion. Bai Ying sensed something amiss with Zhu Juqing's body. He lowered his gaze and found her eyes tightly shut, her complexion flushed, and her breaths coming in quick succession. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he realized this might be a reaction to the potency of the medicine. He swiftly laid Zhu Juqing flat upon the bed, placing his hands against her back and beginning to channel his soul power to assist in alleviating the effects of the drug within her. A refreshing aura emanated from his palms, entering Zhu Juqing's body, countering the violent force of the medicine. With Bai Ying's assistance, the tumultuous energy within Zhu Juqing gradually calmed. Her breathing became steadier, and her complexion returned to normal. However, her consciousness remained ensnared by that wondrous sensation, unable to break free. Suddenly, Bai Ying began to gasp heavily, his hands becoming restless, encircling Zhu Juqing's slender waist, as he gazed upon her serene visage. The movements of the white shadow suddenly transformed into a commanding and fervent display, his gaze fixated intently upon Zhu Juqing, his eyes shimmering with an unmistakable desire. He lowered his head and gently nipped at Zhu Juqing's earlobe, causing her entire body to tremble as if struck by an electric current. In that fleeting moment, her heartbeat quickened, and a flush of crimson blossomed upon her cheeks. However, this time she did not resist. Instead, she chose to acquiesce. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply as if to embrace the destiny that awaited her. The delicate touch of Bai Ying's lips glided softly over her earlobe, a sensation so exquisite that it rendered her utterly breathless. Her body trembled gently in Bai Ying's embrace, as if voicing the yearnings of her heart. Meanwhile, the sound of Zhu Juqing's voice echoed from within the door, provoking discomfort for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu. Were they not a tad too exuberant? Both Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu found themselves at the threshold, yet neither dared to intrude upon the intimate moment. Their voices were so loud, it was as if they had no regard for anyone's need for rest. Ning Rongrong could not help but scoff, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. She turned to Xiaowu, who wore a similarly frail expression, evidently affected by the fervent sounds. It seemed that sleep would be elusive for them this night. "We are surely in for a restless night," Xiaowu murmured softly, her hands clasped together as if in prayer for a tranquil evening. They exchanged knowing smiles, deciding against lingering any longer, lest they be swept away by the fervent waves of passion. Stealthily, they retreated to their own chambers, closing the door in an attempt to block out the heart-pounding noises. As Ning Rongrong lay upon her bed, Images of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing entwined began to emerge unbidden in her mind. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, stirring a surge of inexplicable emotions within her. She rolled over, striving to banish those visions from her thoughts, but the heat of their passion surged forth like an unstoppable tide. A warmth began to envelop her body, as though an unnamed fire was igniting within. Her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, as if capable of cooking an egg. She swallowed hard, attempting to quell the dryness that had settled in her throat. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, seeking to steady her racing heart. Yet, the images of Bai Ying and Zhu Zhuqing continued to invade her mind, taking root in her heart and rendering her unable to escape. Suddenly, she sensed her body becoming increasingly warm, as if a force was coursing through her veins. Her heartbeat quickened, her breath became shallow, as if on the verge of an eruption. What is happening to me? Why do I feel this way? No, I must suppress this sensation by channeling my soul power. In another corner, Xiaowu lay curled tightly in her bed, contemplating whether things would have turned out differently had she not allowed her brother to visit Zhu Zhuqing's room. At that moment, she too felt uncomfortable. Her silver teeth clenched as she softly called out, "Brother, brother," as if this utterance could somehow ease her troubled heart. Chapter 100, The Destroyer Brothers. I fear my novel has taken a turn for the worse. To be honest, I am quite tempted to conclude it now. However, I am deeply grateful for your support, especially to the Child of the Stars. I find myself hesitating over whether to bring this to an end. The following day. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a soul guidance tank cannon. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? A soul guidance tank cannon. Although tanks were not particularly formidable weapons in my past life, in this era of cold weaponry, they are undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. This is what one might call a dimensional strike. A tank is essentially a hunk of iron, and with this, even Tang San's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus would be rendered ineffective. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had also awakened, her complexion slightly flushed, clearly feeling embarrassed about the previous night's events. I'm sorry, Zhuqing. It is simply that you are too beautiful, she said. It's all right, Zhu Zhuqing replied, rising and making her way to the living room. By now, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu had been waiting for quite some time, and when the two appeared simultaneously, a palpable tension filled the air. Bai Ying cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, inquiring, "Did you not sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced." Ning Rongrong chuckled lightly, retorting, "I wonder whose voice was so loud last night that it disturbed our slumber." She turned to Xiaowu for affirmation. "Rongrong, Xiaowu, it is my fault," Bai Ying replied softly as he approached them. His hand gently caressed the cheeks of Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, tenderly wiping away the fatigue from the corners of their eyes. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then smiled softly. She gazed up at Bai Ying, a playful glint sparkling in her eyes. "Since you are aware, you shall be punished by preparing breakfast for us today." Bai Ying chuckled softly, refraining from contradicting Ning Rongrong's words, a glimmer of affection flashing in his eyes. He turned and made his way to the kitchen, busily preparing a sumptuous breakfast for them. Within the kitchen, Bai Ying's movements were both adept and graceful, as if each dish he crafted was a work of art. Flames danced in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma. Before long, the delightful scent permeated the entire living room, provoking an irresistible hunger. At last, breakfast was ready, and Bai Ying presented an array of exquisite dishes upon the dining table. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu eagerly gathered around, anticipating the feast. Each bite was filled with flavor and satisfaction, as though all weariness had been swept away. Particularly, Zhu Zhuqing indulged the most, clearly exhausted from the previous night. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's ravenous demeanor, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but stifle a laugh, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. She teasingly remarked, "Zhuqing, were you utterly worn out last night? Some individuals are like famished wolves, completely oblivious to the notion of satiation." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Zhu Zhuqing nearly choked on the morsel she had just taken. She quickly swallowed, her face flushed, and shot Ning Rongrong an indignant glare, reproaching, "Rongrong, how can you say such a thing?" Bai Ying observed the interaction between the two and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and said with a serious expression, "Rongrong, it seems you are quite the mischievous one. Would you care to give it a try yourself?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, I certainly do not wish to end up like Zhuqing. Please spare me." Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong's bashful demeanor and could not help but chuckle. He gently tapped her nose and affectionately said, "All right. I won't tease you any longer. Do eat up. We have matters to attend to shortly." After finishing their breakfast, Bai Ying led Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing into the courtyard. With a mysterious smile, he produced a soul-guided tank artillery. "What is this?" Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. "This is a soul-guided tank artillery, a creation of mine from the past few days," Bai Ying replied with pride. "Wow, how cool," Xiaowu exclaimed, circling the imposing artillery with fascination as she examined the colossal contraption. "Is there anything special about this artillery?" Ning Rongrong asked, intrigued. "Indeed. This artillery can launch powerful shells capable of demolishing a small mountain," Bai Ying boasted. "Is it truly that formidable?" Zhu Zhuqing observed Bai Ying with astonishment, taken aback by the artillery's immense potential. "Absolutely. Moreover, this artillery features automatic targeting. Once a target is locked, it can fire shells autonomously, making it exceedingly convenient. Bai Ying elucidated. That's wonderful. With this artillery, we need not fear anyone causing us trouble, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Furthermore, we can utilize this artillery to strike our foes unexpectedly. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Bai Ying gazed at the three women's expressions of excitement and felt a warm sensation in his heart. He gently patted the top of the cannon platform and said, All right. Let us test the might of this artillery. With that, he took out a shell and loaded it into the cannon, aiming at a distant hill. With a resounding boom, the shell shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc across the sky. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous crash echoed from the distant hill, accompanied by a cloud of dust, clearly indicating it had been struck by the projectile. Wow, that was incredible! The three women cheered with exhilaration, their eyes sparkling with awe as they beheld the destruction wrought upon the hill. What do you think? The power of this cannon is quite impressive, isn't it? Bai Ying remarked, grinning with pride. Absolutely astounding. It is nothing short of a divine artifact. Ning Rongrong exclaimed enthusiastically. Indeed, with this cannon, we can cultivate here with complete peace of mind. Xiao Wu chimed in, equally thrilled. Now that everyone is so fond of this cannon, let us bestow upon it a name, Bai Ying suggested. Yes, yes. Let me think of one, Ning Rongrong replied eagerly. I believe we should call it the Destroyer. The Destroyer? That name certainly sounds formidable, Bai Ying nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Destroyer exudes a sense of power, Xiao Wu concurred. Then it shall be named the Destroyer. Zhu Xuqing also assented to the title. Bai Ying gazed at the three women, their faces alight with excitement, and a wave of warmth surged within him. He gently patted the top of the Destroyer and declared, Let this be its name. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Bai Ying depart with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiao Wu, a profound sorrow enveloped the dean. Pull yourself together. You still have us, he urged. Flender turned to find Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai regarding him with concern, and a comforting warmth flooded his heart. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Thank you, children, he said, his gaze resting on them with a rare smile that shimmered with determination. I shall not be defeated. I will fight for you and uphold the dignity of our Shrek Academy. At that moment, Yu Tianheng rushed in, his demeanor frantic. Upon seeing Master Yu Xiaojing, he could no longer contain himself. Uncle, Yu Lumian is dead, slain by Bai Ying's own hands. Yu Tianheng's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. Uncle, it's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Bai Ying. He killed grandfather Yu Lumian. Yu Xiaojing staggered, as though struck by a heavy blow. Steadying himself against a nearby table, he struggled to maintain his composure. His pallor was stark, disbelief and grief etched across his features. How is this possible? His voice was low and quavering as he looked at Yu Tianheng, urgency in his eyes. Tell me, Tianheng, is there some misunderstanding? How could Bai Ying have killed Yu Luomian? Yu Tianheng bit his lip tightly, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. I wish it were a misunderstanding. But the truth is undeniable. Bai Ying has grown immensely powerful. I witnessed him unleash formidable soul skills. Grandfather Yu Luomian was no match for him. He continued. Bai Ying would not strike without reason. What exactly transpired? At this moment, Yu Tianheng finally spoke the truth, acknowledging his own faults. Initially, I was reluctant after being defeated by him and returned to my family. I recounted the events here to Uncle Yu Luomian, who intended to bring you back and resolve the matter, believing it to be merely a conflict between us. As a senior, he was hesitant to intervene lightly. However, Bai Ying insulted Uncle Yu Luomian, and not only that, he disparaged the entire South Sea Tyrannosaurus family. Uncle Yu Luomian could no longer endure it and confronted him directly, employing lethal force. Yet, in the end, he was killed. Yu Xiaojing felt as though his mind had been struck by a thunderclap, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Trembling, he grasped Yu Tianheng's shoulders tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Tianheng, are you certain? Yu Luomian, is he truly dead? A flicker of pain crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes as he lowered his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. Yes, uncle. I witnessed Bai Ying strike down grandfather Yu Luomian. His power surpasses our imagination. We are no match for him. Yu Xiaojang's body shuddered violently, determination igniting within him. He released Yu Tianheng, rising slowly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve. Uncle, I vow to avenge you. At that moment, a thought crossed the minds of those around. Who could be pondering their identity? A sudden sneeze escaped Bai Ying as he remarked, Chapter 101, Chance Encounter. Just then, a distant explosion reverberated through the air. Xiao Wu, could it be that you used the soul guidance cannon? I assure you, I did not, replied his brother. At this moment, Bai Ying was filled with confusion, pondering the origin of the explosive sound. Help! Help! Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xuqing, and Xiao Wu turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, and in the distance, they suddenly beheld a figure. It was a woman, adorned with long blue hair, possessing a graceful and proportionate physique. Her fair skin, though not surpassing Zhu Xuqing's, was still strikingly beautiful. Behind her loomed a soul beast, swift in its movements. This soul beast was shrouded in dark mist, exuding an aura of malevolence. And at its rear was a tail resembling a sinister hook. A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Ying's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the soul beast, murmuring softly, Is that the dark demon, evil god tiger? His voice bore a hint of disbelief, as if the mere presence of such a soul beast caught him completely off guard. Xiao Wu, too, observed the situation. As a 100,000-year soul beast, she recognized this creature. In the realm of soul beasts, most are devoid of animosity. Yet there exists a particular breed, the dark demon evil god tiger clan. This soul beast is exceedingly rare, thriving on the life force of other soul beasts or soul masters to transcend its own limitations. Consequently, despite its notorious villainy, upon discovery, both soul beasts and humans alike would endeavor to eradicate it, leaving no opportunity for its growth. With a swift motion, Shui Bing'er invoked her third soul skill, the Ring of Resistance. A pale blue halo materialized around her, enveloping her in a gentle azure glow that thwarted the dark demon evil god tiger's assault. The tiger roared, seemingly intent on devouring the world in its fury. The dark mist surrounding it thickened, sweeping towards Shui Bing'er like a tangible shadow. A glimmer of resolve shone in her eyes. She understood that retreat was not an option at this moment. To falter would not only jeopardize her own life but also endanger her companions. The tiger's claws struck fiercely against the halo, producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the ground, as if it might shatter. Yet, the pale blue ring pulsated with a life of its own, repeatedly deflecting the tiger's attacks. As the onslaught continued, Shui Bing'er began to falter. Her complexion turned ashen, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Each attempt to withstand the tiger's strikes left her increasingly drained. Finally, with a resounding crash, the blue halo shattered, scattering like broken glass. The dark demon evil god tiger roared in triumph, advancing step by step toward Shui Bing'er, each footfall pressing down upon her heart and instilling a sense of profound despair. Wounded and weakened, she could only retreat slowly. Xiao Wu cried out, "We must save her, or she will surely be consumed by the dark demon evil god tiger." Ning Rongrong echoed, "We cannot stand idly by." Although Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, she had already prepared for battle. As Shui Bing'er teetered on the brink of being ensnared, Buying spoke, "Zhuqing, you have reached level 40, have you not?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded in affirmation. Buying spoke. The dark demon evil god tiger is a supreme soul beast. If one could absorb its soul ring, one would undoubtedly acquire a flawless soul skill. Suddenly, Buying moved. In an instant, his figure seemed to be drenched in blood, enveloped in a rich crimson glow. That was his fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. The speed of the white shadow reached an unparalleled zenith, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the heavens. As it surged directly towards the dark demon evil god tiger, a fierce glint flickered in its eyes, faced with this formidable soul beast. It dared not entertain the slightest negligence. A fist collided heavily against the robust form of the dark demon evil god tiger, resonating with a thunderous roar. The immense body of the beast shuddered slightly, as if struck by a colossal force. In the face of this sudden onslaught, a flicker of astonishment crossed the tiger's originally fierce gaze. Despite its strength, it was compelled to momentarily retreat under the relentless assault. The white shadow's fist crashed down once more upon the tiger's body, producing a deafening boom that seemed to make the very earth tremble. Subsequently, the white shadow delivered another devastating blow to the tiger's head. The magnitude of this strike was even more astonishing, leaving the dark demon evil god tiger dizzy and utterly defenseless. A glimmer of fear flickered in its eyes, an alien sensation it had never experienced before. The assault of the white shadow did not wane. He seemed to transform into a raging tiger, relentlessly attacking the dark demon evil god tiger. Each strike inflicted excruciating pain upon the dark demon evil god tiger, whose eyes were filled with terror and despair. Suddenly, the white shadow executed a flawless arc in midair, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of the dark demon evil god tiger. The force of this blow sent the creature soaring through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Bamboo Qing, quickly! Before the echo of the white shadow's command faded, Zhu Bamboo Qing had already manifested like a specter beside the dark demon evil god tiger. Her gaze was cold and resolute, her hands transforming into lethal claws that glimmered with a chilling light as they twisted towards the neck of the dark demon evil god tiger. The creature struggled to evade, but Zhu Bamboo Qing's speed was simply too swift. Its efforts were futile. A sharp crack resounded as the bones fractured, and the neck of the dark demon evil god tiger was twisted by Zhu Bamboo Qing's claws, its life force rapidly ebbing away. Upon witnessing the scene, Buying let out a long sigh of relief. He understood that the victory in this battle was purely a stroke of luck. The dark demon evil god tiger, as a formidable soul beast, possessed extraordinary abilities, the most terrifying of which was its time reversal skill. Once this skill was unleashed, everyone would revert to their childhood state, while he himself would remain unaffected. It is evident that an adult confronting a child would result in a complete domination. In the past, Tang San had barely triumphed over the dark demon evil god tiger with the aid of the Zhuge divine crossbow. Zhuqing, drag the body in here and begin absorbing its soul ring, Bai Ying instructed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and promptly complied. At this moment, however, Bai Ying's gaze shifted to Shui Bing'er. Judging by her attire, she was certainly not an ordinary disciple. He pondered which faction she hailed from. Ning Rongrong, observing Shui Bing'er, suddenly remarked, "That's the uniform of the Heavenly Water Academy. She must be from there. I recall seeing such uniforms in my childhood." Heavenly Water Academy? Regardless, it is imperative to attend to her injuries first. Chapter 102. encountered a beautiful woman. Buying gently lifted Shui Binger and laid her upon the bed. Xiao Wu gazed at Shui Binger, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, "Brother, is he still alive?" Ning Rongrong, equally anxious, remarked on Shui Binger's current state. Her body marred by injuries. Surely, she hasn't succumbed to her wounds, has she? Bai Ying, upon hearing this, reached out with her hand to check his pulse. Discovering that he still had a breath of life, the pale figure spoke, revealing that she still had a breath of life left, yet her condition was exceedingly frail, necessitating immediate treatment. Rongrong summoned the 9 treasures glazed tower to facilitate her healing. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong promptly unleashed her martial spirits, strength, binding, and soul. 3 beams of light enveloped Shui Binger entirely in an instant. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Gradually, a hint of color returned to Shui Binger's complexion, and her breathing became somewhat steadier. A fine sheen of sweat formed on Ning Rongrong's forehead, yet she persevered, wholly focused on sustaining the treatment. Enough, Rongrong. You should rest now. I shall take over from here. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong retracted the 9 treasures glazed tower. Xiao Wu, please escort Rongrong back to rest. Her soul power has been severely depleted, and she must recuperate swiftly. Xiao Wu nodded and inquired, "All right, brother, how confident are you in saving her?" That is indeed difficult to ascertain. She is currently in a very weakened state. Even with the assistance of the 9 treasures glazed tower, her recovery ultimately depends on her own strength. All I can do is my utmost. Very well, you two may leave now. I shall handle the rest. After the 2 women exited, the pale figure turned her gaze toward the frail Shui Binger on the bed. Xiao Wu cast a peculiar glance at the pale figure and took a deep breath, saying, "Brother, it is inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone in the same room. Please refrain from any untoward actions." "What nonsense. I am quite capable of discerning the situation. She is on the brink of death. If I were to act, it would only be after she has recovered. Am I truly that kind of person?" Xiao Wu regarded him coolly, retorting, "Are you not that kind of person? You are simply a lecher. All right, enough of the teasing. If I do not act soon, she will truly perish. Please, hurry and leave." After dismissing them, he prepared to focus on the task at hand. The pale figure gently lifted Shui Binger, her body as light as a feather, fragile as though it could shatter at a mere touch. He cautiously began to unravel the tattered garments clinging to her form, those fabrics fused with her wounds, leaving behind harrowing marks. Each of Bai Ying's movements was imbued with tenderness and care, fearful of inflicting even the slightest additional pain upon her. As he tended to her clothing, Shui Binger occasionally emitted faint groans, her brows furrowed in a struggle against overwhelming agony. Yet, she remained ensnared in a profound and tormenting slumber, unable to awaken. When Bai Ying finally succeeded in removing all her garments, a heart-wrenching scene was unveiled before him. Shui Binger's skin, which should have been as fair as jade, was now stained crimson with blood, her body marred by countless injuries. Do not look away. This is not an act of impropriety, but a necessity to tend to your wounds. When you regain consciousness, do not hold me accountable. I am here to save you. Bai Ying took several deep breaths, as if grappling with a momentous decision. His palm trembled slightly as he retrieved a handful of ethereal herbs, glowing faintly, from his storage spirit tool. With utmost care, he chopped the herbs into fine pieces and poured them into a large wooden barrel. As hot water was added, the fragrance of the herbs intensified, enveloping the entire room in a refreshing aroma. Gently, Bai Ying placed Shui Binger into the barrel, ensuring her body was fully immersed in the medicinal liquid. In that instant, it appeared as though her skin was merging with the potion, her wounds healing at a visibly accelerated pace, while her pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of blush. Bai Ying anxiously observed Shui Binger, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. Should she fail to recover, it would be a tremendous loss for him. Slowly, Shui Binger opened her eyes, greeted by a hazy warmth and a blurred figure before her. She felt as though she were enveloped in a comforting mist, tranquil and serene. As her vision sharpened, she beheld a handsome face, with deep, concerned eyes gazing intently at her. "You have finally awakened," Bai Ying thought, feeling a sense of helplessness. If she were truly lost, then his precious herbs would have been in vain, leading to his own ruin. However, if this individual were indeed of noble lineage and survived, it would affirm the value of the herbs, allowing him to reap the rewards. If she were amenable, perhaps a more intimate exchange could be arranged. In her heart, Bai Ying pondered silently. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. She had never encountered such an extraordinarily handsome man. His profound gaze and gentle voice caused her heart to race and her cheeks to flush slightly. "Where am I?" Shui Binger stammered, her voice trembling as she attempted to sit up, only to discover her body remained weak and feeble. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was indeed in a bathtub, and then she realized with a jolt that her clothes were nowhere to be found. She was completely unclothed, which meant this man had seen her in her most vulnerable state. Her heart raced violently, as if it might leap from her chest. She could hardly believe she was exposed before a stranger. The overwhelming feelings of shyness and embarrassment left her at a loss, her hands gripping the edge of the wooden tub as if it were the only thing anchoring her quaking form. Bai Ying gazed at Shui Binger, whose bashful demeanor stirred a ripple of emotions within him. He had never encountered a woman so adorably shy. Her innocent timidity captivated his heart. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to render his voice more composed. My dear, there is no need for concern. I did not intend to gaze upon your form. At the time, your injury was grave, and I was compelled to assist you. But where are my clothes? Her voice quivered, her hands clutching the edge of the bath as if seeking a modicum of support. Your garments were beyond repair. When I rescued you, most of the remnants had adhered to your wounds, so I had to dispose of them. What? Shui Bingo gasped, an inexplicable wave of dread surging within her. She felt as if she were stripped bare, exposed before all, the helplessness and humiliation almost bringing her to tears. However, at that moment, Bai Ying gently retrieved a voluminous white robe from his storage soul guide and draped it over Shui Binger with utmost care, as if afraid to startle a frightened bird. This is my garment. Please wear it for now. His voice was imbued with tenderness and concern, as if it could soothe her inner turmoil and anxiety. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, her gaze lifting to meet Bai Ying's, her eyes brimming with gratitude and astonishment. She had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from this man, which alleviated some of her embarrassment and shyness. With a bashful tone, she spoke, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Thank you. Bai Ying coughed lightly and inquired. My dear, what is your name? Shui Bingo glanced up at Bai Ying, astonished by his considerate inquiry. She had not anticipated that this man would take such care to ask for her name. Gently biting her lip, she responded, I am Shui Binger, hailing from the Tianshui Academy. Tianshui Academy, is it not? Shui Binger, in the original narrative of Daoliu, had developed an admiration for Tang Sect after her defeat, which later blossomed into love. However, she had kept these feelings buried deep within her heart, never daring to reveal them to Tang Sect. In the conclusion of the Daoliu novel, she stood in support of Tianshui Academy in their struggle against the Spirit Empire. What a formidable adversary. To encounter him here was unexpected. Noticing the silence from the man before her, Shui Bingo grew somewhat anxious, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her white robe. With a hint of shyness in her voice, she asked, May I inquire, who are you? Bai Ying regained his composure. And only then did he feel a sense of awkwardness, swallowing hard. I am Bai Ying, hailing from the Spirit Hall, the holy son of the Spirit Hall. I have been training across the continent, and I intended to return to the Spirit Hall today, but unexpectedly, I ended up rescuing you. The holy son of the Spirit Hall? I never imagined that my savior would be such a distinguished figure. Thank you, esteemed holy son, for your assistance. It was nothing. Merely a trifling matter. I must say, Shui Bingo is truly exquisite. Though she may not rival Xiaowu, each possesses her own unique beauty. Bai Ying's eyes were transfixed. Utterly captivated, Shui Binger sat gracefully in the bath, a flowing white robe draped delicately over her form. Although it concealed much of her skin, the exquisite contours of her figure were still discernible. Her cascading blue hair spilled down her back like the stars scattered across the night sky, glimmering with an enchanting radiance. The pale porcelain of her skin, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, exuded a translucent beauty that irresistibly beckoned one to delve deeper into its allure. The gaze of Bai Ying gradually descended from Shui Binger's face, resting upon her exposed, delicate shoulder. He paused momentarily, a surge of inexplicable impulse welling up within him. Quickly averting his eyes, he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Calmness, he must maintain his calmness. Shui Binger, too, sensed Bai Ying's scrutiny, and she swallowed hard. Instead of feeling the slightest discomfort under his gaze, she experienced a mix of shyness and joy. What is happening to me? Why do I possess such emotions? What on earth is this? The white shadow indeed concocted a beautiful scheme in my heart. It is truly exquisite. I finally comprehend why ancient emperors were so enamored that they could not bear to return to Shu. There exists only greater beauty, never the ultimate. Such a person must be brought under my command. Fortunately, I have perused many novels and learned the art of strategy. Chapter 103, The Handmaiden Shui Binger. Now that you have awakened, let me express my thoughts. Do you have any idea how exorbitant this medicinal bath is? Now that I am aware of your identity as a student of the Heavenly Water Academy, I trust you are not lacking in funds, correct? Shui Binger replied somewhat awkwardly. I currently have no money. The white shadow initiated the first step of his scheme with a soft cough, stating, if you lack money, any valuable item will suffice. Shui Binger responded, I have nothing. Her candidness momentarily startled the white shadow, who had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate girl could be so forthright. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as a sly smile played upon his lips, as if he had discerned her predicament. Nothing? He feigned surprise, raising his voice slightly before regaining his composure. With a gentle smile, his eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Surely, you must have something to show for it? Otherwise, wouldn't my medicinal bath be in vain? With that, he pointed to a delicate light blue bracelet adorning Shui Binger's wrist, which emitted a faint glow. Clearly not an ordinary trinket. This bracelet appears quite exquisite. It should fetch a few hundred gold coins, he remarked nonchalantly, though a glint of avarice flashed in his eyes. Shui Binger's expression shifted. The bracelet was the sole keepsake from her mother, holding immense significance for her. She clutched it tightly, observing her reaction. The white shadow felt a surge of delight, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. He feigned a sigh and said, "Oh, very well. Out of pity for your plight, I shall not press you further. However, do remember the cost of the medicinal bath, and repay me when you have the means." With that, he turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, Shui Binger suddenly called out, "Wait, I can do something for you to settle the debt." The white shadow revealed a sly smile and inquired, "Is anything permissible?" Shui Binger replied, "Of course." To which the white shadow responded, "Then how about I offer myself to you?" Bai Ying spoke with an air of casualness, while Shui Binger's complexion resembled the delicate hues of dawn, spreading from her fair neck to the roots of her ears. Her eyes widened in surprise, clearly unprepared for Bai Ying's unexpected proposal. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest, leaving her momentarily speechless. Bai Ying observed Shui Binger's reaction, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that he had successfully ensnared this innocent girl into his trap. The next step was to relish the pleasure of watching his prey struggle. In the realm of fantastical literature, protagonists often employ such tactics to entice women. One cannot help but remark on the remarkably low intelligence of individuals in the Daoliu continent. Had this occurred in reality, I would have undoubtedly faced severe repercussions by now. However, at that moment, Shui Binger suddenly lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Taking a deep breath, as if she had made a momentous decision, she spoke slowly, "All right." A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Ying's eyes, as if he had not anticipated Shui Binger would acquiesce to his request so readily. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, akin to joy yet tinged with a sense of loss. He gazed deeply at Shui Binger, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of sentiments. Just then, however, Shui Binger suddenly extended her hand, seizing Bai Ying's collar and drawing him closer to her. Bai Ying, caught off guard by her unexpected action, found himself momentarily stunned. Was this the beginning? Was the narrative progressing too swiftly? Or was Shui Binger simply the kind of person? Just as Bai Ying opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Shui Binger. "You misunderstand. What I meant is that I can work for you to settle the debt." Bai Ying was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shui Binger would so directly misconstrue his intentions. He chuckled softly, reaching out to tousle Shui Binger's hair, and said, "Silly girl. Do you truly believe I would harbor any improper thoughts towards you?" Shui Binger's cheeks flushed even deeper as she shot Bai Ying a glare. Yet she did not pull away from his grasp. It seemed that she sensed Bai Ying's sincerity, and her inner guard relaxed somewhat. "Then what is it that you wish for me to do?" Shui Binger inquired softly, her voice quivering slightly. The white shadow smiled faintly, a glint of cunning shimmering in her eyes. "It is quite simple. Become my maid. You shall serve me daily, attending to my needs, preparing tea, washing clothes, and cooking until I am satisfied." Shui Binger widened her eyes, clearly taken aback by the unexpected proposal. To her, being a maid was a profoundly demeaning occupation. She had never envisioned herself reduced to such a state. However, the burden of her staggering debt weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, the white shadow unexpectedly extended her hand, gently grasping Shui Binger's. "Do not worry, I shall not impose excessively burdensome tasks upon you. Moreover, I have faith in your ability to fulfill this role. Very well, I am willing to be your maid. But I have one condition. I must first return to the Heavenly Water Academy, for my sisters will surely be concerned." "I can acquiesce to that. Yet your injuries are quite severe. Let us address that once you have healed," the white shadow replied. Shui Binger was astonished by how readily the individual before her had acquiesced. "Are you not afraid I might escape? No one has ever managed to flee from my grasp. And I trust you. Here is your uniform. Change into it." Before long, Shui Binger donned the modest maid's attire, stepping out of the room. Although clad in simple garb, her innate elegance and grace remained unmistakable. The white shadow regarded her with a flicker of admiration. "This maid's outfit appears quite splendid. I recall feeling a yearning while watching those Western films in my past life." Shui Binger stood before the white shadow, somewhat anxious, her hands tightly clasped as she endeavored to quell her inner turmoil. The white shadow observed her with a smile. "Do not be nervous from this day forth. You are my maid. Remember, your duty is to obey my commands unconditionally, no matter what I may require." Shui Binger nodded, though discontent simmered within her. She recognized her lack of alternatives. Taking a deep breath to steady her resolve, she gazed up at the white shadow, her eyes alight with determination. "I understand, my master." Bai Ying nodded in satisfaction, then turned and walked towards the soft couch in the room, reclining upon it. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly savoring the sensation of being attended to. Shui Binger stood beside him, somewhat at a loss. She had never envisioned herself experiencing such a moment. Yet she understood that she must strive to adapt to this new life. At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and addressed Shui Binger. "Please go to the kitchen and boil some hot water. I wish to take a bath." Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded and turned towards the kitchen, although a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. She recognized her current role as a maid and the necessity of obeying her master's commands. Before long, Shui Binger returned, carrying a basin of steaming hot water. She placed the basin on the small table next to the couch and respectfully informed Bai Ying, "Master, the water is ready." Bai Ying opened his eyes and, upon observing the respectful demeanor of Shui Binger, couldn't help but feel a hint of amusement. He sat up, reached out to test the water's temperature, and then nodded. Very well, you may leave now. Shui Binger let out a sigh of relief and turned to depart. However, at that moment, Bai Ying suddenly called out to her, wait. Shui Bingo halted, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. She glanced back at Bai Ying, only to find a glimmer of playful intrigue sparkling in his eyes, as if he were concocting some scheme. Is there anything else you require? Shui Bingo inquired cautiously. Bai Ying smiled faintly, extending a hand to gesture at her disheveled hair. My hair is rather unruly. Could you assist me in tidying it? Shui Bingo was taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a request from Bai Ying. In her perception, such trivial matters were typically the domain of maidservants, while her role as a handmaiden entailed more significant responsibilities. However, contemplating her current identity and circumstances, she steeled herself and stepped forward, accepting the comb that Bai Ying offered, and commenced the task of arranging her hair. Bai Ying sat quietly, feeling the gentle fingers of Shui Binger weaving through her hair, though her movements were somewhat awkward. They exuded a sincerity and meticulousness. A stirring sensation welled up within Bai Ying, and in a sudden impulse, he grasped Shui Binger's wrist and drew her into his embrace. Startled, Shui Bingo gasped and attempted to break free from Bai Ying's hold, yet he held her tightly. Do not move, Bai Ying murmured. Allow me to hold you for a moment. Shui Bingo's heart raced, and she felt a flush spread across her cheeks, uncertain of the reason behind Bai Ying's sudden affection. She nonetheless sensed the warmth and security enveloping her in his arms. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately chose not to escape his embrace. Bai Ying gently released his grip. Observing the flushed cheeks and flustered eyes of Shui Binger, which brought a faint amusement to his heart, he was aware that his actions might have been somewhat excessive. Yet he wished to gauge the trust and affection that existed between them. In retrospect, her response seemed to please him significantly. I apologize if I have been somewhat abrupt. Bai Ying spoke softly, but I merely wish to convey that I do not intend to regard you as an ordinary maid. I hope we can cultivate a relationship that is more intimate and trusting. Shui Bingo lifted her gaze to meet Bai Ying's, her eyes shimmering with complexity. Unsure of how to respond to his words, she nonetheless felt the sincerity and warmth imbued in them. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. I am willing to give it a try. Very well, you may leave now. Rongrong, I am aware you are eavesdropping. Please come in. Upon being summoned, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, and she exhaled deeply before opening the door. Shui Bingo stiffened upon seeing her, while Ning Rongrong, unfazed, remarked, all right, you may step outside. Relieved, Shui Bingo exited with a sense of liberation, realizing that her previous conversation with Bai Ying had not gone unnoticed. Is it not a bit hasty to make advances on her when you have only just met? Chapter 104. The phantom cat. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, feigning irritation as she remarked, do you think I am oblivious? Look at that lecherous expression of yours. It seems you have taken quite a fancy to Shui Binger. Bai Ying, unperturbed by Ning Rongrong's remarks, nodded with a sense of ease, boldly stating, Rongrong, please assist me. You must devise a way for us to have a moment alone together. Observing Bai Ying's earnest demeanor, Ning Rongrong found it amusing yet maintained a facade of serious contemplation. As her mind whirled with ideas, a mischievous smile graced her lips. Very well, I shall help you, she finally declared, leaning closer to Bai Ying, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. I have a plan that will afford you the opportunity to be alone with Shui Binger. Is that true? Rongrong, you are simply wonderful, Bai Ying exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as he grasped Ning Rongrong's hand. With a playful wink, Ning Rongrong replied softly, indeed, but you must adhere strictly to my plan. There can be no mistakes. Bai Ying nodded repeatedly, his urgency palpable as he inquired, what should I do? Ning Rongrong responded with a gentle smile and a soft voice. Isn't Shui Binger injured? You could offer her the opportunity to heal, and then you two can spend some time alone together. Bai Ying smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Of course, how did I not realize this? Rongrong, you are truly brilliant. As Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong, he couldn't help but acknowledge that. Despite her somewhat irritable demeanor, she was undoubtedly the most astute among the three goddesses of Shrek Academy. This might be attributed to her noble upbringing, as those born into aristocracy typically possess a more refined understanding of interpersonal relationships. Rongrong, can you guess how I intend to reward you? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively took several steps back, her face tinged with a hint of crimson. All right. I came to inform you that there has been a situation with Zhu Qing. You need to go check on her. Zhu Qing, is there trouble? Bai Ying inquired. I will head there immediately. Upon arriving at Zhu Qing's chamber, he found her engaged in absorbing the soul ring of the Dark Devil Tiger. Though this Dark Devil Tiger possessed merely 1,000 years of cultivation, its power was formidable enough to rival that of 10,000-year soul beasts. Zhu Qing, what has transpired? Bai Ying asked. Zhu Qing, upon seeing Bai Ying, replied, nothing serious. I merely found a pearl formed from the corpse of the Dark Devil Tiger. May I see the pearl? Bai Ying requested. Zhu Qing presented the pearl, and as Bai Ying held it, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled that in the original lore of Daoliu continent, it was mentioned that this was the life pearl of the Dark Devil Tiger. Each Dark Devil Tiger possesses such a life pearl, which encapsulates their entire essence and abilities. This is your life pearl. Zhu Qing, quickly channel your soul power to absorb it. This is an extraordinary opportunity for you. Noticing Bai Ying's grave demeanor, Zhu Zhiqing promptly seated herself and began the process of absorbing the pearl. Bai Ying anxiously fixed his gaze upon Zhu Zhiqing, his palms slightly damp with perspiration. He was acutely aware that the soul gem of the dark demon evil god tiger harbored an overwhelmingly sinister force. Should Zhu Zhiqing falter, the ramifications would be dire. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiqing's form was enveloped in a thick mist, her features obscured as if she were being consumed by an endless abyss. Bai Ying's heart clenched tightly as he sensed the surging power within her, the very essence of the dark demon evil god tiger's soul gem manifesting its influence. Within the shroud of fog, Zhu Zhiqing appeared to inhabit an alternate realm, suffused with malevolence and darkness. Yet, she did not waver. Instead, she resolutely faced the onslaught of this formidable force. Her body trembled, yet her gaze remained resolute, as if an indomitable spirit sustained her. Meanwhile, Shui Binger had been escorted to her room by Ning Rongrong. My name is Ning Rongrong, hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Rest assured, I am not a malicious person. Shui Binger sat on the edge of the bed, visibly uneasy. Ning Rongrong, noticing her discomfort, felt a tinge of amusement within her heart, but spoke with genuine concern. Shui Binger, you truly need not feel apprehensive. Although he may occasionally appear a tad lecherous, he possesses a kind heart and is quite considerate. Naturally, he will be concerned for your well-being after your injury. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Shui Binger felt warmth blossom within her, alleviating much of her tension. She raised her gaze to Ning Rongrong, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Ning Rongrong, thank you. I assure you, I am fine, and I genuinely believe that Bai Ying is a good person. Just then, Xiao Wu burst through the door, a radiant smile gracing her face. Shui Binger, how's your injury? Is it still painful? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, the dancer. She cast a peculiar glance at Shui Binger, evidently aware of Bai Ying's temperament. He did not compel you to do anything, did he? Shui Binger hastily clarified. I have heard from my brother. He mentioned that you should be his maid to repay a debt. How could he bully a young girl? Shui Binger, please clarify that this is entirely voluntary and not his doing. With a bewildered expression, Shui Binger nodded, her gaze evasive as she regarded Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong, understanding the unspoken tension, interjected quickly. All right, Xiao Wu, let us not make it feel like an interrogation. Relax, it's all fine. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, ceased her probing inquiries. Let me administer another treatment. Ning Rongrong continued. Shui Binger did not refuse. She exhaled deeply. Understanding that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was renowned across the continent for its unparalleled healing capabilities, the most crucial aspect for her now was to recuperate swiftly. With a surge of power, 3 beams of light surged into Shui Binger's body with astonishing speed. She could feel her wounds mending rapidly, the fatigue dissipating almost instantaneously. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing had finally completed her integration with the soul gem of the dark demon evil god tiger. Zhiqing, how are you? Are you all right? Bai Ying anxiously gazed at Zhu Zhiqing, witnessing a profound transformation in her demeanor. The once icy and aloof aura now bore an inexplicable allure. Her eyes shimmered with a deep, penetrating light, as if capable of unraveling the very essence of one's soul. Do not worry, I'm fine. You need not concern yourself. Zhu Zhiqing inhaled deeply and remarked. It seems my martial soul has undergone a mutation. Bai Ying, could you assist me in discerning its nature? Her voice, laced with an ineffable confidence, resonated softly. Bai Ying nodded, his gaze brimming with anticipation. He understood that Zhu Zhiqing was about to unveil her newfound power. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhiqing suddenly unleashed her martial soul, the netherworld spirit cat. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in an aura of darkness. The silhouette of the netherworld spirit cat flickered in the shadows, its eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light, as if capable of piercing through all veils of reality. A flicker of surprise passed through Bai Ying's eyes. He distinctly sensed that the aura emanating from Zhu Zhiqing was strikingly different from before. This aura was profoundly sinister. In terms of the quality of her martial soul, it was no longer akin to the evil spirit white tiger. Zhiqing, your martial soul has truly undergone a mutation. Bai Ying exclaimed. I can feel the overwhelmingly malevolent power within you. Your nether spirit cat martial soul has perfectly fused with the soul pearl of the dark demon evil god tiger, giving rise to an entirely new martial soul form. I believe this martial soul transcends that of the nether spirit cat and deserves a new name. A new name? Please bestow one upon me. Let it be called the nether evil cat. The nether evil cat? That sounds splendid. Let it be so. Now, you should rest well. I shan't disturb you any longer. As night swiftly descended, he added, Shui Binger, you're injured. I will need to tend to your wounds again this evening. You should share a room with me. In this dwelling, there were only 4 rooms available. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao Wu required solitude for their cultivation and could not be disturbed. So it would be best for you to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Shui Bingo did not refuse and readily agreed. Just before entering her room, Ning Rongrong let out a playful giggle, causing Shui Binger to blush. Bai Ying spoke reassuringly. Rest assured, it is merely a treatment. Upon entering the room, he continued. Do not worry, I am a man of integrity. Please remove your clothing so that I may examine your wounds. Although his words provided a modicum of comfort to Shui Binger, the moment of truth filled her heart with anxiety and trepidation. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, hesitating over whether to disrobe. Bai Ying gazed at her hesitant demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He approached her and gently patted Shui Bing'er on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I merely wish to examine your wound and assist in your recovery." The young girl appeared to be shy, which indicated that a strategy was necessary. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, a warm current surged within Shui Bing'er, prompting her to muster the courage to gradually untie her garments. As her clothing slipped away, revealing her fair skin and the deep wound, Bai Ying's brow furrowed slightly. Although his words had provided Shui Bing'er with a measure of comfort, the reality of their proximity caused her voice to tremble slightly, betraying her inner tension and unease. "How is it? Is my injury serious?" The white shadow gently grasped her wrist, his tone imbued with tenderness and reassurance. "Do not worry. There are merely a few wounds that still require attention, and I shall be cautious." In the dim light, the depth of his eyes appeared particularly profound. He delicately picked up some herbs nearby, dipped his fingertips in the essence, and carefully applied it to Shui Bing'er's wounds. Each touch was akin to a feather gliding across water, creating gentle ripples. Shui Bing'er felt the cool sensation and involuntarily shivered, biting her lip in an effort to suppress any sounds. The white shadow observed this, and a flicker of compassion arose within him. He slowed his movements and softly said, "Bing'er, if it hurts, do let me know, and I will be gentler." As Shui Bing'er sensed his meticulous care and gentleness, her anxiety gradually dissipated. She could not help but ponder that perhaps she had misjudged him. The white shadow truly embodied the virtues he claimed. Under his attentive treatment, her wounds began to heal, and the pain lessened significantly. She gazed at him with gratitude, a hint of affection shimmering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the white shadow felt an inner stir. He found himself stealing glances at Shui Bing'er, her graceful figure partially illuminated by the faint light, more captivating than any starlet on screen. He mused that while the Daoliu continent may be a mere backwater of the fantasy realm, some aspects were undeniably superior to reality. Isn't her figure simply exquisite? I must win her heart, he thought. "Bing'er, there is something I have long wished to inquire about. How did you provoke the dark demon evil god tiger? Such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Even having been born in the spirit hall, I have only encountered them in texts." "Ah, well, I was hunting soul beasts with others at the time. I accidentally angered this one while assisting my elders from the academy, and it charged at me," she explained. "Then consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago. Shui Bing'er, if I may." The conversation had lightened her heart significantly. "Your injuries have improved remarkably. You can barely attempt to channel your soul power now. Is it truly possible?" Shui Bing'er asked, her voice filled with hope. "Indeed. Give it a try." As she concentrated, a faint blue luminescence began to manifest around her, though not yet fluid. She could certainly feel her body was in far better condition than before. Time seemed to come to a quiet standstill as the application of the ointment reached its conclusion. Shui Bing'er, feeling liberated, was eager to rise and exit the room shared with this unfamiliar man. However, before she could gather her things, a warm and steadfast hand clasped hers. "Bing'er, I need to help you open your meridians. Only then can your talent ascend to new heights." Shui Bing'er paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. "Meridians? What are those?" Bai Ying smiled gently, a mysterious glimmer dancing in her eyes. "You need not concern yourself with the details. All you must understand is that once the connection is made, your strength will soar to unprecedented heights." "I do not require this," Shui Bing'er replied, her intent to depart the room abruptly halted by Bai Ying's next words. "You are, after all, my servant. You have expressly stated that you must comply with my wishes. Surely, you do not intend to forget this." Shui Bing'er furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. Though she was unfamiliar with the concepts of the 7 meridians and 8 vessels, Bai Ying's tone and demeanor left her with no room for denial. She settled at the edge of the bed, her hands clasped tightly together, her heart brimming with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Bai Ying smiled gently, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his gaze. He approached Shui Bing'er from behind, resting his hands delicately upon her shoulders, and a warm surge of energy instantly coursed through her body. Shui Bing'er felt as if a gentle stream flowed within her, akin to countless serpents weaving through her veins. "Relax, do not resist." As he savored the icy coolness of Shui Bing'er's skin, Bai Ying felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, quite remarkable. Akin to a block of tofu, it completely exceeded my expectations. One wonders how they maintain such beauty. The Tianshui Academy, one of the 5 elemental colleges, is renowned for its peculiar regulation of admitting only female students, and they must be stunningly beautiful. It seems this reputation is well-deserved. Though still youthful, Shui Bing'er is undoubtedly a beauty. Bai Ying gazed at Shui Bing'er with a sense of satisfaction, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. He gently applauded, as if celebrating a magnificent achievement. Shui Bing'er was still immersed in the wondrous experience she had just undergone, feeling the surge of soul power within her, as though she had acquired a newfound strength. However, Bai Ying's subsequent words plunged her spirits into despair. "Now, let us calculate the fees," he stated calmly and resolutely, as if discussing an ordinary transaction. Shui Bing'er was taken aback, a wave of unease washing over her. She widened her eyes, staring at Bai Ying. as if unable to believe her own ears. What fees? Her voice trembled, filled with confusion and apprehension. Bai Ying regarded Shui Bing'er's astonished expression, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. He approached the table, seized a sheet of paper and a pen, and swiftly inscribed a series of numbers. 15 million gold soul coins. This constitutes the cost of your treatment, encompassing ointments, healing, and the unblocking of meridians. He extended the paper to Shui Bing'er, his gaze betraying a touch of cunning. As she grasped the paper and glanced at the figures, the sight nearly caused her to swoon. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Bai Ying, struggling to comprehend his words. So much? Why don't you just rob a bank? Her voice was laden with indignation and resentment. Bai Ying merely smiled faintly, as if everything were well within his control. Ice, how could you utter such words? Has your soul power indeed ascended? Do you not perceive the significant transformation within yourself compared to before? These are the benefits of unblocking the 7 meridians and 8 channels. And have I not mentioned that this comes at no cost? Shui Bing'er found herself rendered speechless by Bai Ying's remarks. She widened her eyes in indignation, glaring at him, yet feeling utterly helpless. Indeed, she sensed the alterations within her. The flow of soul power was now more fluid, as if a new force surged within her. However, the exorbitant fees still stirred discontent in her heart. Bai Ying gazed at the adorable yet pouting visage of Shui Bing'er, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He maintained his composure and continued, Bing'er, you must understand that all I do is for your own good. Moreover, I am a merchant of utmost integrity, never would I deceive my clients. As he spoke, he feigned deep contemplation, stroking his chin. And then his eyes sparkled as though a brilliant idea had struck him. How about this? If you agree to one condition of mine, I shall grant you a discount on this occasion. What do you say? Upon hearing his words, Shui Bing'er immediately perked up, her eyes widening as if she had spotted a lifeline. What condition? Do tell me swiftly. Bai Ying smiled faintly, a glint of cunning in his gaze. It's quite simple. If you agree to give me a kiss, I shall reduce your fee by half. Shui Bing'er was taken aback, never expecting Bai Ying to propose such a condition. After a moment of hesitation, she recalled the exorbitant fee and glanced at Bai Ying's handsome visage, ultimately gritting her teeth and consenting. Although her heart brimmed with discontent, she steeled herself and leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his cheek. A warmth spread across her own cheek, yet her heart was filled with resignation. Bai Ying observed Shui Bing'er's bashful demeanor, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He tenderly caressed his cheek, as if savoring the softness of her touch. Well then, with the fee halved, we are settled, he said with a beaming smile. Shui Bing'er shot him a glare, yet felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she disapproved of such a transactional approach, at least the cost had been reduced, which she considered a small victory. As she turned to leave, she suddenly heard Bai Ying's voice. Shui Bing'er silently reflected on his cunning nature, deeming him a schemer who was undoubtedly ensnaring her. Chapter 106, have you secured it? What more do you want from me? Shui Bing'er retorted indignantly. With 15 million gold soul coins reduced by half, that still amounted to 10 million. Bai Ying's voice drifted through the air, and Shui Bing'er felt a wave of helplessness. Her eyes widened as she stared at Bai Ying, unable to suppress her inner expletives. 10 million? Did a physical education teacher teach you math? Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She understood that Bai Ying was not someone she could easily offend. Clenching her lips tightly, she balled her hands into fists, striving to contain the anger and anxiety swirling within her. The pale figure seemed oblivious to Shui Bing'er's emotional turmoil as he continued, there is still 10 million. How do you intend to repay it? Shui Bing'er felt her mood oscillate like a roller coaster, and she took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within her. In the dim light of the moon, her visage appeared even more exquisite, yet her eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. She understood that she had no room for choices and must confront the stark reality before her. Very well, Shui Bing'er finally spoke, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. After all, I am already your maid. How do you wish for me to repay you? Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her swift capitulation. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes before he spoke. How about this? The day has grown late, and everyone else is already resting. This bed is quite spacious. Accommodating too is entirely feasible. Once you awaken, you may inform me of how you wish to repay me. No, I cannot possibly share a bed with you. Then you must seek out another place to sleep. Do not forget, this house lacks a sofa. Moreover, should you choose to rest on the floor, it may exacerbate your injuries. If that happens and you experience pain, do not hold me accountable. Besides, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu's room is already locked. I suspect they are fast asleep. Where, then, could you possibly rest? Mind your own business. With that, she pushed the door open and stepped outside. Is anyone there? No response came from the first room, nor from the second. And the third remained silent as well. Shui Bing'er's emotions swayed like a roller coaster, ultimately leading her to stand before Bai Ying's door. After a moment's hesitation, she inhaled deeply and gently knocked. Yet, there was no reply from within. A slight sense of relief washed over her, as if she were fortunate that no one answered. She pushed the door open and entered. The room was simply yet elegantly arranged, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a tranquil and mysterious ambience. Shui Bing'er approached the bed, gazing at the broad expanse of it, her heart fluttering with trepidation. She removed her shoes and cautiously climbed onto the bed. The bedding was soft and comfortable, prompting a sigh of relief. However, upon lying down, she realized Bai Ying was not there as she had imagined. A flicker of surprise coursed through her, and she glanced around, but found no sign of him. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, followed by a chilling hand resting lightly on her shoulder. Shui Binger let out a startled scream and sprang from the bed. Upon regaining her composure and focusing on the scene before her, she found herself momentarily stunned. Bai Ying stood beside the bed, a mischievous smile gracing his face. He pinched his nose playfully and said, "Well, were you frightened?" Shui Binger widened her eyes, confronting Bai Ying with an indescribable mix of emotions. She felt both anger and helplessness, but ultimately, it culminated in a resigned sigh. She gazed deeply at him before lying back down, pulling the blanket over her head, grumbling. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." "You do as you wish." "Very well, then sleep well." Shui Binger lay on the opposite side of the bed, slowly peeking out. Her heartbeat began to steady. She had anticipated some outrageous behavior from Bai Ying, yet the scene before her was unexpectedly calm. The white shadow lay quietly on the bed, completely asleep. At this moment, Shui Binger let out a sigh of relief. The pale figure lay quietly upon the bed when he suddenly sensed a subtle movement, as if someone were gradually approaching. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find Shui Binger kicking the covers, her entire being uncontrollably shifting closer to him. Bai Ying paused momentarily, gazing at Shui Binger, whose delicate form was exposed to the air due to the absence of a blanket. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. He gently extended his hand, intending to cover her with the blanket. But at that moment, Shui Binger suddenly turned over and fell directly into his embrace. The white shadow extended his hand, gently pulling back the quilt that she had kicked aside, covering her exposed shoulders and arms. At the moment he arranged the quilt, Shui Binger seemed to sense his warmth, slightly shifting her body to nestle even more closely within his embrace. Bai Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he did not push her away. He lay there in silence, absorbing the gentle rhythm of Shui Binger's breath and the warmth of her body. "You wicked scoundrel, always taking advantage of me. One day, I shall make you pay for this." The heart of Bai Ying leapt suddenly, as though stirred by Shui Binger's whispered words. He sensed his pulse quickening, and his body began to radiate warmth. Holding Shui Binger tightly in his embrace, he sought to calm the turmoil within. Yet, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his desires. Lowering his gaze to her alluring visage, a flicker of yearning passed through his eyes. Her skin was as fair as jade, her lips slightly parted, as if beckoning him closer. His breath became shallow, and his body stiffened. However, at that pivotal moment, an epiphany struck Bai Ying. He clenched his jaw tightly, forcefully suppressing the impulses that surged within him. Just then, Shui Binger seemed to sense the chill of the surroundings, inadvertently kicking off the covers once more. Bai Ying furrowed his brow, observing the woman in his arms who continued to create mischief even in slumber. A blend of exasperation and amusement filling his heart. He sighed softly and bent down, preparing to cover her with the blanket again. Yet, when his face was mere centimeters from hers, Shui Binger suddenly seemed to sense his presence, her eyes flying open. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere shifted into something delicate and charged. Bai Ying's heart raced uncontrollably, while Shui Binger appeared to realize something, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. In that instant, she reached out her arms, wrapping around him like an octopus. Her unexpected action caught Bai Ying off guard. He momentarily froze, feeling his heart thrum even more fiercely. Shui Binger pressed against him, as if attuning to the rhythm of their shared breaths and heartbeats. "Am I dreaming? Even in my dreams, I see him," Shui Binger murmured, before gradually drifting back to sleep. Her arms encircled his waist, her legs entwined with his thighs, her entire being clinging to him, impenetrably close. Bai Ying felt a surge of astonishment, his body instantly rigid, paralyzed with disbelief. Is this a bloody sleepwalk? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Shui Binger's breathing gradually steadied, indicating she had slipped into a profound slumber. Bai Ying, too, felt his heartbeat returning to its normal rhythm. He began to gently shift his body, attempting to extricate himself from Shui Binger's embrace. Yet, at that very moment, she emitted a soft moan, her hands gripping his back tightly, as if unwilling to let him go. A wave of helplessness washed over Bai Ying. He could only lie there quietly, allowing Shui Binger to hold him closely until dawn broke. Surely, she must be deep in sleep by now. A gentle kiss should go unnoticed. It was merely to ascertain whether she was truly asleep, not an act of impropriety. Bai Ying consoled himself, and then leaned down to kiss Shui Binger on her lips. It seemed that she sensed something, yet she did not awaken. Thus, Bai Ying confirmed that she was indeed in a deep slumber. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Shui Binger's face. She slightly furrowed her brow and slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing that she was tightly embracing Bai Ying, she gasped in astonishment and leapt from the bed. What are you doing here?" Shui Binger stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Ying smiled faintly as she sat up from the bed, stretching lazily, and remarked, "Last night you sleepwalked and insisted on holding me while you slept. What could I do?" Upon hearing this, Shui Binger was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Had she truly sleepwalked last night? Had she spent the entire night clinging to Bai Ying? The humiliation was overwhelming. I. Shui Bingo stammered for a long while, at a loss for words. You mustn't blame me. You kicked off the covers, and it was you who leaned over. The moment Shui Binger heard those words, her face flushed an even deeper shade of red. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Bai Ying's eyes. Feeling an intense sense of regret within, she had thought that what transpired last night was merely a dream, only to discover that it had indeed occurred. Now, with Bai Ying bringing it up directly, she felt utterly mortified. Standing by the bedside, her hands twisted together tightly, as if that would alleviate her inner awkwardness. She dared to glance up at Bai Ying, only to find him observing her with a teasing smile. Her heart raced, as if it were attempting to leap from her chest. Taking a slow, deep breath, Shui Binger finally mustered the courage to ask, "Did we do anything?" Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet Bai Ying still captured her words with clarity. Bai Ying leaned slightly closer to Shui Binger, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. "What is it? What do you think we ought to do?" Instantly, Shui Binger's complexion deepened to a crimson hue, and she stammered, I haven't done anything peculiar, have I?" As she spoke, her hands fidgeted nervously, and her gaze flitted about, avoiding his. Bai Ying gazed at Shui Binger in her current state, in an impulse to tease her surge within him. He deliberately leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Oh, a curious display? Like now, with your cheeks flushed and heart racing, as if anticipating some momentous event?" Shui Binger felt a tingling sensation in her ears from the warmth of Bai Ying's breath, her heartbeat quickening as if it might leap from her chest. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes widening as she stared at Bai Ying. Her lips slightly parted as if she wished to utter something, yet no words escaped her. At that moment, Bai Ying suddenly let out a soft laugh, pinched her cheek playfully, and then leapt off the bed, saying, "Fear not, you merely sleepwalked last night." "We did nothing at all." Shui Bingo paused in astonishment, then quickly regained her composure, a wave of indignation washing over her. She stamped her foot and glared at Bai Ying's retreating figure, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you mock me?" The white shadow gently cleared its throat and then retrieved a mystical herb known as the 8-petal immortal orchid from the storage soul guide. "You shall absorb it." Shui Bingo gazed at the herb, shaking her head as she remarked, "Are you planning to deceive me once more?" Bai Ying nodded and remarked, "You may think so. After all, you have fallen victim to my schemes more than once. What difference does it make to add one more instance? Moreover, do you truly possess the luxury of choice at this moment? Should you decline, I might resort to other methods, such as kissing you." Bai Ying's words left Shui Binger momentarily speechless. She shot Bai Ying a glare and huffed, "You always behave so frivolously." However, when her gaze fell upon the celestial herb in Bai Ying's hand, her expression shifted to one of earnestness. The herb emanated a soft glow, its 8 petals resembling a blossoming lotus, exuding a fragrance that was both refreshing and enchanting. "Is this truly a celestial herb?" Shui Bingo inquired with curiosity. Bai Ying nodded, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Of course, this is a special gift prepared just for you. The 8-petal immortal orchid can significantly enhance your soul power and will greatly benefit your cultivation. Moreover, once you absorb it, your injuries will heal instantly, allowing you to depart without delay." Shui Bingo gazed at the immortal herb in Bai Ying's hand, her heart wavering. She understood that Bai Ying would not bestow such a precious gift without reason. Yet, she also recognized her genuine need for this herb to advance her own cultivation. "Very well, I accept." Bai Ying gazed at her, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He extended his hand, gently drawing Shui Bingo into his embrace and inviting her to sit upon the bed. With utmost care, he presented the ethereal herb into her hands, cautioning her. "This herb is extraordinary. You must absorb it with caution and resist the temptation of haste." Shui Bingo nodded, firmly clutching the precious herb, closing her eyes as she dedicated herself to absorbing its energy. As time flowed by, the aura surrounding her began to swell in strength, her soul force steadily ascending. When she finally opened her eyes, excitement sparkled within them. She sensed the fluctuation of her soul power, soaring from its previous level of 43 to an astonishing 47. A progression that defied her belief. Lifting her gaze to Bai Ying, a captivating smile graced her lips. "What reward do you desire?" Shui Binger inquired softly, her voice tinged with playful mischief. The pale figure smiled faintly, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. "Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall not hold back. The reward I seek is merely your promise." Shui Bingo blinked in curiosity and asked, "What promise do you desire?" The pale figure slowly approached her and declared, "I need you to promise me that no matter what transpires in the future, you will trust me and stand by my side. Also, you must grant me one more kiss, to serve as a farewell." Shui Bingo sensed that this man was taking advantage of her, yet she did not decline. Gradually, she leaned in towards the pale figure and kissed him directly. At that moment, she felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through her body. Bai Ying gently nodded, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. He turned to the door, pushed it open softly, and then glanced back at Shui Binger, his eyes brimming with tenderness. This was akin to a farewell kiss. He spoke softly, his voice tinged with reluctance. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting profound understanding and harmony. Shui Bingo lightly bit her lip before leaning closer to Bai Ying, bestowing upon him a passionate kiss. Bai Ying accepted her kiss with a gentle smile, then slowly released her and turned to exit the room. Inside, Shui Bingo sat quietly on the bed, a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. She softly caressed her lips, seemingly savoring the kiss they had just shared. Shui Bing'er and Bai Ying both left the room in succession, at which point Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu exchanged peculiar glances. Seated around the table, the trio's eyes darted back and forth between Bai Ying and Shui Bing'er, their faces filled with curiosity and intrigue. Ning Rongrong was the first to break the silence. She blinked playfully and teased, "Did you manage to win her over?" That was quite swift. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively touched his nose. He cast a reproachful glance at Ning Rongrong and said, "What do you mean by that? We are respectable individuals. How could we possibly engage in any improper conduct?" Chapter 107. Return to the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong remarked, "It seems that the opportunity has slipped away. What a shame." No sooner had Ning Rongrong's words faded than Bai Ying gently cleared his throat, shattering the awkward silence that enveloped the air. He spoke slowly, his voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Matters of the heart are rarely so straightforward. His words seemed to carry a profound significance, leaving others pondering their meaning. Shui Bing'er's face flushed a deeper shade, akin to the glow of a sunset reflected upon her cheeks. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Bai Ying's eyes, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment, betraying her inner shyness and unease. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu observed from the sidelines, unable to suppress their laughter. A mischievous glint flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she lightly patted Shui Bing'er on the shoulder and teased, "Be careful, Shui Bing'er. He is quite the wolf in sheep's clothing, not a good person at all." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Zhuqing, if you say that, won't you make our dear Mr. Bai Ying feel disheartened?" With a sense of resignation, Bai Ying shook his head. He approached Shui Bing'er, gently extending his hand to rest softly amidst her hair, tenderly caressing it. "Bing'er, do not heed their nonsensical words. I am a good man, not a villain. Do not let them lead you astray." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Shui Bing'er took her leave, while Bai Ying, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu continued their journey toward Soul City. "Soul City, I have finally returned." The White Shadow, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, old man, I have returned. Did you miss me?" Within the sacred hall, Qian Daoliu was seated in his spacious and well-lit study. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps as the White Shadow burst in with fervor. Old man, he shouted, rushing toward Qian Daoliu, placing his hands on his shoulders, his face alight with pride and exhilaration. Qian Daoliu was taken aback by this unexpected display, nearly dropping the ancient tome he held. He shook his head with a sense of resignation, affectionately gazing at the mischievous lad, and chuckled. "Only you would dare speak to me in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, I would have long since thrown them out." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying chuckled softly and playfully blinked her eyes, saying, "Isn't it simply because you, old man, dote on me the most?" Qian Daoliu affectionately ruffled Bai Ying's nose and replied with a smile, "You certainly have a way with words. Now, tell me, what brings you back this time?" The enigmatic Bai Ying smiled mysteriously, leaning close to Qian Daoliu's ear and whispering, "I have returned bearing good news. Can you guess what it is?" Qian Daoliu found Bai Ying's secrecy amusing, shaking his head with a chuckle. "You always return with an air of mystery. Very well, let me take a guess. Have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Or perhaps you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation." In truth, I had indeed stirred up some trouble. Yet, from another perspective, it could be deemed a fortuitous turn of events. I have slain Yu Lumian, one of the 3 titled Daoliu from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Qian Daoliu's eyes widened in shock, his expression freezing instantly as tumultuous waves of emotion surged within him. He gazed at Bai Ying in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. You killed Yu Lumian? That titled Daoliu from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan?" Bai Ying smiled with a sense of pride, nodding as though it were a trivial matter. He casually remarked, "Indeed, old man, you truly understand me best. In truth, on my way back, I took the liberty of addressing this little nuisance. That old fellow Yu Lumian has always sought to undermine our spirit hall. I merely preempted him." Qian Daoliu took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He gazed at Bai Ying, his eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex emotions, shock, concern, and a hint of pride. He recognized that his grandson had always been a prodigious talent, courageous and exceptional, yet this recent action instilled a sense of trepidation within him. With a furrowed brow, Qian Daoliu's voice quivered imperceptibly as he asked, "Have you truly grown powerful enough to contend with the titled Daoliu?" His gaze was fixed intently on Bai Ying, as if searching for an answer. Although Yu Lumian was not particularly formidable among titled Daoliuos, he nonetheless held that esteemed rank. "Please, tell me how you managed to slay him," he urged. Bai Ying smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. He extended his hand, revealing a delicate soul-guiding device that shimmered with a soft glow in his palm. With a gentle press, the device suddenly illuminated, emanating a fierce aura. "I shall use this," Bai Ying murmured, simultaneously sweeping the soul-guiding device forward with a swift motion. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the device, reminiscent of a blade capable of cleaving through space, directly slicing into the air ahead. Under the assault of this radiant beam, the air itself appeared to rend, revealing a clear fissure as if it had been cleaved apart by a sharp edge. Qian Daoliu widened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the fracture left in the air by the light, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He understood all too well that the power of this soul-guiding device was extraordinary, enabling Bai Ying, at such a tender age, to possess the strength to contend with the title Daoliu, a feat that was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, the technology of soul-guiding devices had been completely lost since ancient times. While there were still some rudimentary soul-guiding devices present on the Daoliu continent, none had ever exhibited such immense power. Is this your soul-guiding device? Qian Daoliu's voice trembled slightly, unable to fathom the overwhelming might that this device held. Bai Ying smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Indeed, this is a treasure I recently acquired. With it, even a title Daoliu would pose no challenge to me. Qian Daoliu took a deep breath, increasingly intrigued by Bai Ying's remarkable abilities. Descending from the heavens, possessing dual martial souls, and equipped with the technology of soul-guiding devices, Qian Daoliu now harbored profound doubts about the extraordinary being he had stumbled upon. Furthermore, he had already completed the third trial of the Shura 9 trials. The fourth trial required him to venture to the city of slaughter to obtain the domain of the god of killing. He intended to do so immediately after the conclusion of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. Moreover, his martial spirit had now ascended to level 50. And he had also acquired a divine bestowed soul ring, though he had yet to absorb it. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's blood pressure surged once more as he exclaimed, "You've passed the third trial of the Shura god? When did the divine assessments become so effortlessly achievable?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but break into a triumphant laugh. "Haha, old man, do not underestimate me. I have been working diligently, you know? I have exerted tremendous effort to pass the trials of the Azura god. Moreover, the trials of the Azura god are not something that just anyone can conquer. They are a testament to my strength." Qian Daoliu looked at Bai Ying's proud demeanor and felt a surge of gratification. He realized that not only was his grandson exceptionally gifted, but he was also incredibly industrious, which was the source of his greatest pride. Good, good, good," Qian Daoliu exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. "You have indeed not disappointed me. Since you have successfully passed the third trial of the Azura god, I am confident that you will also complete the fourth trial with ease. However, you must remember to always remain humble and cautious, never allowing momentary triumph to cloud your judgment. Old man, I aspire to establish my own sect, the Martial Soul Sect. You rascal. You wish to carve out your own path, do you not? Are you contemplating betrayal against the Martial Soul Hall?" As he spoke, he playfully tapped Bai Ying's forehead, causing him to exclaim, "That hurts, old man, be gentler." Bai Ying, cradling his forehead which had just been struck, looked at Qian Daoliu with a bemused expression, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "Old man, what kind of logic is this? Who said I wish to establish my own sect? I am your beloved grandson, having grown up in the Spirit Hall all these years. Don't you trust me yet? I merely wish to participate in the competition in my own manner. If the Spirit Hall were to enter under its own banner, it would likely lack the thrill of a true challenge." Seeing Bai Ying's aggrieved demeanor, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel a wave of amusement. He understood that his grandson was intentionally teasing him, seeking to lighten the atmosphere. Thus, he gently patted Bai Ying's shoulder and chuckled, all right, I know you're just joking. However, establishing your own sect is no trivial matter. It requires careful contemplation. There's no need for deliberation, I assure you. This is not mere fanciful talk. I genuinely intend to pursue this path in the future. Regarding the sect, concerning talent and elders, I currently have my eye on Elder Dugabo, after all. He was personally invited by me, and I have faith in him. By the way, our sect's primary endeavor will be the crafting of soul guide devices. As long as we can produce some exceptionally powerful soul guides, there will be no shortage of connections. Currently, most members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School have already become my allies. When the time comes, with your alternative plan, we can undoubtedly seize the Heaven Do Empire without shedding blood. You're quite the planner, aren't you? Well then, if you desire funds, I shall provide them. If you seek personnel, they shall be granted. Thank you, old man. I have matters to attend to, and I will speak with you later. Very well, during this time, focus diligently on your cultivation. Do not allow yourself to become complacent, understood? Rest assured, old man, do you think I am the sort to be lazy? I must take my leave now. I shall not detain you further. In the plaza of the Spirit Hall, one could hear a voice brimming with indignation. You old poisoner. Do you dare strike me? Do you wish to court death? You Jiuhua Guan, I am a current elder of the Spirit Hall, holding a position that surpasses yours. Moreover, my soul power is no less formidable than yours. This is what they mean by higher ranks crush the lower. You old poisoner, you have merely reached level 94. What gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Jiuhua Guan exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Dugabo, his heart seething with anger. Why should he be relegated to the status of an elder while Dugabo could ascend to the position of an esteemed elder? The distinction between an elder and an esteemed elder was vast. Joining the esteemed elder hall meant one could operate free from the constraints of the Pope. While an elder must obey the Pope's commands, the mere thought that he, having served in the Spirit Hall for many years, was outshone by a newcomer like Dugabo was infuriating. Elder Dugu, so you are here. I have been searching for you. Upon hearing the voice and seeing Bai Ying, Dugabo approached with delight, saying, "When did you return? I just arrived and have something to discuss with you. Do you have a moment?" "Of course. I have plenty of time." Buying turned to Juhua Guan and remarked, "I did not expect to see you here, Elder Juhua. My apologies for not noticing you earlier." Juhua Guan could only suppress his anger as he replied, "It's nothing." Dugabo furrowed his brow in confusion, casting a quizzical glance at Bai Ying and inquired, "Little monster, are you truly intending to establish a sect? Is this not rather sudden?" Bai Ying smiled, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. "It is settled. I have made up my mind. This sect shall be named the Martial Soul Sect." He extended his hand and gently patted Dugabo's shoulder. "Old poison, are we not good brothers?" Dugabo was taken aback by Bai Ying's sudden address, but soon burst into hearty laughter. "Of course we are. We have been brothers for many years." Bai Ying's smile radiated even more brilliantly. "Isn't that splendid? My sect is merely in its infancy, lacking both personnel and resources. Would you consider becoming its first elder? It would be a nominal position, and you would seldom be disturbed in your daily affairs." Dugabo's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Bai Ying, as if confronted by a peculiar creature. Despite being a level 92 title Daoliu and a dominant force on the Daoliu continent, he found it astonishing that this younger individual had already conceived the idea of founding his own sect. "Are you certain?" Dugabo stammered in disbelief. Bai Ying nodded, confidence radiating from his eyes. "I am certain. Moreover, I trust that you can guide this sect towards brilliance." Dugabo inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Bai Ying filled with admiration and agreement. "Very well, little monster, I shall indulge you in this madness. I shall assume the role of elder. The primary undertaking of our sect revolves around the trade of soul-guiding devices. Do not underestimate these devices, I assure you. Some can even vanquish a title Daoliu in an instant. Little monster, what purpose do these soul-guiding devices serve? The majority are merely support or defensive types. I am a powerhouse of title Daoliu caliber. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such strength? To utter such words is nothing short of an insult to the title Daoliu. Ah, but the era of monsters has transformed. Since you remain unconvinced, allow you to witness it firsthand. I hope that when the time comes, you can still maintain such sentiments." With that, Bai Ying retrieved a sleek black spear from his storage soul-guiding device, its surface smooth like a mirror. Emanating a faint chill, he handed it to Dugabo with a smile, saying, "Give it a try, feel its power." Dugabo accepted the spear, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, yet he followed suit and infused it with his soul power. Instantly, the spear seemed to awaken, radiating a formidable surge of energy. With a resounding bang, a beam of light shot forth, resulting in a violent explosion. Dugubo's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the black spear in his hand and the billowing smoke from the explosion in the distance. His heart brimming with shock. He had never encountered such a remarkably powerful soul-guiding device. It exceeded his comprehension. Turning to Bai Ying, his eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion. "Little monster, where did you acquire these soul-guiding devices?" Dugubo inquired, his voice laced with tremors. The pale figure smiled faintly, a mysterious glimmer dancing in his eyes. "As for the old poisoner, that is a matter best left unasked. You need only understand that these soul-guiding devices are invaluable assets to our sect and pivotal to our future ascendance." He patted Dugabo on the shoulder and continued, "Our current aim is to disseminate these soul-guiding devices throughout the entirety of the Daoliu continent, ensuring that all are aware of the name of our spirit hall. Are you willing to join me in realizing this grand ambition?" "Very well, I shall undertake this lucrative venture." The pale figure smiled faintly, as if everything were well within his grasp. He retrieved a set of exquisite scrolls from his storage soul guide and presented them to Dugabo, saying, "Here. This is a token of appreciation for Senior Dugu." Dugabo, perplexed, accepted the scroll and unfurled it, only to find the word 7-colored poison manual inscribed in bold letters. The more he examined it, the more engrossed he became, discovering that the scroll contained techniques of poison he had never encountered before, instantly igniting his thirst for knowledge. "How did you come by this?" Dugabo inquired with astonishment, his voice quivering slightly. The white shadow smiled enigmatically and said, "This is all a secret, my esteemed senior. Do you like this gift?" "Of course I like it. You have truly captured my heart completely." "Oh, how you flatter me. I merely cater to your preferences, and besides, this book holds little value for me, yet it is of immense significance in your hands. By the way, old monster, I have one more favor to ask of you." He then recounted the tale of the Shrek 7 monsters. "Are you suggesting that I should intervene against Shrek Academy?" The old monster inquired. "Do you understand my position? I am, after all, a title Daoliu. This matter is of great importance, and I must inform you, esteemed senior, that the son of the Haotian Daoliu, Tang Sect, is also within that academy. Thus, this must be conducted in secrecy." "Very well, I comprehend. Rest assured." Bai Ying nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. He was aware that Dugabo was a cautious individual, and as a titled Daoliu, his strength and wisdom were beyond question. With his involvement, the likelihood of success in this endeavor would undoubtedly increase significantly. "You wish to accompany me so soon after your return?" Dugabo inquired. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Bai Ying. Bai Ying smiled faintly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "Indeed, senior. I must personally embark on this journey to ensure absolute certainty. After all, Tang Sect is the child of destiny, and we cannot afford to be complacent. Senior, let us set forth, she addressed Dugyubo as she turned around. Dugyubo nodded in agreement, saying little. He understood Bai Ying's resolve and recognized the significance of the matter. Thus, in a brief flicker, the two vanished from their location, racing towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, on another front, Flanders had arrived at the Royal Academy of Tiando. Just as he was about to succeed, the disruptive Prince Xuexing made his timely appearance. This is not a place for just anyone. You country bumpkins should leave at once, he declared. Your Highness, they are all exceptionally talented individuals. Dream Machine quickly interjected. Prince Xuexing retorted, what do you mean by talented? The Royal Academy of Tiando is a sanctuary for the royal family alone. They are merely commoners. Begone. Flanders, as the president of Shrek Academy, was incensed, feeling a level of indignation he had never experienced before. Just then, Dugyubo appeared, bolstering Prince Xuexing's confidence, and they were promptly expelled. Daimyo Bai slammed his fist into the ground in fury, the resounding crash reverberating through the air, as if the very atmosphere trembled. His eyes burned with wrath, and his face was etched with humiliation and defiance. He gazed up at the lofty students and teachers of the Royal Academy, silently vowing that one day he would make them pay for this affront, compelling them to regret today's humiliation. Flanders watched Daimyo Bai's furious silhouette and sighed softly. He knew these children were his pride, each possessing extraordinary talent and potential. Yet, reality often proved to be merciless. However, fortune always turns, and soon they would come across a recruitment notice. The White Shadow has been observing them from the shadows. According to the original narrative, they should now be teaching at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Indeed, events unfolded as he anticipated. In accordance with the original story of Daoliu, the South Tyrant Academy was founded by Lu Erlong, who instituted a paramount rule: only commoners are admitted. However, ever since Flinder assumed the role of principal, this regulation has been altered to accept only the most exceptional talents. Among the common folk, the majority are merely ordinary individuals, hardly qualifying as geniuses, with only a scant few exceptions. Yu Xiaojing, you shall soon experience a taste of hell. Alas, after 10,000 years, Shrek Academy has utterly devolved into a haven for the privileged. It is time to return. Tang San, we shall meet again. And Lu Erlong. The thought alone stirs excitement within me. Chapter 109. Heaven Do Auction House. How is it? Little monster, did I do well? Quite well indeed. You did exceptionally. Where do you plan to go next? Asked Dugyubo. Buying spoke. Of course, we shall return to the Spirit Hall. However, before that, why not visit the Heaven Do Auction House? It is a gathering place for the wealthiest and most influential individuals of the Heaven Do Empire, where every item up for auction is worth a fortune, including soul bones. Perhaps you should test the waters with your spirit guiding devices there. Indeed, the backing of the Heaven Do Imperial family is crucial. Only through their recognition can we attract a larger audience. Thank you, old monster, he added, as they arrived at the entrance of the Heaven Do Auction House. There, he was greeted by a magnificent sight, with two maidens, evidently trained and standing at around 7 meters tall. As Buying approached, the two young ladies welcomed him, inquiring, esteemed guest, how may we assist you? Greetings, I have items to auction, he replied, producing a spirit guiding cannon from his storage device. Upon seeing this, one of the maidens promptly escorted Bai Ying to a verification room. Master Evaluator number 2. Could you please assess this item? Our esteemed guest wishes to participate in tonight's auction. The maiden addressed a figure within the room. The evaluator approached, and the maiden presented the item to him. After a thorough examination, he inquired, pray tell, esteemed guest, what precisely is this contraption? It is a spirit guiding device, specifically an attack type. Bai Ying responded. A spirit guiding device? I have never encountered such an unusual model before. This device harnesses soul power to unleash considerable might. Might I suggest a suitable location for you to personally test its capabilities? The evaluator proposed, nodding in agreement. The maiden led Bai Ying and a few others to another chamber. Just as the evaluator was about to return the item to Bai Ying, he remarked, why not give it a try yourself? The operation is not complex. Simply engage the switch on the cannon. He pointed to the indicated switch. The evaluator nodded, and suddenly, a massive iron plate on the wall was revealed. With a resounding bang, the several meter thick plate was effortlessly penetrated, along with the walls of several adjoining rooms. The most remarkable feature of this device is its simplicity and ease of use. I assure you that even an ordinary person could wield it effectively, Bai Ying declared. Are you implying that even a non-soul master could operate it? The evaluator asked, astonished. Indeed, and its power is substantial, Bai Ying affirmed. This is something I have never witnessed before. Its might is indeed formidable. As both men stood in awe, Bai Ying continued, moreover, upon activation, it provides a protective barrier for the user. Even an attack from a Soul King level master would struggle to breach it. Upon hearing this, the evaluator immediately requested a live demonstration, and indeed, as Bai Ying had claimed, even a full force assault from a Soul King failed to affect the wearer in the slightest. The evaluator was utterly astonished. Just then, Bai Ying added, wait, I have more items. Since I am here to auction, I must ensure that my offerings are plentiful. Bai Ying smiled gently and once more retrieved the Flying Soul Guide from her storage Soul Guide device. The Flying Soul Guide resembled a meticulously crafted wing, its silvery sheen shimmering under the lights, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Bai Ying delicately unfurled it, and a faint ripple of soul power emanated from it, imbued with an aura of mystery and advanced technology. Is this truly the Flying Soul Guide? The auctioneer's voice quivered slightly, revealing his profound curiosity and reverence for such a legendary artifact. Bai Ying nodded gently and leaped lightly, the Flying Soul Guide stabilizing itself upon his back. With a subtle flick of his wings, he soared into the air like an arrow released from a bow, effortlessly breaking through the rooftop and ascending swiftly, a speed that even the auctioneer could perceive rivaled that of an agile attack-type soul master. These soul guides, which even seasoned appraisers like themselves had only encountered in the annals of history, were a rarity due to the loss of most crafting techniques. The young girl widened her eyes in disbelief and hurried to the window, gazing at Bai Ying as he soared freely through the sky. Moments later, Bai Ying returned, gracefully landing in place, his wings gradually transforming into a stream of light and vanishing into the storage soul guide. The auctioneer swallowed hard and approached, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" "That's not for you to worry about. Just know that these two items will undoubtedly cause a sensation," Bai Ying replied. "Very well. These two items will surely create quite a stir." At this point, the auctioneer was nearly at a loss for words, unable to fathom that such legendary artifacts, only spoken of in history, had manifested before his very eyes. Bai Ying smiled faintly, not at all surprised by the auctioneer's reaction. He was acutely aware of the value and impact of these soul-guiding devices, as well as the commotion they would undoubtedly incite. "Might I partake in tonight's auction?" Bai Ying inquired softly. The auctioneer eagerly nodded, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Of course, of course. Not only may you participate in tonight's auction, but we shall also feature your two items as the grand finale, allowing everyone to witness their extraordinary nature." "Very well, please escort me to the auction," Bai Ying requested. Under the guidance of a beautiful attendant, Bai Ying finally entered the auction house, fulfilling his long-held desire. Under the graceful guidance of a beautiful woman, Bai Ying gradually entered the auction venue. The interior of the hall was adorned with opulence, illuminated as brightly as day. A diverse array of individuals occupied the seats, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others rested their eyes, yet all were united in their eager anticipation for the impending auction. At that moment, a gentle yet familiar voice resonated. "Bai Ying, what brings you here?" Bai Ying turned to see Ning Shushu and remarked, "What a coincidence." Ning Fengji smiled and gently patted Bai Ying's shoulder, saying, "Since you're here, make sure to enjoy this auction." The Tiando auction house is the largest in the Tiando Empire, filled with treasures and curiosities. As the auction was about to commence, the atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly vibrant. The audience engaged in hushed conversations, eagerly discussing the forthcoming items. The auctioneer stood on stage, wielding a finely crafted gavel, and tapped it lightly, instantly silencing the crowd. "Welcome to the Tiando auction house," the auctioneer proclaimed in a resounding voice. "Tonight, we shall present a series of rare items, including precious soul bones, rare medicinal herbs, and various exquisite soul-guiding artifacts." He continued, "Now, let us unveil our first item, a soul bone harvested from the millennia-old heavenly poison scorpion." The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall, and as he concluded his announcement, a soul bone shimmering with a ghostly blue light was slowly revealed before the audience. It emanated a faint toxic mist, seemingly imbued with a formidable poison. Yet it exuded an air of mystery and allure. The crowd erupted with excitement. The rarity of soul bones in the realm of soul masters was beyond question, making it a coveted treasure that could significantly enhance a soul master's power. Many began to shout out bids, eager to claim it as their own. Ning Fengji glanced at Bai Ying, noticing a lack of reaction on his face. Curiosity piqued. Ning Fengji inquired, "You don't seem particularly interested in this soul bone?" Bai Ying smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "Those soul bones are indeed remarkable. They are not what I most desire. Moreover, I find myself anticipating the subsequent lots." Ning Fengji, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He had not expected Bai Ying to show disinterest in the millennium-old soul bone of the sky poison scorpion. This piqued his curiosity about what sort of item she truly sought. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice resonated once more. "Next, let us present the pièce de assistance of the evening, a legendary soul guide device." If it were an ordinary soul guide, the Tiando auction house would not elaborate extensively. However, this particular device was far from commonplace, being an offensive type of soul guide. As the auctioneer concluded his announcement, a delicate box was gradually opened, revealing a soul guide device that emanated a soft glow. The audience was immediately captivated by its radiance, leading to a flurry of discussions. The auctioneer held up the soul guide wristband and meticulously explained its functionality. "This device is exceedingly simple to use. Merely wear the wristband on your arm and infuse it with soul energy, and it will automatically unleash dozens of beams of light. These beams not only travel at remarkable speed, but also possess extraordinary power, sufficient to catch any Soul King level expert off guard. Furthermore, this wristband not only boasts impressive offensive capabilities, but also provides a degree of defense, allowing the wearer to generate a protective barrier while launching attacks, truly a treasure among treasures." The Tiando auction house is known for its honesty, and soon the bidding for this item commenced fervently. However, at that moment, an elderly gentleman rose slowly. It was Prince Xuexing of the Tiando Empire. As his words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the room. Ultimately, the final bid reached an astounding 25,000 gold soul coins. With Prince Xuexing's declaration, the entire auction hall fell into a hushed awe, all eyes fixated on the esteemed royal. His proclamation undoubtedly set a lofty benchmark for the soul guide device. For the average person, 25,000 gold soul coins is an astronomical sum. Yet for someone of Prince Xuexing's stature, it was merely a matter of a few words. Bai Ying sat in his seat, observing Prince Xuexing with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He remained unfazed by the prince's bidding, as though everything unfolded according to his anticipation. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice pierced the silence of the venue, announcing 25,000 gold soul coins once, 25,000 gold soul coins twice. The auctioneer's voice resonated again. Yet no one dared to bid. Everyone understood that Prince Xuexing had already set the price for this soul-guiding artifact, and any further bids would be futile. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, 30,000 gold soul coins. The crowd turned in astonishment to see Bai Ying rising slowly. A smile gracing his features as he looked at the auctioneer. His bid directly surpassed that of Prince Xuexing, leaving everyone in shock. The prince frowned slightly, taken aback by the audacity of his challenger. He regarded Bai Ying with a glint of coldness in his gaze. The auctioneer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he addressed the crowd. 30,000 gold soul coins. Is there another bid? A heavy silence enveloped the room. All eyes fixated on Bai Ying, awaiting his next move. Prince Xuexing's expression tightened. He had not anticipated such provocation from this youth. Yet, at that moment, Bai Ying smiled subtly and declared, 50,000 gold soul coins. The audience gasped in disbelief. This price far exceeded the actual worth of the soul-guiding artifact. Prince Xuexing was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom the audacity of Bai Ying's bid. Yet, Bai Ying pressed on, raising his bid further, 100,000 gold soul coins. The atmosphere in the venue erupted. All gazes were fixed on Bai Ying, as if witnessing the antics of a madman. Unfazed, Bai Ying maintained his smile, looking at the auctioneer as if orchestrating the entire affair. Prince Xuexing's demeanor darkened. He had not expected such insolence from this young man. However, who was he? A prince of the Tiando Empire, unwilling to tolerate the insolence of an unknown contender. 200,000 gold soul coins, Prince Xuexing declared coldly, his voice imbued with authority and certainty. This price was sufficient to deter any competitor. Rising to his feet, the prince's intent to intimidate was unmistakable. In response to Prince Xuexing's bid of 200,000 gold soul coins, Bai Ying merely smiled and shook his head. He stood, surveying the room, then spoke with measured calm. Your Highness's bid is, of course, beyond my reach. I shall concede this soul-guiding artifact to you. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's expression softened slightly. He resumed his seat, casting a cold stare at Bai Ying, as if to convey, young man, you are not worthy of competing with me. The white shadow, however, remained unfazed. He seated himself with a smile, as if all was within his anticipation. His gaze shifted to the soul guide device held by the auctioneer. A fleeting glimmer of regret passing through his eyes. Yet, he was acutely aware that his objective had already been fulfilled. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice resonated. 200,000 gold soul coins, once. 200,000 gold soul coins, twice. 200,000 gold soul coins, thrice. As the auctioneer's words echoed, applause erupted within the hall. It was astonishing that such a mere third-tier soul guide device fetched such a sum. The Prince of Snow Star truly lacked discernment. Could he not see that I was deliberately deceiving him? Sitting in his seat, the prince's expression was as dark as the depths of water. He understood all too well that he had been intentionally outbid. However, he was powerless to act, for in the realm of auctions, the highest bidder prevails, a principle as immutable as the heavens themselves. At that juncture, the neighboring Ningfengshi spoke up. You should not provoke the Prince of Snow Star. He is no trivial adversary. His influence within the Heaven-Do Empire is substantial. Such a blatant affront may invite unwarranted complications. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying spoke up and asked, do you perceive me as someone who preys on the weak and fears the strong? The corners of Bai Ying's mouth curled into a subtle smile as he turned to face Ningfengshi, a glimmer of mockery flitting through his eyes. Do not forget, I am still the holy son of the Spirit Hall. With this status, I hardly fear the old fox, Prince Xuexing. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out once more, shattering the silence of the venue. The next item for auction is a rare mineral from the Star Luo Empire. The Star Luo Iron Ore. Chapter 110. The Cat Girl. It is well known that Star Luo Iron Ore is exceedingly rare, characterized by its compatibility and remarkable flexibility, rendering it one of the most precious materials for forging. The auctioneer raised his small hammer, announcing loudly, the starting bid for Star Luo Iron Ore is 1,000 gold soul coins, with each subsequent bid not less than 100 gold soul coins. The bidding commences now. As soon as the words left his lips, Bai Ying's eyes were fixated on the piece of iron ore shimmering with a mysterious luster under the lights. Greed and desire sparkled in his gaze, as if he could already envision the formidable soul guide device crafted from this, or, unbeknownst to him, drool escaped the corners of his mouth. As he remained entirely absorbed in his own reverie, beside him, Ning Fengji noticed this and a smile crept onto his lips. He whispered, "It seems this has captured your attention." Bai Ying's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he turned to Ning Fengji, his gaze filled with astonishment and gratitude. The substantial piece of starry iron ore was worth a fortune, sufficient to forge countless exquisite soul-guiding devices. Yet, Ning Fengji appeared utterly unconcerned as he bid a mere 10,000 gold soul coins for it, solely to present it to him. Bai Ying's throat constricted slightly, seemingly at a loss for words. Ning Fengji smiled gently, raising his hand to interrupt Bai Ying's speech, stating, "In terms of status, you are, after all, my son-in-law. Moreover, I hold great admiration for your talents. While this starry iron ore is indeed precious, in my eyes, its value pales in comparison to your future accomplishments. Consider this a modest gesture of support from me." "Thank you very much," Bai Ying replied. The white shadow was far from pretentious. The auction continued seamlessly, and soon, another one of his soul-guiding devices, a flying soul-guiding apparatus, made its appearance on the auction stage. The auctioneer's voice resonated once more throughout the hall as he held aloft the petite model of the flying device, announcing with a blend of mystery and excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to auction is an unprecedented soul-guiding apparatus, the flying soul-guiding device. This remarkable invention grants soul masters the ability to soar through the skies, and astonishingly, its speed rivals that of a soul king of the agility category." At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, countless gazes converging upon the auction platform. The white shadow remained fixated on the flying soul-guiding device, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. As he silently acknowledged to himself, "It seems that the soul-guiding apparatus I crafted performs admirably." Ning Fengji, noticing the white shadow's reaction, turned towards him with a smile and inquired softly, "Did you create this?" The white shadow remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed him. He had recently auctioned his flying soul guide for a staggering 1 million gold soul coins. This time, he had indeed reaped an extraordinary profit. Just then, Ning Fengji remarked, "I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. You may encounter some trouble, so exercise caution." "Rest assured, there will be no issues," came the response. "Master, is it truly safe for this fellow to be here? There are certainly complications, yet they do not concern us at present. Let us depart. What we are about to auction next is a rare treasure, particularly appealing to our esteemed male guests." In the following moment, a cage was hoisted up, revealing a catgirl within. The host's expression shifted to one of suggestive intrigue as he announced, "This woman has undergone a transformation due to a mutation of her martial soul. Esteemed guests, please raise your bids by no less than 100,000. You may begin." Without hesitation, Prince Xuexing was the first to stand, offering a bid of 200,000. Bai Ying also rose to his feet and spoke, "For 100,000. Prince Xuexing, taken aback by the resurgence of anger within this individual, added with fervor, 80,000 more. Bai Ying smiled and declared 1 million. Instantly, the entire crowd was taken aback. At this moment, Prince Xuexing fell silent, unable to respond. 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million going thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for acquiring the Catwoman. Following this, several more rounds of bidding ensued, and Bai Ying emerged with an abundance of treasures, most of which were, of course, covered by Ning Fengji. In Bai Ying's eyes, Ning Fengji resembled a living embodiment of a fortune god, a veritable ATM. Upon exiting the auction house, they entered a room. Soon after, the auction house staff delivered the proceeds and the auction items. Bai Ying nodded slightly, and soon the staff members withdrew. As he gazed at the cat girl within the cage, he scrutinized her carefully. It must be said, she possessed a unique charm. In his previous life on Earth, many harbored such peculiar interests, though most resorted to props, while now, she stood before Bai Ying in the flesh. It would be impossible for Bai Ying to claim he felt no inclination towards the cat girl. After all, he himself was no saint, a fact he could readily acknowledge. "Would you care to accompany me?" he inquired. The cat girl in the cage appeared wary, her eyes scrutinizing the man before her. His smile radiated warmth, devoid of any malice, yet the intensity of his gaze was all too familiar to her. The cat girl curled tightly into herself, as if this act of self-preservation could shield her. Within the confines of the cage, she was acutely aware of her fate, having encountered such predatory looks countless times before. Although she was uncertain of what her destiny entailed, she resolved that should someone attempt to force her, she would choose death over submission. A tragic existence seemed far less appealing than an immediate end, which would offer her a semblance of relief. Noticing her continued vigilance, Bai Ying sighed in resignation. "If you refuse to accompany me, your outcome may not be much better. Additionally, this is the Tiando auction house. Even if I were to release you, the likelihood of being recaptured is high. You now have but one choice. Trust me. Rest assured, I shall never impose upon you. I present you with a decision. Either come with me, or I shall relinquish my claim on you entirely. Surely, you realize what awaits you at the hands of those old geezers." The cat girl, seemingly struck by his words, recalled his piercing blue gaze. After a moment's contemplation, she appeared to relent. Perhaps she understood that even suicide would not alter her fate. Thus, it might be wiser to place her trust in this man, if only for once. The white shadow extended a hand and spoke gently. I assure you, unlike others, I will not coerce you. If you wish. Once we step outside together, I can grant you your freedom immediately. The Catwoman appeared to be touched by his words, slowly extending her delicate, ivory hand. At that moment, the enchanting beauty softly addressed him as master. To be called master by a mature Catwoman was an experience that White Shadow truly felt transcendent, akin to a divine encounter. Even he, in this moment, found himself overwhelmed with emotion. How extraordinarily beautiful she was. While she may not rival the likes of Ning Rongrong, she possessed a unique charm of her own, especially that utterance of master. It resonated deeply within my heart. This transaction was indeed worthwhile. The Catwoman seemed to retain a hint of wariness. After softly addressing him, she fell silent. Bai Ying paid no heed to his surroundings as he promptly escorted the Catwoman out of the room. Soon, he arrived at a secluded location, where he opened his storage soul guide device and placed the Catwoman inside. You may remain here for the time being. Rest assured. I will never compel you to do anything against your will. Inside the soul guide, the Catwoman surveyed her dim surroundings, which, though shadowy, were undeniably more comfortable than being confined in a cage. Here, at least, she was free from the constant fear of being captured. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, the Catwoman seemed to grasp the situation and gradually nodded in understanding. The White Shadow smiled faintly, and then, in a fleeting moment, vanished. Soon, the White Shadow returned to the Spirit Hall. As he stepped inside, Ning Rongrong and the others gathered around him. Brother Bai Ying, where have you been? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Bai Ying smiled gently, then embraced Ning Rongrong and the others. Am I not back now? Why the rush? Ning Rongrong and her companions paid no mind to his words, and soon Bai Ying led them to his chamber. Brother Bai Ying, who is this? As they glimpsed the cat girl behind him, astonishment washed over their faces. Who might this be? Bai Ying smiled faintly, then drew the cat girl into his embrace. Allow me to introduce my newly acquired maid, named Xiao Mao. I trust you will all get along splendidly from now on. Although Ning Rongrong and the others were somewhat puzzled, they refrained from asking further questions, understanding that this was a private matter of Bai Ying. Xiao Mao, from now on, they shall be your masters, and you must heed their words with utmost diligence. Xiao Mao nodded gently and then stood behind Bai Ying. Bai Ying smiled gently, then beckoned Ning Rongrong and the others to sit on the bed. Please take a seat for a moment. I shall fetch you some drinks. Shortly, Bai Ying returned with several glasses of exquisite red wine, a delightful treasure he had casually acquired from the Tiando auction house. Come, everyone. Let us savor the flavor of this red wine. Ning Rongrong and her companions, feeling parched, eagerly lifted their glasses and began to drink. Wow, this red wine is remarkably rich. Bai Ying, dear brother, where did you procure this? Bai Ying smiled gently and then recounted the origin of the red wine. It was merely an item from the Tiando auction house. Ning Rongrong and the others were astonished, although they were aware of Bai Ying's considerable wealth. They had not anticipated that he would dare to pilfer from the Tiando auction house. Bai Ying, you are truly remarkable for daring to steal even from the Tiando auction house. The White Shadow offered a faint smile before unveiling a collection of items acquired at the auction. These are all treasures I obtained at the auction. Do take a look and see if they please you. Ning Rongrong and her companions were taken aback, for each item was a rare gem, each possessing immense value. Brother Bai Ying, you are truly remarkable. Where did you procure these items? They were all purchased with money. I simply hope you enjoy them. This Millennium Ginseng possesses remarkable restorative properties. I shall gift it to you, Rongrong. And this leather jacket is a present for Zhu Qing. Ah, and this one is for you. Shiwu. Ning Rongrong and the others nodded appreciatively. Although they were not lacking in wealth, the sincerity of Bai Ying's gesture deeply touched their hearts. Brother Bai Ying, you are exceedingly kind to us. We are at a loss as to how we might repay you. Bai Ying smiled gently and then spoke softly. As long as you remain by my side, that is the greatest reward you can offer me. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words, Ning Rongrong and the others were profoundly moved. And one by one, they nestled closer into Bai Ying's embrace. Bai Ying smiled gently, then embraced them even tighter. All right, you may leave for now. I wish to have a word with the little cat. Chapter 111. Cat Girl 2. Ning Rongrong and the others exchanged glances with the cat girl, their expressions displaying a hint of peculiarity. Before speaking, you aren't thinking of doing something mischievous, are you? Am I truly that kind of person? Bai Ying replied, enough. You all should exit. Can't you see that others are already feeling bashful? Ning Rongrong glanced at the cat girl, and simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing warned Bai Ying. No mischief. With that, they departed. At this moment, the cat girl felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her gaze shifting between the man before her and the door, instinctively tightening her grip on her arms. Bai Ying then spoke. I now present you with a choice. Either I restore your freedom, or you will accompany me. Rest assured. Where there is food for me, there will be a bowl of soup for you as well. The cat girl's heart raced like a drum, her eyes flitting between Bai Ying and the exit, seemingly searching for an escape. Yet, Bai Ying's voice acted like a binding rope, leaving her with no avenue of escape. The cat girl stammered, the tension in her arms revealing her inner turmoil and dread. The White Shadow gazed at her, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He slowly advanced, and the Catwoman's gaze shifted in response to his movements, a growing fear permeating her heart. Choose. His voice resonated like the siren's call of a devil, rendering the Catwoman unable to resist. She tightly shut her eyes, as if this act might allow her to escape the looming reality. Yet, deep down, she recognized that there was no sanctuary to be found. At last, she opened her eyes, met the White Shadow's gaze, inhaled deeply, and nodded. Her decision elicited a satisfied smile from him. He extended his hand, gently patting the Catwoman's head, akin to how one would tend to a tame creature. "Very well, you shall not regret this," he declared, his voice brimming with confidence. The Catwoman remained silent, merely bowing her head in acquiescence. She understood that from this moment forth, her fate would be irrevocably intertwined with that of this man. However, rather than feeling trepidation or unease, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. Perhaps this was the longing that resided deep within her soul. The White Shadow nodded in satisfaction, as if everything lay within his control. He turned and approached a nearby table, delicately lifting an exquisite teacup to take a gentle sip. The Catgirl remained in place, cautiously observing his every movement, fearful of making the slightest error. "From this moment forth, you shall be my maid." The White Shadow's voice resonated calmly. The Catgirl's heart tightened, and she quickly bowed her head, respectfully responding, "Yes, master. You will be responsible for my daily needs." The White Shadow continued to command, to which the Catgirl nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. "Little cat, do you like this name?" the White Shadow suddenly inquired. The Catgirl paused briefly, then realized he was addressing her. She promptly nodded, a hint of gratitude illuminating her face. "Thank you for bestowing me this name. I truly like it." The White Shadow nodded in satisfaction, his fingers flicking lightly, causing a set of nocturnal attire to materialize in his hand. He extended it towards the Catwoman, saying in a calm tone, "This is for you. Put it on." The Catwoman accepted the garment, her heart fluttering with both anxiety and curiosity. As she gazed at the profound black fabric, it felt as though she was glimpsing a new world awaiting her. Swiftly and cautiously, she donned the outfit, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. Once she had changed, she appeared utterly transformed. The night attire clung to her form, accentuating her graceful curves while exuding an air of enigma. Her eyes sparkled in the darkness, resembling two resplendent stars. Bai Ying waved his hand, his voice low and resonant. "Little cat, come here." The Catwoman's heart immediately leapt into her throat, her body tensed, every cell in her being anxiously awaiting the forthcoming command. She approached Bai Ying cautiously, her head bowed, not daring to lift her gaze in the slightest. The White Shadow extended his hand, gently grasping the Catgirl's ears. His fingers caressed her ears delicately, evoking a shiver that coursed through her. The Catgirl's eyes were firmly shut, as if she were enduring an indescribable pleasure. The corners of Bai Ying's mouth curled into a teasing smile as he increased his grip, gently tugging at Catwoman's ears. She felt a sharp pang of pain, yet dared not utter a sound, silently enduring the discomfort. Soon, he laid eyes on her tail, which he grasped in his hand, savoring its soft texture. Suddenly, Bai Ying's fingers pinched the base of Catwoman's tail with force, and an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her entire being in an instant. Unable to suppress herself, she let out a soft moan, her body trembling involuntarily. Observing her reaction, a flicker of satisfaction gleamed in Bai Ying's eyes as he intensified his grip. Gently pulling on Catwoman's tail, she felt as though an invisible force was drawing her in, and she found herself leaning forward, collapsing into Bai Ying's embrace. He held her tightly, their bodies pressing closely together, as if they were one. Catwoman's heart raced like thunder, her body stiff as stone within his arms. The sensitive areas of her tail and ears seemed ignited by an unseen flame, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. With her eyes tightly shut, she braced herself for whatever might transpire next. "How did you sustain that back injury?" Suddenly, Bai Ying inquired, leaving Catwoman somewhat bewildered, while the monk remained perplexed yet responded respectfully, indicating that she had been lashed by them. Catwoman's voice trembled, each word imbued with profound agony and despair. Bai Ying listened intently, a powerful instinct to protect surging within him. He held Catwoman tightly, as if wishing to alleviate all her suffering with his own strength. "Why do those villains treat you this way?" Bai Ying's voice was low and tender, his fingers gently tracing Catwoman's back, attempting to soothe her pain. Catwoman kept her eyes tightly shut, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her body quivered, as though haunted by the recollection of that horrific ordeal. I don't know," she stammered, her voice choked with emotion. "They captured me, whipped me, and asked me questions about which I had no knowledge. I contemplated fleeing, but each time they would drag me back, followed by another brutal beating." A surge of intense anger and murderous intent welled up within Bai Ying. "Do not fear, little one. From this day forth, I shall safeguard you, ensuring that no harm befalls you again." His fingers gently traced the back of the Catgirl, a wave of warmth coursing through her body, enveloping her in a profound sense of security and comfort. Gradually, the Catgirl's form relaxed in Bai Ying's embrace, as if she had discovered a sanctuary in which to find solace. Bai Ying lowered his head and gently kissed Catwoman's forehead, tenderly assuring her, "I shall help you forget all your pain and fear, leaving only joy and happiness." Catwoman nodded and soon fell asleep in his embrace. Ning Rong Rong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing slowly pushed the door open, and the sight before them rendered them momentarily speechless. Bai Ying sat quietly by the bedside, cradling the slumbering Catwoman. Xiao Wu was the first to regain her composure. Her gaze fell upon the horrifying scars adorning Catwoman's body, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She bit her lip, suppressing the fury swelling within her, her voice trembling. How could these scoundrels inflict such brutality upon her? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her eyes lingering on Catwoman's wounds for a moment before gently shifting her gaze to Bai Ying. Memories of her own suffering during her time in the Zhu royal family of the Starfall Empire resurfaced, those painful recollections vividly re-emerging. She took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. Bai Ying raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the three individuals, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. He tightened his grip on Catwoman, stood up, and spoke in a low yet resolute voice. These scoundrels shall pay the price for their actions. As Bai Ying observed them, a subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "What brings you here? Are you perhaps hoping to eavesdrop on my private moments with her?" His tone carried a hint of jest, yet his eyes revealed profound gratitude towards the trio. Lowering his gaze to the distressing scars adorning the Catgirl's body, a flicker of compassion crossed his features. Gently, he laid her upon the bed and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Since you are here, might you assist me in applying medicine to her wounds?" Chapter 112. Ning Rongrong's secret thoughts. Once the healing was complete, Bai Ying, with a semblance of a smile, declared, "Now you may take your leave." At this, Ning Rongrong's expression soured instantly. "Are you planning something nefarious again?" The others were well aware of Bai Ying's character. However, Xiao Wu interjected, "Brother, I wish to stay and care for her. You may return to my room." "That's unnecessary. I intend to go to Rongrong's room," Bai Ying replied. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, pointing at herself. "In my room? You wish to sleep in my room?" Bai Ying nodded slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his countenance, as if he held all the reins of control. Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. She was acutely aware of Bai Ying's prowess, realizing that should he decide to act upon her that night, she would likely have no opportunity to resist. Xiao Wu observed the two with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes and chuckled softly. "Very well, then, brother shall sleep in Rongrong's room. And I shall take care of Catgirl." Ning Rongrong wished to protest, yet upon meeting Xiao Wu's beaming gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. Bai Ying had already turned, making his way towards Ning Rongrong's chamber. She gazed at his retreating figure, torn between anxiety and anticipation, fully aware that she could not refuse any of Bai Ying's demands. Just as her indecision lingered, Xiao Wu gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Rongrong, fret not. Brother is not a villain." Ning Rongrong cast a fleeting glance back at Xiao Wu, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. She nodded, murmuring, "I know. He is not a bad person. There are no wicked souls in this world." With newfound resolve, she steeled herself and walked towards her room. The door closed softly behind her, leaving Xiao Wu and the slumbering Catgirl in solitude. Xiao Wu gazed at Catgirl's serene visage, her heart swelling with emotion. She gently clasped Catgirl's hand, determination shining in her eyes. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt Bai Ying grasp her wrist, causing her entire being to freeze, her heartbeat quickening. Bai Ying's voice, low and resonant, whispered in her ear, "You have thwarted my plans. It seems, Rongrong, you have been rather disobedient of late." Ning Rongrong's mind went blank. She dared not lift her gaze to meet Bai Ying's eyes. Stammering, she attempted to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. A tumult of panic and embarrassment surged within her, as though Bai Ying could see right through her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Arriving at Ning Rongrong's room, she felt the weight of her trepidation more than ever. Silver, without haste, smiled and inquired, "Rongrong, how is your cultivation progressing? To what extent can you control your distractions?" Ning Rongrong replied, "I have already achieved the 4 apertures of Linking Heart. What do you think? Am I not impressive?" Bai Ying spoke, "Do you believe this is impressive? While the mastery of distraction control is indeed a formidable endeavor, your progress at this stage leaves much to be desired. I do not seek to blame you. Rather, it is your pace of cultivation that is alarmingly sluggish." Ning Rongrong's countenance instantly reflected her disappointment. She had once thought her cultivation speed was commendable. Yet in Bai Ying's eyes, it fell short. With her head bowed, she was enveloped by a profound sense of defeat. Bai Ying gazed at her dejected demeanor, feeling a twinge of sympathy within. Gently, he patted Ning Rongrong's head and spoke softly, "Rongrong, do not lose heart. Your pace of cultivation is already commendable. It's merely a slight deviation from my expectations. If you continue to persevere, you shall undoubtedly achieve even greater progress." Ning Rongrong lifted her gaze, meeting Bai Ying's encouraging eyes, and the weight of her disappointment gradually lifted. She nodded resolutely and declared, "Indeed, I will strive onward and not let you down." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt her body sway. The sudden movement of the white shadow caught Ning Rongrong off guard, as he enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Her heart raced instantly, and a delicate blush crept across her cheeks, making her feel as if her face were ablaze. A flicker of defiance flashed in her eyes as she forcefully pushed the white shadow away, sitting up and fixing her gaze upon him. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was imbued with determination. "All you know is how to scold me. If you possess the courage, go seek out Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Do you have any idea how profound the impact of your lack of faith in me is?" Bai Ying gazed at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated Ning Rongrong's reaction. However, he felt no anger. Instead, he offered a gentle smile and settled himself at the edge of the bed. He tenderly took Ning Rongrong's hand and spoke softly, "Rongrong, I bear you no blame. I merely wish for you to comprehend the weight of the responsibilities you will shoulder as the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. I hope you will devote yourself to your cultivation with greater diligence, not solely for your own sake but for the future of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Upon hearing these words, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of relief and promptly replied, "You must promise not to scold me again. Do you understand? Be cautious, for I might truly choose to ignore you." Bai Ying gazed at Ning Rongrong's slightly aggrieved expression, and his heart softened involuntarily. He gently nodded and spoke softly, "All right. I shall never scold you again, nor will I allow you to feel sorrow." As Ning Rongrong met Bai Ying's earnest gaze, her anger gradually dissipated. She lightly bit her lip, then lifted her gaze to Bai Ying, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. "Then you must treat me better in the future. You cannot be as harsh with me as you were before." The pale figure smiled gently, extending an arm to embrace Ning Rongrong, and spoke softly, "Rest assured, Rongrong. I shall always treat you well and will never raise my voice against you." Bai Ying let out a soft sigh, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. He recalled a saying he had heard on Earth: "Women require coaxing." In retrospect, the truth of that statement was undeniable. He lowered his gaze to Ning Rongrong, cradled in his arms, gently caressing her cheek, and spoke tenderly, "Rongrong, would you be so kind as to grant me a kiss?" Upon hearing his words, a delicate flush spread across Ning Rongrong's face. She shot him a playful glare, pouting, "You rascal, all you know how to do is take advantage." Bai Ying gazed at her bashful demeanor, and his heart stirred with a gentle flutter. He tenderly clasped Ning Rongrong's hand, his gaze soft yet resolute. "Rongrong, we are already like an old married couple. How could this be considered taking advantage? I merely wish to draw closer to you, to let you feel the depth of my affection." Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke, her voice laced with a playful, teasing tone. "Are you implying that I have grown old?" Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a soft laugh, saying, "Of course not. How could you ever grow old? You will forever be the person I cherish the most." As Ning Rongrong gazed into Bai Ying's earnest eyes, her doubts evaporated in an instant. She smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with the light of happiness. Tenderly, she wrapped her arms around Bai Ying's neck and, with a sense of initiative, pressed her lips against his. Bai Ying felt a surge of excitement at Ning Rongrong's initiative. He embraced her tightly, enveloped by a warm current that ignited the passion deep within his heart. After their kiss, Ning Rongrong's face radiated satisfaction and joy as she gently rested against Bai Ying's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and basking in his warmth. Bai Ying gazed down at her, his eyes shimmering with profound affection. He tenderly caressed Ning Rongrong's long hair and softly remarked, "Rongrong, after so many days apart, it seems your strength has improved." Upon hearing this, a proud smile graced Ning Rongrong's face as she lifted her gaze to Bai Ying, her eyes sparkling with confidence. "Of course, I've been diligently training. How could I not make progress?" Chapter 113, The Elite Soul Master Competition of the Continent. The next morning, Bai Ying headed directly to the training ground of the Spirit Hall. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Space Law. It has been affixed to the Time Battle Blade." "Congratulations, host. The Time Battle Blade has evolved into the Space-Time Battle Blade. What abilities does the Space-Time Battle Blade possess?" The host may not be aware that, in addition to the original divine skill that can be utilized normally, the host has acquired a new skill, Space Cutting. Space Cutting allows one to slice through space and traverse dimensions. This is indeed intriguing. At the training ground of the Spirit Hall, Bai Ying observed the presence of Yilingling and Du Guyan, 2 of the 3 most beautiful women of the Spirit Hall. "They are so stunning. I wish to be their boyfriend. Alas, it seems I lack that fortune." Whispers of various kinds flitted through the air, most notably the following. Yilingling and Du Guyan had unexpectedly ascended to become one of the 3 most beautiful women of the Spirit Hall. Time indeed passes swiftly. When I departed from the Spirit Hall, they had only just joined, and I could hardly fathom the extent of their transformation. Upon entering their classroom, I found that class had already concluded, and 3 individuals stood out prominently: Hu Laina, Du Guyan, and Yilingling. "Lingling, Yanzi, I have returned." I called from outside the classroom, swiftly capturing the attention of all within. The appearance of the white shadow sparked a flurry of whispers among the crowd. "Who is this person? Why does he seem so familiar with the 2 goddesses? Do you know him? You have returned." Du Guyan was the first to rise. And at that moment, gazing upon the man she had yearned for day and night, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her eyes brimmed with tears, oblivious to the astonished glances of those around her. "I never imagined you would have grown so much when I brought you to the Spirit Hall. You were just a small child." "Indeed, how swiftly time has flown." Bai Ying cleared her throat and said, "All right, you may come down now. We wouldn't want to become a laughingstock." The hearts of the onlookers shattered at this moment, for they were aware that Du Guyan was renowned in the Spirit Hall as the foremost violent beauty. Du Guyan's temperament had always been volatile, and she carried herself with an air of arrogance towards others. They could vividly recall the occasion when Du Guyan first attended class. Several classmates had dared to jest at her expense, only to find themselves nearly met with her wrath. "Am I seeing this correctly? Du Guyan is exhibiting a bashful demeanor. Good heavens, is this truly the venomous serpent we once knew? Who is this individual? He appears strikingly familiar to them. Did you not hear? He just mentioned that he was the one who brought Du Guyan into the spirit hall. He must be our senior. Du Guyan displayed a shy expression but chose to remain silent. The gaze of Bai Ying shifted towards Yi Lingling. It has been a long time, Lingling. How have you fared these past years? He inquired. This may not be the most suitable place for conversation. Let us step outside to converse properly. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement and followed Du Guyan as they exited. Upon reaching a secluded corner, the trio came to a halt. Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, Du Guyan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, asked, Brother Bai, where on earth have you been all these years? We have all been deeply concerned for your well-being. Bai Ying gazed tenderly at the two individuals before him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he spoke. Over the years, I have traversed many lands, experienced diverse cultures, and forged numerous friendships. Yet, regardless of where my journey has taken me, the spirit hall and all of you have remained etched in my memory. Yi Lingling could not help but interject, Bai Ying. When you departed, we were all still quite young. It is astonishing to see you again now, transformed into a full-grown adult. Bai Ying sighed softly, remarking, Indeed, time flies. And we have all matured. Turning to Lingling and Yinzi, she inquired, What is the current state of your cultivation? Du Guyan proudly lifted her head and proclaimed, I have now attained the rank of Soul Sect, and the Spirit Hall has consistently regarded me as a key figure among the new generation. Yi Lingling smiled in response, stating, I am not to be outdone. I have reached the pinnacle of Soul Sect and may soon break through to Soul King. My 10-heart Tang martial spirit has grown increasingly powerful. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. He nodded and remarked, Excellent. You have all lived up to my expectations. However, the path of cultivation is endless. You must continue to strive. With that, he invited them to meet his friends. Both Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were intrigued. Upon entering the designated room, they found Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the cat girl all present. The moment Du Guyan stepped inside, she noticed the four women and couldn't help but inquire, Who are these, Brother Bai? Yi Lingling, too, furrowed her brow in curiosity. Allow me to introduce them, Bai Ying replied. This is Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, my companions. And this cat girl is my maid. As Bai Ying introduced them, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling's gazes fell upon the women before them. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each possessed their own unique beauty, some exuding vivacity, others cold elegance, and yet others noble grace, yet all radiated an undeniable allure. Meanwhile, the cat girl, though silent, possessed piercing cat-like eyes that shimmered with an intense brilliance, marking her as a figure of significance. Exchanging glances, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling recognized mutual astonishment and curiosity within each other's eyes. They had not anticipated that Bai Ying